1401 An unexpected way of meeting. 1. Seeing that Blood River King and Dream City Lord, who was suspected to be a Law King, had joined the battle, Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't just watch from the side. As balls of flames rose beside him, countless flame knights whizzed out and engaged in a battle with Dream Crusher. These flame knights were wearing armor and brandishing their sabers. The war horses they were riding were made of pure flames, and everywhere they stepped on was scorched black. The flaming saber and Dream Crusher collided, and a large ball of flames exploded, turning Dream Crusher into a wreckage. Then, a large amount of water mist appeared. Giant ice wolves roared and pounced on the nearby Dream Crusher with a ferocious look. Once the enemy was bitten, they would instantly turn into ice sculptures and shatter. After that, there were rock giants, mottled ancient trees, and giant lightning eagles that flickered with lightning. They continuously appeared around Tang Zhen and killed the Dream Crusher until his blood flowed like a river. On this kind of tragic battlefield, Tang Zhen alone was comparable to 1,000 troops. Although Blood River King and the others knew that Tang Zhen's strength was extraordinary, they did not expect him to be so powerful to this extent. From the methods he used, it could be seen that he had clearly comprehended more than one power of law. Moreover, Lord Blood River already knew that Tang Zhen was only a clone. His main body had long advanced to the spiritual emperor realm and was refining the Holy Dragon City day and night. However, in such a short period of time, he had raised his clone to this level, and at the same time, he had comprehended more than one kind of law power. Such a person was simply monstrous. Although he could not compare to Tang Zhen in terms of cultivation base, when he thought about how he was Tang Zhen's subordinate and would have the opportunity to build his own city in the future, Blood River King hoped that Tang Zhen would become as strong as possible. As for the Dream City Master, who was madly venting his anger, he cast a strange look at Tang Zhen and helplessly shook his head. With the ability to travel through time, no one would know what the Dream City Master had seen in the future if he didn't tell them. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. However, with the addition of the creatures of law, the situation suddenly changed. As they were formed from pure nomological power, the strength of these magical creatures far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. After they joined the Holy Dragon City's camp, the cultivators in Lu City were like tigers with wings. Even though they were far fewer in number than the Dream Shatterers, they still had the upper hand. Many cultivators in Lusheng City had been killed, but even more Dream Crusher had been killed. The area of the circular pillar was now covered with wreckage, completely covering the ground. Tang Zhen glanced at the metal pillar that trapped everyone in the surroundings. He casually waved his hand and hundreds of streams of light flew over from the distance. They were as fast as lightning as they collided with the metal pillar. A series of violent collision sounds rang out, and the light screen outside the metal pillar trembled violently before shattering in an instant. The streams of light that followed struck the metal cylinder in succession, cutting it into pieces, and the debris fell to the ground. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the metal pillar that was as large as a skyscraper was quickly cut off and fell to the ground. As the metal pillar broke, the protective light curtain could not be reconstructed. The transmigrators who had been waiting outside took the opportunity to rush out and attack the Dream Crusher from the ground. Although their strength was far inferior to these Dream Chasers, their weapons were sharp and they had the advantage in numbers. They managed to contain the attacks of the Dream Chasers and reduce the pressure on the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Tang Zhen waved his hand and killed a group of machine-like Dream Crusher. He was just about to equip himself and continue his attack when he suddenly felt an unusual aura. The aura came so suddenly as if it was deliberately reminding Tang Zhen that this place was unusual. Frowning slightly, Tang Zhen turned around to look at the building remains at the side before he hurriedly rushed in. The exterior of the building looked extremely ordinary. However, when Tang Zhen approached it, the strange aura appeared once again, immediately connecting Tang Zhen with the mutation source. Although there were many doubts in his heart, Tang Zhen would definitely not let go of this fleeting opportunity. Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he would still want to charge in. With a wave of his hand, half of the wall in front of him was pulled away by an invisible hand. Then, a deep underground passage appeared in front of him, and he could vaguely see green water rippling. As he stepped into it, the stinky sewage under his feet automatically dispersed, opening up a path that was enough for people to pass through. This underground passage had long been filled with sewage. As Tang Zhen moved forward, the sewage was constantly pushed away by his spiritual force. During this period, there was not a single bit of sewage on his clothes and armor. After moving forward for a few hundred meters, Tang Zhen came to an underground parking lot. This place was also filled with sewage and countless debris floated in it. As Tang Zhen continued to move forward, a large number of skeletons continued to roll with the water. On the muddy ground, a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in front of him. It led deep into the ground, and there was a faint flash of light. Tang Zhen walked to the entrance of the cave. He squatted down and checked it before a trace of a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This thing that looked like a stream of water was actually just on the surface. It was more like the material that formed the plane's channel. If he was not wrong, this place should lead to a special space, similar to a special small world. Tang Zhen leapt and headed straight to the bottom of the cave. During this period of time, he discovered that it was indeed as he had guessed. This place was not some deep underground pool. However, after a dozen seconds, the water around Tang Zhen had disappeared. Immediately after, his feet stepped on the soft grass. It was different from the dark world he had imagined. This was a world full of dreamy colors. The sun was bright, and the air was filled with an alluring fragrance. Tang Zhen could not help but be startled when he saw the surrounding scenery. This was because he had seen a similar scene before. The scenery in Dream City was exactly the same as here. Melodious music was suddenly transmitted from the front just as Tang Zhen was feeling amazed. Soon after, a long red carpet appeared under his feet. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the surroundings and there were even dazzling fireworks that continuously flashed in the sky. Esteemed guest, please follow me. A tall and beautiful lady in a maid's uniform appeared in front of Tang Zhen and invited him with a smile. The woman had a good figure. Her legs were long and straight, and her long black hair was soft and smooth. Her smile was extremely sweet. Tang Zhen could not help but be a little absent-minded when he saw the lady's appearance. He did not know why, but he kept feeling that the lady's appearance and figure were extremely pleasing to the eye. It seemed that she was the type that he liked most. The most important thing was that the other party wasn't an illusion. Instead, it was a life with flesh and blood. Tang Zhen would definitely not be wrong about this. This origin mutation was obviously up to something. It had actually set up such a welcoming scene. Only the heavens knew what it was planning to do. Many thoughts flashed across Tang Zhen's mind. He gently nodded and slowly followed behind the lady. The castle was not far from Tang Zhen's location. After passing through the red carpet that was surrounded by exotic flowers and plants, Tang Zhen saw a group of beautiful women dressed in the same clothes standing in front of the castle and bowing to him. Welcome, City Lord Tang Zhen. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched slightly. He swept his gaze over the castle's main door, where music was being emitted unceasingly. Tang Zhen stepped into it under the gazes of a group of beautiful women. After walking 2 rounds around the castle that was filled with rare treasures, a huge dining room appeared in front of Tang Zhen. It was filled with a luxurious atmosphere and the long dining table was filled with delicacies. A tall and beautiful woman was currently sitting at the dining table. She was looking at Tang Zhen with a smile. Clearly, she was the owner of this place. City Lord Tang Zhen, please sit. Tang Zhen sat on a chair that was pulled out by a maid. He looked at the lady opposite him and said in an indifferent voice, "It's obviously not suitable for us to meet in such a place. I wonder what your excellency wants." The stunning woman on the opposite side looked at Tang Zhen and softly laughed, "I want to make peace with you. What do you think?" 1402 The conditions for the origin of mutation. 1. Make peace. Tang Zhen laughed softly. He sized up the beautiful lady who was smiling and looking at him. It was wearing a translucent black gauze dress, which was a strong contrast to its snow-white skin. Its lively eyes were full of light, and its full red lips were crystal clear. Only the heavens knew what the mutation source was thinking. It had actually transformed into such a charming figure and was constantly emitting a soul-stealing charm. If an ordinary person saw it, they would have long been enchanted. After exchanging glances with the stunning woman, Tang Zhen spread out his hands and said, "If that's the case, it's actually a good thing. At least my city's residents will have fewer casualties." In fact, in the beginning, Tang Zhen had planned to mobilize enough cultivators to investigate the specific situation of Zongdong City before launching a general attack. Unfortunately, the mutation source did not provide such an opportunity. As soon as the dream world shattered, it immediately set up a plain barrier, forcing Tang Zhen to launch an attack in a hurry. Without sufficient preparation for war, and with the entire world sealed off, Tang Zhen would not be able to escape unless he defeated the mutation source. However, According to the information obtained by Tang Zhen, the mutation source controlled more than one world. Although the dream world's losses were not small, they were nothing to the mutation source. The enemy was still powerful, but the Holy Dragon City was heavily restricted. Under such circumstances, if the Holy Dragon City wanted to win, they would have to pay a heavy price. However, if they failed, the Holy Dragon City would suffer a great loss. Not only would they lose the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators, but they would also lose nearly 10 million transmigrators. Just thinking about it made one's heart jump. Since the construction of the tower, Tang Zhen had never suffered such heavy losses. Therefore, he would naturally try to avoid it as much as possible. Tang Zhen's original intention of entering the dream world was to figure out the secrets of the dream notebook and obtain the world's origin. Now that the dream tower had been rescued, Tang Zhen's gains had far exceeded his initial expectations. What more was there to be dissatisfied about? After hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the peerless beauty on the opposite side revealed a smile and said, "I knew City Lord Tang would choose to make peace. After all, it's for the best for both of us. You're pretty confident." Tang Zhen coldly laughed as he said to the stunning woman, "If that's the case, please remove the plane barrier so that it'll be easier for us to evacuate." The stunning woman transformed from the mutation source laughed and said, "There's no hurry. I actually still have a few questions I'd like to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." City Lord Tang, "Oh, please speak. This Tang will definitely tell you everything he knows." "Actually, it's nothing. I'm just curious about the way Lu Cheng obtained the world's origin. I wonder if I can imitate it." Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the mutation source and asked in a puzzled tone, "From what I know, you control more than one world. Is this origin energy not enough?" He, City Lord Tang is really interesting. Who would complain about having too many of these things? Tang Zhen laughed, "That's true. However, I might not be able to help you with this matter. You should know that there are many harsh conditions involved. It's definitely not something that you can do just because you want to. At the very least, you definitely can't do it." The beautiful woman nodded and said softly, "I know. You need to build a tower and a foundation stone platform, right? You know quite a lot, don't you? Of course, why do you think I lured the Dream City here? It was to figure out the specific operation method." Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the beautiful woman opposite him. He didn't expect that the plane coordinates obtained by the Dream Tower were actually given by the mutation source on purpose. It had used a complete world as a trap to study the operation of the tower. As expected of the world's origin that had awakened its own consciousness, it did things unscrupulously. In order to achieve its own goal, it actually used billions of living beings as experimental subjects. Perhaps in this guy's eyes, those living beings were even worse than ants. If that's the case, then the layout here must have been modeled after the Dream Tower, right? I was wondering why it looked exactly the same. Of course, good things should be enjoyed. Although the strength of this dream city is average, the scenery here is quite good. It's especially comfortable to stay here. The stunning woman laughed. She pointed at the beautiful female servant beside Tang Zhen and said, "This should be your favorite type, right? I'll give it to you. I guarantee that you'll listen to everything I say and do whatever you want." The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched when he heard this. He coldly said, "I believe that your excellency already knows that I cannot help you in this matter, so please let us through as soon as possible." "Who said you can't help me? As far as I know, City Lord Tang is preparing to build a war zone, right?" Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. A trace of doubt flashed across his heart. This mutation source seemed to know too much. "We are indeed preparing to build a war zone, but so what? In this case, there will definitely be many buildings in the new war zone. I also want to build one for fun. I wonder if Lord City Lord will allow it." After saying this, the beautiful woman stood up and slowly walked to a chair not far from Tang Zhen. She sat down and said with a slightly excited tone, "As long as I have a tower that belongs to me, I can obtain the origin of the world as I please. I won't be locked up in a prison like this. It's so boring." Her quick-witted eyes swept over Tang Zhen. The absolute beauty appeared to be very obedient. "Don't worry. The world's origin that should be handed over will definitely not be a single cent less. I will also abide by the rules that should be followed. I will definitely not cause any trouble for City Lord Tang. Promise me, this will be good for both of us." Tang Zhen fell into deep thought after hearing the words of the beautiful woman. A moment later, His eyes revealed a bright light as though he had thought of something. If I'm not wrong, you've met the Dream City Master more than once, right? The beautiful woman looked impressed. City Lord Tang is indeed smart. We've met a few times in the past. However, that guy is very annoying. I don't like him. Tang Zhen nodded. In this way, many things could be explained. With the mutated origins ability, if it wanted to destroy the Dream Tower, it might not need to go through so much trouble. However, the Dream Tower had been safe for hundreds of years and was finally rescued by Tang Zhen. He originally thought that the enemy was too weak, but now it seemed that the mutation source had done this on purpose. Its purpose was to wait for Tang Zhen to take the bait. Tang Zhen would never believe that the Dream City Master did not know about this. Perhaps he had told the mutated origin about what might happen in the future, which led to the current plan. However, it was obviously impossible for these two to set a trap for him. The Dream City Master clearly knew the severity of this matter and would not dare to act rashly. As for the origin of mutation wanting to join the war zone, it was actually not a bad thing. With its ability, it should be easy for it to upgrade the tower. After all, it had the support of several worlds behind it. At the very least, it would not lack resources and manpower. The world of Lusheng accommodated thousands of races, and existences like the origin of mutation were not rare. There were even more rare ones. Moreover, after joining the war zone, the mutated origin would have to act according to the rules of the war zone. Unless Tang Zhen gave the other party the highest authority in the war zone, they could forget about turning the world upside down. Tang Zhen did not hesitate when he thought of this. He nodded at the mutation source. If that's the case, then I welcome you to join us. You're awesome. The beautiful woman snapped her fingers. I'm starting to like you. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched again. At the same time, he laughed. 1403 Leaving the dream world, Tang Zhen had an indescribable feeling of awkwardness in his heart when he heard the words, mutation source. Through his earlier judgment, this mutated origin was clearly an expert that was on par with a spirit emperor. Although it might not be as good as Tang Zhen in terms of techniques, it had a unique advantage. In a situation where he was able to freely control the origin energy, this fellow was simply an existence that had cheated. Just his means of being able to casually create living creatures was definitely not something that Tang Zhen could compare with. The peerless beauty in front of him was clearly a transformation of the mutation source. However, it was definitely not its true body. Tang Zhen did not believe that this cunning fellow would expose himself so easily. The origin of the mutation that had developed its own consciousness had a way of thinking that no one could understand. This also led to its strange behavior, which was very different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, Tang Zhen would subconsciously choose to block its crazy words. It was obviously impossible to have a good chat with this guy. In his heart, Tang Zhen subconsciously felt a little repulsed by this fellow who treated human lives like dirt. Since both parties had already reached an agreement on the conditions for a truce, there was no need to continue staying here. Tang Zhen stood up and prepared to leave. City Lord, remember to leave me a top-grade building foundation stone. I don't want it if it's too bad. When Tang Zhen stood up, the mutation source reminded him with an expression that said, I know this very well. There is a limited number of top-grade foundation stones for the tower. I don't have many of them now. If you want them, you can only wait for a while. If you are in a hurry, there are still a few foundation stones with good attributes to use. In that case, an ordinary building foundation will do. I don't have the patience to wait. The stunning woman nodded. Soon after, she pointed at the female servant behind Tang Zhen and said, she's already yours. Remember to take her with you. The female servant smiled at Tang Zhen when she heard this. Clearly, she was extremely gentle. Why would I bring her back? No, Tang Zhen coldly replied before turning around and walking out of the castle. When the little maidservant heard this, she immediately revealed an aggrieved expression. Soon after, she was like a little wife who had been bullied as she followed closely behind Tang Zhen. I say, what are you trying to do? Tang Zhen helplessly stopped his footsteps. He glanced at the cowering little maid and spoke to the mutation source. Please don't misunderstand, Mayor Tang. I asked her to go back with you to make it easier for me to deal with the construction of the tower. After all, it's not convenient for me to stay at your place all the time because of my special identity. When she said this, the stunning woman smiled tenderly at Tang Zhen. Of course, this is only a secondary job. Her main task is to serve you, pour tea for you, warm your bed, or give birth to a child. You might not know this, but in order to shape her, I collected countless samples and consumed a lot of origin energy. She is definitely the best of the best. Tang Zhen's face was filled with black lines when he heard this. He really had no interest in continuing the conversation with this mutation source that did not speak properly. However, the mutated origin's words made sense. After returning to Holy Dragon City, he could immediately arrange for the construction of the tower. With the other party's subordinates by his side, it would be much more convenient to deal with things. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, the stunning woman said, City Lord Tang can tell her all the materials needed for the construction of the tower. She can make the decisions on my behalf. After the construction of the tower, she can also replace me as the city lord. Tang Zhen did not say anything more when he heard this. He walked out of the door. The little maid was all smiles as she hurriedly chased after Tang Zhen. The sound of her light footsteps reverberated in the castle. After leaving the castle, the surrounding scenery began to fade away, and finally, only a passage remained in front of the two. Tang Zhen and his partner walked out of a light door and appeared on the battlefield above ground. The original underground tunnel had already disappeared without a trace. The Dream City Master had once used a similar method. After leaving this half-real, half-fake illusion, unless someone was in charge of guiding them, they would never be able to return to their original place. Perhaps they had received an order from the mutation source, but the Dream Shatterers who only knew how to kill had disappeared. Only the Holy Dragon City cultivators were left to clean up the battlefield. Tang Zhen could not help but be secretly shocked when he glanced at the number of cultivators left. In just a short tens of minutes, at least 30,000 cultivators had died in battle. If this war continued, it would probably not take long for all the cultivators in Holy Dragon City to die. At that time, the situation of the war would be extremely unfavorable for Holy Dragon City. Fortunately, the two sides had already stopped fighting and reached an agreement. The plain barrier was closed, and the cultivators who had died in the city returned to Holy Dragon City, back to their original bodies. The transmigrators who died in the battle had also left, and they would leave forever. After returning to their original world, the transmission channel between the two worlds would be completely closed, and the dream world would become the eternal memory of the transmigrators who participated in the war. City Lord, what did you just do? Blood River King and the others stepped forward and asked after seeing Tang Zhen. It was obvious that they had already discovered Tang Zhen's disappearance. In fact, after Tang Zhen entered the underground passage, there were cultivators from Lu Cheng who immediately followed him to protect him. However, no one expected that the passage would suddenly disappear after Tang Zhen entered. The cultivators tried their best to enter but couldn't. In the end, they could only helplessly give up. Everyone quietly heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Tang Zhen return safely. As for the little female servant behind Tang Zhen, everyone merely glanced at her curiously. No one asked anything. I just met with the mutated origin. The matter has been resolved, and it is preparing to join our battle zone. The person beside me is the envoy sent by the mutated origin. Tang Zhen introduced the little maid behind him to everyone. During this time, he indifferently glanced at the Dream City Master. Dream City Master smiled bitterly when she saw this and sent an apologetic look to Tang Zhen. Clearly, she had already guessed that Tang Zhen knew about some hidden matters. Although she wanted to explain it to Tang Zhen, it was clearly not the right time. I'm Xiaomei, please take care of me. The maidservant smiled and bowed to everyone, then stood to the side without saying anything. Everyone nodded. They could not help but be a little wary of the messenger sent by the mutation origin. Get ready. We'll return to Holy Dragon City as soon as possible. As for these weapons and equipment, we'll bring them back together. It'll be just right for the immigrants in the hunting ground to use. It'll also save us the effort of forging them. Tang Zhen began to prepare for the evacuation after taking a breath of the original mutation source. After a few hours, the Holy Dragon City cultivators began to leave the dream world one by one. After the last person had left, this abandoned world once again fell into a dead silence. It was unknown how much time had passed when the sound of light footsteps was heard from the wasteland. The peerless beauty who had met Tang Zhen earlier was slowly walking among the ruins. Her face was filled with an intoxicated expression as she looked at the surrounding broken walls. It's so beautiful. This silent wasteland world is my favorite place. It's such a wonderful feeling to see it being built from nothing and then destroyed at its most glorious moment. The mutated origin murmured in its sleep. It looked like a child who had just gotten his favorite toy and was dancing among the ruins. In the empty world, its laughter seemed to be constantly echoing, but this bell-like laughter gave people a faint feeling of gloominess and horror. 1404 The means of the origin of mutation. 1. After returning to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen was busy once again. The end of the war in Dream World not only meant that the Holy Dragon City had once again obtained a large amount of the world's origin, which reduced the disadvantages of fighting on multiple fronts, but they had also recruited 2 powerful assistants, which was extremely beneficial to the early development of the Holy Dragon Warzone. Tang Zhen was naturally extremely satisfied with these 2 towers that he had obtained by chance. After the construction of the mutated origin tower, it would have greater potential than the Holy Dragon City. After all, it had the support of several worlds behind it, and there was no lack of resources and manpower. One thing was for sure. In order to quickly upgrade the level of the building, the rich mutated origin would definitely spend a lot of resources. This was the advantage of players who paid money. Ordinary buildings were definitely not comparable to this. He believed that it would not take long for the mutated origin Lusheng to be upgraded to a national level and become a major combat force in the new battle zone. As for the Dream Tower, it was a purely old-school tower with a history of more than 1,000 years. If it had not failed miserably and encountered the sinister variant origin, it might have been upgraded to a continent-level tower by now. Although his strength had been greatly reduced after being sealed for hundreds of years, his original foundation was still there. As long as he recuperated for a while, he could completely recover. Therefore, compared to the world's origin that they had plundered in the war, these 2 towers were the biggest gains. Tapping twice on the office table, Tang Zhen pointed at the holographic screen in front of him and said, "These are the foundation stones you can choose from. Which one is suitable? I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Someone to prepare it for you." When the maid Xiaomei, who was standing by the side, heard this, she hurriedly walked in front of Tang Zhen and began to seriously choose. Unlike the Holy Dragon City, which was in the dark when it was first built, after a large amount of data analysis by the building's scientific researchers and various auxiliary means of identification, the Holy Dragon City could make a rough assessment of the building's foundation that had not been used, with an accuracy rate of up to 80%. This was definitely a great thing, as it could save a lot of detours for the construction of the towers in the war zone. In the 3,000 war zones, there were only a few who had mastered this technology. There were more than 30 cornerstones displayed on the holographic screen, all of which were carefully selected and more than enough to build a new city. The maid, Xiaomei, looked at it very seriously. From time to time, she would smile and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to help her choose one. You have enough resources to support you. In this way, there won't be too many requirements for the attributes of the foundation stones of the building. These foundation stones should be able to do it. Speaking up to this point, Tang Zhen pointed to a building foundation stone on the holographic screen and said, "This building's foundation is called Ring City. It looks like a huge ring-shaped building, and it's lifted off the ground by 9 giant pillars. Its main attribute should be physique enhancement, which should be very useful for you guys." Xiaomei listened attentively. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, she nodded affirmatively and said, "Then we'll choose this foundation stone." "City Lord, when can we build the city?" "Anytime. Also, I want to remind you that before Lu Cheng is promoted to a national level, the number of residents entering the war zone cannot exceed 1 million. The interdimensional teleportation array will also be monitored. Don't play any tricks. City Lord, don't worry. We sincerely want to build a city. We won't cause any trouble." Little Mei smiled sweetly and raised her hand to guarantee Tang Zhen. She seemed to be afraid that Tang Zhen would not believe her and added, "Besides, this is the City Lord's territory. It's even more so after we became residents of the tower. If we dare to cause trouble, you definitely won't let us off." Tang Zhen nodded his head. This mutation source's cultivation was similar to his own. However, if they were to really fight, it would definitely be the one to die in the end. As for the worlds it controlled, they were all low-energy planes and could not pose a threat to Holy Dragon City at all. If the mutation source really dared to play tricks, Tang Zhen would definitely dig 3 feet deep to drag this guy out and kill him even if he had to risk his previous tempering progress. "It's good that you know. Since you've already chosen this foundation stone, then contact your master and build a plane channel to transport the materials. As for the location of the Tower City, we'll set it here for the time being. Tang Zhen extended his hand and pointed on the map. It was a plain area several hundred kilometers away from the Holy Dragon City. As the order was issued, the area selected by Tang Zhen immediately became lively. First, there was an army of tens of thousands of people stationed nearby. Then, a large number of engineers arrived and worked overtime to build the interdimensional teleportation array. At the same time, in the world controlled by the origin of mutation, the troublemaker began to stir up trouble again. This time, its target was a planet similar to the original world. It was just a nap, and the world had changed dramatically. Some monsters appeared out of nowhere and launched attacks on the populated places one after another. While they were panicking, some ordinary people began to feel the abnormality in their bodies. They suddenly found that their strength had increased sharply, their movements were agile, and their minds were clearer. Due to the strengthening of their physical fitness, these self-proclaimed awakened ones began to show off their abilities. They killed a large number of monsters and gained the worship and support of the people. Compared to ordinary people, these awakened ones had a higher chance of survival in the face of disasters. As the number of monsters increased, the number of awakened ones also began to gradually increase. They also gradually gained a certain amount of power in their hands. Unconsciously, these awakened ones had become arrogant and regarded themselves as saviors of the world. They began to make use of the power in their hands for their own benefits. The awakened ones belonging to different forces also attacked each other, making the already chaotic situation even more serious. This situation continued for about 3 months before something major happened, causing the awakened ones to panic. After the monsters appeared out of thin air, giant black towers appeared all over the world out of thin air. They had mysterious runes on their surfaces and their bodies were constantly flashing with light. In the night, a dazzling pillar of light could be seen soaring into the sky, connecting with the vortex. In the sky, outside of these giant towers, there were stone tablets with ancient characters carved on them. When the awakened ones got closer to examine and saw the words on the stone tablet, they were instantly dumbfounded and did not know what to do. It turned out that according to the stone tablet, in this world, the power of awakened ones would be limited to a similar level. In order to change this situation, they had to enter the giant tower and be transported to a new world. If they did not dare to enter the giant tower out of fear, then their strength would rapidly decline. In the end, they would even be inferior to ordinary people and die from torture. After obtaining superhuman powers, the awakened ones had long gotten used to the benefits they gained. If they were to lose this power, it would be worse than killing them. However, no one knew the specific situation of the new world. If they went there rashly, they might also encounter life-threatening danger. On one hand, the awakened were worried about the decline of their strength, but on the other hand, they were filled with fear of the new world. They could not sleep or eat in peace every day and did not know what to choose. However, there were also some awakened ones who pursued strength who, after careful consideration, resolutely chose to enter the giant tower and prepared to continue improving their strength in the new world. In the end, none of these people returned. They did not send back any specific information, which made the awakened who were watching depressed. This situation continued for another half a month or so. The thing that the awakened were most worried about had finally happened. They began to feel a clear decline in their strength. Their bodies were like rusty machines that lacked maintenance, becoming more and more sluggish. Fear and uneasiness quickly spread among the awakened ones. Initially, they were still skeptical, but now, no one dared to doubt the contents of the stone tablet. Instead, they racked their brains to think of ways to avoid the disaster. The awakened ones, who were originally like fish in water in the apocalyptic worlds, now felt as if the end of the world had arrived. They were in a constant state of anxiety. 1405 Interplane Teleportation, 1 Holy Dragon City, the location of the new Lusheng. After some overtime work, the huge plane teleportation portal was finally completed, standing on the vast plains. To the Holy Dragon City, this was the first time such a plane teleportation array had been built. Its success or failure would be crucial to the Holy Dragon City's future development. Only by mastering this cross-plane teleportation technology could the method of obtaining plane coordinates that Tang Zhen had experimented with be successfully implemented. The Myriad World Mall could also establish contact with more planes through this method. Tang Zhen attached great importance to this matter and participated in the construction of the interdimensional teleportation array almost the entire time. He was afraid of any mistakes. Fortunately, from the start of the project to the end, everything was smooth, and there were no accidents. According to Xiaomei, in the world controlled by the origin of mutation, the selection of residents had already begun, and the first batch of residents had been selected. As long as the Holy Dragon City's plane teleportation portal was completed and connected to the coordinates of the world where the source of mutation was located, the awakened could be pulled into the world of the tower. According to the operating principle of the planar teleportation portal, it was indeed pulling people over. This was because under the circumstances where Holy Dragon City did not allow it, the teleportation portal in the world where the origin of mutation was located was simply a decoration. It was impossible to sit on an autonomous teleportation portal. It should be known that this kind of cross-plane teleportation technology was not something that could be found on the street. It had never mastered the mutation source, which was one of the reasons why it cooperated with Tang Zhen. Without the main control platform to open the plane barrier and Tang Zhen not using the plane teleportation array to receive him, the mutated origin could forget about sending a person here. Therefore, in this matter, the Holy Dragon City had always held the initiative and could not allow the other party to act as they wished. Are you sure it's only the awakened and not the Dream Crusher that will be teleported? Little Mei smiled and nodded in the face of Tang Zhen's question. Interesting. Tang Zhen didn't know why the mutation source didn't use the Dream Crusher. It should be known that the cultivation of the Dream Crusher was clearly several times stronger than these awakened ones who had started from scratch. However, Tang Zhen felt that it was reasonable when he thought about the way the mutation source did things. After all, this guy's thinking was different from that of humans. He definitely could not analyze it with normal thinking. Tang Zhen withdrew his scattered thoughts and looked at the interdimensional teleportation array in front of him. A trace of a smile was revealed on his face as if he was admiring an exquisite piece of art. The planar teleportation portal was very large, almost the size of a 30-story high-rise building. On the flat plane without any cover, it could be seen from a long distance. The moment the teleportation array was completed, it also meant that the cross-plane teleportation had entered the countdown. Under his command, the interdimensional teleportation portal was slowly activated. The dense runic magic circle began to flash with light, gathering the free energy in the vicinity. These alone were not enough to complete the teleportation. The true use was the origin energy within the teleportation portal. Without its participation, the teleportation between planes would be a joke. It didn't take long for the teleportation portal to break through the plane's barrier and cross into an unknown space, connecting with the teleportation portal of another world. In an instant, the weather changed and thunder rumbled, as if a natural disaster was about to befall. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably be trembling in fear. However, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were used to this and naturally did what they were doing. When he saw the dark clouds gathering in the sky above his head and gradually condensing into an incomparably huge vortex, waves of white light erupted from the central region. Tang Zhen knew that the teleportation array between these two worlds had already completed its connection. As expected, just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw a beam of light shoot out from the top of the teleportation array, heading straight for the center of the vortex in the sky. On the square below the teleportation array, one figure after another turned from illusory to real, gradually appearing in front of everyone. After the light disappeared, the awakened from the other world finally officially entered the new world that they had been speculating about. "Big brother, have we arrived?" Rubbing his sore and numb eyes, a 2-meter-tall strong man looked around and carefully asked the leader beside him. The leader who was being questioned nodded slightly. He looked at the fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators in the distance with a grave expression. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he had entered a beast's nest while being surrounded by these cultivators. His scalp was slightly numb. This batch of awakened ones were all his subordinates. As the first batch of awakened ones to enter the tower, they were naturally not lacking in courage. However, in the face of this new world that no one had ever set foot in, they were still filled with vigilance and uneasiness. "Don't act rashly. We'll act according to the situation." After instructing his men, the man led his men out of the square. He knew that waiting like this was not the way to go, and he had to take the initiative to control the situation. As they walked to the edge of the square, the leader gave a yellow-haired underling a look, signaling him to go and find out the truth. Although the yellow-haired underling was full of fear after receiving the order, he did not dare to disobey his boss's order. He could only force a smile and carefully approach a holy dragon city cultivator. Big brother, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Where this is, the yellow-haired underling's attitude was humble when he asked the question, and he did not act like a tyrant when he faced ordinary people before the teleportation. The holy dragon city cultivator glanced coldly at the yellow-haired underling and did not answer his question. Instead, he pointed at a tent not far away. The yellow-haired underling spoke in the native language, which the holy dragon city cultivators could not understand, so they naturally could not answer. All right, thank you. After muttering to himself, the yellow-haired underling bowed to express his thanks and hurriedly walked towards the place the holy dragon city cultivators had pointed out. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in front of the tent. The man was tall and mighty. Although he had a smile on his face, he exuded a terrifying aura, causing the underlings who were about to speak to shut their mouths subconsciously. Then, he looked at the woman beside him, and his heart trembled. He swore that he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. She was so perfect that she didn't seem human. If he slept with a woman like this once, he would be willing to live 10 years less. Although he was thinking this, he didn't dare to show it. He subconsciously thought that this woman must belong to the man in front of him, who made people's hearts jump with just one look. Excuse me, is this the new world? The yellow-haired underling asked Tang Zhen. He didn't dare to provoke his woman in front of this big boss, so as not to provoke his anger. That's right. This is the new world. You are all chosen awakened ones who shoulder an incomparably sacred mission. The one who answered the question was Xiaomei. She looked at the blondie in front of her and said in a cold voice. Other than Tang Zhen, she had an ice-cold expression towards everyone. I see. Then may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Who you are? Sweeping a glance at the holy dragon city cultivators around him, the yellow-haired underling asked again. Being in the middle of these cultivators with terrifying auras, he felt his legs trembling. He had already mustered up enough courage to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. This question, compared to these powerful cultivators, they were as fragile as little chicks. Perhaps the other party could crush them with a finger. I am your guide, responsible for teaching you what to do. Remember, don't try to disobey my orders, or you will only end up dead. Xiaomei's tone was still cold and there was a faint trace of impatience. Tang Zhen seemed to see a trace of indifference to life in her eyes. Xiaomei, who had been created by the source of mutation, clearly had a similar personality. Perhaps in their eyes, these awakened were just pawns that they could use at will. 1406 recognized the reality. 1. The yellow-haired underling bowed and thanked Tang Zhen respectfully. He returned to the crowd not far away and told the leader what Xiaomei had said. After the leader heard this, he frowned and thought for a moment, then finally nodded gently. It was their first time in a new world, and they were not clear about the situation. It was best not to act rashly. Since Xiaomei said so, they would just listen. As for what he should do in the future, it would depend on the situation. This was also because the strength of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators far exceeded that of the awakened. Otherwise, why would this group of arrogant people who rose to power in the apocalyptic world be willing to be manipulated by others? While the Holy Dragon City cultivators ignored them, the leader led his underlings to sit together and discuss in low voices. The contents were nothing more than how to act according to the situation, how to ensure their own strength and obtain more benefits. A contemplative expression flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes when he saw this scene from afar. The mutated origin acted strangely, and the way it chose the residents of the city was also original. It actually chose the residents of the city at the cost of destroying a world. It seemed to be very familiar with this kind of thing, because before this, there was already a dream world that was completely destroyed. If one observed these awakened ones carefully, they would discover that compared to the other residents of Holy Dragon City, these people seemed to be more selfish and suspicious. Their personality and habits were clearly not unrelated to their previous encounters. In order to survive, most of the survivors of the apocalyptic worlds had completely abandoned the constraints of morality. It was not surprising that they would do something even more terrifying. However, this was not a good thing for the residents of the city. Due to their selfishness and suspicion, these awakened ones would not be able to cooperate better. If this situation continued, it would have a considerable negative impact on the war plan in the future. The past had proven that in order to successfully plunder a plane, the cultivators of Lusheng must be united. Only then could they guarantee the final victory. If the residents of the city had their own thoughts and did not put in any effort during the joint battle, even if they achieved the final goal, they would have to pay a higher price. It was precisely because of these reasons that Tang Zhen did not have a good impression of these awakened ones. He even had the thought that it would be better to replace them with ordinary people. From the current Tang Zhen's point of view, compared to these unruly awakened ones, the malleability of ordinary people was much stronger and easier to control. By relying on Lusheng's attribute increase, the residents of Lusheng, even if they were ordinary people, had the opportunity to become experts. If they worked hard to cultivate and tried their best to keep their lives in the war, they would become powerful soon. Although he had such a thought in his heart, Tang Zhen would not interfere too much because everything had its advantages and disadvantages. In this harsh environment, it was more likely for cold-blooded and powerful cultivators to appear. He only looked at the harvest. As for the process, Tang Zhen had no interest in knowing. At that moment, the interplane teleportation portal was still in operation, sending awakened ones into the tower world. The number of people gathered in the square was increasing. According to Xiaomei, there would be about 50,000 people being teleported this time. In the future, there would be more awakened ones coming to the world of Lusheng. After the tower was built, the awakened ones did not enter the hunting grounds to improve their strength. Instead, they waited for the tower to advance to level 9 before starting the dimensional war. For the origin of mutation, the resources needed for Lu Cheng to advance to level 9 were just a piece of cake. What it cared about was how to obtain more world origin as soon as possible. It did not like to advance step by step. He didn't know if it was a good thing for such a weirdo to appear in his own battle zone. 50,000 people sounded like a lot, but for the plane teleportation array that was running at full power, it would only take half a day to complete the welcoming. By the time the last wave of awakened ones arrived, the public square was already packed with people with different expressions. They were secretly communicating with each other and had already obtained the basic information. City Lord, the residents of the city tower have been teleported. I will build the city tower now. Tang Zhen nodded his head after hearing Xiaomei's request. Xiaomei bowed to Tang Zhen. Her tall figure suddenly rose from the ground and looked down at those awakened ones. At this time, she was wearing a fiery red body-fitting armor, and a badge was stuck on her left arm. It was the symbol of the Holy Dragon City, and her valiant and heroic posture made people not dare to look at her directly. Although she was extremely beautiful, none of the awakened ones cared about that. They were all shocked by the terrifying aura that Xiaomei had displayed. As they walked in the air, they looked like immortals. Facing Xiaomei, who was far stronger than them, the awakened ones who had been somewhat proud of their own strength now realized that they were short-sighted and knew that there was always someone better. Just as the metahumans were having their own thoughts, Xiaomei's voice was heard. Even though the square was large, everyone could still hear her clearly. All of you are the elites who have been chosen after the cruel apocalypse. The fact that you are standing on this square is proof of your strength. Being praised by such a powerful beauty, the awakened ones naturally felt a sense of pride. However, before they could show this emotion on their faces, Xiaomei's cold voice rang out again, but I have to tell you that the strength that you are so proud of is nothing in this world. Any cultivator here can kill you and make your blood flow like a river. Upon hearing Xiaomei's words, the awakened ones subconsciously looked at the expressionless cultivators around them. Their eyes were filled with doubt and scrutiny. Although these fully armed cultivators of Lusheng City were not to be trifled with, they were not weak either. It was a little exaggerated to say that one of them could kill the awakened ones and make their blood flow like a river. There was more than one awakened with this thought in mind. Some of the more arrogant ones even looked at the Holy Dragon City's cultivators with a hint of provocation after being provoked. Tang Zhen shook his head slightly when he saw this. He did not mind what little Mei had said because this was the truth. Due to the difference between the planes, the awakened ones from the low-energy worlds had no idea how big the gap was between them and the cultivators from the high-energy worlds. It was no exaggeration to say that the strongest among these awakened ones might not even be as strong as an ordinary level 2 cultivator. Not to mention that the Holy Dragon City today was no longer the same as before. All the cultivators who were assigned to carry out the mission had at least the cultivation of a lord. It was no joke to kill a group of awakened ones in seconds. As if to cooperate with Xiaomei, as soon as she finished speaking, the nearly 1,000 cultivators guarding the official court rose into the sky at the same time, densely covering the entire sky. The awakened ones who saw this were shocked. Many of them felt their legs go weak and could barely stand. Feeling the fierce aura coming at them, the awakened ones realized that Xiaomei was right. Compared to the powerful cultivators of Lusheng, they were really as weak as children who had just learned how to walk. Are you envious? Are you jealous? I can tell you that this is the world where the strong live. You are now trash that can't even withstand a single blow. However, as long as you work hard, you will be able to step into the void one day and see a different scenery. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the awakened, who had suffered a great blow, lit up, and his face revealed a look of desire and determination. Xiaomei was right. Although their cultivation base was not as high as the Holy Dragon City cultivators, they were not born so strong. Perhaps in the beginning, these cultivators were not even as strong as themselves. As long as he cultivated diligently and worked hard to improve his strength, he might have a place in this world where the strong were respected. Ambition was not innate, but could only be triggered under the right conditions. It was clear that Xiaomei had managed to trick these metahumans with just a few words. In order to become stronger, even if they had to pay a certain price, the awakened were willing to do so. 1407 The Awakener's Siege 1 The square was filled with thunderous cheers. Tens of thousands of awakened ones were already boiling with blood and excitement. Since they had mastered superhuman strength, they knew what powerful strength could bring them, and what stronger strength meant, so when the opportunity to improve their strength was in front of them, no one would choose to retreat. Whether they wanted to or not, since they had already come to this strange world, they had no other choice. Seeing that the awakened ones' emotions had been stirred, Xiaomei turned around and flew into the distance. At an empty space about 5,000 meters away from the teleportation array, she slowly took out the cornerstone of the tower that she had been carrying with her. With a wave of his hand, the silver cornerstone of the tower landed on the altar, shining with a mysterious light. With another wave of his hand, a large number of brain beads fell onto the altar like a stream of water, and disappeared in an instant. Xiaomei was not a simple woman. She had a special space in her body that could store some precious items. The materials she needed to build the tower were exchanged for with the world's origin. Xiaomei's eyes were closed as if she was making some minor adjustments to the building's appearance. In just a few seconds, a strange building began to appear on the open space in front of her. The building was ring-shaped and covered with silver patterns. It looked like a huge silver bracelet. However, if one were to look at it from the sky, one would find that the building was actually more like a circular stadium. It expanded gradually from the center, and the rooms were located on the terrace-like platforms. 9 huge rune silver pillars supported the ring, and it was about 20 meters above the ground. Its strange appearance was very eye-catching. As the light dissipated, the 12th tower in the Banished Lands was completed. Xiaomei turned around to look at the stunned awakened ones behind her and her cold voice rang out again. This is the Tower City, a very magical building. Not only is it a holy place for cultivation, but it will also be your future residence. Your duty is to protect it and make it stronger. The awakened ones recovered from their shock and were immediately filled with doubt. They could not understand how the building before them could accommodate tens of thousands of people. A level 1 city tower was only the size of an ordinary building. It was no wonder that the awakened would be suspicious. Xiaomei did not explain. Instead, she looked at the awakened ones coldly and said in an emotionless voice, "Now, everyone is moving closer to this building, because in half an hour, there will be a sea of monsters attacking the building, and the goal is to destroy it. I can tell you clearly that from now on, your fate is bound to this city. As long as the city exists, you will get unimaginable benefits. If the city is destroyed, you will lose the value of your existence. Therefore, my request is to defend the tower at all costs." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaomei flew straight to the newly built tower. She landed on the top of the tower and looked at the awakened ones coldly. She knew that not all of these awakened ones would be obedient. Thus, she would take advantage of the battle to clear out a group of them as a warning to the others. The awakened ones who heard Xiaomei's order began to whisper again, "Is this for real? It's just a strange-looking house. Is it that serious? I'd rather believe it than not. Let's hurry over. Hee, who does this woman think she is? Can she control tens of thousands of us? Brothers, come with me and eat your fill. Remember, this is a new world, not our old home." The awakened had their own thoughts, but most of them followed Xiaomei's command and quickly gathered around the new building to choose a suitable defensive position. These awakened ones did not lack experience in fighting monsters. After being teleported here, they had brought along all sorts of weapons and equipment. It would be a piece of cake for them to form a defensive line in a short period of time. However, in the blink of an eye, the area around the building was filled with awakened ones, who were nervously waiting for the monster to arrive. However, there were still a few awakened ones standing in the distance. They did not join the defense immediately. Instead, they stared at Lu Cheng as if they were watching a show, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Sweeping her gaze across the disobedient awakened ones, a cold glint flashed across Xiaomei's eyes, but an intoxicating smile appeared on her face. Half an hour passed by in the blink of an eye. Just as the awakened were guessing where the monster was, a dazzling door of light suddenly appeared behind the observers. Owu! In a series of frightening roars, hideous and terrifying monsters swarmed out. The sound of their running footsteps made the earth tremble slightly, and the stench of blood filled the air. Damn it, we've been tricked. The spectating awakened ones were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were torn apart and devoured by the monsters amidst miserable howls, blood and flesh flying all over the sky. In the face of these terrifying monsters, the awakened ones had long been scared out of their wits. It was only now that they realized that the strength of these monsters had far exceeded their expectations. They were no match for them in a hurry. The ground where the monster was running was covered with the remains of awakened ones. The screams of the heavily injured could be heard without end. The survivors ignored their companions, screams and ran toward Lu Cheng with all their might, screaming for help. Brothers, quickly help me. Shoot. Kill those monsters. Damn it, what are you all looking at? Why aren't you attacking? As the survivors ran, they shouted for help at the awakened ones around the building, only to be met with cold gazes. From the moment they refused to defend the city, they had already automatically stood against the defenders. If they still wanted to help, they would be wasting their time in the apocalyptic world. There were some awakened ones who wanted to lend a helping hand. However, just as they were about to take action, they immediately felt a terrifying force descend upon them, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. When he turned around to check, he met Xiaomei's cold gaze, which carried a hint of warning. Seeing this, the awakened ones who tried to help immediately extinguished the thoughts in their hearts. They could only watch helplessly as the survivors were caught up by the monsters, torn apart and devoured by the monsters while cursing bitterly. After getting rid of the awakened ones who disobeyed the order, the monsters, bloodthirsty eyes turned to the newly built city and then swarmed over. Looking at these massive monsters with far more destructive power than they had imagined, the awakened were filled with fear and subconsciously clenched the weapons in their hands. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. When the first monster was within 1,000 meters, Xiaomei's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Kill. Upon hearing this order, the awakened ones seemed to have found their backbone. Half of the fear in their hearts disappeared and they launched their attack without hesitation. The world that these awakened ones were from was similar to their original world. Naturally, their weapons and equipment were similar. Although the majority of the awakened ones were used to using cold weapons, they were still used to carrying large amounts of firearms. In the face of such a sea of monsters, the advantage of firearms was obvious. As the storm-like gunfire rang out, the monsters at the front fell to the ground one after another. With the new building as the center, a circular wall of corpses was built. Seeing the terrifying monsters fall in droves, the fear in the awakened ones' hearts was once again reduced. They finally discovered the advantage they had. Although the monsters were powerful, the awakened ones had the advantage in numbers. With sufficient weapons and a defensive position, it was not impossible to kill all the monsters. With confidence in their hearts, the morale of the awakened ones began to rise. Even though the monsters were getting closer and closer, they did not panic. The battle had only been going on for a few seconds. The awakened ones outside the building were already very close to the monsters. Under the cover of their companions, the awakened ones with cold weapons roared and collided with the charging monsters. A series of sounds of swords and sabers clashing rang out. In the midst of it, there were also the furious roars of awakened ones and the angry roars of monsters. The sounds reverberated in the sky for a long time. 1408 The merciless battlefield. When the monsters reached the bottom of the building, the brutal battle would officially begin. At such a distance, the effectiveness of firearms would be greatly reduced, and they could only rely on bloody close combat to kill them. At this moment, the city was surrounded by figures fighting against the monsters, using their flesh and blood to build an indestructible line of defense. However, compared to the ferocious monsters, the awakened ones were still much weaker. As the monsters continued to attack, the number of awakened ones who fell increased. "Someone help me, I can't hold on much longer." A bare-chested brawny man let out a furious roar. He kept waving a large saber forged from spring steel in his hand, continuously hacking at the giant monster in front of him. The dull hacking sounds were endless. On the ground beside him, the corpses of many awakened ones and monsters could be seen. Due to the monster's ferocity, the awakened ones who were fighting beside him had died one after another. At this moment, he was the only one left to face the monster, which was covered in wounds. The monster that was attacked in succession roared and swept its huge hammer tail at the burly man, aiming for his head. If he was hit by this hard hammer tail, even if the burly man's head was made of iron, it would be smashed into pieces. "Big brother, be careful." Seeing that the brawny man was in danger, a thin young man beside him roared and rushed to the front of the brawny man without hesitation. He used his body as a shield and blocked the fierce attack. Crack! With a muffled sound, the emaciated young man's sternum was shattered. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew backward and fell to the ground. "Who's-he?" The brawny man's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in grief and indignation. He looked at his comrades who were like a pile of mud and went crazy. "Damn monster, I'm going to tear you into pieces." With a roar, the brawny man waved the weapon in his hand and charged at the monster, vowing to avenge his brother. Perhaps due to his anger, the brawny man's body, which was covered in blood and minced meat, suddenly glowed with a red light, making the tattoos on his body come to life. At the same time, a fierce aura appeared. "Go to hell." With another roar, the brawny man's body flew up like a cannonball, and the weapon in his hand slashed at the monster's neck. PFF'd. As the monster wailed, its huge head fell from its neck. Under the furious attacks of the burly man, only a trace of skin and flesh remained. After staggering a few steps forward, the monster's corpse fell to the ground with a loud crash, causing the awakened to cheer. When they looked at the burly man, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. Clearly, the burly man had broken through the bottleneck and advanced to a higher level. In the original world, they couldn't do this no matter how hard they tried, but in the new world, they could easily do it. While they were envious and jealous, the awakened also let loose. They knew that only by risking their lives and fighting could they obtain the opportunity to break through in such a special environment. The brawny man did not have time to be excited. Instead, he rushed to the thin young man lying on the ground and looked at his companion, who was bleeding profusely, with tears in his eyes. "Brother, let's go." The brawny man wanted to say something, but he felt as if his throat was blocked. He was choked with sobs and couldn't speak at all. The emaciated young man's eyes were unfocused. He tried to open his mouth as if he wanted to save the strong man, but his mouth was full of blood and he couldn't make a sound. The brawny man punched the ground. He knew very well that the thin young man might die in the next second. "Brother, you can't die, you can't die." The brawny man roared like a madman. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Xiaomei, who was standing above the tower. He shouted with all his might, "Save my brother, please save my brother." Xiaomei coldly glanced at the burly man and turned her head to the side, completely ignoring him. The brawny man shouted again, but unfortunately, on this noisy battlefield, his voice couldn't travel far. Not to mention, it wasn't just his companion who had died in battle, so no one paid attention to this place. The brawny man was in despair, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. He sat limply beside the thin young man, holding him in his arms and crying loudly. Seeing the brother who had risked his life to save him slowly die in his arms, and yet he had no way to save him, this feeling was even more unbearable than the cruelest punishment. Just as the brawny man was feeling hopeless, a young man's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Then, a stream of light flew across the sky, and an emerald green syringe fell into the brawny man's hand. "Give him this injection. Although it can't cure his injuries, it can at least keep him alive for a while." The brawny man was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at the syringe and saw a young man in purple gold armor looking at him. It was obvious that he was the one who had given him the agent. Thank you, thank you." The brawny man was ecstatic. He knelt down and kowtowed to the young man without hesitation. Then, he opened the syringe and injected the drug into the thin young man's body. The emaciated young man's body trembled a few times, and he spat out a large amount of black blood. However, his face suddenly became much rosier. Seeing this, the burly man burst into tears of joy. He hugged the thin young man and did not let go, afraid that he would be stepped on by other awakened ones. Just like that, the two of them sat on the chaotic battlefield. Even when there were monsters around them and awakened corpses all around them, they still refused to move like stone statues. Upon seeing this, Tang Zhen, who had stopped in the air to watch the battle, turned his gaze towards the battlefield. The help he had given to the burly man was merely a casual act. As for the life and death of the other awakened ones, he did not care about them at all. These awakened ones were not the residents of his building. Tang Zhen had no reason to interfere too much. He only needed to be a quiet spectator. As time passed, the battle of the city defense began to come to an end. When the city was first built, the number of monsters was not endless. As long as the residents of the city could hold on for a long time, the monsters would retreat. There were tens of thousands of awakened ones. Naturally, the speed at which they killed the monsters was not slow. Under their all-out attacks, the speed at which the monsters appeared from the door of light gradually could not keep up with the speed at which they were killed. When the awakened ones saw this, they could not help but reveal a trace of joy on their faces. Some of them even began to leave their groups and moved closer to the light door. There were even awakened ones who targeted the door of light. From their point of view, as long as the door of light was destroyed, the monster would naturally be trapped behind it. The awakened's idea was not bad. However, this door of light had a form but not a physical form. No matter how fierce the attack was, it would not be able to hurt it at all. What they were doing would only be a waste of energy. After another round of intense fighting, the last monster fell to the ground, and the tragic battle to defend the city finally ended. From Tang Zhen's point of view, he could see that the newly built city was covered with corpses. Half of them were awakened ones and half of them were monsters. The scene was extremely tragic. It was just a battle to defend a level 1 city tower, yet there were already such heavy casualties. This scene was indeed beyond Tang Zhen's expectations. The reason for this was very simple. Firstly, the awakened ones were too weak. When faced with fierce monsters that attacked the city, it would usually take more than 10 people to kill them. Secondly, the awakened ones did not understand the rules of the city defense. They thought that they had to kill all the monsters to win. They did not know that as long as they held on for enough time, the monsters would retreat. Xiao Mei knew this but did not give any hints. This allowed the awakened to kill all the monsters that were attacking the city. Although they had paid a heavy price, the new city tower called Ring City had been successfully built. In the near future, it would quickly complete its upgrade from level 1 to level 9, and then directly start the plane invasion. 1409 The past. The battle at Ring City was extremely brutal. Although they won in the end, nearly 3,000 awakened ones died under the fangs and claws of the monsters. This was only the battle for the upgrade of a level 1 building. As Ring City gradually upgraded in the future, who knew how many more awakened would be killed in the wilderness? However, there were two sides to everything. Although the number of casualties in this battle was not small, there were many awakened ones who had broken through their bottlenecks and possessed higher strength. According to the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng, these awakened who had broken through were equivalent to level 1 cultivators and had officially embarked on the road of cultivation. It was not easy to achieve this. Only by doing this would they have the chance to become true cultivators of Lu Cheng. As the battle raged on, the awakened ones would gradually grow stronger and eventually become the sharp swords in the hands of Huan Cheng. From Xiao Mei's expression, it could be seen that she was very satisfied with the outcome of the battle. After comforting the depressed awakened ones, she began to carry out her duties as the city lord and got the city to operate as soon as possible. Tang Zhen had also left Ring City. He still had to make a trip to the Dream City. He was naturally very concerned about this old city with a long history. The small battleship traveled quickly. At the border of the Banished Lands, Tang Zhen saw the Dream Tower floating in the clouds. According to the Dream City Master, the border area was close to the void, which allowed the Dream City to better absorb the free energy in the void and accelerate the recovery speed of the residents. Tang Zhen stepped through the tall bronze gate and once again saw the familiar grassland and castle, as well as the residents of the Dream Tower that were made up of pure energy. They were floating on the grassland around the tower, all in a state of deep sleep. Their bodies were wrapped in 7-colored light, slowly healing their damaged bodies. Dream City Master was standing at the entrance, bowing to Tang Zhen, her face calm and peaceful. If you don't have enough origin energy, I can give you some. Don't be too embarrassed to ask. Tang Zhen glanced at the Dream City, which was emitting a heavy aura, and said in a calm tone, "Thank you for your concern, City Lord. Even though the Dream City's source reserves have been greatly consumed, it's barely enough." Lightly nodding his head, Tang Zhen looked at Dream City Master and said, "What's the connection between you and the origin of mutation? How did you fall into its trap?" City Master Meng smiled bitterly and invited Tang Zhen to sit on the chair beside her. "To be honest, I didn't know about this from the beginning until 100 years after Lusheng was sealed. I didn't realize that something was wrong, but it's a pity that I can't do anything about it." "Oh, then what's going on?" The Dream City Master took out a pot of tea and filled Tang Zhen's cup before slowly telling him about the past. As it turned out, hundreds of years ago, the Dream City belonged to another war zone. Due to its long history, it had a rather powerful strength, and it was only a matter of time before it became a continent-level city. The Dream City Master's strength was close to that of a spirit emperor, and with his race's unique talent, he had a reputation in the entire battle zone. At his level of cultivation, he would think of ways to improve his strength, hoping to reach the spiritual emperor realm as soon as possible. However, becoming a spiritual emperor wasn't an easy task. If becoming a Law King was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, then becoming a spiritual emperor was thousands of times more difficult. Countless Law Kings had been stuck at this step. In order to solve this problem, the Law Kings had tried all kinds of methods and finally concluded a shortcut, which was to sneak into a more powerful world and break through the barrier with the help of the heaven and earth energy in these worlds that far exceeded the world of Lusheng, thus achieving the goal of advancing to the spiritual emperor realm. If they were blessed, they could even obtain more resources from these worlds and advance to a higher level. However, this process wasn't as simple as they had imagined. Not to mention the difficulty of breaking through the plane's barrier, their identities alone were not tolerated by these worlds. Once they were discovered, they would inevitably be hunted down by the native powerhouses, and if they were the slightest bit careless, they would turn into ashes. Therefore, the king-level cultivators who used this method were all very careful. They were afraid that they would not be able to return. At this point, Dream City Master couldn't help but sigh. At the end of the day, it's because the warzone I'm in is too weak. It's said that the top 100 warzones can directly invade these worlds and occupy large territories for a long time. Those Law Kings don't need to sneak in at all. They all enter openly. The strong will become stronger. This is the principle. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. Compared to those powerful battlefields, the few battlefields that he knew of were not even on the stage. The gap between them was even more outrageous. In order to break through to the spiritual emperor realm, Dream City Master had once tried his best to sneak into a powerful world. However, he had spent nearly 100 years and was only one step away from becoming a spiritual emperor. Just as the Dream City Master was about to snatch a treasure and use it to break through, he accidentally exposed his identity and was chased by the native powerhouses. After a narrow escape, the seriously injured Dream City Master finally left that world. The moment he returned to the battlefield, he received the news that his city was trapped. As he was afraid that the tower would be in danger, the Dream City Master had tried every possible means to enter the dream world. In the end, he had fallen into the trap of the mutation source. After a huge battle, the heavily injured Dream City Master was sealed and could not leave easily. Fortunately, he had a backup plan and a clone that he could use. The Dream City Master that Tang Zhen had met back then was actually a clone. After completing the mission, this clone had also disappeared. As for the deal between the Dream City Master and the mutated origin, it was all related to the information about the tower. Obviously, the mutated origin had already had the idea of obtaining the world origin in this way since then. This guy even wanted to control the Dream Patroller and replace it, but he did not get his wish and had to find another way. The Holy Dragon City's invasion of the dream world was something the mutated origin could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, this was because it had already known about Tang Zhen's identity from the Dream City Lord. It was even more clear that only Tang Zhen could help it realize its dream. It could be said that from the moment he saw the Dream City Master's clone, Tang Zhen had already been involved. The Dream City Master and the mutation origin had their own goals, but they all required Tang Zhen's participation. Of course, Tang Zhen didn't suffer a loss. Not only did he obtain a large amount of the world's origin energy, but he also obtained 2 powerful fighters. This was of great help to him as he was preparing to establish a war zone. Tang Zhen faintly smiled after understanding the cause and effect. Clearly, he did not mind being schemed against. He had already taken all the advantages in this matter, so what reason did he have to be angry? On the contrary, he was very interested in the world that the Dream City Master had mentioned. After all, after he had become a spirit emperor, he had found that his strength could not continue to increase, which had been a source of distress for him. After asking the main control platform, he found out that for ordinary battlefields, the cultivation of a spiritual emperor was already the limit. If they wanted to continue to improve, they had to increase the level of the battlefields and increase the energy concentration in the battlefields. There was no other way. However, Tang Zhen felt a strong sense of powerlessness when he thought about the conditions required to upgrade the level of the war zone. The astronomical number of resources required had already frightened Tang Zhen. This was also the reason why the Dream City Lord's method was so attractive to Tang Zhen. If it was effective, Tang Zhen would head to these worlds to continue improving his strength after completing the tempering of his tower. His goal was not just to establish a battle zone, but to become one of the top-ranked existences in the 3,000 battle zones. To achieve this goal, his own strength naturally could not be too weak. In the world of Lusheng, the strong were respected. If one did not advance, one would fall back. Tang Zhen had long understood this. There was another thing that drove him to keep moving forward, and that was to uncover the hidden secrets behind the mobile phone. He found that the stronger he was, the more information he would be able to understand. Perhaps when he advanced to a higher level, he would be able to find out the true secrets hidden behind the phone. 1410 Mine. In the following chat, Tang Zhen asked about the information of those powerful worlds in detail. He gradually made up his mind and returned to Holy Dragon City. He didn't plan to leave before he finished Lu Cheng's tempering. After all, there were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. After returning to Lusheng, Tang Zhen inquired about the progress of the war in the corpse world and found that the cultivators in Lusheng had already reached the area controlled by the Spirit Brain Corpse King. Including the Bone Corroding Corpse King, 4 out of the 8 great corpse kings of the corpse race world had already been captured by the Holy Dragon City. The cultivators of the corpse race that belonged to them all fled at the mere sight of it. According to the development of this situation, it was estimated that it would not take long to reach the cave that the bone-corroding corpse king had mentioned and obtain the origin of the corpse race world. To the current Holy Dragon City, the strength of the undead world could only be considered average. It was only a matter of time before they obtained the final victory. However, there was one thing that made Tang Zhen feel puzzled. From the beginning of the invasion until now, the spiritual brain zombie king had not shown itself, and no one knew where it was hiding. Tang Zhen had always been wary of this fellow who had once invaded the world of Lusheng. There was no need to mention the other party's abilities since he was able to enter the world of Lusheng through another strange path. However, what Tang Zhen was most worried about was that he would give up everything he had and think of a way to sneak into the world of Lusheng. In this case, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if Tang Zhen wanted to search again. For a cultivator who was obsessed with research, doing this was easy. Not to mention that the Spirit Brain Corpse King's original goal was to leave the corpse race world. Now that the Holy Dragon City launched an invasion, it just happened to provide a heaven-sent opportunity. Tang Zhen would never believe that the Spirit Brain Corpse King didn't take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. At the thought of this, Tang Zhen ordered to strengthen the defense of the plain channel again to prevent the Spiritual Brain Corpse King from sneaking into the tower world. At the entrance of the corpse race's world, the huge city tower was still standing proudly. All kinds of defensive weapons were activated, completely sealing off the plane's channel. Anyone who passed through here without permission would be attacked by powerful firepower. As the war continued, there would be cultivators and cars passing by every day to transport the harvested materials back to the Holy Dragon City. About 20 kilometers away, there was a huge mine. It contained an extremely rare metal that Holy Dragon City had immediately started mining after discovering. In addition to all kinds of vehicles and machinery, there were also a large number of zombie captives in the mine, engaged in heavy mining work all day long. Although they had to work from morning to night every day, these corpse race prisoners of war didn't have many complaints. There were even very few people who fled from this place after scanning the map. The reason for this was that they could obtain food full of vitality here. At the same time, because they were close to the plane's channel, the death aura in this area had been gradually driven away, and the natural environment had undergone earth-shaking changes. The undead race captives who were affected by the death energy lived in such an environment all day long and naturally benefited a lot. Unconsciously, their appearance had become more and more normal. It could be said that the heavy work didn't make the corpse race captives feel tired, but instead, they became more and more energetic, and the pain that they had suffered from day to night gradually disappeared. With these desirable benefits, the corpse race captives wouldn't easily escape unless they had a problem with their brains. In the huge mine pit, the prisoners of war smashed the huge rocks into the size of a human head, loaded the trucks, pushed them over to the stone crusher in the distance, and poured them into it. With the sound of roaring machines, the ores were quickly crushed and then transported by conveyor belts for the prisoners to choose the ores they needed. After the high-grade ores were selected, they would be transported to the smelting area by the captives. After a series of operations, they could obtain pots of hot metal solutions. The base of the metal made from the solution would be transported to the Holy Dragon City. After further processing, it would finally become the special metal needed by the Holy Dragon City. The entire process sounded simple, but to ensure sufficient production, they needed enough manpower. Invading and plundering a world's resources was not as simple as it seemed. It required planning and cooperation from all aspects in order to obtain the most resources in the shortest amount of time. This process naturally required a lot of manpower, so every tower would try their best to get the natives to work for them. After all, their purpose was only to plunder resources, not to kill. In the busy mine, a sharp bell suddenly rang. The undead captives who were working raised their heads and began to put down their work, gathering in the nearby open space. Under the watch of the fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators, these corpse race captives were very well behaved, sitting obediently on the empty ground and waiting for their meal. It didn't take long for a group of undead captives to come over with large buckets filled with white rice and rich vegetable soup. The alluring aroma of the food made the undead captives drool. To them, these ordinary foods were comparable to heavenly treasures with magical effects. No matter how much they ate, they would never get enough. Everyone, line up. No need to fight. If that guy dares to make trouble, I'll break his legs. The ones responsible for distributing the food were also some undead race captives. Because of their excellent performance, they were assigned to this lucrative job. Compared to the captives who had a limited supply of food, they could naturally secretly keep more food to fill their stomachs. The captives who had been waiting for a long time immediately formed a long line, filled wooden plates with rice, food, and soup, sat on the ground and began to wolf down the food. Among the crowd, two corpse race captives sat together. One of them was nearly 3 meters tall and had a fierce expression. The other captive looked old and had unhealed wounds on his body. Because he was saved by a strong captive when he was bullied, the two of them had been together. "This food tastes really good," the robust captive said, "it's just that there's too little. It's not enough to fill my stomach." The old captive named Old Wu shook his head and said, "It's good enough that I let you eat it. Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" The robust captive finished his meal in a few mouthfuls and sighed, "I hope this war will last longer and I'll eat more prison food. That way, I can get rid of all the death energy in my body." Old Wu shook his head and said in a low voice, "Actually, you should be more worried about how Holy Dragon City will deal with us after the war is over. They won't kill us all, right?" When the surrounding corpse race captives heard this, a trace of confusion flashed through their eyes. It was obvious that they were also very concerned about this issue and had been on edge all day long. During this period, there were naturally some captives who tried to escape. However, the entire mine had been surrounded by an inescapable net, and the corpse race captives were also wearing special shackles, so it was no different from a fool's dream to escape. Those who didn't listen to the advice all died on the way to escape. More and more dried corpses hung around the mine, finally scaring off the captives who tried to escape. If they stayed here obediently, they might be able to live for a while longer, but if they overestimated themselves and tried to escape, they would really not be far from death. The meal time was not long, and the rest time was only about 20 minutes. Then, the corpse race prisoners began to repeat the previous work until the sun set. Standing up numbly, the corpse clan captives repeated their previous work, and the mine became noisy again. No one noticed that when the corpse race captive named Old Wu got up, he secretly glanced at the building in the distance and a faint smile appeared on his face. 1411 Escape and infiltration. When the earth was shrouded in the dark night, the captives who had been busy for the whole day finally heard the bell that signaled the end of work. Line up and hand in the tools. Whoever dares to hide them will be hanged. The corpse race cultivator in charge of supervising the work had a fierce-looking face. Perhaps it was because he had not absorbed enough vitality, but this guy's appearance was very ferocious. His fat face was full of torn wounds, from which black and red stinky oil kept dripping down. Even though he was covered in oil and his clothes were stained, he didn't care. He just kept waving the leather whip in his hand and hitting the slow prisoners. If anyone dared to resist, the whip would hit them harder. The more they resisted, the harder the whip would hit them. With the Holy Dragon City cultivators behind them, could these bastards turn the world upside down? There were many supervisors like him in the mine, all of whom were selected from prisoners of war with excellent performance. The better they performed, the more rewards they would receive. In this regard, Holy Dragon City had never been stingy. Even during the meeting, the Holy Dragon City cultivators in charge of the prisoners of war had promised that as long as they were loyal enough, they would have the opportunity to leave the corpse race world, even if it was to bring their families. To the natives of the corpse race, there was nothing more exciting than this reward. It should be known that because of the invasion of Death Chi, the creatures of the corpse race had been suffering from torture since birth. If they could get rid of this pain forever, they were willing to pay any price. With the stimulation of the generous rewards, these supervisors were quite active, as if they were putting their lives on the line. The captives hated and envied this situation, but they didn't know how many people wanted to replace it. This bunch of bastards, what's there to be arrogant about? Don't fall into my hands in the future, or I'll definitely make them regret being born. After being whipped twice because of his slow movements, the strong captive cursed in anger, but he did not dare to continue the confrontation. The previous painful lesson told him that this approach was quite irrational. Bear with it. As long as you can survive, it's better than anything else. The prisoner of war named Old Wu sighed and comforted his companion. The two of them followed the crowd to the flail wooden house to rest. After returning to their resting place, the two of them each received a portion of food. After finishing it in 2 or 3 bites, they went into the wooden house that was filled with the smell of filth. It didn't take long for snores to sound out, and the captives who had been busy the whole day fell asleep one after another. Even if some couldn't sleep, they could only lie on the ground and work hard. Otherwise, as long as they left the room, they might be killed by the patrolling drones. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the second half of the night. Only the snoring and ravings could be heard in the wooden house. A figure quietly sat up from the ground. He glanced at the strong captive beside him, who was snoring loudly, and stood up silently. A ray of light shone through the wooden house and onto the face of the dark figure. It was the prisoner of war, Old Wu, who was mixed with the strong captives and was bullied from time to time. However, he no longer had his usual cowering expression. His turbid eyes were shining with a bright light, like a hungry wolf that was about to devour someone. He raised his hand and waved it gently. A cloud of dust rose from Old Wu's hand. Then, the dust spread out like living creatures and filled the entire wooden house in an instant. It entered the captives' nostrils as they breathed. Some of the prisoners who were sleeping immediately began to snore. After inhaling the dust, as for those who were sleeping, they fell into a deeper sleep. Even lightning and thunder could not wake them up. After confirming that these guys wouldn't wake up in a short time, Old Wu slowly walked to the door of the wooden house and quietly opened the door. The moment he walked out of the room, a beam of light swept across the door of the wooden house, but there was nothing there. The glaring light shifted to the side, and a figure slowly appeared on the rough wooden door. It looked exactly the same color as the wooden door, and it was impossible to notice his existence from the front. After leaving the wooden door, Old Wu's body color began to change again. This time, it was navy blue, and the outline of his body spread out like smoke. Walking in this form in the dark night, as long as one didn't pay special attention, one wouldn't be able to find his trace. Of course, this discovery was only for the naked eye. However, for the Holy Dragon City, which had all kinds of reconnaissance and defense equipment, it was impossible to escape the mine under the cover of the night. At the highest point of the mine, there was a tower-like building that monitored the entire mine at all times. As long as there was any suspicious target, it would immediately trigger a harsh alarm. Old Wu had stayed in the mine for a while and had long figured out the defense deployment here. He had also found a way to avoid these detection means. Taking his time, he took out a special cloak and put it on. Old Wu's figure immediately disappeared from the surveillance device, and he walked unhurriedly to the Holy Dragon City cultivator's residence. More than 10 minutes later, Old Wu stopped at the door of a wooden house. He reached out his finger and picked at the lock, and the lock inside suddenly retracted. Old Wu walked into the room silently and put away the armor on the table before slowly exiting the room. Half an hour later, Old Wu, wearing the Holy Dragon City's standard armor, appeared at the entrance of the plains channel. After looking around, he quietly hid in a corner. After waiting silently for about 2 hours, more than a dozen cars drove out of Lucheng and went straight to the plain channel. Old Wu, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly jumped into the last car and got into the driver's seat like a ghost. He knocked out the cultivator in charge of driving the car and then continued driving. At the same time, Old Wu also threw a ball of mucus on the unconscious pilot's face. After more than 10 seconds, the solidified mucus was sucked over and covered his face. At this moment, Old Wu's appearance was exactly the same as the unconscious pilot. Even his body shape had become extremely similar. At first glance, it was impossible to notice anything unusual. Immediately after, Old Wu covered the driver with the cloak. This way, not only did it cover his body, but it also blocked the detection of the equipment. The convoy continued to move forward. Although Old Wu's movements were a little rusty at the beginning, it only took her about 10 seconds to become skilled, and she followed closely behind the convoy. It didn't take long for the convoy to arrive at the entrance of the plains channel and undergo a comprehensive inspection. Although the Holy Dragon City's storage equipment was already common, some items could not be transported using the storage equipment at all, such as special animals and some plants that would die once they entered the storage space. These items could only be transported by vehicles. Ever since the invasion of the undead race, similar transportation work had never stopped. To the Holy Dragon City's researchers, any object from the other world was of great value. They would never let go of any opportunity to obtain such an object. With a beep, the entire convoy was scanned from top to bottom, including the driver's identity information. Immediately after, the two Holy Dragon City cultivators checked the driver's seat of the car, then nodded to their companion not far away. "No problem, let them in." A Holy Dragon City cultivator removed the roadblock, and the convoy continued to move forward. Old Wu, who was at the back of the line, stuffed the unconscious driver's arm under his cloak and started the car to move forward. The world of Lusheng, I'm here again. Old Wu looked at the plains channel in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. 1412 The mysterious young man's knowledge. 1. A new day had arrived, and Holy Dragon City was once again noisy. On the wide and straight street, automatic cleaners flew by quickly, putting the garbage on the ground into the storage space of the vehicles, and then sent it to the garbage dump for central treatment. With the existence of this kind of sweeper, the city cleaning work that gave people a headache became easy, simple and fast. The street that had been cleaned was unusually clean. The various plants on both sides of the road were in a competition of beauty and novelty. Together with the various tall metal buildings on both sides of the street, it made people feel like they were swimming in a painting. Every person who had just arrived in Holy Dragon City would be attracted by the beautiful scenery here. In their eyes, heaven was nothing more than this. Although the war was raging outside, for the ordinary residents of Holy Dragon City, the war would not affect their daily lives too much. They only needed to quietly stay in the rear and do their own jobs. Beautiful, peaceful, rich, powerful. Holy Dragon City had all the ideal living conditions. The outsiders from other places lingered around, eager to have the opportunity to join this dream city and live the happy life they had always dreamed of. In a park full of gorgeous flowers in the city, a group of tourists from the original world was sightseeing. They looked at the metal buildings of various shapes in amazement and took pictures with their mobile phones and cameras. Their faces were full of joy. Not far away, there were also merchants from all over the continent, wandering around the park that looked like a paradise. "Look at that tower. It's probably 500 or 600 meters tall. I really want to go up and take a look." "If you want to go, then go. There's enough time anyway, and it's open to tourists. I heard that the scenery of Pearl Lake is very beautiful, but it's a pity that it's located in the inner city and ordinary tourists are forbidden from entering." "What a pity. If we can't see it, then so be it. There are so many scenic spots in the Holy Dragon City anyway. It's impossible for us to see all of them." After the tourists discussed for a while, They used their mobile phones to summon a hovercar that would be on call and headed to the location they had just discussed. On a bench under a big tree not far away, a tall young man was sitting. He was holding a Holy Dragon City travel guide in his hand, reading it very seriously under the light and shadow of the tree. There were some fresh-looking fruits placed beside him. While the young man was reading, he would put the fruits in his mouth from time to time and take a bite. At the same time, his face revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. This fruit is filled with the power of vitality. It's simply a supreme delicacy in the world. The fragrance remains in my mouth, making me intoxicated. The young man exclaimed in admiration. He slowly closed the book in his hand and got up to walk slowly on the street. The sun was shining high in the sky, and the fragrance of flowers drifted in the air. The sunlight that shone on one's body made one's skin feel a little itchy. The young man seemed to like this feeling very much, and his face was filled with enjoyment. As he walked, the young man suddenly stopped and stared at a construction site that was blocked by the road. His sight seemed to be able to see through the obstacles and see the scenery inside. The content of the book really interested him, so the young man stopped by the roadside for a long time. If one were to look from the sky, they would see a huge building rising from the ground. However, other than a few Holy Dragon City residents, there were no construction workers at the construction site. There were only patches of squirming lights that kept flashing. The metal construction bugs were responsible for the construction at the construction site. Under Tang Zhen's cultivation, regardless of the cost, the number of these metal bugs increased and the buildings built by them became stronger and more exquisite, almost no different from art. So that's how those exquisite metal buildings came about. Tisk, 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 it's really wonderful. The young man sighed and walked away from the construction site reluctantly, heading for his next target. After walking for a while, the young man came to a huge building that looked like a flower. He walked up along the passage inside the stem and reached a platform that looked exactly like the wide flower leaf. The platform was filled with white chairs and parasols. Many customers sat there, enjoying the garden-like scenery while tasting the sweet and delicious drinks and food. They were extremely satisfied. Among these customers, there were cultivators on vacation, tourists from the original world, and gold diggers from the Three Empires. Although many of them had strong cultivation, they were just ordinary customers. The young man found a table and sat down. Soon, an orc girl in a cute maid uniform came over and handed the holographic order board to the young man. She asked the young man what he needed in a sweet voice. "Give me a glass of fresh fruit juice and a plate of fried steak, thank you." The orc girl told him to wait for a while and turned to get the food. The young man looked at the scenery below in a daze. It didn't take long for the orc girl to bring the food over. Just as she was about to leave, the young man stopped her. "If you're not busy, can you answer a question of mine?" The orc girl nodded her head and wagged her tail. "Are you and your companions also residents of Holy Dragon City?" The young man pointed at the other orc girls and asked with a smile. "We've only been here for a few months, so we're not residents here yet. If we want to be residents, we'll have to stay here for more than 10 years. The orc girl's pronunciation was a little strange. It was obvious that she had just learned the language, so she was not very familiar with it. "I see. How are you doing in Holy Dragon City?" Hearing the young man's question, the orc girl immediately smiled and said, "It's great here. It's so beautiful that it's like a dream. The residents here don't discriminate against us. It's much better than my hometown." "Where's your hometown? Is it another world?" "My family is in the Orc Alliance. Because we couldn't survive the famine, the whole village decided to follow the caravan here." When the orc girl said this, she showed a look of relief and said in a cheerful voice, "Before we came, everyone was full of worries, not knowing if we could fill our stomachs here. In the end, when we arrived at Holy Dragon City, we realized that this place is like heaven." The young man looked into the orc girl's eyes. After confirming that she was not lying, he smiled and nodded in thanks. "Thank you for the trouble." After the orc girl left, the young man tasted the delicious food, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. After finishing all the food that was served, the young man paid the bill and left, continuing to the next location. As the young man got closer to the inner city, the people on the streets became more and more crowded. The faces of various races gathered together as they walked between the buildings that were filled with technology and mystery. It was a scene that would definitely be unforgettable. On a beautiful street, there was even a team from the original world shooting a movie. It was said that the producers had spent a lot of effort to get the qualification to come to the Lusheng world to shoot. After watching the performances of the top actors from the original world for a while, the young man continued to move forward and went straight to the Myriad World Mall. If the tourists who had been to the Holy Dragon City did not visit the Myriad World Mall, it would definitely be a wasted trip. Even if they could not afford most of the goods here, they could at least broaden their horizons and have the capital to brag to others in the future. 1413 Spiritual Brain Zombie King 1. Following the dense crowd, the young man walked into the entrance of the Myriad World Mall. As soon as they entered the mall, they were greeted by a loud noise. There were people everywhere, shuttling between the streets above and underground. It was like a world in the water. The young man looked at the scene in front of him seriously, his face full of surprise. After a moment of silence, he began to explore with the flow of people. The current Myriad World Mall was no longer a single plaza. It was divided into 5 levels, each level having a rather large area, accommodating merchants from Holy Dragon City and other planes. What made people feel inadequate was that other than the residents of the Holy Dragon City and tourists from the original world, there were only a few dozen tourists from other worlds. They also had another identity, and that was the dimensional merchants of the Myriad World Mall. Although these dimensional merchants would also participate in the procurement, compared to the huge shopping center, this source of customers was not worth mentioning at all. This matter had long attracted Tang Zhen's attention. It was also one of the problems that gave him an extreme headache. The purpose of building a city was to invade and plunder, to obtain the most resources in the shortest time and most direct way. In the end, what was left was mostly a world full of holes. On the other hand, the Myriad World Mall was in a non-aggression mode. It used commercial exchange or resources to make each other benefit and become stronger. The two models were completely opposite, yet they both appeared in Holy Dragon City. Each one was extremely important to Holy Dragon City's development. This caused Tang Zhen to not know how to choose. The value of the new world to the tower was needless to say. It usually meant a rich source of power income. However, if they launched an invasion directly, they would lose the opportunity to make a long-term profit. It could only be considered a one-time deal. Of course, this situation would only happen now. When the Holy Dragon City was strong enough and had enough reserves of the world's origin to operate, they could put in the effort to search for more new worlds and build interdimensional teleportation portals so that tourists from other worlds would come in waves. The existence of the dimensional merchants had already proven that only by doing this could the normal development of the Myriad World Mall be guaranteed. In truth, Tang Zhen had already been paying attention to this new world. Once he encountered a suitable target, he would definitely spare no effort to try it out and accumulate some experience for his future actions. Of course, for ordinary tourists, this kind of thing did not need to be considered at all. They would only be intoxicated by the bustling scene of the mall and would not leave for a long time. The young man wandered around the shops on both sides of the street, browsing through all kinds of products in the mall. From time to time, he would buy 1 or 2 items and put them in the pockets of the merchants. Unknowingly, the young man had reached the end of the street. He then stepped into the short-distance teleportation array and entered another level of the Myriad World Mall. Compared to the previous area, there were much fewer people on this floor. The reason for this situation was that the entrance area mostly sold miscellaneous goods. The prices were not very high and could be used by ordinary people. It was the most attractive thing for tourists. The area where the young man was currently located basically sold weapons and equipment, so most of the people who came here were cultivators. Ordinary people would at most take a look out of curiosity. If they were to really pay for it, there were really few people who could afford such a huge sum of money. As he walked along the wide street, he kept looking at the surrounding shops. He then casually walked into a shop that was decorated in an ancient style. There were only a few customers in the shop, browsing through the products on the counter and chatting with the saleswoman from time to time. After seeing the young man enter, a female shop assistant came forward and asked with a smile what he needed. The young man pointed to an item on the counter and asked the salesgirl to take it out and take a look. He then said to the salesgirl, "Please tell me, how do I use this thing?" This is a remote control device used for reconnaissance. When used together with 1 or several mini drones, it can transmit the captured images to the display screen. For low-level cultivators, this is definitely a rare auxiliary reconnaissance equipment. It wasn't the salesgirl who spoke, but a man's voice behind the young man. Slowly turning around, the young man glanced at the man behind him, his pupils slightly shrinking, and then he nodded gently. It's a good thing, but I can't use it, of course. To you, this kind of equipment should be just a small toy. Tang Zhen had an indifferent expression. The tone of his voice was as though he was speaking to an acquaintance, not entirely. Although this thing is small, there are many things worth studying. You guys call it technology, right? It is indeed a wonderful knowledge. The young man handed the goods in his hand to the female shop assistant and smiled at Tang Zhen. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. City Lord Tang is indeed powerful. This is my territory. It's normal to find you. You're the one who's powerful. You know, I almost died in your hands. That's what I call amazing. City Lord Tang's strength has improved to such an extent in just a dozen years. I can't help but be impressed. Tang Zhen smiled. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. I've prepared some tea. Please come with me and have a taste. Please. The young man nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them disappeared at the same time, leaving the salesgirl standing there in a daze. In the Holy Dragon City's inner city, the Pearl Lake was sparkling, and the fragrance of tea rose in the pavilion by the lake. A cup of tea was placed in front of Tang Zhen. The young man opposite him was lost in thought as he looked at the lake. The atmosphere appeared to be a little silent. After a long while, the young man regained his senses and smiled apologetically at Tang Zhen. I've been in the world of the corpse race for a long time. It's been a long time since I've seen such a clear and clean lake. I can't help but be a little absent-minded. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, City Lord Tang. It's fine. In fact, when I first arrived in the other world, I was also shocked by the scenery I had never seen before. Although it was only a barren land, it didn't affect my mood at that time. City Lord Tang, are you talking about the wildlands? The young man's eyes revealed a trace of doubt as he continued, if I'm not wrong, this should not be that land. I wonder what happened in the past few years. The wildlands no longer exists. Other than Holy Dragon City, all the other buildings in the war zone have been reduced to ruins. It has now become a paradise for monsters. Tang Zhen used an unhurried tone to narrate the events of that time, causing the young man to be endlessly shocked. I wouldn't have known if I didn't hear it. So, this kind of thing happened. The young man sighed with emotion. Apparently, this incident had made him understand another world. He also knew that there were countless powerful existences in this world who could destroy a war zone in such a short time. The young man asked about the relationship between Lu Cheng and the war zone, and then fell into silence. A long time later, the young man raised his head, looked at Tang Zhen and said, I still have a question. How are you going to deal with the world of the undead, City Lord Tang? Do you want to plunder and leave a mess behind, or do you want to obtain greater benefits? Tang Zhen looked at the young man when he heard this and indifferently said, before that, I would like to ask, what do you think, Your Excellency? The spirit brain corpse king sitting opposite him sighed and said with a trace of helplessness, City Lord Tang should be clear by now that I invaded the world of Lusheng in order to find a life force for the living beings of my corpse race to avoid the disaster of extinction. Now that the Holy Dragon City is invading the corpse race's world, it might seem like a disaster, but if you look at it from another angle, isn't this also an opportunity? An opportunity for us, the living beings of the corpse race, to escape our tragic fate. When the spirit brain corpse king said this, it looked at Tang Zhen with a very serious gaze and said, if City Lord Tang is willing to let my people live and let them enter your land, I will help you deal with the golden armored corpse emperor who has occupied the origin of this world. I don't care if you kill me. Tang Zhen was stunned. Before this, he had never thought that the spirit brain corpse king would actually say such words. 1414 Heading to the crypt 1. The spiritual brain corpse king had obviously prepared itself before coming here, which was why it was so calm at this moment. He knew that if Tang Zhen wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape death even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Since he would die either way, he might as well take this opportunity to do something meaningful. It would also be good to use this opportunity to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Seeing that Tang Zhen was silent, the spiritual brain corpse king sighed and continued, since City Lord Tang wants to build a new war zone, it's naturally a time when we need people. Although the world of the corpse race isn't big, we have at least millions of brave warriors. If they are used to conquer other worlds, they will definitely be a rare force. If City Lord Tang is worried, you can distribute the people of my corpse clan to the various towers and then send people to monitor them. This way, even if someone has ill intentions, they will not be able to succeed. The Spirit Brain Corpse King's tone had a trace of excitement, as if he was afraid that Tang Zhen wouldn't accept his conditions. He continued, "Please consider the big picture, City Lord Tang. Don't miss a good opportunity for Holy Dragon City to develop and grow because of the enmity between you and me." Looking at the emotional Spirit Brain Corpse King, Tang Zhen couldn't help but laugh and softly said, "Sir, you think too much. The enmity between you and me is really nothing. It's just a temporary struggle for benefits. How can I ignore the overall situation because of this? You're right, I do need a lot of manpower after the war zone is established. It would be the biggest mistake if I let go of the corpse race cultivators. I can promise to give your corpse race a place to live and even give you the right to build a city. It's just that this matter has both advantages and disadvantages. It's a rare opportunity for your corpse race, but at the same time, it's also a shackle that you can't get rid of. With the Tower City, your corpse race can be safe for at least 1,000 years. However, you'll no longer have any peace and quiet, and you'll have endless wars for the rest of your life. At the same time, you'll be under the surveillance of the war zone. If you dare to have any ill intentions, your entire race will be exterminated in an instant." Looking at the serious-looking Tang Zhen, the Spiritual Brain Corpse King nodded. To be able to obtain Tang Zhen's promise, the purpose of the Spiritual Brain Corpse King's trip had been completely achieved. Although he would have to live under someone else's roof in the future, it was far better than waiting for death in a world that was about to be destroyed. As for how Tang Zhen would deal with him, the Spiritual Brain Corpse King didn't care at all. The long years of comprehension had made him indifferent to life and death. Moreover, judging from Tang Zhen's tone just now, he didn't have any intention of killing him. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? He just had to go with the flow. In fact, the Spiritual Brain Corpse King didn't like war and killing, but loved research and exploration. He rarely dealt with government affairs in the corpse world, and most of the time was in his own laboratory. Although he had only walked around the Holy Dragon City once, the novelty of this place had amazed the Spirit Brain Corpse King. There were many things that he had never heard of, and the knowledge and technology contained in them made his heart itch. If he could choose, the Spiritual Brain Corpse King really hoped that he could learn it systematically and figure out the principles contained in these items. Tang Zhen didn't know what the Spirit Brain Corpse King was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely throw him into the group of researchers. An old monster who was proficient in runic magic circles and had even used a special method to invade the world of Lusheng, together with a group of guys with strange holes in their brains, might come up with something that would make people's jaws drop. As for how to deal with the Spirit Brain Corpse King, Tang Zhen actually had a plan in his heart, but that was only the previous arrangement. But now that the other party took the initiative to come to his door, Tang Zhen's original plan had to be changed. Since he had surrendered himself, he naturally had to be dealt with leniently. Tang Zhen was not an open-minded and selfless person. However, he knew how to give and take. How could he abandon the city's future development because of some personal grudges back then? A dead Spirit Brain Corpse King naturally didn't have any value in being alive. Not to mention, with Tang Zhen's current strength, he wasn't afraid of being unable to suppress this guy. After getting Tang Zhen's promise, the Spirit Brain Corpse King's heart calmed down, and then it talked to Tang Zhen about the Golden Armored Corpse Emperor. It turned out that since the failure of the last exploration of the world's origin, the Spiritual Brain Corpse King had been paying attention to this matter and trying to find a way to solve it. However, the Spiritual Brain Corpse King knew very well that he was no match for the Golden Armored Corpse Emperor alone, and it would take a long time to finish him off. Therefore, he had begun to plan since a long time ago. Because of the restriction of the world's origin, the Golden Armored Corpse Emperor couldn't leave the world's origin at all, which also gave the Spiritual Brain Corpse King the opportunity to set up a special runic magic circle near the cave. The function of this array was to extract the power of the origin. As time passed, it would be enough to weaken the Golden Armored Corpse Emperor's strength. This plan had been carried out for a long time, and now it was beginning to see results. So even if the Holy Dragon City did not launch an invasion, the Spirit Brain Corpse King would find time to join forces with the 7 Great Corpse Kings and launch another attack on the Golden Armored Corpse Emperor. This was naturally a good thing for Tang Zhen. He had planned to kill the Golden Armored Corpse Emperor, but now that his opponent's strength had been weakened, it would be easier to kill him. Since the matter of the Spiritual Brain Corpse King had been resolved, there was no need for the two sides to continue the war. At this thought, Tang Zhen gave the order to stop the war. Then, he informed the Blood River King and the others to head to the corpse race world with the spiritual brain Corpse King. The small battleship passed through the plain channel and headed straight for the territory of the spirit brain Corpse King. Along the way, they could see patches of scorched earth and cities occupied by the Holy Dragon City cultivators from time to time. Along the way, there were also drones that appeared from time to time, but after confirming the identity of the small warships, they all passed by. The small battleship finally stopped in a wilderness area with strange rocks. The rocks here were erected like sharp swords, black and shiny like obsidian. The surface was full of potholes and weathering, and the edge of the area was as sharp as a blade. After the small battleship stopped on the open ground, Tang Zhen, Blood River King, and the others slowly walked out and casually looked around. From the surface, other than the dangerous terrain, there was no sign of the existence of the world's origin. One must know that under normal circumstances, even if the location of the world's origin was not a paradise, it would definitely not be so desolate. However, if they knew that the origin of the world had been occupied by the golden-armored corpse emperor, then the current situation had a reasonable explanation. Obviously, under the influence of the golden-armored corpse emperor, the origin of the world that should have nourished all things had completely changed, and it was not an exaggeration to call it poison. In other worlds, this kind of abnormality would be easily discovered, but in this world that had been filled with death energy, this abnormality was very common and would not attract too much attention. The sound of flying machines came from the sky. Bone Emperor and Silver Wing Emperor had arrived one after another. They had been fighting in the corpse world and had rushed here as soon as they received Tang Zhen's order. Is there anything we need to pay attention to? If not, we'll go down now. Tang Zhen turned his head and glanced at the spiritual brain Corpse King beside him. After seeing the other party shake his head, he first walked towards a cliff at the bottom of the mountain peak. Although it looked ordinary on the surface, in fact, it was the spiritual brain Corpse King that had covered it up to prevent people from entering by mistake. After confirming that the world's origin was here, Tang Zhen naturally saw the flaw with a glance. Blood River King and the others followed closely behind. In addition, there were more than 30 king-level cultivators, all elites that had been urgently recruited. The spiritual brain Corpse King waved its hand and the runic magic circle covering the entrance was broken. Then, a dark cave entrance appeared in front of everyone. The hiding place of the world's origin might not have a passage, but there were creatures attracted by it that kept approaching. After a long time, some winding passages slowly appeared. Tang Zhen and the rest used their spiritual energy to sense the surroundings. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, they headed straight into the depths of the crypt. 1415 The strange crystal channel. 1. The walls of the deep cave were smooth and flat, as if someone had deliberately polished them. Even the protruding areas were unusually round, and even had the luster of jade. The dull air was mixed with a faint rancid smell. Wisps of black gas appeared in front of everyone's eyes, like slippery eels, shuttling back and forth on the ground and walls. This was the power of vitality that was overflowing from the world's origin. It was originally extremely beneficial to living beings, and ordinary people could extend their longevity by just a trace. However, in a situation where it had already changed, this thing was the most terrifying poison. Even a tiny bit of it could cause one to lose their life. To ordinary living beings, this was a terrifying forbidden land with no chance of survival. The mutated life force constantly wandered around Tang Zhen and the others. It was obvious that it was trying to enter their bodies. However, every time it got close to Tang Zhen and the others, there would be a flash of lightning in the void, turning the mutated life force into ashes. At the same time, anguished wails constantly rang out in his ears. It was clear that these mutated life force creatures had intelligence and were definitely not dead. As if they had realized how powerful Tang Zhen and the others were, the mutated life force quickly gathered together and quickly formed a fist-sized sphere. It looked densely packed and kept dancing in front of everyone while letting out a woo-woo howl. "You're too noisy." Lord Blood River, who was walking behind Tang Zhen, raised his eyebrows and shouted. Then, he saw that the passage in front of him was filled with a blood-red light that rushed into the depths of the cave like mercury. A series of screams rang out. The fist-sized mutated origin energy was swept away by the blood light and disappeared in an instant. After doing all this, Blood River King smiled contentedly. He clearly enjoyed the quiet atmosphere. Tang Zhen laughed and continued to walk forward. His speed had faintly increased. After walking for a few more kilometers, the spiritual brain corpse king suddenly said, "There is an underground cave in front. There are all kinds of monsters transformed by the golden armored zombie emperor. Although they are not very powerful, there are a lot of them." Tang Zhen nodded and took the lead to walk out of the tunnel. As expected, an underground space that was created by the gods appeared in front of him. Perhaps it was the influence of the origin energy, but all the strange-looking plants and minerals here glowed naturally, making this place look like a bright galaxy, making people feel like they had fallen into a paradise. However, there was a terrifying danger hidden within this beautiful scenery. Just as Tang Zhen's group appeared, countless blood-colored eyes suddenly appeared. They slowly squirmed within the dark light. Sha sha, shattering sounds continuously rang out as they continuously approached the location of Tang Zhen's group. Tang Zhen indifferently swept his eyes over them as he smiled and said, "There are quite a number of monsters here. There are at least 10,000 of them. I'm afraid it'll be a little troublesome to clear them out. Due to the influence of the world's origin, the monsters hidden here were not weak. They were basically at the Lord tier level, and it would take some effort to clean them up. Of course, it would merely waste some time. It would be a little difficult to stop and harm Tang Zhen and the others. City Lord, just leave it to me. Let's go." Bone Emperor suddenly said. He walked to Tang Zhen, squatted down, and punched the ground with both fists. Boom! After a muffled sound, the sound of rolling gravel came from the ground in front of them. Then, countless skeletons crawled out of the ground, waving their broken weapons and rushing toward the monsters. The sound of roaring and running erupted in an instant, reverberating continuously in the underground space. The chaotic sounds caused Tang Zhen to frown slightly. He waved his hand and formed a mental energy barrier in front of him, immediately isolating the noisy noise. Due to the appearance of the skeleton soldiers, the hidden monsters had already surged out from the darkness. There were zombies that were dead but not rotten, animals that were completely rotten, and even some spiritual monsters in energy form. They were entangled with the white skeletons, and the scene was strange and intense. This scene was like being in a huge celestial coliseum, looking down at all kinds of monsters fighting. Perhaps it was because these monsters were too strong, but in just a few minutes of battle, the large number of skeleton soldiers were actually at a disadvantage. They were torn apart and trampled by the monsters, and bone fragments and powder were flying everywhere. Bone King snorted coldly, and the power of law filled the entire underground space. Then, the broken bones gathered together, and hundreds of huge bone cultivators quickly took shape. These white bone cultivators actually had the strength of a 3-star horde leader. Coupled with their huge bodies, when they waved their white bone giant hammers, they were like excavators, smashing everything that blocked their way. The monsters that had the upper hand were howling in pain. Under the attack of the white bone hammer, they were instantly turned into meat paste and were driven to a corner of the underground space. After another round of violent attacks, the monsters' roars became weaker and weaker, until it completely disappeared. "Haha, Bone Emperor, you've gotten much stronger." Tang Zhen removed the soundproof barrier and smiled at the Bone Emperor. "Compared to the City Lord, my methods are just a small matter." Bone Emperor gave a silly smile and stepped aside. Then, he waved his hand, and the cultivators immediately collapsed and disappeared into the ground. After passing through the underground cave full of flesh and blood, a crystal-like passage appeared. The blood of the slain monsters was slowly flowing in. For some unknown reason, the crystal-like object could actually absorb the blood, and then spread to the depths like meridians. Although they didn't see anything unusual, everyone felt that there was something wrong with this thing. "What the hell is this?" Tang Zhen sensed for a moment and turned to look at the spirit brain corpse king, but he saw that he also shook his head slightly and asked in confusion, "The last time I came here, I didn't have this crystal passage, so I don't know what it's used for. Since that's the case, it's best for everyone to be careful." Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when he flicked his hand and threw out a cluster of flames. Not only did it incinerate the fresh blood that continued to flow, but it also split off a wisp of flame and charged into the crystal tunnel. Just as the flame entered the tunnel, it suddenly split into a dozen fireballs. They seemed to burn the cave at the same time, but they did not interfere with each other. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen and the spirit brain corpse king looked at each other, their eyes revealing a look of realization. He took out a miniature drone from his storage dimension and threw it into the crystal channel. As a result, the original signal connection was cut off as soon as the drone entered the channel. He turned to look at Blood River King, who was shaking his head. It was obvious that his spiritual power detection had been blocked. I didn't expect the crystal passage to have such a function. It seems that we have to split up. After Tang Zhen said this, he reminded everyone, this crystal tunnel can lead to more than a dozen different spaces, and the golden armored corpse emperor is obviously hiding in one of them. As for where the other tunnels lead to, we can't be sure. We'll split into 4 groups later. I'll be in one group with the spirit brain corpse king, and you guys will be in 3 groups. Each group will be led by a law king. If he encountered the golden armored zombie emperor, he shouldn't act rashly and should attack after he was sure of his victory. If you can't meet the golden armored corpse emperor and you're in danger, try to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. He turned to look at the spiritual brain corpse king, and the other party nodded. The 2 of them then stepped into the crystal channel. Blood River King and the others immediately split into 3 groups and entered the crystal passage. 1416 The crystal world. The Tang Zhen duo had just entered the crystal tunnel when they felt the light in their surroundings fluctuate. The entrance had already disappeared. The 2 of them didn't care about this change at all. It was obvious that they had already guessed this. Whether it was Tang Zhen or the spirit brain corpse king, both of them had a deep understanding of the space law. Although the golden armored corpse emperor's methods were strange, it felt like he was showing off his skills in front of an expert. As a matter of fact, Tang Zhen had already sensed it when he entered the passage and quickly chose the passage that the golden armored corpse emperor might be hiding in. As for the random teleportation, it no longer had much of an impact on Tang Zhen. Although he was full of confidence, Tang Zhen still discovered some spatial law manipulation methods that he had never come into contact with. They seemed to have nothing to do with the corpse race world. The golden armored corpse emperor was not as simple as it looked, and it was obviously hiding some secrets. Tang Zhen sized up the surrounding environment and discovered that he was not in a crystal passage. Instead, he was in a transparent and flawless crystal world that was very similar to a mirror. The area here was vast and boundless, and the ground was so bright that one could see a person on it. From time to time, huge crystals could be seen floating in the sky. It looked like a paradise, and when he used his spiritual power to sense it, there was actually no end to it. This golden armored corpse emperor is really just a corpse. King Lord, from the way things are arranged here, his strength seems to be more than this. Tang Zhen had a trace of doubt in his heart, and asked the spirit brain corpse king after thinking for a while. To tell you the truth, I'm also thinking about this. Maybe the golden armored corpse emperor is not as simple as we think, or maybe the information we've collected before is wrong. Looking at the huge space around them, the spirit brain corpse king said in a serious tone, even with the help of the origin of the world, it's impossible for the golden armored corpse emperor to build such a real independent space. I don't think even the city lord can do it. This is actually a small world. It's connected through special means, not a world built with origin energy. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head upon hearing this. He indicated that he was indeed powerless. This was because this was a true method of creation. Other than the main control platform, Tang Zhen really did not know what other existence could do it. As for how the spirit brain corpse king saw through the doppelganger he used, Tang Zhen didn't care at all. Everyone had some hidden abilities, and there was no need to investigate further. Besides, even if he relied on his avatar, Tang Zhen was enough to crush the spirit brain corpse king. After all, there was a natural chasm between the 2 of them, and it was impossible to rely on schemes and intrigues to offset it. Seeing Tang Zhen nod and admit, spirit brain corpse king suppressed the shock in his heart and continued, now that I think about it, I feel that there are too many coincidences for the golden armored corpse emperor to appear. He was severely injured and dying at that time, so how could he have entered the hiding place of the world's origin by accident? Also, how did he know how to merge with the origin of the world, and even gradually control the power of the origin, filling the whole world with the aura of death, and turning all living beings into the walking dead under his control? If he could do this by himself, then I have to admit that the golden armored corpse emperor's wisdom can only be described as monstrous. At this point, the spiritual brain corpse king sneered, but according to my investigation, this golden armored corpse emperor was just a brainless brute. Otherwise, his family wouldn't have been destroyed by his enemies. So, the golden armored corpse emperor must have had some kind of opportunity to master these techniques and use them before his death, which led to the current situation. The spiritual brain corpse king nodded. That was what he was thinking. Sure enough, it seems that we might get an unexpected surprise this time. Tang Zhen sensed the aura in the surroundings. He extended his hand and pointed to the misty area in front and said, "The answer might be hidden there." "Let's go." Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when he flew in the direction he had pointed at like lightning. The spirit brain corpse king hesitated for a moment and immediately followed. The distance didn't seem far, but the two of them flew for a full half an hour before they reached the edge of the cloud. This white cloud seemed to be moving slowly under the guidance of some kind of force. Although he couldn't see what was inside from the outside, Tang Zhen knew that the golden armored corpse emperor was definitely hiding inside. Tang Zhen glanced at the spirit brain corpse king behind him and stepped in first. His body was immediately wrapped in thick fog. The spiritual brain corpse king followed closely behind, but at this moment, the space changed, and the two separated by the fog actually went in different directions. Tang Zhen frowned and turned to look at the spirit brain corpse king, but he found that he had already disappeared. When he used his spiritual power to sense, he found that the mist actually had the effect of isolating detection, and disappeared within 100 meters. Interesting. Although the spirit brain corpse king had disappeared, Tang Zhen's footsteps didn't have any hesitation as he continued to walk towards the depths of the thick fog. This time, he had only taken 100 steps before he saw dozens of white figures rushing out of the thick fog toward him. These white figures seemed to be made of clouds. Their bodies were as white as snow, and their auras were comparable to king-level cultivators. If one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't be able to see their traces. The only thing that was different from the clouds and mist was their eyes that flickered with a cold glint. They were unwaveringly staring at Tang Zhen. "You came just in time." Tang Zhen coldly laughed. The soul-devouring saber that he had not used for a long time appeared in his hand as he raised his hand and slashed it toward the opposite side. The blade whistled, and the thick clouds were swept away, slashing the enemies in front of it into pieces. The black flames of the soul-devouring saber wrapped around the remains and instantly burned it to nothing. After killing the enemy in front of him, Tang Zhen continued to move forward as if he didn't put the other enemies in his eyes at all. Every time an enemy's attack arrived, he would only slightly dodge and the soul-devouring saber in his hand would split the enemy into two. He attacked as he walked. In just a few breaths, Tang Zhen had charged out of the enemy's blockade. However, immediately after, more cloud mist monsters appeared. Snake, tiger, dragon, they continuously attacked Tang Zhen. After killing all of these monsters, Tang Zhen walked for a distance before he suddenly stopped and looked at the ground not far away. The spirit brain corpse king was covered in wounds and was sitting on the ground to rest. After seeing Tang Zhen walking towards him, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "How are your injuries? Can you continue to advance?" The cultivators formed by the clouds were all king level, and there were many of them. The fact that the spirit brain corpse king was able to survive was enough to prove that he was not weak. "It's fine. I want to see the golden armored corpse emperor again and see what it looks like now." A hint of ferocity flashed across the face of the spirit brain corpse king. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some trump cards, he might have lost his life here just now. However, the various accidents that had happened after entering the cave had already ignited the anger in his heart. He had planned for many years and thought that he could weaken the strength of the golden armored corpse emperor, but in fact, his strength had increased by more than one level. This feeling of being slapped in the face made the spirit brain corpse king very unhappy. No matter what, he was a big shot of a realm, and he had just lost face in front of the boss he had just joined. Naturally, he had to get back his face. Seeing that the spirit brain corpse king insisted on following, Tang Zhen didn't stop it, but got up and continued to move forward. This time, there were no random things that appeared. After walking for a few kilometers, the thick fog in front of them finally dissipated. At the same time, a huge crystal building complex appeared in front of Tang Zhen. These buildings were also suspended in the air and looked well arranged. A crystal staircase connected to the central square, and colorful clouds constantly flew in the air. It was like a paradise in the jade pool. There seemed to be a golden figure sitting in the magnificent hall at the end of the square. He was like an emperor of the human world as he coldly watched Tang Zhen and his partner. 1417 The golden armored corpse emperor's body was possessed. Just as the tall figure in the large hall was looking at Tang Zhen also followed his gaze and looked over. His eyes collided with the other parties. It was a pair of extremely clear eyes, which should have appeared on the face of a child whose heart was not covered in dust. Only those who were full of curiosity about everything in the world and had a heart as pure as water would have such a clear gaze. However, If one looked closely, one would discover that there were many more things hidden behind those clear eyes. He was like a wise man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He seemed to be tired of watching the clouds rise and fall. He was no longer afraid of the fame and fortune in the world. That was why he could let go of everything and have such a detached and free gaze. However, Tang Zhen didn't believe everything that was conveyed through his eyes. He subconsciously thought that it was a lie. This was because it wasn't an extremely difficult thing for an advanced cultivator to hide the emotions contained in his eyes. The most difficult thing to let go of in this world was the hatred for fame and fortune. The golden armored corpse emperor's family had been destroyed, and he had died with grievances. Before he died, he must have been extremely angry. Perhaps it was because of this strong resentment that he had contaminated the origin of the world, which led to the corpse clan's world becoming what it was today. Such a bitter and vengeful fellow would never have such clear eyes. Perhaps, this kind of judgment was too arbitrary. There might be some unknown secret hidden behind it. However, there was one thing that Tang Zhen could confirm. This fellow's strength was definitely not weaker than his. Perhaps only his main body would have the confidence to kill him completely. At this moment, something strange happened. The 7 colored clouds in the sky suddenly turned into ribbons and fell on the crystal stairs. In the blink of an eye, these colorful ribbons condensed into tall and slender female cultivators wearing 7 colored armor. Their appearances could be said to be heavenly. There were nearly 100 steps on the stairs, and there were 2 female cultivators standing on each step. They were holding feather fans made of colorful feathers and gemstones, and their expressions were solemn. Looking at their current appearance, they were clearly welcoming the arrival of an important guest. At the same time, music came from the sky. There was a musician playing in the clouds. The music echoed in the surroundings and was very pleasant to the ears. Damn it! What is the golden armored corpse emperor trying to do? The spiritual brain corpse king frowned. His original plan was to start a fight when he saw the golden armored corpse emperor, but the other party's gorgeous battle formation made him feel a little uncomfortable. When he looked at Tang Zhen beside him, he only saw him faintly smile. After which, he continued to walk toward the crystal stairs. Seeing this, the spiritual brain corpse king could only choose to follow closely, but it was also ready to attack at any time. Wherever the 2 of them passed, the female cultivators half knelt and saluted with an unusually humble attitude. After ascending the last crystal step, a huge plaza in the sky appeared before everyone's eyes. They could see numerous huge beasts that were condensed from clouds and mist crouching at the edge of the plaza. Tens of thousands of men and women in 5-colored long robes were lined up on both sides as they bowed and paid their respects to Tang Zhen and his wife. "We welcome our honored guest." As the 2 of them moved forward, the sound continued to ring out. Coupled with the celestial music in the air, it was quite spectacular. The Tang Zhen duo were the masters of a region. The number of cultivators under their control far exceeded the people in the square. What kind of big scenes had they not seen before? However, the scene in front of him was unheard of, because it was not an honor guard of any known world at all. It looked like a celestial being, but in fact, it was extremely strange. After seeing this scene and recalling the guess of the 2 of them earlier, Tang Zhen gradually came to an understanding in his heart. After passing through the huge square, the 2 of them went up the steps again. This time, there were cultivators in luxurious clothes standing on both sides of the steps. They had long beards and white faces, and all of them had the strength of a king. There were about 100 of them. These cultivators seemed to be transformed from clouds and mist, but they were also real-life forms. Perhaps the golden armored corpse emperor had used his origin energy to transform them, giving them the ability to switch between clouds and mist. When all the king-level cultivators gathered together, and together with the golden armored corpse emperor, they were a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps in the clouds, these cultivators of unknown origins would receive an attribute boost, and their combat power would be further improved. The spiritual brain corpse king's expression kept changing. In addition to anger, there was also a strong shock in his heart. He originally planned to gather people to deal with the golden armored corpse emperor, but now he was glad that he didn't do so, otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would have thought that the golden armored corpse emperor could make such a big movement quietly? What the golden armored corpse emperor had done was far beyond his expectation. Who knew what this guy was planning? Before they knew it, they had already walked into the main hall and saw the golden armored corpse emperor who was sitting there calmly. When he saw the golden armored corpse emperor's face, the spiritual brain corpse king was slightly stunned because this face was so unfamiliar, and he was not the opponent he had seen before. Welcome, guest from afar. If I'm not wrong, you should be the Holy Dragon City's city lord, Tang Zhen. The golden armored zombie emperor stood up from his chair and walked to the two of them, asking in a strange tone. I am Tang Zhen, may I know who your excellency is? The golden armored corpse emperor smiled. I'm sure the spiritual brain corpse king knows who I am. After all, we've had a fight before. You've also used a runic magic circle to extract the origin power, right? Spiritual brain corpse king shook his head and looked at golden armored corpse emperor with probing eyes. I only know about the golden armored corpse emperor, but I don't know who you are. I'm sure you're not the golden armored corpse emperor. You're right, but you're also wrong, because this body is still the same as the one you saw last time, but I'm the one in control of it. Tang Zhen frowned when he heard this and said indifferently, possession. The golden armored corpse emperor shook his head and said, that's not the case. I only took over this body after the death of the original owner. It's not a possession at all. At most, I guided him to do some things when he was on the verge of death. I see. Tang Zhen nodded his head. He was originally puzzled as to how a brute with only martial strength could do all this. However, he somewhat understood now. Obviously, the golden armored corpse emperor had a connection with the man in front of him when he was still alive. When he was escaping with severe injuries, the man had used some means to control the golden armored corpse emperor and led him to the hidden world origin. Then, the man had used some special means to put the corpse into the world origin. During this process, the person who borrowed the corpse must have hidden in the origin and gradually gained a certain amount of strength. What followed was the process of a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest. This person occupied the corpse that had been nourished by the power of the origin and came back to life. As for the matter of using the death energy to replace the power of life and forcefully destroy the corpse race's world, it was still uncertain if it had anything to do with this. After that, the spiritual brain corpse king and the others accidentally discovered the hidden origin of the world due to the changes in the corpse race world. At the same time, they determined that the existence of the golden armored corpse emperor was the reason that the whole world was filled with death energy. After a fierce battle, the spiritual brain corpse king and the others were defeated, and at the same time, they tried to solve the crisis of the corpse race world. However, no one had expected that the golden armored corpse emperor was not as simple as they had thought. The reckless man had died long ago, and what happened after that had nothing to do with him. The one who had occupied this body in the origin of the corpse clan's world was actually a mysterious soul from another world. 1418 Gain and Loss 1 Tang Zhen's thought was to wait and see what this guy who occupied the corpse of the golden armored corpse emperor wanted to do. Was this grand display to welcome him, or was it a deliberate demonstration, or did they have other plans? The golden armored corpse emperor waved his hand, and more than a dozen beautiful women lined up and placed fresh fruits and fine wine on the tables. Each dish was so exquisite that it could make people hungry. Please take a seat, the two of you. After the two of them sat down, the golden armored corpse emperor pointed at the food. His voice carried a trace of nostalgia as he said softly, these foods are all treasures from my hometown. Even I've only heard of some of them, but with the help of this origin energy, I can imitate most of them. Please have a taste, City Lord Tang. It's definitely a delicacy. It's hard to refuse such hospitality. This Tang will have a taste. He casually picked up something that looked like a rough stone, gently crushed it, and the outer shell fell off, revealing the fresh and tender flesh inside. A trace of fragrance that made the soul tremble floated out. He put it in his mouth and tasted it. He felt as if his entire body had been washed by a gentle drizzle, and he felt unspeakably comfortable. It's indeed not bad, Tang Zhen praised, but he sighed in his heart. Origin energy could be considered as the mother of all things. It could create anything, but the prerequisite was that one had to have extremely high cultivation and have a deep analysis and insight into the creation of things. Then, one had to use one's control of origin energy to create them. This method was somewhat similar to cloning. It could create something that was exactly the same as the original body, but the difference was that it was an independent individual and not a copy. Just like Xiaomei, who had been created by the mutation source, as long as one was willing to spend the origin energy, they could definitely create a perfect creature. This was the magical part of the mutation source. The cultivators inside and outside the hall, including the wine and food in front of him, were obviously created by origin energy. What Tang Zhen cared about was not how much origin energy was consumed, but the meaning of the existence of these things. The fact that the golden armored corpse emperor was able to do all of this could only mean one thing: he had completely controlled the origin energy of the corpse clan's world. If Tang Zhen wanted to take it for himself, he would have to kill the other party and take it away by force. However, the problem was that the golden armored corpse emperor was not the same as before. If he wanted to, he could turn into the god of this world at any time with the terrible power to overturn rivers and seas. If it really came to a life and death situation, he could easily destroy this world. Although his goal was to plunder the world's origin and he was confident that he could kill the golden armored corpse emperor, Tang Zhen didn't want to take the risk. That was because there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the corpse clan's world. If they were affected by the fight for the world's origin, it would definitely be a big blow to the Holy Dragon City. Before the establishment of a war zone, we must seek stability. We must not ignore the overall situation just because of the loss of a world. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen had an idea. He turned to the golden armored corpse emperor and said, "Since you've already controlled the world's origin, I'll naturally stop here. 3 days later, all the Holy Dragon City cultivators will leave the corpse race world. There's just one thing I need to make clear. If the corpse race cultivators want to leave this world, you must not stop them." Tang Zhen had clearly expressed his attitude and his bottom line. If the golden armored corpse emperor didn't agree, then a fight would be inevitable. Hearing this, the spiritual brain corpse king looked at Tang Zhen gratefully and then looked at the golden armored corpse emperor. With Tang Zhen's guarantee, the living beings of the corpse race no longer had to worry about being exterminated. The golden armored corpse emperor laughed and said to Tang Zhen, "City Lord Tang may have misunderstood. I actually have no intention of occupying this world. Other than the world's origin that has been refined by me and can no longer be stripped away, everything in this world belongs to the Holy Dragon City." Tang Zhen sneered. He looked at the golden armored corpse emperor and said, "Your Excellency is very generous. However, my Holy Dragon City is only here for the power of the origin. The other things are dispensable. There's nothing I can do about that. After all, I'm still one step ahead of you." Tang Zhen nodded. Since things had already come to this point, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Fortunately, other than not obtaining the world's origin, he had gained a lot in other aspects, especially the millions of corpse race cultivators. Their value was definitely not less than the world's origin. Seeing that Tang Zhen was silent, the golden armored corpse emperor pondered for a while and said to Tang Zhen, "Actually, there's one more thing I need to trouble City Lord Tang with. Please don't refuse." "Oh, what's the matter? I'm sure you've already guessed my background, City Lord Tang. There's no need for me to hide it." The golden armored corpse emperor stood up and walked to the center of the hall. He looked at the square outside and said in a deep voice, "I didn't belong to this world, but I drifted here by accident. Now that I've achieved something, I naturally have the idea of returning home in glory. It's just that the galaxy is vast, and the road to home is long. With my current ability, I can't accurately find the way home, so I feel lost. However, ever since I learned about City Lord Tang and the tower's functions, I feel like I've seen the bright moon through the dark clouds." The golden armored corpse emperor turned to Tang Zhen, bowed deeply, and said with a sincere expression, "Please do your best to help me return to my hometown, City Lord Tang. If this matter is successful, I will definitely give you a generous gift." Tang Zhen was startled when he heard this. He mused for a moment before softly saying, "This is interesting, but I still want to hear what kind of remuneration you are willing to pay. One would not wake up early if there were no benefits." At this moment, Tang Zhen had automatically assumed the role of a merchant. After all, opening the plains channel once would consume a lot of origin energy. Tang Zhen would not do business that would make him lose money. The golden armored corpse emperor laughed and threw a jade token onto the table. "These are the plane coordinates of the 5 small worlds. Consider it a down payment. After the matter is settled, I will also give you the plane coordinates of 4 small worlds and 1 large world." Tang Zhen's heart jumped when he heard this. For the current Holy Dragon City, plane coordinates were something they were in urgent need of. It was truly like finding a pillow when one was drowsy. If City Lord Tang doesn't believe me, you can go back and verify it. We'll discuss it in detail after that. The golden armored corpse emperor looked at Tang Zhen with confidence. "How could your excellency joke about this kind of thing? This Tang will accept this business." Please bring me the plane coordinates of your hometown or an item with the plane's aura so that it will be convenient for me to open the plane channel. Very straightforward. These are the plane coordinates of my hometown. I'll have to trouble City Lord Tang. The golden armored corpse emperor was overjoyed. He threw another jade token to Tang Zhen, then raised his glass to toast Tang Zhen and drank it up. The golden armored corpse emperor was very excited as if he had just fulfilled a wish, and he walked around in the hall. Ha ha ha, I've wandered in this foreign land for almost 1,000 years, and I've almost died before I could have the ability to control my own fate. However, this world of the corpse race is not my homeland. Without the familiar mountains and rivers, and without those familiar companions, even though I've used my origin energy to create tens of thousands of people, I still can't find the aura of my homeland. After drinking a few cups, the golden armored corpse emperor looked sad, and he spoke with a hint of madness. He strode to the entrance of the hall, raised his arms, and roared to the sky. His voice carried an unconcealable sorrow and vicissitudes of life. In the distant mountains and blue moon, the beautiful figure becomes more hazy. The heart of 1,000 years of separation is still attached, only afraid of adding graves to my old home. Woo woo woo. This roar shot straight into the clouds, reverberated in the sky, and didn't dissipate for a long time. 1419 The Migration Before Destruction. 1 When Tang Zhen and the spiritual brain corpse king arrived at the crystal cave, Blood River King and the others had been waiting there for a long time with blank expressions. They had been fighting the cloud monsters, but they were teleported here in the blink of an eye. They wanted to enter the crystal passage again, but they found that they could not do it. The three Law Kings were all experienced, and they immediately realized that someone was behind this. However, the problem was that they knew very little about the space law. Even though there were 2 king-level cultivators in the team who cultivated the space law, they were still helpless against the golden armored corpse emperors. Attack. If this situation continued, Blood River King and the others would even have to contact Dream City's master. It should be known that other than Tang Zhen, he was the only expert in this field in the entire Holy Dragon City. Fortunately, the Tang Zhen duo had returned in time, allowing everyone to quietly heave a sigh of relief. City Lord, did you see the golden armored corpse emperor? Blood River King asked. Although he didn't enter the main hall in the clouds, he had confirmed the strength of the golden armored corpse emperor through the battle with the cloud monsters. He was also very concerned about Tang Zhen's situation. I did, but the world's origin has been completely refined by him, so it's very difficult to take it back. Fortunately, I made a deal with him. In short, we've made a profit. Oh, what's going on? Tang Zhen told Blood River King and the others about what had just happened. When they heard that the golden armored corpse emperor was going to use the tower to open a plane channel and return to his hometown, everyone was surprised. The truth was indeed as Tang Zhen had said. If they could obtain the 10 plane coordinates, the Holy Dragon City would definitely make a profit. Since that's the case, it's a good thing. So, what does the City Lord plan to do? Since I've promised him, I'll naturally do it. I can't go back on my word. While they were talking, they had already left the cave and boarded the small battleship. After boarding the warship, Tang Zhen issued an order as the City Lord, asking the Holy Dragon City cultivators to evacuate from the Corpse Clan world. At the same time, he issued an announcement that any citizens who wanted to leave the Corpse Clan world could head to the plane channel and wait to leave. As for the news that this world was about to be destroyed, Tang Zhen thought for a moment and decided to release it at the same time. Apart from that, he would also use the 5th building to open a plane channel. After sending away the vagabond, the golden armored corpse emperor, the Holy Dragon City would officially withdraw from the corpse race world. In a certain town in the corpse race's world, traces of war were still left on the tall city walls. The artillery bombardment half a month ago had almost razed this place to the ground. Faced with the overwhelming attacks of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the corpse race cultivators here could not hold on for long. They left the ground full of corpses and fled without a trace. After the victory, the Holy Dragon City quickly took over this town. Many items that the indigenous people of the Corpse Clan had never seen before appeared on the streets and in the sky. Wherever the fully armed cultivators of Lu City went, the indigenous people of the Corpse Clan kept quiet out of fear. The natives of the town were on tenterhooks. They were afraid that Holy Dragon City would point the butcher's knife at them and turn them into real corpses. Fortunately, the thing that the residents were worried about did not happen. Instead, the Holy Dragon City's next move shocked the original residents of the corpse race. Ever since the Holy Dragon City had occupied this place, every family could receive an item filled with vitality every morning. It was considered a free benefit. It was a little funny to say that the so-called welfare was actually just a blade of green grass, which could be found anywhere near Holy Dragon City. However, to the natives of the corpse race, these wild grass that contained the power of vitality was simply a treasure. It was no exaggeration to say that even if all the assets of a native were added up, they wouldn't be able to buy a single wild grass. The rarer something was, the more precious it would be. This was the truth. In the beginning, the natives were still in fear and trepidation, not daring to believe that this was real. However, under the temptation of the power of vitality, some people still mustered up the courage to receive it. After all, not everyone could refuse such a temptation. During this period, some people also said that this was a plot by the Holy Dragon City to use this to poison the indigenous people. However, rumors stopped at the wise, and not many people believed this theory. After all, with the Holy Dragon City's strength, they did not need to go through so much trouble to massacre the city. When the natives really got what they had been dreaming of from Lu Cheng's cultivators, they immediately returned home in excitement. They used the wild grass they got to boil a big pot of soup, and then the whole family gathered together to drink it. Although the life force in the soup was extremely thin, to the natives of the corpse clan who had been tortured by the death chi, it was no different from a bejeweled nectar. Many people couldn't help but burst into tears the moment the soup entered their stomachs. If the Holy Dragon City had not appeared, they might not have been able to experience this feeling for the rest of their lives. Although there were many beautiful things in this world, ordinary people would never have the chance to touch them in their entire lives. When the next day arrived, more natives received the wild grass from the Holy Dragon City. Compared to their initial wariness, they were now filled with anticipation and gratitude that could not be concealed. On the fifth day, the residents of the town began to line up, waiting to receive the benefits from the Holy Dragon City. At the same time, the work of using vitality items to exchange for precious resources had also begun. It was these ordinary items that had been exchanged for a large number of precious resources. In addition to the exchange, the Holy Dragon City cultivators would also use these cheap things to hire the local aboriginals to help them with some resource collection work. Unknowingly, the vigilance of the indigenous people towards the Holy Dragon City cultivators became weaker and weaker. Many people also began to actively cooperate with the work of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. There were even many indigenous people who hoped that this situation would continue. This way, they could receive the welfare of the Holy Dragon City for a long time. Unfortunately, good things never last long. Just as the happiness of the town's residents grew stronger and stronger, the Holy Dragon City cultivators stationed in the town suddenly began to evacuate. Seeing this, the natives suddenly panicked. They were afraid that they would no longer be able to obtain those benefits after the Holy Dragon City left. "Uncle, are you guys leaving?" The children playing at the city gate walked to the cultivators of the city gate, raised their heads, and asked in a tender voice. Compared to the restrained natives, the simple-minded children did not have so many scruples. Turning around to look at a few children who often played near their posts, the Holy Dragon City cultivator on duty smiled and took out a few candies from his pocket, distributing them to these little guys who had been tortured by the aura of death since birth. "Go home quickly and tell your parents that there's a chance to go to a new world now. They don't need to be troubled by the aura of death anymore. Tell them to make preparations quickly and leave with us." The Holy Dragon City cultivators did not say anything unnecessary. Firstly, the child did not understand. Secondly, it would not be long before the entire city's indigenous people knew about this news. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the entire town to explode. People everywhere were talking about the imminent destruction of the undead race's world, and their faces were filled with lingering sorrow. To the indigenous people of the undead race, this was not a new topic, because they had known for a long time that this world was gradually being destroyed. Although the undead had long been prepared, when this day really came, the natives still couldn't help but panic. Fortunately, they no longer had to wait for death, because the Holy Dragon City had allowed them to go to the new world. Now, what the natives had to do was to pack up their belongings and go to the new world to start a new life. Even though they were unable to leave their homeland, the Aboriginals seemed to have no other choice in the face of such a life and death matter. There was no need for anyone to mobilize. The natives packed their bags and brought their families to the gathering point outside the city. When the last moment arrived, they followed the Holy Dragon City cultivators to the plain channel. On the rugged road, countless aboriginals of the corpse race followed the convoy slowly. The long journey couldn't erase their desire for a new world, but they also had lingering hesitation. The home that was gradually getting further and further away was now empty. The wind carried the yellow sand and danced on the streets. Perhaps it would not take long for all traces here to be completely buried. 1420, the beginning of taking control of the continent. In front of the plain channel of the fifth tower, countless natives of the undead race walked out one after another. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the land of exile. In the following days, they would follow the marked route and head to the designated area to settle down. Then, they would start a new life on this strange land. The Holy Dragon City had received immigrants more than once and had accumulated a wealth of experience in this area. However, the number of immigrants this time was too large and could not be settled in a short time. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon City was now full of talents. Tang Zhen only needed to post the mission and someone would naturally deal with the following matters. At the same time, the fifth tower activated the foundation stone platform again, using the coordinates provided by the golden armored corpse emperor to open a plain channel. According to the information displayed on the foundation stone platform, the world where the golden armored corpse emperor was in was a high-energy world. It was not easy to break through the plane barrier, and it would take at least a few months to complete it. At the same time, another problem was placed in front of Tang Zhen. There was a certain risk in invading this high-energy world. Even if the Holy Dragon City was only helping to build a plain channel, they still had to be wary of the possibility of being invaded by the natives. Tang Zhen naturally knew the risk of doing so, but the reward provided by the golden armored corpse emperor was really attractive. Therefore, it was definitely worth it even if he had to take some risks. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Unknowingly, this barren land had once again exploded with vitality. Busy people could be seen everywhere, transforming this place into a paradise of dreams. As the battle between the dream world and the undead world ended, Tang Zhen's vision was once again locked onto the three great empires. Now that the Holy Dragon City had free hands, it was time to take the entire continent into their hands. Orders were sent out from the Holy Dragon City. The Holy Dragon City cultivators hidden in the three great empires also began to surface. They had hidden their names and waited for a long time. Now, it was finally time to take action. Those people who were filled with hope did not know that in fact, outside this land that had not been affected by the war, there were many residents of Lusheng who were fighting a bloody battle for this land. They were unknown, but their life experiences were enough to be made into legends. The capital of the Blazing Flame Empire. The war that had been going on for a long time had made people panic, and the continuous war reports made the nobles feel uneasy, as if they were about to die. Many people had already begun to make preparations. They had to ensure that their families and interests were not harmed. Otherwise, once the building collapsed, everything they had would no longer exist. In order to ensure that their interests would not be harmed, the aristocrats of the empire tried their best. Some of them even suggested allying with the Holy Dragon City to fight against the invasion of the Orc Alliance. It was no secret that the Orc Alliance's weapons came from Holy Dragon City. Otherwise, how could they defeat the three great empires with just those stupid guys? The royal families of the three great empires hated the mastermind to the bone. It was basically impossible for them to take the initiative to cooperate with Holy Dragon City. In fact, if it were not for the Orc Alliance's constant pressure, the army stationed on the Great Wall of Miracles would have attacked long ago to avenge their humiliation. Therefore, when someone proposed to ally with the Holy Dragon City, they were immediately strongly opposed by the royal family and the conservative dignitaries. The two sides even fought on solemn occasions, completely disregarding the dignity of the nobles. No one knew that it was precisely because of this battle in the imperial court that the curtains had been drawn on the fall of the three great empires. There was no right or wrong in war. Everything was due to disputes of interests. The existence of the three great empires hindered the development of Holy Dragon City. It was reasonable for them to be eliminated because they were weak. After the imperial court dispute this time, the two opposing factions began to use various means to try to make their opponent yield. The hidden Holy Dragon City cultivators also took the opportunity to act after receiving the order. Although it was already late at night, Marquis Otto's mansion was still noisy. The conservatives were holding a banquet here to discuss how to guarantee their own interests. Men and women in luxurious clothes shuttled back and forth in the hall, enjoying the happiness brought by their status. Even if the war on the front line was endless, it still did not affect their extravagant lives. No one noticed that in a dark corner where the light could not reach, a group of black shadows slowly approached and quietly sneaked into the count's residence. When the patrolling guards passed by, the black shadow hiding in the grass suddenly made a move, cleanly cutting the guard's throat with a sharp blade. After dragging the body into the grass, the black shadows moved quickly and rushed into the hall where the banquet was held in the shortest time possible. Before the dignitaries could react, muffled gunshots were already heard. Blood bloomed on the ceremonial dress, accompanied by desperate screams. These influential nobles in the empire fell to the ground one after another, struggling for a few seconds before completely losing their breath. Naturally, there was no lack of cultivators at the banquet. After being attacked, they immediately retaliated subconsciously. However, it was only then that they realized that the strength of the attackers had exceeded their imagination. After a series of fierce attacks, the banquet scene was left with only broken bodies. The black shadows who participated in the operation quietly disappeared into the night. Early the next morning, the murder that happened in Count Ort's residence shocked the entire imperial capital. The entire city was under martial law, and groups of soldiers were everywhere. The families of the victims even gathered directly at the entrance of the palace, crying and demanding that the murderer be punished. The imperial family of the Blazing Flame Empire was furious. They ordered the case to be solved within a time limit. Anyone who participated in this was to be severely punished. No one was to be let off. Very quickly, some people realized that the ones who died this time were the conservative faction. They supported the war against the Beastmen Alliance and opposed the cooperation with the Holy Dragon City. No matter what their purpose was, at least they were sitting on the same side as the royal family. Naturally, the nobles who supported the Holy Dragon City's cooperation became the biggest suspects. Every day, there would be people gathering in front of these officials' homes, shouting at the top of their lungs to hand over the murderer. Regardless of whether there was a mastermind behind this, at least this method had some effect, making the officials who originally supported the cooperation with the Holy Dragon City keep quiet out of fear. From time to time, there would be news that some official had colluded with the Holy Dragon City and was then thrown into prison for interrogation, causing the atmosphere in the entire imperial capital to become even more tense. However, in such a chaotic environment, assassinations occurred one after another, and their targets were all the conservative dignitaries. Fierce battles broke out on the streets of the imperial capital because of the pursuit of the assassins. Unknowingly, the assassin's background was gradually exposed, and all the clues pointed to Holy Dragon City. This matter once again caused a shock to the court. The emperor, who was already badly battered by the Orc Alliance's invasion, was furious and insisted on taking revenge on Holy Dragon City. Some people supported the emperor's decision and felt that the Holy Dragon City should be given an appropriate lesson. At the same time, there were also people who opposed it. After all, the war situation in the Flame Empire was very tense. It was not appropriate to cause trouble again. Just as the emperor and ministers of the Blazing Flame Empire were quarreling over this matter, a battle report suddenly came from the Great Wall of Miracles. The Holy Dragon City had suddenly gathered a large number of troops and was heading straight for the Great Wall of Miracles. Before the emperor and ministers of the Blazing Flame Empire could recover from their shock, the battle reports from the Great Wall of Miracles were sent in succession. They were as dense as snowflakes. The imperial court fell silent as they read the battle report. Even the Flame Empire's emperor, who had been clamoring to take revenge on the Holy Dragon City, slumped into his chair like a pile of mud. His face was filled with despair. 1421 Irresistible Force won in front of the Great Wall of Miracle. The Holy Dragon City army, which numbered more than 200,000, had gathered. The mountains and fields were filled with fully armed cultivators. The vanguards were all Holy Dragon City's elites. Once the battle began, they would immediately charge straight into the capital of the Blazing Flame Empire. The troops made up of Holy Dragon City's cultivators and immigrants would follow closely behind and take over the defense work of the occupied zone to prevent the enemy from destroying the occupied zone before the Holy Dragon City had a stable foothold. After all the preparations were complete, the war officially began. At an altitude of 10,000 meters above the ground, the Holy Dragon City's only Terobo heavy warship suddenly opened fire. Its target was the no-fly formation that sealed off the sky above the Great Wall of Miracles. If they did not get rid of the magic circle, the Holy Dragon City's flying devices would not be able to fly over the Great Wall of Miracles, and the death barrier on the ground would not dissipate. Before launching the attack, the Holy Dragon City had already collected enough data to confirm that the heavy warships' concentrated attacks were enough to destroy the no-fly spell formation in one blow. After receiving the order to attack, the main cannon of the warship, which was the size of a town, suddenly opened fire. A dazzling light burst out and bombarded the core of the no-fly array suspended in the air 10,000 meters above the ground. Immediately after, a loud sound came from the sky. A white light flashed in the sky above the Great Wall of Miracles. Then, a series of meteors fell one after another, crashing into the wilderness and forest. The anti-air magic circle that had sealed the Great Wall of Miracles for 100 years flickered and disappeared without a trace. This seemed to be an attack signal. The heavy tanks whizzed forward and rushed into the gradually dissipating death barrier, crushing the monsters in their way into minced meat. The sky above their heads was filled with the sound of battle. All kinds of fighter planes were arranged into formations and headed straight for the Great Wall of Miracles that the Blazing Flame Empire was guarding. Before the defenders of the Blazing Flame Empire realized what was going on, the missiles had already arrived. Before the defenders of the Great Wall of Miracles could react, violent explosions rang out one after another, tearing the defenders on the wall into pieces. After only one round of attack, this war fortress that was used to defend against the demon barbarian survivors 100 years ago collapsed with a loud crash under the sound of fierce artillery fire. The heavy war chariots that were covered in the flesh of monsters were like ferocious beasts. They drove through the gap in the Great Wall in an extremely brutal manner and headed straight for the territory of the Flame Empire. In front of them was a passage opened by the fighter aircraft. The rising smoke and explosions were like road signs, guiding the vehicle forward. After the planes and tanks passed by, a dozen or so military transport trucks sped over. After traveling for a distance, one of the military transport trucks suddenly stopped. "Hurry up, we still have a lot of work to do," the Holy Dragon City cultivators who got off the chariot first shouted. Immediately after, more than 10 Holy Dragon City cultivators jumped off the chariot one after another. They quickly spread out and carried out the mission of clearing the remaining enemies. This was a military camp that had been bombarded by fighter jets. At this time, it was a mess, and there were corpses lying in pools of blood everywhere. The cultivators in the building moved forward slowly in the pool of blood. They sensed the aura around them and fired their weapons continuously, killing the surviving soldiers of the Blazing Flame Empire. As for the soldiers of the Blazing Flame Empire who surrendered or gave up on resisting, the Holy Dragon City cultivators would not attack them. They would only allow them to escape the battlefield. If they continued to resist, the only outcome would be death. To the Holy Dragon City cultivators, they would not let go of an enemy who wanted to kill them out of pity. The clearing mission went very smoothly. For the cultivators of Lu Cheng, a war of this level was not difficult at all, especially with the help of Psyche Scan and the reconnaissance of drones. Any enemy who tried to hide and launch a sneak attack would be exposed. "You bastards, I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. A few soldiers of the Blazing Flame Empire jumped out from behind the broken wall. Their bodies were covered in dust and blood, and their eyes were bloodshot. They raised their weapons and charged at the Holy Dragon City cultivators. The bullets hit cultivator Lu Cheng's armor, but they bounced off like stones, causing no damage at all. A few of the soldiers of Zenith looked desperate. Perhaps they knew that they were like moths flying into a flame, but they still continued to attack without hesitation. The cultivators in Lusheng who were the closest to them raised their guns, aimed at the soldiers of the Empire, and pulled the trigger. After a few crisp sounds, a few more bodies appeared in the camp. The dangerous target has been dealt with. Everyone, continue forward. After coldly glancing at the fallen soldiers, cultivator Lu Cheng switched to the drone's detection interface and continued to search for remaining enemies. Throughout the entire battle, the cultivator was like a cold machine that only existed for killing. It took 10 minutes and 20 seconds for the entire camp to be cleaned up. The cultivators of Lusheng City quickly jumped onto the chariots and went straight to the next target area. On the smoke-filled battlefield, there were more than 1,000 similar cleanup teams. They cleaned up the remaining enemies from the back of the armored vehicles and advanced at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, at the forefront of the battlefield, the Flame Empire's soldiers were still desperately resisting the Holy Dragon City's attack. The figures of various fighter planes flashed across the cloudy sky from time to time. They were fighting fiercely with the light-armed airships of the Flame Empire. Brilliant fireballs erupted one after another. Although the three great empires had created a batch of light-armed airships in a short period of time to improve the speed and agility of the armed airships as much as possible, they were still defeated by the Holy Dragon City's fighter aircraft. Looking at the wreckage of the airships that were falling from the sky, the soldiers of the empire who were fighting on the ground were furious. However, they were too busy to care about the unlucky people in the sky. Boom! The muffled sound of bricks falling could be heard. The wall of a house collapsed. Then, a ferocious-looking chariot rushed out and appeared in front of the defending soldiers. Before the scattered bricks could stop rolling, the pitch-black muzzles of the heavy tanks locked onto them. Quickly hide! As soon as the warning was issued by the leading officer, the heavy tanks on the opposite side had already launched an attack. A loud boom was heard, and the street in front of them seemed to be hit by a super hurricane. The trees and people were instantly shattered into powder. Just an attack that looked like an air cannon had almost cleared the entire street. The collapsed buildings were covered with splattered blood and flesh, looking terrible. After getting rid of the Empire's soldiers blocking the way, the heavy chariots continued to move forward. Behind them were Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor and full seal helmets. They followed closely behind the chariots, ready to take care of any enemies that could pose a threat to the chariots at any time. Just as the heavy tank drove out of the street, a blinding flame suddenly appeared from the inside of the building in front of them, heading straight for the tank. Boom! It was unknown what kind of weapon this flame was, but after bombarding the heavy tank, it actually cracked the solid armor. The chariot is under attack. The enemy's position has been locked. Eliminate them immediately. After being ambushed, Cultivator Lu Cheng's helmet immediately marked the enemy's location. Two drones flew over first and launched an attack on the enemy from above. The cultivators who followed the chariots were like arrows that left the bow. After a few leaps, they arrived at the building that was covered in smoke and fire. They happened to bump into the soldiers of the Empire who were fleeing in panic, and the intense battle broke out again. In the room next to the room where the two sides were exchanging fire, a few ordinary people were hiding in the corner and trembling, their faces full of fear. In the face of this sudden war, the panicking citizens of the blazing flame empire could only hide in their homes and pray that they would not be affected by the flames of war. After swiftly taking care of the soldiers of the flame empire who were attacking the heavy war chariot, the extinguished heavy war chariot started up again and began to clear the remaining enemies on the next street. From the drone's perspective, heavy tanks under the protection of Holy Dragon City cultivators could be seen slowly moving forward in the chaotic streets. Intense gunfire rang out from time to time, shattering the enemies who tried to stop them one by one. The merciless flames of war began to rise from the Great Wall of Miracles and spread all the way to the imperial capital. Perhaps it would not take long for the edifice of the Flame Empire to collapse in the billowing smoke. 1422 Immigration Patrol 1 On the muddy road, a convoy of new immigrants was slowly moving forward. This was the area occupied by the Holy Dragon City within the raging Flame Empire. After being swept clean by the planes and chariots, only ruins were left. After the Holy Dragon City's cultivators cleared the most dangerous enemies, the rest of the work was left to the immigrants to complete. However, the immigrants were more than enough to do some patrol and security work. Holy Dragon City already had immigrants from the original world, and they had pretty good cultivation by now. Under their leadership, the new immigrants quickly adapted to their current roles. After the bloody training in the monster hunting ground, the new immigrants had learned to be cruel and callous. They also knew what it meant to be merciful in war. Moreover, the selected candidates had all become level 1 cultivators, so the war would not affect them too much. In fact, Tang Zhen was also prepared to let these new immigrants come into contact with war earlier through this matter and adapt to their roles earlier. This wasn't the original world, and many concepts couldn't be applied here. If one couldn't adapt, then they would be eliminated sooner or later. In the slightly bumpy military carrier, 20 fully armed new immigrants were looking at their feet in a daze. The atmosphere in the vehicle was very dull. Unlike the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the weapons and equipment of these new immigrants were very similar to that of the original world's army. Although they were also expensive to make, they were not on the same level as the armor worn by the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Only by passing the test and becoming a real cultivator of Lu Cheng could they be qualified to get their own armor. Of course, the main reason was that the Holy Dragon City could not provide so much equipment. It must be known that there were millions of immigrants from the original world, and this did not include immigrants from other worlds. It would definitely consume a considerable amount of resources to produce the same amount of armor, but Holy Dragon City did not have that much in stock. They could only obtain it through future wars. Although the equipment on the patrol members was not as powerful as the warframes, they were real military equipment, which could help them save their lives. "Buddy, which team are you from?" A 2-meter-tall white man turned around and asked the young man. "Have you heard of the Qilin battle team?" "Oh, I've heard of it. It's a very famous battle team in the Asian Alliance. I heard that your team already has more than 20 official cultivators." "That's right, but this time, they've all been recruited into the patrol team. It will take at least a month to complete the mission. Actually, it's not too bad. At least I can get quite a lot of points, enough for me to exchange for a good piece of equipment." "That's right, I've taken a fancy to a battle sword, Ripper Type 2. I'll exchange for it when I get back, in case it's stolen by others." "You must be joking, buddy. That's the Holy Dragon City's outdated equipment. It's said that it's filled up the entire cave, so how could it be out of stock?" "So that's how it is. I'm relieved." With the two of them taking the lead, the other team members also began to communicate. After all, in the next month, they would still have to cooperate with each other. Perhaps they would even become residents of the same building in the future, so there was no harm in building a good relationship. More than 10 minutes later, the military transport truck stopped near a village, and the patrol members jumped out of the truck one after another. The patrol leader walked to the front of the group and said in a serious tone, "You've all experienced the killing in the monster hunting ground, so you must understand the cruelty of the battlefield. But I want to tell you that compared to killing monsters, the real battlefield is actually more dangerous. If you want to keep your little lives, then buck up and cooperate with your teammates. Don't act rashly, otherwise, after a month, the transport vehicles will only bring back your dead bodies." The captain glanced at the patrolmen, who were not even soldiers, and waved his hand, signaling everyone to enter the village. After the destruction of the war, the village had become riddled with holes. When the group of patrollers walked into the streets of the village, they only saw numb faces that looked at their members with fear and hatred. This was not surprising. If not for the appearance of the Holy Dragon City, these residents might have had a good life. Even if the Orc Alliance wanted to attack here, it would probably take 3 to 5 years. However, the villagers did not know that if the Orc Alliance occupied this place, they would not even have a house to shelter themselves from the wind and rain. Looking at the villagers peeking in the corner, the patrol team members didn't pay much attention to them. They didn't have the mood to put themselves in the perspective of these villagers. They only knew that they were here to carry out a mission. If there were rebels hiding among these pitiful-looking villagers, or if they attacked them, the patrol team would not hesitate to open fire and eliminate the danger. There is information that shows that there may be deserters from the Flame Empire hiding in this village. I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to search every house and eliminate any hidden dangers. Now, split into groups of 4 and start searching from the first house. Upon receiving the order, the patrol members scattered, loaded their guns, and walked to the doors of the villagers' houses. "What do you want? Get out of my house." Seeing the patrol members standing at the door of his house, the thin man was like a furious ram, waving the sickle in his hand and roaring. There was a language barrier between the two parties. Fortunately, there was a translator that could translate it at the first moment. "We are searching for the deserters of the Blazing Flame Empire. You'd better not stop us, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing the voice from the translator, the skinny man shook his head and continued to roar, "I don't know what deserters are. There's no one in my house either. Now, get the hell out of my house." The nearby villagers were all coldly looking at them. The other patrol members were also blocked by the villagers, who refused to let them into search. The patrol leader frowned and said coldly, "Ignore them. If they dare to stop us again, shoot them as a warning. If they continue to stop us, shoot them." When the surrounding villagers heard this, they all couldn't help but shiver and avoid looking at him. After receiving the order, the patrol members no longer had any scruples. They directly pushed aside the villagers blocking the door and barged into the house with their guns raised. "Damn it, you devils will be punished by the gods." The villagers on the ground cursed loudly, but they didn't dare to get up and stop him. Facing the black muzzles of the patrol members, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The first group of patrol members entered the house and did not find anything unusual. They quickly walked out of the house and went to search the next house. The other groups did not find anything either. After looking at each other, they walked toward the door of the villager next to them. In the following search process, the patrol team was still blocked, but it was not too intense, so they easily completed more than half of the search. The village was not too big, with less than 100 households in total. If they continued at this speed, they would be able to complete the search in less than an hour. As usual, they pushed open the door of a villager's house and a few patrolmen entered one by one, only to find that the inside of the house was very dark. At the same time, there was a faint smell of blood. The patrolmen were on guard. After reminding each other, they slowly opened the simple wooden door. The door opened, and the first thing that came into view was a low bed. The bedding was scattered on the bed, and there were dried blood stains on it. The infrared detection on the tactical glasses proved that someone had just left. Although ordinary people were often accidentally injured in the war, there was no need to hide at all. It was obvious that the identity of the injured was suspicious. Team 3 has found something suspicious. We are currently searching. A patrol reported the unusual situation and made a hand gesture to his companion. Just as he was about to enter the narrow room to search carefully, a black shadow suddenly sprang out, followed by a clear gunshot. The patrol member standing at the door groaned and fell to the ground. 1423 The battle in the village were under attack. Some members are injured. The patrol members of the same group rushed over and pulled their injured teammates over. At the same time, they threw a stun grenade into the room. Boom! Another muffled sound was heard. Two patrolmen rushed into the room and saw a man struggling on the ground. He was holding a standard pistol of the Flame Empire. Bastard! He aimed the gun at the man's head, and after a crisp sound, the entire head disappeared. The attacker has been killed, continuing to fight. Before the patrol member could finish his sentence, he heard intense gunshots coming from outside the house. The communication channel immediately became chaotic. Enemies discovered. They're rushing out of a house. There's a total of 17 people, all armed. I have over 20 people here as well. They're shooting in this direction. Some of our members are injured, but it doesn't affect the battle. Damn it, there's a sniper. Kill him. Call the drones immediately. There are at least 100 enemies hiding here. We can't deal with them alone. In the blink of an eye, the entire village had turned into an intense battlefield. Bullets were flying everywhere, and explosions could be heard from time to time. The soldiers of the Flame Empire suddenly swarmed out from all directions and attacked, surrounding the patrol team. Hiding behind the collapsed wall, the patrol member, Zhang Chang, took a deep breath and selected two options on the wrist guard computer. A map immediately popped up on the tactical glasses. It was filled with red and green dots, indicating the distance between him and himself. This was the data collected by the tactical glasses, and it would be updated every 30 seconds. Although it could not be compared to the real-time image transmission, it could still provide a certain amount of support. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Cheng took out a metal ball from his tactical bag and connected it to the wrist guard computer. Immediately after, the metal ball let out a buzzing sound, and a miniature propeller popped out from the top. The surface of the propeller flickered, and the entire body became almost non-existent. He controlled the metal ball to fly up slowly, gradually rising to a position about 100 meters above his head. A clear image was immediately transmitted to the wrist guard computer. From this height, he could clearly see the situation inside the village. Whether the enemy was attacking or hiding, they were all clearly visible at this moment. Attention all patrol members, immediately transmit the battlefield image. After reminding him through the communicator, Zhang Cheng shared the image and then picked up the large caliber rifle beside him. According to the image he had just obtained, there were 3 enemies slowly approaching him from the courtyard 2 walls away from him. They would soon reach his hiding place. Adjusting his weapon to sniper mode, Zhang Cheng raised his gun and aimed at the wall in front of him. While waiting for the charging process, he also estimated the enemy's position. The weapon he was using was equipped with a long-range sniping function, which could rely on the help of the drone to lock on to the enemy 3,000 meters away. Even at such a long distance, the powerful warhead could still easily break armor and kill the enemy. Zhang Cheng didn't need a long-range sniping at the moment. He hoped to use the powerful penetrating power of sniping mode to kill the enemies hiding behind the wall. 10 seconds later, the gun was fully charged. Zhang Cheng also locked onto the enemy's position according to the image. He gently pulled the trigger, and a sharp whoosh was heard. The high-speed projectile directly penetrated the wall and hit the waist of an enemy. Voila! The enemy who was hit didn't even have time to scream before he was torn into a pile of minced meat, and the wall behind him was covered in blood. One of his companions standing beside him was also injured by the splattering bone fragments. At this time, he was staring at his companion's suddenly shattered body in a daze, his face full of shock. The other one jumped onto the wall and tried to open fire, but was shot in the head by a sniper from the patrol team. Well done, his companions, cheers came from the communicator. Apparently, they had also seen the wonderful scene of the shooting through the wall through the shared video. Brothers, hold on for a while longer. Reinforcements will be here, soon. The patrol leader's roar came through the communicator again, followed by a series of secret gunshots. Zhang Chang's position was immediately under concentrated fire. A few enemies who had climbed up the roof discovered Zhang Chang and launched an attack from above. All go. With the strength of a level 1 cultivator, Chang Zhang's reaction speed was naturally far faster than that of ordinary people. So when he was attacked, he jumped out at the same time and was not hit by the bullets. Even so, he was still shot twice. Although the bullets didn't penetrate the special steel plate, it still made him grimace in pain. Before he could catch his breath, a Flame Empire soldier suddenly jumped out from the corner of the earth wall. He raised the short knife in his hand and slashed it at Zhang Chang's neck. Zhang Chang's face turned pale with fright. He subconsciously reached out to block, but the knife just happened to pierce his forearm, directly piercing through it. Hee, the attacking soldier laughed evilly as his knee struck Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang, who had suffered an attack to his abdomen, was immediately knocked to the ground. The short knife that had pierced Zhang Chang's forearm was pulled out and then went straight for his neck. Seeing that the gleaming short knife was about to pierce his body, Zhang Chang roared and directly grabbed the blade, pushing it away just as it was about to pierce his skin. The face of the soldier lying on the ground was covered in dust and dried blood. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile as he used his knee to press against Zhang Chang's stomach. At the same time, he used his weight to press down hard and slowly thrust the dagger towards Zhang Chang's neck. Blood seeped out of the cut palm and dripped down the blade, gradually forming a pool. The veins on Zhang Chang's face were bulging. He could clearly feel death approaching step by step. Although he desperately wanted to push away the enemy on his body, the strength of the other party was similar to his. In terms of strength, he simply did not have any advantage. How unlucky, am I really going to die here? The two arms that were holding the short knives were already stiff, and the strength in his body was gradually disappearing. Zhang Chang could even feel the blade cutting through his skin, and perhaps it would penetrate his neck in the next second. Cough cough. In the next second, the blade had indeed pierced his throat. The cold blade and the foreign feeling of his blood made Zhang Chang cough uncontrollably. Blood spurted out of his mouth and splattered on his and the faces of the Flame Empire soldiers. A hint of despair rose in Zhang Chang's heart. It seemed that he would die without a doubt this time. At that moment, a silver light flashed in the sky. A 5-meter-long aircraft appeared like a ghost, floating in the sky above Zhang Chang. Then, there was a muffled bang, and the ugly face with a sinister smile disappeared from his eyes. Burnt flesh and blood splattered on Zhang Chang's face, and the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. Pushing away the bare, headless corpse, Zhang Chang suddenly felt that the sun was so bright, and that life was so wonderful. "Brother, are you all right?" The sound of footsteps could be heard. A patrol member squatted beside Zhang Chang. After checking his injuries, he immediately used a hemostatic spray to help him deal with the wound. As for the dagger in his neck, he needed professional medical staff to deal with it. He did not dare to pull it out easily. After doing all this, the patrol member seemed to have thought of something. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket, aimed it at Zhang Chang on the ground, and pressed the photo button. Not a bad shape. Ignoring the helpless Zhang Chang, the patrol member raised his rifle and began to shoot at the panicked soldiers. With the help of the 3 drones in the sky, the Flame Empire soldiers on the ground were immediately at a disadvantage. The streets and courtyards were filled with broken bodies. Even the Flame Empire's armed airships did not dare to provoke these drones. As long as 5 drones worked together, they could make the armed airships helpless and even shoot them down from the air. At this time, the soldiers of the Flame Empire on the ground were like live targets. As long as they were locked on by the drones, they would basically be unable to escape death. The patrol team members who had been suppressed previously finally caught their breath. They chased the fleeing enemy madly all the way until they killed the last enemy. The injured patrol members were also given emergency treatment. They were sent to the helicopter that arrived later and sent to the nearby field hospital for treatment. As for the corpses of the soldiers of the Flame Empire, they were gathered by the patrol team and burned to a crisp by the Holy Masters. 1424 The Evolution of War 1 Boom. A micro-missile shot out and directly shot down the armed airship that was already heavily damaged. The huge fireball fell from the sky and hit the buildings on the ground hard. Several tall buildings collapsed in an instant and were then swallowed by the sea of fire. The real battlefield was a millstone of flesh and blood. No matter how many lives were thrown in, they would be easily ground into powder. The drone, which had completed its attack, flashed through the air and flew toward the next target it had just locked on. Quickly dodge, quickly. On the chaotic streets, a group of soldiers from the Flame Empire tried to hide in a panic. However, there were still many people who were affected by the wreckage of the fallen armed airships. They screamed in pain and then went silent. This bunch of bastards. Seeing his soldiers struggling and wailing in the sea of fire, the leading officer's eyes turned red as he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. After a few gunshots, the figure struggling in the sea of fire was no longer alive, allowing the flames to burn its body. Shua shua shua, a slight vibration was heard, but the officer's expression did not change. Just as he was about to give the order to hide, a silver-white drone had already risen from behind the building, and the front end of the drone was flashing. The drone's shell was already riddled with holes, but it still executed the combat orders quickly and effectively, eliminating all the dynasty soldiers that were locked on. The dense barrage of bullets swept across the streets. The soldiers of the Flame Empire who had just dodged the attack did not even have time to react before they were torn into pieces. The blood and flesh stained the stone floor under their feet with a frightening color. Quickly attack and shoot it down. Seeing this tragic scene, the leading officer almost went crazy. He raised his neck and roared at the soldiers beside him. The soldiers who received the order didn't hesitate. After a few jumps, they ran to the open area, quickly took off the metal box on their backs, and locked onto the drones that were still firing. This was a magic attack weapon made by the Flame Empire by imitating bazookas. Although it was not as lethal as the real one, it could still penetrate the damaged shell of the drone. Whoosh! After a few sharp sounds, the drone quickly dodged, but a fireball still burst out from the front end, and then it fell to the ground. Like the aircraft produced in the original world, these mass-produced drones did not have enough energy to maintain the shield for a long time. They could not withstand the continuous attacks of armor-piercing weapons like heavy tanks. Boom! A muffled sound came from behind the street. It was obvious that the drone had fallen to the ground, but there was no explosion. Well done! The leading officer was excited. After laughing, he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, come with me to reinforce the other teams. Let's get rid of those Holy Dragon City bastards." Bang! The leading officer felt a pain in his chest as he said this, and the soldier opposite him showed a look of horror. Looking down at the bloody holes on his body, the leading officer was about to say something when he heard a series of sharp sounds, which seemed to be coming straight for them. Bastard! 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 A series of violent explosions rang out, and the leading officer and his men were instantly engulfed in flames. By the time the bombing was over, there was no longer a single living person on the dilapidated street. At the same time as the explosion, in a tank at the edge of the city, a Holy Dragon City cultivator was skillfully operating a computer. The holographic screen in front of him was a bird's-eye view of the entire city, enemy tracks found in the 12th East area. There are about 300 of them. Coordinates have been sent, requesting air strike. Hearing the voice from the communication device, Liu Cheng immediately replied, "Request received. Launch the attack immediately." With his rapid operation, about 10,000 meters above the city, an invisible super drone began to drop a bomb, and the target was the location where the request for help had just been made. A series of red shimmering bombs whizzed through the air, and it did not take long for another earth-shattering explosion to be heard in the city. Hundreds of soldiers of the Flame Empire were instantly engulfed in flames. Heaving a sigh of relief, cultivator Liu Cheng touched his pocket and looked disappointed. A cigarette was handed to the young man. Looking at his companion standing beside him, cultivator Liu Cheng laughed and sucked the cigarette into his mouth. As he inhaled, the cigarette lit up automatically. "Thomas, you're about to become a lord, right? Why can't you quit this?" he asked. The person who spoke was Diane, who was about the same age as Thomas. The armor on his body was still stained with a trace of blood, and it was obvious that he had just experienced a battle. I'm not addicted to it. I'm just reminiscing about my past life. Oh, are you tired of your current life and want to return to your original world? What do you think? It would be strange if you thought that way. I heard that you requested to join this battle. Thomas smiled and threw away the cigarette in his hand. He operated the holographic screen again and launched another wave of air attacks. Thomas turned to look at his companions and said with a hint of confusion, "The reason why I immigrated to the Tower World was because I like war and also because I hope to become stronger. However, as my strength increased, I realized that the chances of those close-quarters combat were getting lesser and lesser. Most of the time, I had to rely on technological weapons to complete the battle. I'm not used to it, because it's not what I thought. So I really want to know, what do you, the native residents of Lusheng, think?" After hearing Thomas's question, the young cultivator Lu Cheng was silent for a moment and then said softly, "If I told you that this was the situation I was looking forward to, would you think this way?" Huh, Thomas was puzzled. "Oh, why is that?" The young cultivator sighed and said in a reminiscing tone, "When you came to the Holy Dragon City, Lu Cheng was already very powerful. At least, all the enemies I know had been defeated by Lu Cheng. It has to be said that we have a good city lord. It is because of his existence that Holy Dragon City has miraculously risen and unknowingly reached this point. You yearn for the battlefield where blades and swords clashed and blood and flesh flew because you had never experienced the hard times when Lu Cheng was just built. You knew that even if you died in battle, there was still a 90% chance of being resurrected. Without the threat of death, the fear in one's heart would be greatly reduced, and one might even not think much of it." The young cultivator took out a cigarette and lit it up. He then said, "Do you know how many wars Holy Dragon City has had in its first few years of construction? How many people have sacrificed their blood and lives to protect her? My father, my uncle, and many other people. At that time, they only had crude weapons and were not very strong. Even the city lord was not a super strong person. But when facing the enemy, they had no other choice but to fight to the death. Do you think they're all willing to do this? Perhaps, but if they had the weapon you're using now, no one would have chosen to do that. The first person to disagree would be the city lord. Why do we spare no effort in scientific research and development, and why do we keep upgrading our weapons and equipment? Isn't the purpose to reduce the casualties of Lusheng residents as much as possible? They also have a home, they also have relatives, and they are also made of flesh and blood, hee. Standing up, the young man patted Thomas's shoulder and chuckled, "Don't worry. Our peaceful days won't last long. I guess after a while, it'll be impossible for you to not unsheathe your saber." Looking at the young man's back as he slowly left, Thomas thought of the rumors that several towers had opened the plain channel at the same time some time ago. He seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "I see. Then let's start as soon as possible. What I want is blood and a battlefield, not like what we're doing now, bombarding the aircraft carrier with hundreds of cultivators from Lu Cheng." 1425 The mushroom cloud rises again. Everyone had their own thoughts, and there were many people like Thomas who yearned for a bloody battlefield. They were obsessed with the kind of killing in the midst of the glint and flash of swords, and intoxicated by the exciting feeling of life and death. Therefore, even though Thomas was participating in a war and every operation could kill hundreds of lives, he still did not feel any excitement. However, as the Holy Dragon City continued to grow stronger, more and more technological weapons would be used in the war. The chances of low-level cultivators participating in the battle would become less and less. Even Thomas, a resident of the building whose cultivation was close to the lords, could only be responsible for remote assistance. The best position for people like Thomas was here. First, this kind of job was most suitable for special talents like them. Second, it was because he was not strong enough. From this, one could see the progress of the Holy Dragon City. Back in the Wilderness Warzone, a level 5 building elder could make the Holy Dragon City feel like they were facing a great enemy. Tang Zhen, Qianlong, and the others had to work together to kill him. It had only been 10 years, and the Holy Dragon City's level 5 cultivators did not even have the qualifications to officially participate in the war. Putting Thomas's depression aside, and putting aside the feelings of the old residents, the current Holy Dragon City's army had already broken through with irresistible force. They had successfully taken down all the towns between the Great Wall of Miracles and the imperial capital, and the army of 100,000 had already arrived at the imperial city. The royal family of the Blazing Flame Empire had already mobilized a large number of troops to tightly defend the imperial capital in an attempt to make a final struggle. However, those with discerning eyes could tell that the Blazing Flame Empire's fate was at its end. Even if they struggled for a little longer, they would still be annihilated in the end. Everyone understood this logic, but they couldn't accept it from the bottom of their hearts. There were still some people who held a trace of hope that they still had a trump card and a chance to turn the tables at the last minute. Now that things had come to this, the aristocrats were all waiting for the final moment to come. The winner would be king and the loser would be in battle. However, no one had expected that the Holy Dragon City would suddenly stop their attack. They only activated the energy protective barrier and stopped on the plains 20 kilometers away from the imperial capital. Just as the influential officials of the imperial capital were scratching their heads in confusion, 10 cultivators suddenly appeared at the foot of the imperial city wall, demanding peace talks with the Raging Flame Empire. In the face of this sudden situation, the emperor and ministers of the Raging Flame Empire discussed for a while and finally agreed to the Holy Dragon City's request. Originally, there was no way out. Now that they had another choice, the ruler and ministers of the Flame Empire would naturally give it a try. The location of the negotiation was chosen to be by the meteorite lake outside the imperial city. The Raging Flame Empire sent 10 bright moon mages to keep watch, and together with the officials in charge of the negotiations, they headed to the location with apprehensive hearts. The Holy Dragon City's representative had arrived long ago. A group of fully armed cultivators guarded the lakeshore. The Holy Dragon City military's high-ranking officials, led by Tang Zhen, had also been waiting for a long time. As for the void that no one could see, the Blood River King and the other 2 law rulers had arrived at the same time. They were in a confrontation with the 3 legendary wizards of the Raging Flame Empire. They had maintained silence from the beginning to the end. These 3 legendary wizards were the trump card of the Flame Empire. They were also the source of the confidence of the Flame Empire's royal family that they still had a fighting chance. Although they might not be a match for a Law King in a one-on-one fight, the super magic array built by the imperial capital was enough to cause the Holy Dragon City to suffer a certain amount of losses, and they might even be able to turn the tide. Tang Zhen naturally knew about this matter. If it was not necessary, he did not wish to start a war with these 3 legendary wizards. Other than this, Tang Zhen also hoped to preserve the capital of the Blazing Flame Empire to prevent the reconstruction after the war from wasting resources. It should be known that the purpose of war was to obtain the benefits of resources, not purely for the sake of destruction and killing. If they could obtain the resources they needed while reducing the number of casualties, it would naturally be the best thing. After both parties sat down, the negotiations officially began. Tang Zhen laid out the Holy Dragon City's conditions. The Blazing Flame Empire must give up resistance and surrender. Then, the Holy Dragon City would help them build a city tower, and the Blazing Flame Empire's royal family could choose the residents of the city. The royal family could discuss and choose the city lord. The Holy Dragon City would provide sufficient resources to upgrade it to a level 9 city. It could be said that as long as the Flame Empire agreed to the Holy Dragon City's conditions, they would be monitored by the war zone in the future, and it would be wishful thinking for them to make a comeback. However, in this case, he would be able to avoid the crisis of destruction and might even obtain more generous rewards in the future. However, the Flame Empire simply could not accept the conditions offered by the Holy Dragon City. On the contrary, they wanted the Holy Dragon City to withdraw from the Flame Empire immediately and promise not to invade them again. The Flame Empire still dared to make such a request after being beaten up at their doorstep. It was obvious that they were still hoping for a fluke. Both sides were unable to accept each other's conditions, so they could only meet on the battlefield. Tang Zhen and the others left without any hesitation. Since the Raging Flame Empire's royal family was so stubborn, the Holy Dragon City could only use extreme methods to attack. Before leaving, Tang Zhen looked at the Blazing Flame Empire's representative as if he was looking at a dead man and coldly said, "Remember, you will soon regret what you are doing now." The Blazing Flame Empire's representative sneered, a hint of provocation in his eyes. The negotiations fell through, and the Blazing Flame Empire once again strengthened its defenses in case the Holy Dragon City attacked again. What was puzzling was that the Holy Dragon City's army had retreated quickly, leaving only the drones hovering in the air. No one knew what they were up to. Vaguely, an ominous premonition struck them. causing the emperor and ministers of the Blazing Flame Empire to feel uneasy. They did not know what methods Holy Dragon City would use to launch an attack. It was also for this reason that the waiting process was filled with torment. In the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen walked to the huge holographic map. His eyes were fixed on the location of the Flame Empire's imperial city as he pondered. The result of the negotiation was actually within Tang Zhen's expectations. If he was in the position of the royal family, he would definitely not hand over the power in his hands unless he was at the end of his rope. How many people could see through the mesmerizing eyes of wealth? However, Tang Zhen did not have time to waste on the three great empires. Before the Holy Dragon City war zone was established, the entire continent must be under the control of the Holy Dragon City. The Blazing Flame Empire was only the first target. There were still two other empires, the Orc Alliance and the Morning Star Empire. If all of them were to put up a desperate resistance, who knew how long it would take to end this war? This was the reason why Tang Zhen had taken the initiative to negotiate. He only wanted to send a signal to the outside world that he did not wish to attack the imperial city of the Blazing Flame Empire if it was possible. However, if the Blazing Flame Empire refused to cooperate, he would have no choice but to use the cruelest means to attack the enemy. This was the only way to intimidate the enemy. In the future, when the Holy Dragon City proposed to negotiate again, those guys would change their attitude and not make some unrealistic demands. A loser should have the awareness of a loser. It was already a great kindness that they didn't let you die and still enjoy the glory, splendor, and wealth. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen turned on the wrist guard computer. After entering a long password, he clicked on the start program. After all of this was done, the holographic map in front of Tang Zhen immediately changed. The Flame Empire's imperial city was wrapped in a red halo, and a red dot also appeared at the Holy Dragon City's location. This was only the image displayed on the holographic map. In a military base not far from Holy Dragon City, a missile was flying towards the sky with a trail of flames. When the missile lifted off, many Holy Dragon City residents witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Many of the Holy Dragon City's residents had participated in the war, either directly or indirectly. Hence, they knew what this missile meant and could guess who was being attacked. After all, the only enemy the Holy Dragon City had at war with was the Blazing Flame Empire. As the missiles gradually disappeared, the residents of Lusheng continued to do what they were supposed to do, as if nothing had happened. Only those who didn't know the specific reason or had never seen this scene were still talking to each other, trying to figure out what it meant. Other than the hidden spies, ordinary people would only ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About it out of curiosity. It should be known that compared to the heavy battleships that had once appeared in the sky above Holy Dragon City, compared to other things that had never been heard of, this scene was nothing. A few hundred kilometers away from the Imperial City, Tai Seng and the others were high in the sky as they watched the missile approach from a distance before it crashed into the energy barrier above the Imperial City. Boom! A dazzling light appeared, and the earth began to shake violently, as if a stone had been thrown into a deep pool, setting off waves. 1426 moving clouds in all directions. 1. The terrifying explosion shook the heavens and earth. The energy shield above the Imperial City only lasted for a few seconds before it crumbled and shattered under the blinding light. Under the explosion of a terrifying power, it instantly enveloped the entire Imperial City. Those tall buildings were like statues piled up with powder. Under the impact of the wind, they quickly dissipated and spread in all directions. Under this terrifying attack, the aura of life disappeared in patches, mixing with the flying dust and making it impossible to distinguish them from each other. The 1,000-year-old ancient city no longer existed. In the flames, hundreds of figures could be seen rising into the sky. However, they kept melting and falling in the process of ascension. In the end, only 3 figures teleported out. Looking at the Imperial City that had been reduced to ruins from afar, the 3 legendary mages who had been lucky enough to escape were filled with grief and indignation, their faces full of anger and fear. Holy Dragon City, you've gone too far. The 3 legendary wizards roared and turned to run toward the Holy Dragon Army's encampment. Who would have thought that the Blood River King and the other 3 law rulers would appear not long after they had rushed out, followed by more than 30 king-level cultivators? This is the Holy Dragon City's territory. Trespassers will be killed. Blood River King's voice was cold. He didn't even care about 3 stray dogs. As for the destroyed Imperial City in front of him, it was even less worth mentioning compared to the worlds that he had destroyed. Upon hearing this, a legendary wizard roared like a mad bear, "Are you trying to kill me? Fine, I'll fight you to the death today. You're the ones who will die." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 legendary wizards charged forward and fought with the Blood River King and the other 2 Maxim monarchs. The battle between 6 top-tier experts naturally couldn't take place in the real world. Otherwise, it would inevitably result in an earth-shattering outcome, and they would be punished by the power of law at the first possible moment. Furthermore, it was impossible to use his full strength in a battle in the real world. Therefore, most of the time, top experts like Blood River King would choose to fight in the void. Seeing Blood River King and the others disappear, the spies who had wanted to witness the battle could not help but feel regretful. However, the most important thing now was to spread the news as soon as possible. After all, these things were simply too shocking. First, the imperial city of the Blazing Flame Empire was bombarded, and the entire city was reduced to ruins. Then, 3 legendary mages were engaged in battle with the Holy Dragon City. With such astonishing strength, was the Holy Dragon City going to defy the heavens? In reality, the various major powers on the continent had already received the news not long after the attack had occurred. When they heard that the Flame Empire's imperial city had been reduced to ruins in a single attack, all of them felt a chill in their hearts. They were qualified to participate in the battle for the deer, and naturally could also become the Holy Dragon City's enemy. If the other party attacked them with the same attack, what was the point of them playing? Although the Blazing Flame Empire was already at the end of its rope, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They had thought that the other party would fight with the Holy Dragon City for some time. In the end, even melon seeds and stools had been prepared and they were just waiting for the opening performance. In the end, they were fucking done in a short while. While the major forces were dumbfounded, they didn't find this matter funny at all. War was not a joke. It was a battle to the death. Originally, both sides were evenly matched. Even though more and more information was obtained by the outside world, proving that Holy Dragon City was definitely not simple, those forces still regarded Holy Dragon City as being on a similar level. When the Holy Dragon City had first used their lightning-fast tactics to invade the Raging Flame Empire, the various factions had already been surprised and shocked. They had also begun to feel uneasy. However, when this unexpected opponent wielded a terrifying weapon that could determine victory and defeat in a single strike, the original balance was broken, and the various powers felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Without any hesitation, the various forces immediately made a decision. They had to find out the specific origin of this mysterious weapon. If possible, they had to get their hands on this weapon at all costs. The annihilation of a country had attracted the attention of the entire continent, and the already turbulent continent began to become more and more turbulent. The front line of the war between the Raging Flame Empire and the Orc Alliance was covered in scorched earth and ruins. The fields, ditches, and ponds were filled with broken corpses. At this stage of the war, the soldiers had no time to collect the remains of their comrades, because they might become one of them tomorrow at this time. At this time, another bloody battle had just ended. The smoke of war had not yet dispersed, and the streams of blood had not dried up. The camps of both sides were full of disabled and sick people, and all they could see were numb eyes. The soldiers of the Flame Empire in the camp were like the walking dead. They looked listless. War would not only destroy the body, but it would also cruelly torture the soul, causing them to gradually lose their respect for life. A military doctor had just finished his work and walked out of the tent covered in blood. Just as he was about to call someone to bring him a glass of water, he suddenly saw a few armed airships in the sky rapidly approaching. The surface of the airships was full of damage marks. Isn't that the Imperial City? How could the armed airship be so heavily damaged? As if he had guessed something, the military doctor's heart trembled slightly. He ignored the fatigue of his body and went straight to the landing point of the armed airship. As they neared the open space, the doctor's uneasiness grew. He had recognized the origin of the landing aircraft. It was the Royal Air Security Force stationed outside the Imperial City. One of the armed aircraft was commanded by his younger brother. The armed airships that were supposed to guard the Imperial City and were not allowed to leave easily had actually appeared here, and their surface was full of signs of damage. This in itself was an extremely abnormal thing. Damn it, what's going on? The moment he thought of his family in the Imperial City, the military doctor took a huge step forward and headed straight for the armed airship commanded by his younger brother. The airship had landed and the hatch was opened. However, the first to disembark were bloody corpses that were carried down on stretchers by the Flame Empire soldiers who were also injured. There were many soldiers gathered around the airship. Their eyes were also full of questions, trying to guess what had happened. The military doctor's body was already trembling. He rushed up and grabbed a soldier, shouting in an urgent voice, "Tell me, where's the commander of your airship?" The soldier carrying the stretcher glanced at the military doctor and said in a tired voice, "The commander is behind us, but he has already slipped away." "What's wrong with him? Hurry up and tell me, what happened?" The soldier, who was already on the verge of breaking down, immediately exploded when the doctor grabbed him by the collar and shook him. He pushed the doctor away and shouted madly, "He's already dead. He was killed by Holy Dragon City's drone." The military doctor was stunned when he heard this. All the strength in his body seemed to be sucked out in an instant, and he fell limply to the ground. After the soldier exploded, he seemed to have gone mad. He looked at the soldiers around him and laughed. "You idiots, you're still fighting to the death. Don't you know that the Flame Empire is gone? The entire Imperial City has been reduced to ruins, and everyone is dead. The Holy Dragon City's army is rushing here, and it won't take long for you all to die. Yes, you all have to die." Looking at the soldier with bloodshot eyes and hearing what he said, the surrounding soldiers were all dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. "How is that possible? The Imperial City can't be destroyed, you lunatic." He said Holy Dragon City. Could it be that the Holy Dragon City has launched an attack? Why didn't we receive any news about it before? Damn it, tell me, is this true? No, I have to find out if this is true or not. I want to know how my family is doing. In an instant, the surroundings were in chaos. The soldiers immediately made a ruckus and attracted the attention of even more people. It seemed that the situation was about to go out of control. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and the soldier who was screaming and roaring fell to the ground. The bullet hole in the middle of his eyebrows was a shocking sight. The Empire's soldiers who were still making a ruckus were stunned for a moment. They turned to look at the direction of the gunshot, and it instantly became silent. 1427 The Inferno cannot die. If you disturb the morale of the army, you will be executed immediately. A series of heavy footsteps could be heard, and a large group of soldiers with astonishing auras slowly walked over. It was the elite of this frontline army, the security force that made the orcs tremble in fear. They were guarding the officer who was walking in the front. One of the soldiers was holding an exquisite silver pistol. It was obvious that he was the one who killed the soldier who had collapsed. Upon seeing this, everyone straightened their backs and showed a hint of respect. The officer that everyone was looking at was about 30 years old. He was tall and straight, his eyes were like blades, and stars were shining on his shoulders. If one were to sense him carefully, they would discover that his aura was deep and refined, as if he was only one step away from advancing to king class. All the soldiers in the camp knew this man's identity. His name was xianxia, and he was the highest-ranking officer of this frontline army. It was said that this person was one of the genius cultivators of the Blazing Flame Empire. Originally, he had only studied magic techniques, but he had also studied martial techniques. He had forcibly cultivated to a realm that no one had ever reached before. In order to temper his own cultivation, xianxia had joined the front-line army of the Flame Empire, all for the sake of obtaining a chance to break through in the war against the Orc Alliance. The reason he was in his current position was all because of his battle achievements. Because of his superior strength and outstanding military achievements, xianxia had always been a legendary figure in the entire front-line army. Therefore, when they saw him come in person and shoot the mentally broken soldier to death, everyone subconsciously shut their mouths. xianxia glanced at the surrounding soldiers and said in a deep voice, "I've just received news that the Holy Dragon City has invaded our Blazing Flame Empire. The Imperial City has been reduced to ruins, and His Majesty and the backbone of the Empire have all died for the country." Hearing this, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Then, angry roars sounded. Why wasn't there any news before? It must be the doing of those rich and powerful people. They were afraid that we would be distracted, so they deliberately hid it. They deserved to die. The Imperial City is gone. What's the point of fighting? I want to go home and see what's going on at home. Count me in, I'm not doing this either. More and more soldiers gathered in the surroundings. When they heard that the capital of the Blazing Flame Empire no longer existed, they immediately began to clamor. All of them wanted to go home. xianxia looked coldly at the scene in front of him, and when nearly 10,000 people had gathered around him, he suddenly rose into the air and roared, "I understand your thoughts and understand your actions, so I'll allow you to leave now." When the noisy soldiers heard this, they were shocked, not understanding why Xianxia would say this. With the imperial city destroyed, the frontline legions were in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Whether it was the morale of the army being unstable or being attacked from the front and back, they were all taboo. The slightest mistake could cause the entire legion to collapse. At this critical moment, Xianxia should have tried its best to turn the tide, work hard to inspire the army, and find a way to solve the predicament, but why did it do this? It wasn't just the soldiers who didn't understand. Even the officers were baffled. Facing the confused crowd, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "I know you all find it strange. Why would I say that? I can only tell you that in our current state, we can't even defeat the Beastman Alliance, so how can we be a match for the Holy Dragon City? I just want you to not make any fearless sacrifices and keep your useful bodies. At the same time, remember this unforgettable hatred, and wait for the right time to avenge your dead relatives and comrades. If anyone is tired of war and doesn't want to pick up weapons, then live well for those brothers who died in battle. No one will blame you. If you're determined to die and swear to fight to the death with the Holy Dragon City and the Orc Alliance, then I won't stop you. You can use all the materials in the armory. This is the only help I can provide now." In short, even though the Imperial City has been destroyed, the will of the Blazing Flame Empire will last forever. I only hope that you will never forget that you were once a soldier of the Blazing Flame Empire. After roaring out these last words, Xianxia descended from the sky and waved at the several hundred guards following him, all of them heading in the direction of the Imperial City. The soldiers looked at the scene in front of them in silence. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but be curious about where Xianxia and the others had gone. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, an officer looked away from Xianxia and the others, and said in a heavy tone, "All of you must be very curious as to what the Major General is up to." The soldiers beside him didn't say anything, but the expressions on their faces showed what they were thinking. "Let me tell you, the Major General and his hundreds of brothers are going to take revenge on Holy Dragon City. This might be the last time we'll see each other." After saying this, the officer shouted to the crowd, "Brothers, I'm going to follow Mr. Xianxia. Take care." After that, the officer turned around and followed Xianxia and the others, leaving with determination. Many of the soldiers lowered their heads at this sight, but they quickly raised them up again, their faces filled with determination. "Brother, live well for your brother and take good care of our parents. I'll be leaving first. Dumbo, this is some money I've saved up. I won't need it anymore, so I'll give it all to you. Go back and get a wife and have a few more children. Our fiery bloodline cannot be cut off. Ha ha ha, as all my family members have died, I don't want to live anymore. Therefore, I will go with the Major. See you. When we meet again in hell, you and I brothers will have a drink and chat again. Goodbye." In the front-line barracks, the soldiers who were determined to die picked up their weapons and walked in the direction of Xianxia's disappearance, gradually forming a stream of people. The soldiers who stayed behind had tears in their eyes. After a moment of silence, they packed up their bags and walked in different directions with numb faces. His home had been destroyed, his country had fallen, his heart was at a loss, and he didn't know where to go. A series of rumbles could be heard. It was the Orc cavalry of the Orc Alliance. They were charging towards the camp with a grand momentum, causing dust to fill the sky. Unfortunately, the military camp was empty, and the Orc Alliance was doomed to return empty-handed. Seeing the orcs running around the land they were guarding and plundering all kinds of resources, the soldiers hiding in the mountains were filled with sorrow, but they were powerless to stop it. Just as the Orc cavalrymen were about to charge into the front-line camp, a silver object suddenly appeared in the sky, reflecting a dazzling light. The soldiers who were hiding were stunned. Before they could see what those silver objects were, a violent roar came from the direction of the Imperial City. They looked back curiously and were dumbfounded. On the vast fields that were destroyed by the war, countless giant steel beasts were running at high speed. They were like a metal flood, crushing toward the territory occupied by the Orc Alliance. Black-armored cultivators stood proudly on these steel beasts. As if sensing the gazes of the Empire's soldiers, many of them turned to look at the slope. Sensing the killing intent that was directed at them, the hidden Empire's soldiers trembled. Only now did they realize how terrifying the Holy Dragon City's cultivators were. Just a single glance was enough to make them feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. Ignore them, they're just a bunch of defeated soldiers. Hearing the voice coming from the helmet, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had already raised their guns and aimed turned their heads. They looked at the galloping orc cavalry in front of them, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes. Boom! The two sides collided, and a violent explosion sounded. The charging orc cavalrymen immediately fell over, and their screams echoed. Under the cover of the drones, the Holy Dragon Army's heavy tanks were like sharp steel blades, instantly tearing tens of thousands of orc cavalry apart. The Empire's soldiers on the hill felt their blood freeze when they saw this. They trembled uncontrollably and seemed to understand why the Flame Empire had failed. Perhaps this was only the beginning. The Flame Empire would not be the only one to suffer such a defeat in the future. 1428 The shocked and furious Orc Alliance won. Clang. Clang. The exquisite wine cup was smashed to the ground. The item that was once regarded as a treasure by the nobles of the Flame Empire had turned into a pile of useless fragments. Damn it, can anyone tell me what's going on? Why did Holy Dragon City attack us? In a tall building, dozens of high-level orcs were gathered, their faces solemn. This place used to be the private property of a noble in the blazing Flame Empire, but it had now become the headquarters of the Orc Alliance. A high-level meeting was currently being held here. The one who had shattered the wine glass was one of the marshals of the Orc Alliance. He was in charge of commanding all the orc troops within the Flame Empire and was one of the top 10 experts of the Orc Alliance. The Beastman Marshal was furious. The tattoos on his face had all changed color. This was one of the signs of his rage. On the floor of the hall knelt a heavily armored beastman. His strong body was covered in wounds, and one of his eyes had been blown out. He looked extremely miserable. Hearing the marshal's question, the strong orc said in a trembling voice, "I don't know why either. At that time, I was only taking advantage of the destruction of the Flame Imperial City and the enemy's morale to take down one of the Flame Empire's military camps. In the end, I suddenly encountered the Holy Dragon City's army." As if recalling the tragic scene, the commander of the orc cavalry trembled and continued, "Before we could react, the Holy Dragon City's drones started bombarding us, followed by the Holy Dragon City's heavy tanks. There are at least 1,000 of them. Our cavalry is no match for them at all, hee." The orc marshal listened to the cavalry commander's explanation and said coldly, "So, the elite cavalry of my Orc Alliance went down the drain, and only you and a few hundred guards managed to escape." The cavalry commander immediately shook his head and explained, "I was at the back at that time. I had no choice but to run." "Stop talking nonsense. It's because of your cowardice that our Orc Alliance suffered such a huge loss. How can you still have the face to come back alive? Marshal, listen to me, Yingluo. Men, kill him." A few warriors with giant axes stepped forward and held the cavalry commander down, dragging him outside. They waved the giant axes in their hands and directly cut the struggling cavalry commander in two. As blood splattered, the cavalry commander's screams grew weaker and weaker, and finally, there was no longer any trace of life. Deserting at the last moment and causing the death of so many elite cavalrymen, this fellow really deserves it. It's not all his fault. You should know that Holy Dragon City's strength is already very strong. Coupled with the surprise attack, failure is a very normal thing. So what, is it because of this reason that he can run back here on his own? Don't say any more. If that guy is dead, then so be it. We should discuss how to deal with Holy Dragon City." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was clear that they had all realized the severity of this matter. The reason the Orc Alliance attacked the three empires was because of the huge population pressure and the tight distribution of resources. They had to solve the problem through war. Originally, they had not been very confident. However, after obtaining the support of the Holy Dragon City and obtaining a large number of weapons, their confidence increased by leaps and bounds, and they defeated the three great empires again and again. In addition to the orcs, fearlessness and their numerical advantage, the weapons provided by the Holy Dragon City also played a big role. Now that their biggest supporter suddenly turned hostile, the higher-ups of the Orc Alliance were at a loss. If this matter was just a misunderstanding, then there was nothing to say. Although they had lost tens of thousands of orc cavalry, they could bear with this for the long term. He was afraid that this was the Holy Dragon City's doing on purpose, targeting the Orc Alliance, and that there would be follow-up actions. If that was the case, the Orc Alliance would be facing a powerful opponent. At the same time, they would lose their source of weapons, which was extremely unfavorable to the Orc Alliance. "Everyone, what do you think of this matter?" After venting his anger, The orc marshal sat on the chair and asked the people around him. I think we should make early preparations. I'm afraid Holy Dragon City is up to no good this time. An old man sitting below slowly said. From his decorations, it could be seen that he was a great orc shaman, and his strength was similar to a king-level cultivator. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the great shaman said in a deep voice, I believe that everyone has already received the news that the imperial city of the Blazing Flame Empire has been destroyed and turned into scorched earth. There are only a few tens of thousands of people left. This was not the first time the Holy Dragon City had used such a method. Before this incident, the Holy Dragon City had used a similar method to destroy an entire military camp of the Flame Empire. The two attacks had the same method, but the power was different. Thus, I can conclude that the Holy Dragon City has the ability to mass-produce these terrifying weapons and can even adjust the power of the weapons. I even have a faint guess that it's not impossible for the Holy Dragon City to destroy the entire Flame Empire with a single blow. The great shaman's words left everyone in shock. Impossible. If Holy Dragon City could do this, why would they go through so much trouble? It's not impossible. You should know that after being attacked by this kind of weapon, only a piece of scorched earth will be left. If you were to choose, would you want a complete piece of land or a piece of ruins? Ying is right, but I still don't believe that Holy Dragon City has such a terrifying weapon. Seeing that everyone was quarreling over this matter, the orc marshal looked angry and said to everyone, all right, let's stop arguing and listen to the great shaman. Seeing that everyone had stopped arguing, the great shaman continued, let's ignore the existence of this weapon and focus on the Holy Dragon City's current behavior. They first assisted us, and during this period, they also obtained a lot of resources. This is a mutually beneficial matter, so there is no problem. But when these weapons become our weapons of attack, it's equivalent to using our hands to weaken the strength of the three great empires. The more glorious the results of our battle, the more beneficial it is for Holy Dragon City. It's because of our existence that the three empires' strength has been greatly reduced. If the Holy Dragon City were to attack from the rear, they would definitely achieve an extremely obvious result. The lightning tactics from before had already proven this point. If I'm not wrong, it won't take long for Holy Dragon City to launch an attack on the Radiant and Eternal Empires. Then, they'll break through the two empires with irresistible force, and then connect the battlefront of the three empires. Once the Holy Dragon City has achieved this, their next target will be the Orc Alliance. Hearing the great shaman's analysis, everyone fell silent because what the other side said was very likely to become a reality. The encounter with the Orc cavalry this time had already sounded an alarm. If that was the case, how should they deal with it? The Orc marshal pondered for a moment and nodded gently. He said to the great shaman, in that case, does the great shaman have a solution? Of course there is a way, and that is to immediately stop the invasion of the other two empires and negotiate with them. As long as they can catch their breath, they will be able to stop the Holy Dragon City. We only need to watch the fire from the other side and wait to reap the benefits. This alone is not enough. We need to send someone to contact the Morning Star Empire at the same time and give them enough benefits. We'll also explain the benefits so that they can join our camp and fight against the Holy Dragon City together. If everything goes well, then no matter how strong the Holy Dragon City is, they won't be able to fight against us. We might even be able to take the opportunity to break through the Great Wall of Miracles and take all the good things in the Holy Dragon City. If that's the case, who else on the continent can be our match? 1429 Morning Star Empire 1. The Holy Dragon City's actions caught the Orc Alliance off guard. Although they were unwilling, they also understood that this was definitely not the time to officially start a war. The leaders of the various tribes in the Orc Alliance quickly learned of this change. After some discussion, they decided to follow the plan proposed by the great shaman. On one hand, they would temporarily stop the invasion of the Eternal Empire and the Radiant Empire. On the other hand, they would send people to the Morning Star Empire to discuss cooperation. However, before they could take action, the Holy Dragon City had already arrived at the target area. At the edge of the continent, there was a dense forest that stretched on endlessly. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were countless rare and exotic beasts. It had been occupied by the Morning Star Empire for thousands of years. To the other living beings on the continent, this place was a forbidden land of death. Those who entered without permission would most likely not be able to return. To the outside world, the Morning Star Empire had always been mysterious. Apart from participating in the chaos on the continent 100 years ago and returning to the forest after being resisted by the three great empires, the Morning Star Empire rarely appeared in the world. However, with the appearance of the Holy Dragon City and the continent falling into chaos once again, the Morning Star Empire would not be able to stay out of it even if they wanted to. The Maple Forest Ferry was the only entrance to the Morning Star Empire. Other than the passage in the middle of this red fire forest, anyone who entered the Morning Star Empire from any other place would encounter all kinds of terrifying things. Ferocious beasts, strange flowers, and plants, as well as natural or man-made runic magic circles, would form an impenetrable defense. With these defensive measures, the Morning Star Empire didn't even need to station a large number of soldiers to ensure the safety of the border. The morning dew had yet to dissipate when a crisp and melodious bell rang from afar. Through the thin morning mist, a team of about 100 people could be seen slowly approaching. The dense water vapor had wet their cloaks, and the short-horned deer they were riding on let out crisp cries from time to time. From the direction they were heading, it could be seen that they were preparing to enter the Morning Star Empire through the Maple Forest Ferry. According to the rules of the Morning Star Empire, the smoking vehicles of the three empires were not allowed to enter to prevent polluting the environment. If anyone violated this rule, they were bound to be severely punished. It was precisely because of this rule that merchants would use mounts to transport goods, instead of other tools that could carry more weight. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. No one would find trouble in this aspect. At the end of the stone path, there was a 50-meter-wide river in front of them. The river was so clear that the bottom could be seen. The fallen leaves drifted in the water, as if they were floating in the void. After crossing this river, they would have officially entered the Morning Star Empire. The old man at the front of the group stopped. He picked up a fist-sized rock from the river and slowly squatted down beside a green rock. As the stone was gently knocked, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the clear river. Before everyone could see it clearly, they saw a wide back on the river surface. At the same time, a huge head appeared, but it was hidden under the water, staring at the people on the shore. The old man took a bag from the back of the short-horned deer, grabbed a large handful of air-dried worms, and soaked them in the river. The giant beasts in the water opened their mouths at the same time and sucked these air-dried bugs into their mouths. Their bright eyes revealed a trace of joy. When the bag of air-dried worms was devoured by the giant beast, its huge body trembled slightly, then it became quiet again. "All right, we can go up now." After calling out to everyone, the 10 people at the front stepped onto the back of the giant beast. Then, the old man knocked on the stone again, and the giant beast's body slowly turned in the river, swimming quickly to the other side. The transportation process was slow, but there was no other way. If they did not cross the river this way, they would be attacked by the Morning Star Empire guards. Monsters, rivers, and other strange things would attack those who did not follow the rules. Everyone clearly knew about this situation, so no one showed any signs of impatience. They just stood on the river surface and waited silently. They weren't afraid of those defensive measures, but they had a mission to accomplish and didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. After the last group crossed the river bank, they tidied up the goods and set off again. The other side of the river was even quieter. At this time, everyone was in a fiery red maple forest. Fallen leaves covered the deep and winding road, and only the crisp sound of bells echoed in the forest. Walking in it, one would feel as if they were in a painting. Such beautiful scenery was rare on the continent, but it was common in the Morning Star Empire. The old man who had led the way was riding on a short-horned deer, chatting with the 2 people in the group as they walked. Because he had done business with the border residents of the Morning Star Empire all year round, he knew the local customs and practices very well. This road is about 20 miles long, and there's a checkpoint after that. After passing through the checkpoint, you'll reach the largest border city in the Morning Star Empire, and it's the only city that outsiders are allowed to enter. You have to be careful in this city. Don't rashly destroy the plants and buildings in the city, or you might be severely punished. As they chatted, the old man reminded them more than once not to violate the laws of the Morning Star Empire. "Don't worry, we know what to do." The one who spoke was a cloaked woman with a delicate and beautiful face. Even though the old man had seen many beautiful women in the Morning Star Empire, none of them could be compared to this woman. In addition to having a heavenly beauty, this woman also had a faint aura of authority, as if she had once held a high position, making people not dare to offend her easily. "Sister Xianxia, do you think the Morning Star Empire is really a branch of the elf clan? The one who spoke was another girl. She was slightly younger, but her appearance was comparable. Compared to the cold-looking Yu Qianhua, this girl was obviously more lively. If one looked closely, they would find that her aura was very shocking. It seemed that she was only one step away from becoming a king-level cultivator. I'm not too sure, but according to the information we've gathered, they might be of the same race as me. As she said this, Yu Qianhua's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Ever since the Savage War Zone was destroyed and she joined the Holy Dragon City, the number of clansmen around her had been decreasing. The elf race, which had once dominated the wilderness, was now only left with a few kittens. Yu Qianhua was naturally very worried about this situation, especially when the Holy Dragon City was about to establish a war zone. As long as they seized the opportunity, they could achieve something. Yu Qianhua felt even more lost. If she had enough manpower, she could apply to build a city of her own. Not only could she find her lost tribesmen, but she could also restore the glory of the elven race. The appearance of the Morning Star Empire finally gave Yu Qianhua a chance. According to the information gathered by Holy Dragon City, the race that had founded the Morning Star Empire was suspected to be a branch of the elves. Although she didn't know how they had arrived, it wasn't important to Yu Qianhua. As long as the other party was an elf and was willing to help her, she would have a chance to realize her dream. Therefore, when she learned that Tang Zhen was preparing to communicate with the Morning Star Empire, Yu Qianhua took the initiative to come here. She was full of anticipation for this operation, but she felt a slight headache when it came to the little girl beside her. Ziyu, you must be obedient. After all, this is not our Holy Dragon City. Remember not to cause trouble. Hearing Yu Qianhua's warning, Mirong Ziyu shrugged her shoulders and said in a helpless tone, Sister Qianhua, you've said it so many times. I'm not a child, I know what to do. When Yu Qianhua heard this, she could only silently pray in her heart, hoping that this mischievous little girl would really know her place. 1430 The border city, moving forward in the intoxicating beauty often made it difficult for people to feel tired, and this was the case for everyone at this moment. It didn't seem to take long for a huge fortress covered with green vines and flowers to appear in front of everyone. It was the checkpoint that the old man had mentioned before. A group of Morning Star Empire soldiers in exquisite armor and holding all kinds of weapons stood in front of the checkpoint, coldly watching the people walking over. The military buildings that were supposed to be filled with iron and blood were less cold and cruel because of the embellishments of these beautiful flowers and plants. The old man walked in front and bowed to the soldiers in front of the checkpoint. At the same time, he took out an emerald green wooden token, which was used to prove his identity. It was extremely difficult for foreigners to do business in the Morning Star Empire. Not only did they have to have a large number of recommendations, but they also had to go through a thorough examination. Only after all the conditions were met would the city lord of the border city issue a certificate. Therefore, this seemingly ordinary token actually had a very high value in the outside world, and countless people could not wait to get it. Although the old man's clothes were ordinary, he actually had a family business that was as rich as a country's. He had retired many years ago, and his son was in charge of his own chamber of commerce. This time, he had taken the initiative to come here because Holy Dragon City had protected his property and prevented it from suffering any losses. In return, he had allowed him to lead Yu Qianhua and the others into the Morning Star Empire. There were many merchants like the old man. They had all chosen to submit to the Holy Dragon City to protect their families. Tang Zhen indeed wanted to control the entire continent, but he didn't necessarily require everyone to become a resident of the Lusheng. He only wanted to add the special war machine of the Lusheng into the original social system. Therefore, merchants like the old man naturally had to keep their abilities. The Morning Star Empire military officer, who was wearing a silver armor with hollowed edges and colorful metal embellishments on some parts, smiled. He carefully checked the token and then returned it to the old man. Old John, you haven't been here for a long time. How's your health now? The officer at the checkpoint clearly knew the old man. After the two of them chatted for a while, their eyes fell on Yu Qianhua and the others. He had been observing these cloaked men and women just now, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes, because he found that these people's auras were extremely fierce. They were obviously strong cultivators who had fought hundreds of battles. If they were to fight and kill each other, they might not be a match at all. It was also for this reason that he had always been wary of Yu Qianhua and the others, and had even made preparations for battle. Although this was the territory of the Morning Star Empire, and there was an army stationed dozens of miles away, if these people really had evil intentions, they would still cause great losses. Old John, who are they? The checkpoint commander pointed at Yu Qianhua and the others and asked in a very serious tone. His eyes were very sharp. The old man didn't hide anything and said to the checkpoint officer, "They are representatives from Holy Dragon City. They wish to meet the city lord. It should be something very important." Hearing this, the checkpoint officer's pupils shrank slightly. It was obvious that he knew some information about the Holy Dragon City. Now that the continent was in chaos, the Holy Dragon City was the cause of this chaos. What exactly were their intentions by sending people to the Morning Star Empire? Although he was full of doubts, he was not qualified to participate in this matter. So after checking the goods and making sure that there were no problems, the checkpoint officer announced that they would let them go. After passing through a checkpoint built by giant trees, the group came to a wide flat land. This place was covered in green grass. Perhaps it was deliberately cleaned, so there was no debris on the ground, as if it was a soft carpet. This was the place where the soldiers at the checkpoint lived and trained. Residents of the Morning Star Empire would also trade here. Although it wasn't a large place, the goods displayed here were full of regional characteristics. Yu Qianhua and the others had important matters to attend to, so they only took a glance at the road when they passed by, and then continued along the road. Along the way, there were all kinds of strange animals. They always liked to squat under the grass and trees by the side of the road, watching the group move forward in a daze, as if they were used to this situation. Because of the presence of Yu Qianhua and the others, the officer at the checkpoint had specially sent out a team of elite soldiers to escort them. Although it was an escort, the real purpose was to monitor them. After all, these cultivators from the Holy Dragon City were obviously experts. The officer at the checkpoint did not dare to take them lightly. Even if these soldiers were no match for them, it was enough to sound the alarm in case of an accident, allowing them to prepare in advance. At the same time, the news of the arrival of the Holy Dragon City's emissaries had been sent to the city lord's mansion. As for how to deal with the next matter, they needed to first figure out the Holy Dragon City's true purpose. Compared to the Maple Leaf Path, the road leading to the border city was much wider. From time to time, flower beds made of mountain stones and ancient sculptures could be seen on the side of the road, hidden among the flowers and trees. Seeing this scene, the smile in Yu Qianhua's eyes became more and more obvious. Obviously, through some subtle things, she had gradually verified her guess. The race that had established the Morning Star Empire was obviously closely related to the elves. As for why they appeared here, it was not something out of the ordinary. Although this land was a land without an owner and its location was uncertain, it was still a world of buildings. It was just that there was no war zone to take it in. In the long past, it was entirely possible for the elves to enter this land to live and multiply, and then build a country that belonged to them. As long as she could confirm this, Yu Qianhua was confident that she could recruit a group of followers and build a city that belonged to the elf race. Short-horned deer had a high carrying capacity, but their speed was rather slow. However, with the mages of the Morning Star Empire driving them, their speed was more than twice as fast. This was obviously a spiritual spell that had nothing to do with cultivation techniques. It allowed them to communicate with animals and plants. In an environment with dense trees, the combat strength of the Morning Star Empire cultivators would be multiplied. After walking for about half a day, a huge city built on a cliff by the lake appeared in front of everyone. The emerald green lake was like a flawless gem, and a tall and slender bridge was built on the lake, extending to the city on the other side. The soldiers of the Morning Star Empire were used to this kind of scenery, so they didn't have any special reaction. However, Mirong Ziyu was very excited and kept shooting, laughing and laughing. When they arrived at the White Bridge, they saw a group of soldiers in white armor standing on both sides of the bridge. They were decorated with colorful feathers and looked like peacocks, as if they were welcoming distinguished guests. After seeing this, everyone jumped off the deer and walked toward the bridge. A well-built man with silver hair stood at the end of the bridge. He was wearing a windbreaker-like outfit and greeted the crowd with a smile. "Welcome, friends from afar. I'm the city lord of a border city. You can call me Slade." Yu Qianhua stepped forward and responded with the traditional etiquette of the elf race. She smiled and said, "Holy Dragon City's special envoy, Yu Qianhua, greets the city lord of Slade. At the same time, I would like to send my regards to you on behalf of our city lord, Tang Zhen." Seeing Yu Qianhua's actions, the smile on City Lord Slade's face became even wider. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture as he led the way towards the border city. 1431 Cooperation. The border city was built against the mountain. From a distance, it looked like a super garden in the sky, looking extremely beautiful. Compared to other races, the lifespan of elves was generally more than 200 years. In addition to their leisure and reclusive life, they had enough time to create their favorite works of art. The peaceful environment allowed these pieces of art to be passed down in an orderly manner. Over time, it could be said that every gathering place in the Morning Star Empire was an art museum. As everyone slowly advanced on the long bridge, melodious music began to play. The tune was gentle and light, making people feel more and more cheerful. After hearing the music, a group of rainbow-colored birds flew out from the surrounding forest and circled above the long bridge. They chimed in harmony with the music, but it was not chaotic at all. Instead, it gave off a natural feeling. Even on the gem-like lake surface, there were colorful fish and water beasts jumping out and following Yu Qianhua and the others. Yu Qianhua and the others were naturally attracted by the scenery here. With bright smiles on their faces, they entered the border city together. Different from other cities, the city wall of the border city was not made of bricks and stone. Instead, it was built from the original mountain. The surface of the city wall was covered with ancient carvings. Under the embellishment of green vines and moss, the ancient and vicissitude aura came from the city. These mottled and old stone walls should not be underestimated. Once a war really broke out, they would form an impregnable defense system. Unless one paid a very painful price, no one could occupy this place. After entering the city, Yu Qianhua and the others walked on a winding road decorated with various houses and went straight to the city lord's mansion at the top. Although Border City had a long history and a population of more than 500,000, when one entered the city, they would find that there were not many pedestrians on the streets. It even gave people a faint feeling of returning to the countryside. Master Slade, why are there so few people on the streets? Mirong Ziyu looked at the surrounding scenery curiously. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Slade, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Who this beautiful lady is? After hearing Mirong Ziyu's question, Slade asked Yu Qianhua very politely. When they met just now, only Yu Qianhua had told them her name, while Mirong Ziyu and the others had been standing behind her the whole time. This is the sister of our city lord's wife. Her name is Mirong Ziyu. Yu Qianhua opened her mouth to introduce her, but in her heart, she was secretly praying that the little girl wouldn't mess around. Oh, it's Miss Mirong Ziyu. I'm sorry. A hint of surprise appeared on Slade's face, but he quickly hid it. He smiled at Mirong Ziyu and continued, Lady Ziyu might not know this, but although there are 500,000 permanent residents in border cities, most of the time, the residents like to stay in the forest and lake. Only in those places can you see their figures. At this point, Slade pointed to the forest by the lake in the distance and said, the place I'm pointing at is home to nearly 100,000 residents of the border city. It can be said that there is a house under every big tree. Mirong Ziyu nodded and said with a hint of expectation, I see. In that case, will the city lord allow me to take a look? Of course, if you're interested, we can go at any time. City lord, we have a very important mission this time. Therefore, we are not in a hurry to visit, Yu Qianhua replied. Yu Qianhua turned to look at the little girl and saw her pouting slightly but did not say anything. A faint smile appeared on Yu Qianhua's face. In that case, let's head straight to the city lord's mansion. They chatted along the way and arrived at the city lord's mansion under the curious gazes of the residents. Then, Slade invited everyone to a floating platform with beautiful scenery. He took out the Morning Star Empire's specialty fruits and invited everyone to taste them. Although the fragrance of fruits and melons filled the air, Yu Qianhua still felt a sense of urgency. This was because she had already received Tang Zhen's reminder before she set off that the envoy of the Orc Alliance would soon arrive at the Morning Star Empire. Although the Holy Dragon City cultivators would try their best to intercept and kill the messengers of the Beastman Alliance, they still had a chance of successfully arriving. Thus, the cooperation with the Morning Star Empire had to be established as soon as possible. After pondering for a moment, Yu Qianhua said to Slade, City Lord, you might have already guessed the purpose of our trip, so Qianhua won't hide it anymore. To be honest, We've come this time in the hope of forming a partnership with the Morning Star Empire. On my way here, the Holy Dragon City had already launched an attack on the Beastman Alliance. A war in the future is inevitable. We hope to cooperate with the Morning Star Empire to fight against the Orc Alliance. If you are not willing to participate in the war, we hope that the Morning Star Empire will remain neutral. In order to express our sincerity, the Holy Dragon City will give you generous gifts and cooperate with you in many ways to seek common development. There was a warm smile on Slade's face, and he gave off a feeling of a spring breeze. After Yu Qianhua finished, he said, "Your Excellency Yu Qianhua, do you know that the Morning Star Empire has never been willing to get involved in the disputes of the continent? The reason why we appeared in the chaos 100 years ago was actually to take back an important item. It wasn't, as the rumors outside said, that we were trying to seize land and be defeated. Even if the continent is in chaos this time, the Morning Star Empire still has no intention of getting involved. Therefore, whether it's you or the Orc Alliance, we will choose not to help either side. As for the cooperation you mentioned, there's actually no need for it. The Morning Star Empire has its own cultural heritage and doesn't like to be disturbed by external factors. I have to say that your arrival was completely unnecessary, because you didn't understand the principles of the Morning Star Empire from the very beginning." A smug expression appeared on Slade's face. He was obviously very proud of the culture and history of the Morning Star Empire. Yu Qianhua smiled and didn't refute, but she didn't think so. What Slade had said was true, but they were not shackles that bound the Morning Star Empire. As long as there were enough benefits, these things could be put aside for the time being. After obtaining enough benefits, they could be used to whitewash everything. If used properly, it would be a very good cover. Therefore, Slade did not agree to the cooperation only because the benefits offered by the Holy Dragon City were not enough. The Holy Dragon City finally decided to befriend the long range and attack the short range after much discussion. Moreover, the Holy Dragon City was determined to win this time and had made ample preparations. If Yu Qianhua's trip failed, and the Morning Star Empire chose to cooperate with the Orc Alliance, it wouldn't take long for this paradise to be filled with flames of war. 1432 The Secret of the Capital City 1. The reason why Slade welcomed Yu Qianhua and the others so warmly was because she represented the Holy Dragon City. No matter what the relationship between the two sides was, Slade should show due respect to a new and powerful representative. As for the cooperation that Yu Qianhua had mentioned, Slade was not interested at all. He also knew that the royal family would not be interested, so he rejected it directly. "City Lord, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Can you take a look at these things first?" As Yu Qianhua spoke up to this point, she gently swiped her finger and an item that looked like a tablet computer appeared in her hand. After seeing this, Slade's eyes lit up. He was obviously very interested in Yu Qianhua's storage equipment. Before the Holy Dragon City appeared, there were only a few storage equipment on this continent. They were in the hands of the Morning Star Empire and a few legendary mages. There was also one hidden in the royal family of the Demon Barbarian Empire, and its successor was the princess of the Demon Barbarian Empire. The Demon Barbarian Princess, storage equipment contained some royal secrets. After seeking shelter in the Holy Dragon City, she had given the items inside to Tang Zhen to express her determination and attitude. Other than these few storage equipment that were known as divine weapons, only Holy Dragon City had similar items in the entire continent. Moreover, the popularity of these items had already left all the major forces dumbfounded. Many people hoped to obtain similar items from the Holy Dragon City, but unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. Noticing the city lord's gaze, Yu Qianhua smiled and said, "If Sir Slade is interested, I can give you one. I just hope you can work hard to promote our cooperation." Slade seemed to be struggling, and it was obvious that he was tempted. After a few seconds of silence, Slade chuckled and said with a hint of regret, "Your Excellency Yu Qianhua, to be honest, I really do want to have a storage equipment, but I really can't help you with this. In fact, I've already received orders from the royal family when you arrived. What I've just said represents the royal family's attitude, and it can't be changed. So, I can only regretfully say that you might have made a wasted trip." Yu Qianhua thought to herself, as expected. Although the city lord of a border city is powerful, he might not be able to refuse the cooperation on behalf of the Morning Star Empire. However, he spoke so decisively just now, so he was obviously prepared. "Castellan Slade, don't be in a hurry to reject us. Take a look at what we can provide first. Maybe it will change your mind. Slade was also a little curious about Yu Qianhua's repeated requests. After glancing at Yu Qianhua, his gaze fell on the table. Following Yu Qianhua's actions, a screen appeared on the tablet. After seeing the image on the screen, Slade was shocked. Your Excellency Yu Qianhua, how did you get these things? Slade's tone was questioning, but more than that, he was surprised. As if she had already expected Slade's reaction, Yu Qianhua said in a confident tone, Sir Slade might not know, but with the Holy Dragon City's strength, there is no place on this continent that can escape their detection. Looking at Slade's twitching mouth, Yu Qianhua smiled and said, even the capital of the Morning Star Empire is under our surveillance. Slade showed a trace of anger and said in a cold voice, Your Excellency Yu Qianhua, can I take this as a provocation? Yu Qianhua shook her head. There was no trace of panic on her delicate face. Instead, she pointed at the image in front of her and said, to the common people, the capital of the Morning Star Empire has always been filled with mystery. Many people have only heard of its name and know that it is the ancestral land of the Morning Star Empire. It was a mysterious place even in the Morning Star Empire. No one could approach it without permission. Am I right, Sir Slade? Slade nodded, as if he was thinking about something. We were also very interested in this place, so 3 months ago, we specially investigated this matter. In the end, we discovered something that shocked us. At this point, Yu Qianhua paused and said to Slade, Your Excellency, guess what we found? Tell me, I'm actually very interested in this. Since the Holy Dragon City did this, they naturally had their own reasons. Slade had a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. After careful analysis, we've confirmed that your ancestors in the Morning Star Empire are inextricably linked to the world of Lusheng. This can be seen from your capital. Your ancestors used some unknown method to build a building that was very similar to the city. However, for some reason, it became a defective product and was unable to perform its original function. If your ancestors had succeeded back then, perhaps this continent would have fallen into your control long ago, am I right? Slade took a deep breath. As a noble of the Morning Star Empire, he obviously knew more secrets, and what Yu Qianhua had just said was indeed something that had happened in the past. What's the purpose of your words? Do you think that by knowing these secrets, you can make us compromise and cooperate? Although these things are the Morning Star Empire's top secrets, it's not like they can't be known to others. That's why the information you have isn't of much use. Slade's tone carried a hint of sarcasm and even a faint anger. If we can change everything and make the Imperial City operate as your ancestors had imagined, what do you think? Yu Qianhua smiled and said to Slade, What did you just say? Slade, who was originally calm, suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Yu Qianhua. The aristocratic aura on his body had long disappeared. You said that you can make the Imperial City operate again. You're not joking, are you? Slade's heart was filled with shock. He had been to the Imperial City before and naturally knew how great it was. If the Holy Dragon City could really operate, it would definitely be a great event for the Morning Star Empire. Looking at the anxious Slade, Yu Qianhua shook her head and said, Sir Slade, do you think we would joke about this? If you can really do that, I can guarantee that the Morning Star Empire will not work with the Orc Alliance. On the other hand, there's a high chance that we'll work together. When Yu Qianhua heard this, she shook her head and softly said, Sir Slade, if we really do that, I'm sure you know what it means for the Morning Star Empire. Therefore, after doing everything you need, we hope to get more in return. Sir Slade, can you make a promise on behalf of the Morning Star Empire? Slade was stunned. If the Holy Dragon City could really do this, then the Morning Star Empire would naturally have to pay a corresponding price. However, it was no longer his place to worry about this. After a moment of silence, Slade said in a serious tone, If you can do this and are willing to do so, I will immediately arrange for people to escort you to the Imperial City. Yu Qianhua stood up and bowed to Slade. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Sir Slade. 1433 The depressed Orcs Diplomatic Corps won. Just as Yu Qianhua reached an agreement with the city lord and was about to head to the capital of the Morning Star Empire, a group of beastmen hurried over on the path to the Maple Forest Ferry. Compared to Yu Qianhua's group, who had come on a small battleship and only changed to short-horned deer when they got close to the Morning Star Empire, the Orc envoy was in a much worse state. From their appearance, it was clear that they had experienced a bloody battle not long ago. There were still traces of blood on their robes and armor, and they looked quite miserable. When the fiery red maple forest appeared in front of these orc cultivators, they all showed a trace of relief and couldn't help speeding up. We've finally reached the Morning Star Empire. I thought we would die on the way. Don't worry, since we're here, those bastards from Holy Dragon City shouldn't appear again. After all, this is someone else's territory. They won't dare to hunt us down so brazenly. If we meet on the battlefield, I will definitely kill a few more Holy Dragon City cultivators to vent my anger. A few orc cultivators whispered to each other, and their voices were filled with irrepressible anger. We've just received news that we're the only team that has reached the border of the Morning Star Empire. The other teams were ambushed by the Holy Dragon City on the way, and they probably won't be able to come back. The leader of the Beastman diplomat group had a grave expression, and a hint of hatred could be seen in his eyes. His brothers were in the other teams and had been ambushed 3 times on the way. The possibility of them coming back alive was almost zero. Compared to their companions, they were undoubtedly much luckier. They had been able to escape the pursuit through a hidden tunnel and successfully reach the border of the Morning Star Empire. However, this was only the beginning. In the following process, they still had to try to persuade the nobles in the Morning Star Empire to cooperate with the Orc Alliance to resist the Holy Dragon City's invasion. This was not an easy task. After all, this was not the first time the Orc Alliance had dealt with the Morning Star Empire. For some reason, the two sides had always looked down on each other, and the few times they had worked together in history had all ended on bad terms. Even so, the Orc Alliance had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Once the Holy Dragon City launched an official attack, it would be no different from a disaster for the Orc Alliance. After a period of war, although the Orc Alliance had plundered a large amount of resources, they had also paid a heavy price. Nearly 1 million Orc soldiers had died on the battlefield, and countless were injured. For the Orc Alliance, this situation was definitely suitable for them to continue the war, especially against a powerful opponent like the Holy Dragon City. This was the truth. Although the Holy Dragon City would face more than one enemy, they were still at ease. On the other hand, the Holy Dragon City's enemies were trembling in fear, not knowing how to deal with it. The more they knew about the Holy Dragon City's strength, the more obvious this feeling became. This monster that had suddenly appeared had strength that made them feel uneasy. It was for this reason that the enemy forces would do everything they could to change the current situation and eliminate this terrifying enemy. Your Excellency Shaman, we will need you to take action next. Looking at the wide river in front of them, the envoy leader called out. Then, an orc dressed as a shaman walked out and danced a strange dance by the river while chanting. As the incantation spread, the clear river's surface rippled, and huge fish appeared one after another, staring at the orc cultivators standing on the shore with cold eyes. When the strange dance ended, the orc shaman took out a dagger and cut a long wound on his arm. Blood immediately gushed out. The blood dripped down his arm, but when it came into contact with the river water, it quickly dispersed and rushed towards the water beasts and strange fish at the bottom of the river like a living creature. The water in the river churned. When the water monsters sucked in the orc shaman's blood, they immediately became drowsy, as if they were drunk, and their bellies were facing the sky. Hurry up and cross the river. Don't fly over the river, got it? The orcs immediately stepped on the bodies of the fish and jumped across the river. Seeing this, the other beastmen followed one after another, and soon arrived at the other side of the river. No one asked why they couldn't fly over the river, because when they crossed the river, they felt a heart-palpitating power coming from the sky above the river. If someone were to fly past, they would definitely be attacked by this force, and the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, many years ago, the orc cultivators had suffered a great loss. They had ignored the warning and jumped into the river, only to be ground into minced meat in the middle of the river and become the food of the water monsters. After crossing the river, they naturally ran all the way. The orc cultivators were not in the mood to admire the scenery along the way. The road to the checkpoint wasn't very far, especially for these Lord tier and above orc cultivators. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the checkpoint, but they were met with soldiers who were waiting in formation. Seeing the Morning Star Empire soldiers unsheathing their weapons, the members of the orc diplomat group felt that something was wrong. However, they still stepped forward and revealed their identities. We are a diplomatic mission from the Orc Alliance. We would like to meet the city lord of the border city, Slade. Please allow us to pass. The commander of the checkpoint was the one that Yu Qianhua and the others had seen before. At this time, he was standing on the top of the wall, looking down at the orc diplomatic mission with a faint smile. "I'm sorry, but without the permission of the city lord, no matter who you are not allowed to pass through the checkpoint." The leader of the orcs' diplomatic mission frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "We have a very important matter. Can you make an exception for us?" The checkpoint commander shook his head, indicating that this was impossible. The orc captain cursed in his heart and tried to make a few more requests. However, the checkpoint officer only shook his head and refused to see him. Seeing this, the orc cultivators could only curse loudly while sitting in front of the checkpoint and waiting. If they knew that the Holy Dragon City's diplomatic corps had successfully passed through this place and were preparing to head to the capital of the Morning Star Empire, they would probably be so angry that they would try to stop them with all their might. Although they were furious, they knew that they were too weak to pass this seemingly ordinary barrier. Even if they were lucky enough to pass it, they would be hunted down by the cultivators of the Morning Star Empire. After a short discussion, the leader of the orc envoy decided to continue thinking of ways to pass through the checkpoint. At the same time, he would send a message to the reinforcements behind him to see if they could sneak into the Morning Star Empire through other means. After waiting in the border city for 2 days, Xianxia and the others finally received a reply from the royal family, inviting them to go to the heart of the Morning Star Empire. After receiving the news, Slade immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare flying mounts and personally accompanied Xianxia and the others. Slade had already known about the arrival of the orcs and knew that they would definitely offer attractive conditions for cooperation. If it was before Xianxia and the others arrived, Fred might have considered their conditions. But now, he was not interested in them at all. The only things the Orc Alliance could offer were land and precious resources. However, the Morning Star Empire didn't lack these things at all. Compared to the Holy Dragon City's offer, they were not even worth mentioning. Therefore, Slade immediately ordered people to stop the Orc diplomat group, to prevent them from deliberately ruining the cooperation with the Holy Dragon City when they were desperate after hearing the news. With a clear whistle, a group of flying mounts unique to the Morning Star Empire soared into the sky, and under the control of beast tamers, they headed straight for the capital. The feathers of these flying mounts were very beautiful. When they flew in groups, they looked like a brilliant cloud, which was very spectacular. In order to prevent being blown off by the wind during the flight, everyone held the rope tightly and formed an energy shield on the surface of their bodies to prevent themselves from being unable to breathe normally. Riding on flying mounts was actually a rather monotonous and boring process. Other than the initial feeling of novelty, the rest was just a boring one. After flying through countless villages and towns, and even taking a few breaks during the journey, the group finally arrived at the capital of the Morning Star Empire, Morning Star City, which was located on the Vine Plain. 1434 The origin of Morning Star City. 1. The origin of the name of the Vine Plain was naturally the giant 7-colored vines on the field. These giant vines were unusually thick and strong. When they grew, they would surround each other and form a ring. Then, they would intertwine and grow. The tallest giant vine was nearly 1,000 meters tall. Flowers of different colors bloomed on the surface of the giant vine. Every time a breeze blew, the fragrance of the flowers would fill the entire plain, attracting groups of colorful butterflies. Morning Star City was located in the center of the Vine Plain, surrounded by trees. From a distance, it looked like a huge mountain, guarding this ancient land. As they had been notified in advance, Xianxia and the others were not interrogated. Instead, they were led by the patrolling cavalry in the air to their destination without any obstructions. If one entered this place without permission, they would be attacked immediately. The eerie white bone sculptures around the Vine Plain were enough to prove this. Even the skeletons that represented death could still be turned into strange works of art by these elves. The flying mount finally stopped at a wide square. There were already cultivators from the Morning Star Empire waiting for them. After introducing themselves, they led Xianxia and the others towards Morning Star City. In front of everyone was a magnificent giant city that was made of emerald green jade. It was at least several hundred meters tall, and it was surrounded by exquisite statues that looked very lifelike. On the straight road leading into the city, heavily armed Morning Star Empire cultivators stood guard on both sides. They wore ancient-looking armor, and the weapons they used were gleaming. The people of Holy Dragon City only needed one look to know that these were all magic weapons and equipment that had a long history. A group of women in white robes stood at the city gate and looked at Xianxia and the others who were slowly walking over with a faint smile on their faces. Welcome to Morning Star City. From the moment you came here, I felt the call from my bloodline, which proves that we have the same ancestor. The leading white-robed woman looked at Xianxia and gently touched her forehead. She spoke in a very kind tone. I have the same feeling as you. This must be the arrangement of our ancestors. We are so far apart, but we still have the chance to meet here. Xianxia half knelt on the ground, using the elf clan's etiquette of greeting elders, and her tone also revealed joy. Mirong Ziyu, who was standing at the side, pouted. She thought that Xianxia's behavior was a bit out of control. However, before this operation, Tang Zhen had told her that she had to listen to Xianxia's orders. So, even if she had some doubts in her heart, she still didn't show it. After a simple conversation, the white-robed woman, the state preceptor of the Morning Star Empire, led the crowd into the city. After entering the city, Xianxia and the others finally understood the origin of the name when they saw the starry sky above and below them. Walking in this city, he actually felt like he was strolling in the sea of stars. From time to time, there were meteors flying by, and when he reached out to grab them, he realized that they were just illusions. If other races on the continent were here, they might be shocked by this scene. However, the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City had seen similar scenes more than once. The magical thing about the world of towers was that there were all kinds of strange towers. Because of the existence of the world's origin, any tower could be transformed into a strange small world, and any seemingly magical scene could be displayed inside the tower. After seeing so many of them, he naturally wouldn't be surprised anymore. When the residents of Morning Star City saw the Holy Dragon City's diplomatic corps performance, they could not help but feel slightly surprised. In the past, every outsider who was lucky enough to enter Morning Star City would be shocked by the scene here. This was the first time they had seen someone as calm as the Holy Dragon City's diplomatic corps. They had originally wanted to see the dumbfounded expressions of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, but they did not seem to care at all. This made the residents of Morning Star City, who were in charge of welcoming them, feel very depressed. After passing through the Starlight Tunnel, the group came to an area comparable to a paradise. There were clusters of flowers here, and pavilions were hidden within. The empty space in the garden had long been filled with chairs, and all kinds of delicious food had been prepared. The state preceptor of Morning Star City raised the wine glass on the table and invited Xianxia and the others with a smile. Since you've come from afar, please have a taste of our Morning Star City's specialty wine. I believe you won't be disappointed. Xianxia and the others took a sip of the wine and praised. As for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators who had come along, they only raised their glasses symbolically and then gently placed them on the table. The Morning Star City's state preceptor smiled and said to Xianxia, I once heard that the Holy Dragon City was not a native of this world, but had broken through the spatial barrier and finally arrived at the land of exile. I don't know if it's true. Xianxia replied with a smile. It's indeed as the Grand Tutor said. My Holy Dragon City does not belong to this continent. It's from another world. When the people around him heard this, they all revealed a look of surprise. They secretly thought that there was indeed another world beyond this world. In fact, it was recorded in the secret history of Morning Star City that there was a wider world beyond the sealed continent, and the ancestors of Morning Star City came from there. Although many people wanted to confirm this, the spatial barrier that sealed off the continent was extremely terrifying. Those explorers had all entered the fog and never returned. As time passed, some people began to doubt whether what their ancestors had said was true or not. What method did they use to enter this mainland? The appearance of the Holy Dragon City had finally brought this matter to a conclusion. The ancestors of Morning Star City had not lied. They had just not found the right way. The state preceptor had obviously guessed this long ago, so she was not as excited as the others. However, the brilliance in her eyes was enough to prove that her heart was not calm. So that's how it is. Then may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. One more question. What is the world you were in before? Xianxia thought for a moment and said softly, the place we are in is called the Wilderness Warzone. The Imperial Advisor was in deep thought. He seemed to have never heard of this name. In fact, this was very normal. Only God knew how long the ancestors of Morning Star City had been on this continent. The world of Lusheng was extremely vast, and there were more than 3,000 war zones. It was reasonable that the Morning Star Imperial Preceptor did not know about the wilderness warzone based on the information recorded by his ancestors. After a moment of silence, Imperial Preceptor Chen Xing said, "Have you heard of a place called the Saint War Zone?" Yu Qianhua was slightly stunned. She looked at the Imperial Preceptor in a daze and said in a trembling voice, "Grand Tutor, could it be that the ancestors of Morning Star City came from the Holy Spirit War Zone?" "That's the place. Have you heard of it?" The Morning Star Imperial Preceptor nodded. Yu Qianhua took a deep breath and said in a slightly excited tone, "I've read my family's history book, and it records our origins. According to it, all the descendants of the elves in the world of Lusheng are actually from the Saint War Zone. That's the ancestral land of the elves, and all the towers in the battlefields are controlled by the elves. Among the 3,000 battlefields, they're one of the top 100 most powerful beings." Looking at the excited Yu Qianhua, Imperial Preceptor Chen Xing was also full of smiles. He seemed to be proud of having such a powerful member of the same race. 1435 Cooperation and the creation of new equipment. After a round of greetings, the conversation between the two sides finally entered the main topic. "I heard from Castellan Slade that you can make Morning Star City run. Is that true?" After hearing the Imperial Preceptor's question, the residents of Morning Star City immediately perked up and stared at Yu Qianhua and the others. Because they had deliberately sealed off all information about Morning Star City, the outside world knew very little about the situation here. However, the Holy Dragon City was able to successfully deduce the origin of Morning Star City from a picture and a small amount of information they had collected. This was enough to prove their ability in this area. Especially after confirming that the other party had also crossed over, the residents of Morning Star City became more and more expectant. They prayed that the Holy Dragon City could really do this and restore the slumbering Morning Star City to life. After all, it had been the dream of the Morning Star Empire's royal family for many years to run the city. They had put in a lot of effort and invested a lot of resources, but they had not succeeded in the end. It was precisely because of this that the Morning Star Empire's royal family held an emergency meeting after learning that the Holy Dragon City could solve the problem and finally decided to invite Yu Qianhua and the others. Upon hearing the Imperial Advisor's question, Yu Qianhua nodded and said softly, "Morning Star City should be built in the same way as a city tower. However, due to some special reasons, even after it's completed, it doesn't have the functions of a city tower. If I'm not wrong, although the energy concentration inside Morning Star City is much higher than the outside world, there's no possibility of it increasing any further. The foundation stone platform inside can't operate, and even the attributes of the residents of the city can't be increased, right?" The Morning Star Imperial Preceptor nodded. In fact, it was just as Yu Qianhua had said. Other than the framework of a building, the Morning Star City did not have any other functions. This was what made the ancestors of the Morning Star Empire feel despair. If the tower could not function normally, they would be cut off from their ancestral land. After a long time, who would remember them, who had been wandering outside? "We can give it a try, but we can't guarantee that Morning Star City will be fully activated. However, before we take action, I still have a question that I hope the State Preceptor can answer." "What's the question?" Imperial Preceptor Chen Xing nodded. "If we want Morning Star City to run, there's an essential step, and that is to join the main control platform of the war zone. Based on the current situation, the only way for Morning Star City to activate the tower is to join the main control platform that belongs to my Holy Dragon City. But the question is, are you willing to join the war zone platform, and will you leave the war zone and join the Holy Dragon war zone in the future?" The questions raised by Yu Qianhua were naturally what Tang Zhen wanted to know. He didn't want Yu Qianhua to go to other war zones with the idea of acknowledging her ancestors and clan after he had matured in Morning Star City. If such a situation really happened, even though the main control platform could impose sanctions, it still couldn't avoid losses. It was because of this consideration that Tang Zhen asked Yu Qianhua to raise these questions and asked for a clear answer after receiving the message from the Holy Dragon City cultivators. The Morning Star Imperial Advisor pondered for a moment and said to Yu Qianhua, "If Morning Star City joins the main control platform, what benefits will it receive, and what obligations will it have to bear?" After joining the main control platform of the war zone, the cornerstone platform can operate as usual to trade. You can use points to exchange for various items and cultivator skills on the platform. When Lu Cheng reaches level 9, you can open a plane channel and enter the other world to obtain various resources. What Morning Star City needed to do was to hand over a certain portion of the world's origin after each invasion. The reason why there is such a requirement is that the operation of the tower and the opening of the plane's channel both require a certain amount of origin energy. The main control platform can't make a loss. Listening to Yu Qianhua's story, the Imperial Preceptor and the others discussed in low voices from time to time, trying to determine if this rule was in line with the interests of Morning Star City. I've understood the details. We'll discuss it in detail and give you an answer later. The Morning Star Empire's Imperial Advisor stood up and ordered people to send the Holy Dragon City's diplomatic corps to rest. She then headed to the forbidden area of the palace to discuss with the true rulers of the Morning Star Empire to decide whether they should cooperate with the Holy Dragon City. This matter couldn't be rushed, so Yu Qianhua and the others waited patiently. Holy Dragon City, Equipment Manufacturing Center. As the Holy Dragon City expanded day by day, the demand for weapons and equipment also increased. Take the armor used by the Holy Dragon City's cultivators as an example. So far, it had been upgraded 5 times, and its defense and practicality were constantly improving. However, this kind of upgrade was only targeted at the equipment of high-level cultivators. The development of equipment for ordinary soldiers had not been paid attention to, and most of the time, they used the outdated equipment in the inventory. When the Holy Dragon City had a small population, this method would not have much of an impact. However, as the number of towers under their jurisdiction gradually increased, the number of ordinary cultivators also increased. This situation had to be improved as soon as possible. Under Tang Zhen's request, a set of standard equipment that could be promoted to the entire war zone had been put into research and development, and they had already begun mass production. What Tang Zhen wanted to do today was to check the actual combat effects of these equipment. If they passed the inspection, they could be promoted throughout the entire war zone. If they made the best use of time, they could complete the preparations for the reinforcements before the war with the Orc Alliance and the 2 empires started. In the weapon test hall, a set of black armor had been put on by the test personnel. As the gunshot rang out, the bullets that hit the armor were all bounced off. The internal design of the armor could effectively reduce the impact of the bullets and ensure that the combatants would not be injured by the impact. After that, he did some slashing with swords, hitting with heavy objects, soaking in water and burning in fire, and other experiments. The data he got was pretty good. Tang Zhen also tried to wear this kind of battle armor and discovered that it was very fitting. It felt as if he was wearing a set of muscles and skin. There was no discomfort when he moved. My lord, this set of armor is made of a new type of alloy, and the surface is sprayed with a special improved solution. It can be hung on a variety of tactical equipment, and while ensuring its defensive power, it can also be upgraded at any time. When he said this, the staff member displayed an upgraded battle armor. Compared to the battle armor on Tang Zhen's body, this upgraded battle armor was clearly more cool and powerful. What we're distributing is only the standard version of the warframe. The user can use points to purchase various parts and upgrade them at any time according to their own preferences. These components include detection, location, stealth, energy shield, weapon enhancement, high-temperature environment, underwater survival, and many other functions. Tang Zhen nodded and said to the staff member, "What's the special solution you mentioned? What's its effect?" This special solution is extremely tough. After drying and solidifying, even an ordinary wooden board will have a protective strength comparable to an alloy. The staff member took out a sample and introduced it to Tang Zhen. This solution is not only sprayed on armors, but also on drones and chariots. The effect is very good. Tang Zhen nodded as he looked at the data that the staff member took out. Then, he personally operated the firearms, swords, and other weapons. He discovered that even without the use of special minerals, the killing effect was not inferior to that of demon weapons. This was the power of technology. The current Holy Dragon City no longer needed to spend a large amount of time to create a piece of magic weapon equipment like in the past. Instead, they could use mass production to equip an army in a short time. 1436 The panic of the residents of Xianxia City. 1. The weather gradually turned cold. In the fields of the exiled land, golden grains were about to ripen. A bumper harvest was already set in stone. With the help of the main control platform's magical transformation ability and the advanced planting technology of the original world, the land of exile had now become a fertile field. The people who looked after these crops were basically the remnants of the demon barbarian race. After experiencing the pain of war and the crisis of extinction, the the remaining remnants of the demon barbarian race had long been afraid of war and avoided it like the plague. If there were no accidents, the demon barbarian survivors would not be able to participate in the war for the next few decades. In fact, this was also good. After all, according to the Holy Dragon City's statistics, the number of demon barbarian survivors was less than 100,000, and most of them were ordinary people. Asking them to pick up their weapons and fight was no different from sending them to their deaths in vain. Therefore, Tang Zhen accepted the demon barbarian princess's request and asked them to focus on farming and taking care of this land that had regained its vitality. The demon barbarian survivors were properly settled. The immigrants from the undead world had also adapted to their current status. After Holy Dragon City defeated the Flame Empire and took over a large area of land, a portion of the undead immigrants also began to move to the occupied area. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to gather all the immigrants in one piece of land to avoid any unforeseen events in the future. Although the special social structure of Lusheng was already very mature and could avoid rebellions to the greatest extent, some things still needed to be taken care of before they happened. According to Tang Zhen's plan, these undead immigrants would eventually be scattered to dozens of residential points on the continent. Then, they would try their best to integrate with the local aboriginals. In this way, it would only take a few decades for the undead immigrants to completely ignore their past identities and live peacefully on this continent. After the smoke dispersed, the towns occupied by the Holy Dragon City were rejuvenated. All kinds of new things appeared in the eyes of ordinary people, causing their lives to change without them knowing. The rich people in the city were already holding their phones and going back and forth in their cars. Items like bicycles had also gradually become part of the lives of ordinary people. Xianxia City was once a bustling city in the raging Flame Empire. After the war began, it fell into the hands of the Holy Dragon City in less than 3 hours. It was also because of this that the damage to the city was not serious. With the end of the war, the merchants on the streets reopened for business, and the number of people coming and going gradually increased. The only change was that the patrolling soldiers on the streets had all changed into the Holy Dragon City's military uniform, looking more heroic and majestic. In the beginning, the residents of Xianxia City were not used to it. However, after realizing that Holy Dragon City's management was very lax, their originally uneasy mood gradually calmed down. However, in the past few days, the residents of Xianxia City had discovered that something was not right. They did not know when it had started, but many outsiders had appeared on the hillside outside the city. These people looked like walking corpses. When they first appeared, they even caused a panic, making the residents of Xianxia City think that these monsters were created by the necromancers. Fortunately, as soon as the rumors appeared, the officials of Xianxia City came forward to explain that these strange-looking outsiders were actually immigrants who had moved here, so the residents did not have to panic. With the official explanation, the hearts of the Xianxia City's citizens finally settled down. After a few days, no one paid any attention to these strange-looking outsiders. However, just yesterday afternoon, the officials of Xianxia City had announced through a broadcast that the city gate of Xianxia City would be closed from the next morning to noon. No one was allowed to enter or leave during this period, especially the area near the East Gate, which was directly listed as a forbidden zone. Those who didn't listen to the warning might even be killed directly. The residents who heard the broadcast panicked again. They didn't know what the Holy Dragon City was up to. Thus, rumors began to spread in private, such as a massacre and extermination of species, and the closing of the city to capture people. These rumors also came from the mouths of some suspicious people. Some people scoffed at this, while others believed it. They even made preparations overnight. If something really happened, they could escape at the first moment. The next morning finally arrived. Many residents had stayed up all night, waiting for dawn to break, but nothing happened. However, this did not mean that the danger was over, because according to the broadcast announcement, there was still half a day before the city gate could be opened. The flow of people on the streets was obviously much smaller. Even if someone went out to the streets, they would also specially observe the surrounding environment to see if there was anything wrong. In the end, everything was normal. The residents of Xianxia City were confused. What was Holy Dragon City up to? Why did they suddenly close the city gates and everything was still normal in the city? On second thought, that was not right. The notice only stated that no one was allowed to enter or leave the city gate. Since there was nothing wrong in the city, could there be something wrong outside the city? More than one person had thought of this, especially the East Gate area mentioned in the notice. Something big might happen. For a time, the streets were filled with residents who were heading to the East Gate area. After meeting each other on the street, they looked at each other and continued to walk with their heads down. From time to time, they would whisper a few words, looking quite mysterious. It didn't take long for the street where the East Gate was located to be overcrowded. The few tallest buildings nearby had long been overcrowded with people. At least a dozen faces were squeezed by the windows. According to the rules of the Flame Empire in the past, the height of the buildings near the city wall could not be higher than the city wall to avoid being disadvantageous to the guards on the city wall. However, as time passed and the form of war changed, this rule was gradually ignored. There was more than one similar building in Yuanshan City. Because these taverns were built on higher ground, they could clearly see the situation outside the East Gate, which was why it was overcrowded and the business was extremely good. When he finally managed to squeeze his way up the stairs, he leaned closer to the window to take a look. As expected, the problem was on the hillside at the East Gate. It was unknown when it had started, but nearly 10,000 outsiders had gathered here. Each and every one of them had a strong aura, holding rifles in their hands and carrying long swords on their backs. Even from far away, one could feel the murderous aura coming from them. Someone was shocked, thinking that they were bandits preparing to attack the city. He couldn't help but shout, "I said that those fierce-looking weirdos on the Eastern Hill are not good people. Look, I was right. What are you all waiting for? Hurry home and pack up your gold, silver, and valuables, so that you can escape after the city is broken." As a result, the moment this person spoke, he immediately attracted many disdainful gazes, as if they were looking at an idiot. Take a closer look at the people in the sky. Don't talk nonsense, okay? That's right. If you talk nonsense again, you might be caught by the secret agents and be charged with deluding people's minds. They'll throw you into the wilderness to build a railway. The crowd sneered. The residents who had been clamoring about the bandits' attack turned red and craned their necks to take a closer look. Only then did they realize that there were dozens of Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor floating in the air in the distance. After seeing this, the man immediately realized that he had made a mistake. If these strange people were really bandits, they would have been killed by the Holy Dragon City cultivators long ago. Having personally witnessed the battle between the Holy Dragon City and the Raging Flame Empire, as well as the slaughter between the cultivators from both sides, the residents of Yuanshan City had a deep understanding of the strength of the cultivators from the Holy Dragon City. Even though there were over 10,000 of these strange people, they might not be a match for them if they were to really fight. Even now, there were still people who remembered the Holy Dragon City cultivators taking out countless bombs during the siege and blowing up the Raging Flame Empire's defenders. It sounded like a fantasy to have dozens of people take down a city, but it was the truth. 1437 The residents, Shock 1, a mystical and strange scene appeared in front of the residents of Yuanshan City. A man in a gorgeous robe, under the protection of a group of cultivators, slowly walked to a sacrificial platform carved out of hard rock. After shouting a few words to the sky, he slowly half-knelt in front of the platform. Swish! The surrounding people half-knelt and turned their eyes to the central area with solemn expressions. "The city is my root, and the residents are my family. Since the day we meet, I will treat you with sincerity for the rest of my life. It's my wish for Lusheng to prosper and not fear external humiliation. The road is long and difficult. Brothers and sisters, you must do your best and die 9 times without regret. So today I swear that I will abide by the law and be diligent." As the roars of more than 10,000 people rang out, the long-robed man in the center slowly stood up and placed the tower's cornerstone and brain on it. The residents of Yuanshan City inside the city wall looked at each other, not understanding the purpose of this kind of behavior. Could it be a mysterious sacrificial activity? But what happened next left the onlookers dumbfounded. Even after many years, they would not be able to forget it. A building appeared out of thin air. At first, it was like an illusory reflection in the water. Then, it gradually solidified and finally appeared in front of everyone. It wouldn't be strange if it was some kind of illusion, but there was no lack of experts among the onlookers. They could be sure with one look that the building in front of them was absolutely the real thing. This was what shocked them the most. What kind of magical method could actually build a real building in the blink of an eye? This kind of thing had gone beyond the scope of ordinary cultivators. It was a completely strange and mysterious cultivation system. Now, It was fully displayed in front of them and they were lucky enough to witness it with their own eyes. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the onlookers continued to observe the movements on the hillside. He was afraid of missing the slightest detail. They had already guessed that the appearance of this mysterious building might only be the opening act. There would definitely be more shocking things appearing later. Sure enough, it didn't take long for more than a dozen light doors to appear on the hillside. Then, countless ferocious monsters roared out of the light doors and rushed straight toward the building that had just appeared. It was as if the building was the mortal enemy of these terrifying monsters, and they had to destroy it at any cost. As for the people who knelt on one knee to make the oath, they already had their weapons in their hands. The moment the monster appeared, deafening gunshots were heard. Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh and bones turned into mud. Life seemed to have become cheap at this moment. There was only one goal between humans and monsters, and that was to completely destroy the other. The residents of Xianxia City trembled when they saw this scene. It was only at this moment that they understood how cruel it was. They finally understood how lucky they were to be able to survive on such a bloody battlefield. Some people were still worried that these monsters would make Xianxia City their target. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, these monsters never paid any attention to the nearby Xianxia City, as if it had never existed. The killing continued, and the monsters' corpses had already piled up into a mountain. Because of the advantage in numbers and weapons, the losses on the guard's side were almost negligible. This strange scene gave the onlookers a faint feeling that this kind of killing was just an ancient and mysterious ritual. The purpose was to use the blood of monsters to water this building that had suddenly appeared. As time slowly passed, the light doors began to fade, and the number of monsters that emerged from them decreased. When the last monster was shot dead, deafening cheers resounded through the hillside. The guards waved their swords and celebrated the difficult and bloody victory on the monster's corpse. Then, under the watchful eyes of the combatants and onlookers, the building became illusionary again, and its size continued to expand. When it finally solidified, it had become a tall and abnormally large super fortress that looked as if it was cast in copper and iron. The monster's corpse on the hill suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. The onlookers were surprised, but they were quickly attracted by the super building in front of them. The residents of Xianxia City had never seen such a tall building before. It was like a mountain that had suddenly emerged from the ground, standing proudly outside the east gate of Xianxia City. After that, the combatants entered the huge building one after another. Soon, the figures of the combatants appeared at the top of the building and by the windows. "Look, what's that?" one of the onlookers suddenly shouted. It turned out that at some point in time, a multicolored cloud had suddenly appeared near the building, like a rainbow after a rain, looking extremely gorgeous. When the cultivators saw this, they gasped and their eyes were filled with envy and madness. Only they knew that these seven-colored clouds would only occasionally appear when the world energy had reached a certain density. Being in such a holy place for cultivation was definitely a dream for cultivators. Even if they didn't dare to dream of reaching the realm in the past, as long as they cultivated in such an environment, it was completely possible to achieve it. After realizing this, the cultivators watching the scene became excited. They secretly made up their minds to figure out the origin of this mysterious building and then find a way to enter it. Creak, creak. The East City Gate, which had been tightly shut earlier, was slowly opened. The residents of Xianxia City who were watching the scene fell silent at this moment. It was as if the open city gate was the mouth of a ferocious beast, and no one dared to enter it. A cultivator in the crowd hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and rushed out of the crowd. He was the first to head straight for the eastern hill. His actions were like poking a needle into a balloon. Then, hundreds of cultivators rushed towards the eastern hill like a flood. When the ordinary residents saw this, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they shouted and followed after him. They might not be able to see the magic of this newly built city, but they knew that it was definitely extraordinary. Now that it had just been established, if he could come into contact with it immediately, perhaps something good would happen to him. Of course, most of the residents of Xianxia City just followed the crowd. After seeing the people around them rush over, they believed that the law could not punish the masses. They would not be in any danger if they went to watch the show. It didn't take long for the entire eastern mountain slope to be surrounded by the residents of Xianxia City with all kinds of thoughts in their minds. Their eager eyes were constantly looking at the residents of Lusheng who were going in and out of the city gate. Unsurprisingly, when they were about to approach the city, they were stopped by the residents of the city on duty, who forbade unrelated people from taking a step closer. Seeing this, the ordinary residents could only sigh in their hearts, feeling sorry for not being able to enter the city to satisfy their curiosity. On the contrary, the cultivators were extremely determined and expressed their attitude to the people in charge of the city guards, hoping that they would have the opportunity to enter the city to cultivate. As a cultivator, he was already defying the heavens. Only by cherishing every opportunity could he possibly break free from the shackles. This once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity was right in front of them. How could these low-level cultivators, who were born ordinary and struggled for cultivation resources, miss it so easily? Faced with the cultivators, pleading, the residents of the city tower in charge of security hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing to help them ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, if these cultivators had the opportunity to enter the city tower to cultivate. The cultivators thanked him profusely and waited patiently. At the same time, they tried to get close to the other residents of Lulu City and asked please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About the specific origin of the city. It didn't take long for the residents of Lulu City to bring back an answer that surprised the cultivators. To obtain the opportunity to enter the tower to cultivate, one must first join the Holy Dragon City's mercenary army. Then, one could use their battle points to exchange for the opportunity to cultivate and various resources. If one performed well, they might even be qualified to become a resident of the tower. After the cultivators heard the specific answer, they were all overjoyed. Other than a small number of cultivators who were hesitant, most of them joined the mercenary group without hesitation. 1438 Meeting of the City Lords 1. In the Holy Dragon City's City Hall, a holographic map appeared in front of everyone, marked with red dots. Nearly 100 cultivators of Lulu City surrounded the map and stared at the mark on it with excitement. They were the only ones who knew what these red dots represented. They were towers that had been built and were waiting to be built. The cultivators present were basically city lords or future city lords, and each of them had important responsibilities on their shoulders. Tang Zhen's goal was to cover the entire continent with towers. As the war zone was built and the land expanded, the number of towers would increase. This was reasonable. If there were only 1,000 Lusheng in a war zone, people would laugh at them. Tang Zhen stood in the middle of the crowd. He pointed at the area that once belonged to the Flame Empire and said, "Up until now, we've already built 10 towers between the Imperial Capital and the Great Wall of Miracles. Once we've taken over all of the Blazing Flame Empire's territories, we'll build another 10 towers." In order to ensure that the new buildings could protect themselves as soon as possible, they were all upgraded to level 5. Although the process of killing monsters was longer, it saved a lot of time. Fortunately, our cultivators aren't weak. Even if there are more monsters, we can still deal with them. If this happened during the Holy Dragon City's initial construction, even if there were 100 of us, we wouldn't be able to defend the city. The old residents around him laughed at the same time. They had all experienced the battle to defend Holy Dragon City when it was first built. Now that they thought about it, it seemed like it was just yesterday. Little Rui, who was standing beside Tang Zhen, laughed. The term, hell mode, is too apt. My lord, you don't know this, but after the defense of the city ended, the residents under my command were all so tired that they couldn't even get up from the ground. The other city lords chuckled when they heard this. Clearly, they had also experienced similar things, so they felt the same way. There's nothing we can do about it, Tang Zhen said with a smile. My original intention was to cancel the advancement method of this monster siege. Unfortunately, the main control platform won't allow it no matter what. In fact, this was not strange. After all, this method of upgrading had been carried out for countless years, and there was naturally a reason for its existence. At the very least, it could let the residents of the city see blood and realize that it was not easy to build the city. In the future, they would be more protective of the city. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to use this one-step method to advance to level 5. It was reasonable for the number of monsters to increase. As for the battle to advance from rank 5 to rank 6, there's still no way to deal with it, so we can only wait for now. Tang Zhen felt that he still needed to explain in order to prevent people from having the idea of favoritism. The main control platform only gave 10 people the opportunity to directly upgrade to level 9. They didn't need to go through the promotion battle and the training in the small world. The purpose was to build the battle zone as soon as possible. Everyone nodded their heads at the same time when they heard this. They understood that it was not easy to establish a war zone. It was already not easy for Tang Zhen to be able to do this. City Lord, I would like to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. When we will attack the Orc Alliance? Our brothers can't wait. The one who asked the question was a king-level cultivator, an old resident of the Holy Dragon City. He was only one step away from becoming a king of laws. There were more and more powerful people like him in the Holy Dragon City. Bone Cat, don't use your brothers as an excuse. I think you are in a hurry to become the City Lord. The Bone Cat didn't mind and said, isn't there a saying in City Lord's hometown? I've changed it a little, which is that cultivators who don't want to be City Lord are definitely not good cultivators. Hee, actually, I'm not the one who's the most anxious. Didn't you see that the Tycoon Captain has already rushed to the front line? He asks 3 times a day when the war will start, clamoring to destroy the old nest of the Orc Alliance. It's all because the City Lord placed his tower in the heart of the Orc Alliance. As long as he doesn't defeat those orcs, his tower will be empty. It's no wonder he's so anxious. Everyone burst into laughter at the thought of their nouveau riche captain scratching his head. However, there were also people who were worried and asked, City Lord, although we have a large population and more than 5 million cultivators of all levels, we'll need to transfer at least half of our cultivators if we start a war with the 2 empires and the Orc Alliance at the same time. And this is after excluding the Morning Star Empire. If they interfere, I estimate that we'll need at least 500,000 more soldiers. However, the Holy Dragon City still needed to be guarded, and the golden armored corpse emperor in the corpse race world needed to be guarded. He estimated that it would not take long for the 10-tower city to open up 2 plane channels again. With so many things added together, do we have enough manpower? Everyone nodded slightly. They had also realized this problem and were more or less worried. Tang Zhen's eyes swept over everyone as he smiled and said, your worries aren't unreasonable. Starting a multi-line war is a great taboo for militarists, and the slightest carelessness will lead to complete defeat. Since we've come to this point, I'll tell you the specific plan so that you won't be uncertain. Tang Zhen picked up a cup of tea and said in a deep voice, first of all, let's talk about the Radiant and Eternal Empires. After the invasion of the Orc Alliance, the strength of these 2 empires has been greatly reduced. Even if the Orc Alliance chose to temporarily stop the war because of fear of us, these 2 empires can't recover in a short time. In the meantime, our special agents have already infiltrated the upper echelons of the 2 empires and the military. As long as the time is right, we can completely paralyze them in an instant. If it doesn't work, I don't mind throwing a few more fireworks to let them know the consequences of going against Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen's tone was extremely calm, however, it caused those who heard it to feel a slight chill. This was because this City Lord only needed to give an order and hundreds of thousands of living beings would be turned into dust. A general success was built on 10,000 bones. A country was built on blood. If Tang Zhen wanted to build a war zone, who knew how many unavoidable killings he would have to experience? This had nothing to do with bloodlust. As long as one stood in the way of this path, they were destined to be crushed into dust. No one could stop them. It seemed that Tang Zhen also didn't want to talk about this topic, so he directly turned to the Orc Alliance. The Orc Alliance and the 3 empires went to war at the same time. Although there were many casualties, they also gained a lot. Moreover, this was a selection to remove the weak and only the elites were left. Against such an enemy, he could not take any chances and had to go all out. Of course, we already have the advantage. Whether it's the strength of our cultivators or our weapons and equipment, we can crush the other party. As long as we don't make too many mistakes, it's only a matter of time before we defeat the Orc Alliance. In addition, the Orc Alliance isn't a piece of iron. There are many tribes that are being bullied in their territory. Our special agents have also infiltrated them and are trying to pull them apart. According to the information I received, they have already achieved some results. As for the lack of cultivators, there was no need to worry about that. Let's not talk about the new equipment that will greatly enhance the combat power of low-level cultivators. Just the newly recruited mercenary group alone has more than 10,000 people. I believe that when the war begins, we will have at least 200,000 native cultivators. Although the good and bad are mixed, it's enough to alleviate the situation of insufficient manpower. When Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, he used a slightly cold tone, Besides, from the very beginning, I've already planned to end the battle quickly. If the enemy is still putting up a stubborn resistance, I'll directly use the nuclear bomb without any hesitation. We don't lack land, all we need is a stable rear. In order to achieve this goal, we can do whatever it takes. Tang Zhen then looked in the direction of the Morning Star Empire and said indifferently, as for the Morning Star Empire and the Golden Armored Corpse Emperor, if they cooperate obediently, everything will be fine. If they dare to cause trouble and hinder the progress of the war zone, then there's no need for them to exist. This is my arrangement, do you all understand? He turned to the city lords. The hearts of all the city lords trembled when Tang Zhen's gaze swept over them. It was as if he could see through one's heart. They stood up in unison and said in unison, understood. It's good that you understand. Let's end the meeting. Tang Zhen gently nodded. He turned around and walked to the window. He did not say anything as he looked at the clouds in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. 1439 The Realm Lord and the Conditions of Cooperation 1. Just as the Holy Dragon City was preparing for war and building low-level buildings, Xianxia and the others in the Morning Star Empire finally met the state preceptor and received the royal family's reply. Just as Tang Zhen had expected, the Morning Star Empire was not willing to be controlled by others, especially its imperial city. It did not want outsiders to encroach on its territory. However, if they did not join the main control platform of the Holy Dragon War Zone, there was no way for Morning Star City to be activated. After confirming that there were no other solutions, the royal family of the Morning Star Empire, after careful consideration, requested to hold formal talks with the Holy Dragon City. It was obvious that they did not want to hand over the city to the main control platform just like that. Even if the restrictions were not too great, it was still something that the Morning Star Empire was unwilling to accept. The purpose of the meeting was to find a more beneficial way of cooperation. Although he was a special envoy, he still needed Tang Zhen's permission for such important matters. Therefore, after asking Tang Zhen for permission and getting a reply, he agreed to the Morning Star Empire's request. The meeting was held on the first vine of Morning Star City. It was as large as a mountain, and its top had been forcibly turned into a mosquito-like shape, forming a huge platform in the sky. It had been deliberately trimmed and decorated with flowers and wisteria, making this place look like a paradise, beautiful beyond words. Looking down from above, one could have a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. It was truly an excellent viewing platform. A long table was set up, and the representatives of both sides were already in place. The negotiation officially began. Your Excellency Xianxia, I have a few questions here that I hope you can answer. After Xianxia nodded, the Morning Star Imperial Preceptor continued, if Morning Star City is merged with the main control platform, is there a possibility of separation? What are the conditions and restrictions? Xianxia had already guessed that there would be such a question, so she had already prepared a script in her heart. Without any hesitation, she said, under normal circumstances, after Liu Cheng received the guidance of the main control platform of another battle zone and obtained the permission of the original platform, he can leave the battle zone as usual. Of course, this process required a huge price. Under normal circumstances, it would be paid using the world's origin. If you leave without the permission of the original platform, it is equivalent to betraying the war zone. Then the main control platform will issue a kill order and kill the defectors at all costs. Xianxia looked up at the Morning Star Imperial Preceptor, who was deep in thought, and continued, as for the restrictions, there aren't many of them. At the end of the day, the main control platform is just a supervisory existence. Its main function is still to run the cornerstone platform. As long as it does things according to the basic rules, it won't be too restricted. Hearing this, the Morning Star Empire's representative discussed in low voices and seemed to have made a decision. Your Excellency Xianxia, we have decided to merge with your main control platform. However, before that, we need to sign a contract. That is, if we wish to leave the battle zone, we will not be stopped by you. The Morning Star Imperial Preceptor took out an ancient-looking box and took out an item that looked like a scroll. This is the contract our ancestors brought from our ancestral land. It's said that it has an extremely strong binding force. Even if it's a world overlord, after breaking the contract, they will be punished by the power of the laws, unable to use any world energy. That's why we hope to sign a contract with City Lord Tang Zhen. This way, we can ensure that we won't suffer any losses to each other. Xianxia's brows furrowed slightly. The item that the Morning Star Empire had taken out had clearly exceeded her expectations, and her actions made her feel very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The city, Lord first. The Morning Star Imperial Preceptor smiled and indicated that it was fine. After taking out the communicator from her storage ring, Yu Qianhua clicked on it a few times and quickly connected with Tang Zhen. After hearing the Morning Star Empire's request, Tang Zhen, who was in the Holy Dragon City, was slightly taken aback. He then began to ponder. Tang Zhen had actually heard of the contract that the other party had taken out. This was an item that was sold on the Cornerstone platform. It required a relatively high amount of battle points to exchange for. The prerequisite was that the main control platform had to be of a high enough level. Otherwise, even if one had battle points, the main control platform would not have any products. It was obvious that the ancestors of the Morning Star Empire had bought it from a higher level battle zone and brought it to this continent. As for the realm lord that the other party mentioned, it was the realm after a spiritual emperor refined Liu Cheng. Each person could carry a small world and launch an invasion of the other world by themselves. When the cultivators reached this level, they were like human-shaped buildings. When needed, they could send out thousands of troops, and when needed, they could even join forces with many sector lords to invade. Compared to the plain channel opened by the Cornerstone platform, this invasion method was faster, more covert, and more convenient to evacuate. It was absolutely impossible to guard against. Tang Zhen was still some distance away from breaking through to this realm. This was a matter of grinding and grinding. He simply couldn't be too hasty. The fact that the ancestors of the Morning Star Empire had such a rare and precious scroll was enough to prove that they came from a powerful warzone. Their ancestors might even have been sector lord level experts. This was the only reason that could explain why he had appeared in this ownerless land. It seemed like he was planning to build a war zone here. Since a sector lord could be called a human-shaped tower, he naturally had the ability to connect to the main control platform. Building a tower in the land of no king wasn't impossible. However, this process required a large amount of origin energy. The main control platform couldn't transfer it across worlds, so it could only consume the origin energy carried by the sector lord. As for why the other party did not succeed, according to Tang Zhen's guess, it was because this sector lord's world origin was insufficient, or he was once seriously injured, causing an accident during the construction of Morning Star City, which led to the current situation. As for the reason why Morning Star City wasn't activated, first, it was because the sector lord had already left this place. Second, it was because the other party had already died. Tang Zhen himself was more inclined to the second guess. Otherwise, how could such a valuable contract appear in Morning Star City? It was obvious that the descendant of the sector lord had used his legacy. After thinking about it for a while, Tang Zhen gave a reply and asked Yu Qianhua to convey the message. After turning off the communication device, Yu Qianhua looked at the Morning Star Imperial Preceptor and said, "Our city lord agrees to sign the contract, but there are also a few requirements that need to be written into the contract. Please speak. No main control platform will nurture a tower that can leave the battlefield at any time, because this is a losing deal. Because in the process of running Lusheng, cultivators of Lusheng would carry out transactions through the Cornerstone platform and exchange for various benefits that originally belonged to the residents of this theater of operations." The Morning Star Empire interrupted Yu Qianhua and asked doubtfully, "As far as I know, exchanging items from the Cornerstone platform requires points, and the points are hard-earned by Liu Cheng's cultivators. Isn't this a fair exchange? Why do you say it's a loss-making deal?" Yu Qianhua shook her head. "These items that are traded to Liu Cheng's cultivators through points are only a fraction of their original value. That's why they're called welfare. As time goes by, these benefits will accumulate to an astronomical figure." The Morning Star Imperial Advisor nodded and motioned for Yu Qianhua to continue. "Therefore, when you trade on the Cornerstone platform, you can choose to trade at the original price. Although there are no benefits, it wins in the fact that you have everything. If you don't like this method, you can use other ways to make up for the difference. We will send you a bill regularly, and you can also send someone to calculate it. The ratio of the natural source you take when you invade the other world must also be changed. Originally, you'll only take half, but you'll have to take 2/3. The extra will be a benefit for the city, and you won't be able to enjoy it either. As for the cost of leaving the war zone, we'll need to recalculate it." After she finished speaking, Yu Qianhua pondered for a moment and continued, in addition to these, I hope that your cultivators can accept employment from other buildings and be paid in points. This is our request. As for the other details, we can continue to discuss them later. After Yu Qianhua finished speaking, she looked at the imperial advisor quietly, waiting for their final reply. 1440 Reopening the Morning Star City. After some discussion, the imperial advisor and the others finally agreed to the Holy Dragon City's request. Other than the Holy Dragon City, they really could not find a solution to the problem. After 1,000 years of waiting, they were no longer interested in continuing to wait. If they missed this opportunity, not only would the Morning Star Empire have to continue exploring, but they would also have to face the danger of being invaded by the Holy Dragon City at any time. The three empires and the Orc Alliance were examples. The Holy Dragon City would never leave a potential enemy out of control. The most likely way was to completely eradicate them. Now that the Holy Dragon City had given them a way out, if they did not quickly grasp this opportunity, who knew what changes would happen in the future? Of course, bargaining was inevitable during this process. Fortunately, both sides were satisfied with the final result, and the Morning Star Empire was temporarily tied to the Holy Dragon City. As for whether the other party would stay or leave in the future, Tang Zhen didn't really care. After all, the relationship between the two parties was a cooperation of benefits. It was completely different from the other platforms in the war zone. Without the constraints of the Morning Star Empire, the Holy Dragon City could attack without restraint until they had the entire continent in their hands. As for Yu Qianhua's plan, it was her own business. Tang Zhen would not interfere too much. Because she had the experience of being the city lord, Yu Qianhua was obviously more adapted to this role. Since this was the case, why wouldn't Tang Zhen be happy? The signing of the contract and merging with the main control platform required Tang Zhen's personal presence. Hence, after the negotiations between the two sides ended, Tang Zhen immediately took a small warship and headed straight for the Morning Star Empire. This continent wasn't very large, and it wouldn't take long to reach it by small warships. Due to Tang Zhen's arrival, the Morning Star Empire had removed the anti-air formation, allowing the small battleships to enter. Then, under the guidance of the cultivators of the Morning Star Empire, they finally landed in front of the city. At this moment, there were many people standing outside Morning Star City. They were all residents of the city and direct descendants of the residents of the city, the true nobles of the Morning Star Empire. Just like the real residents of the city, they rarely appeared in the outside world or even out of the city. They were only active near the city. Compared to the entire Morning Star Empire, the number of these nobles was too small. There were only a few tens of thousands of them. However, the strength of the residents of Morning Star's city could not be underestimated. High-level cultivators were everywhere. Although they were still far from Holy Dragon City, this was a rare sight in other places. It had always been claimed that the Morning Star Empire had a small territory and a small population, but the proportion of cultivators was the highest on the continent. It was indeed true. This situation was related to the racial talents of the Morning Star Empire. They were born with a body that was easy to cultivate. In addition, they were in a forest, which was a suitable environment for living, so their cultivation was naturally much easier. As the small battleship slowly descended, everyone present shifted their gaze to Tang Zhen's group that had just walked out. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Although they were in Morning Star City, they still had special channels to obtain information. Even the slightest movement on the continent could not be hidden from the residents of Morning Star City. It was also because of this that they knew that the smiling young man in front of them was the mastermind behind the chaos on the continent. I'm the city lord of Morning Star City, Yu Heng. Welcome to Morning Star City, Lord Tang Zhen. The true owner of this place, a rather old man, smiled and bowed to Tang Zhen. Judging from his aura, Yu Heng had strength that far exceeded ordinary kings of laws. As for whether he could become a spiritual emperor, it would still depend on his luck. After exchanging some pleasantries, they headed into the tower and headed straight for the room where the foundation stone platform was. Perhaps it was because of the different war zones, but the cornerstone platform of Morning Star City was completely different from that of Holy Dragon City. Its appearance was like a mirror hanging on the wall, and it looked chaotic and unclear. Yu Heng stood in the mirror, his face full of emotion. He sighed, City Lord Tang, you might not know this, but my Morning Star clan has been here for more than 2,000 years. Due to our ancestors' instructions, we rarely participate in the disputes of the continent. During this period, my ancestors paid a great price to get Morning Star City to work, but the results disappointed us time and time again. Looking at Tang Zhen, Yu Heng continued, Sir Tang Zhen, do you understand this kind of pain? It's like a child who has left home. He clearly has memories of his home, but he's unable to cross over the barrier and can only suffer in a foreign land for 1,000 years. So, as long as there's an opportunity, Morning Star City will definitely return to the Saint War Zone, right? Tang Zhen smiled and said softly. Yu Heng was silent for a moment before lightly nodding his head. It's fine. You and I are in a cooperative relationship, so we should part on good terms. However, I have to say that the home you imagine might not be beautiful. The real world of Lusheng is far crueler than you think. So what? Yu Heng chuckled. This is my homeland, after all. Besides, this is the last wish of my ancestor. If there's a chance, I'll naturally work hard to complete it. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. He extended his hand and touched the smooth mirror as he said in a deep voice, if I'm not wrong, your ancestors' purpose in coming to this land of no king was to build a city here, monopolize this land, and then find a way to merge it into the Holy Spirit War Zone, right? The ancestor did have this intention, but he failed at the last moment, which is also a regretful thing. Now that the Holy Dragon City had entered this land, they were unstoppable. Wasn't this also the dream of their ancestors? In fact, it has nothing to do with us who controls this land, because our goal is not here. Otherwise, we would have taken action long ago. Is that so? I hope so. Tang Zhen nodded. How could Tang Zhen completely believe Yu Heng's words? The reason why they didn't occupy this land was because they didn't have enough strength. If Morning Star City had established a connection with the Holy Spirit War Zone before the Holy Dragon City appeared, then this land might not be a land without an owner, and the Holy Dragon City would not be able to teleport here randomly. After the two of them finished chatting, Yu Heng took out a contract and passed it to Tang Zhen for him to examine. He then imprinted his spiritual imprint on it. After Tang Zhen confirmed that there was no mistake, he also imprinted his spiritual imprint on it. The signed contract disappeared in front of the two of them, which proved that it was in effect. If they wanted to check it in the future, they could summon it at any time. Yu Heng, on the other hand, revealed a trace of surprise. It was obvious that he had sensed something from Tang Zhen's spiritual imprint. The gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen became increasingly solemn. Since the contract has been signed, I'll need your help, City Lord Tang. You're too polite. This is something that should be done. Tang Zhen walked in front of the foundation stone platform. He extended his palm and suspended it on the tower's foundation stone, connecting with the main control platform. Yu Heng stood at the side and looked at Tang Zhen with anticipation. A white light appeared on Tang Zhen's palm. Soon after, this light seemed to transform into liquid water that dripped onto the dim building's foundation. This was the purest form of heaven and earth energy, the source energy that was completely liquefied. Its purpose was to activate the foundation stone platform, allowing it to establish a connection with the main control platform. Shua shua shua, there seemed to be a soft sound in his ear, and then the mirrors around him shone brightly at the same time. Groups of strange runes flowed through the mirrors like a waterfall, and then turned into a dazzling array of options and pictures. In the sky above Morning Star City, a beam of light shot into the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. 1441 Yu Heng's request. When they saw the dazzling light shooting up from the top of the city tower, the residents of Morning Star City waiting outside cheered in unison. Many old people knelt on the ground and prayed in low voices with tears in their eyes, as if they were comforting the spirits of their ancestors. Only they themselves knew how much hardship their clansmen had paid in order to realize this dream. Under their eager gazes, the sky above Morning Star City suddenly changed dramatically. The originally clear sky became as if night had fallen, and bright stars could be seen faintly. The image of a giant tree slowly appeared in the night sky, and those bright stars actually became the flowers and leaves of the giant tree, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. When they saw the giant tree, the residents of Morning Star City were immediately excited. They kept shouting, "Progenitor's tree," and knelt on the ground in unison. This mysterious ancient tree was the totem of the elves. It often appeared in the records of the ancestors and in their daily lives. He did not expect that when the tower was activated, the projection of the progenitor tree would appear. To the residents of Morning Star City, this was equivalent to the recognition of their ancestors. How could they not be excited when they saw this? A few minutes later, the phantom of the giant tree disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, when one looked at Morning Star City again, one would find that its aura had become lighter and lighter, as if it were a city in a fairyland. As if to celebrate the rebirth of Morning Star City, hundreds of flowers bloomed on the vine plain, and birds flew in groups. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers filled the air. Inside the Morning Star City, Tang Zhen shifted his gaze away from the officially operational cornerstone platform and turned to congratulate the excited City Lord Yu Heng. City Lord Yu Heng suppressed the joy in his heart and saluted Tang Zhen once again. This time, apart from expressing his gratitude, there was another reason. It was to express his respect for Tang Zhen, who was a spirit emperor. When signing the contract, both parties' true soul power would be revealed, and there was no way to hide it. Through the contract that he had just signed, Yu Heng was able to sense the strength of Tang Zhen's main body. He also knew that the person before him was actually just his clone. In the world of Lusheng, the strong were respected. Facing a rarely seen spiritual emperor cultivator who was also the future master of this continent, Yu Heng naturally had to show some respect. Thank you for everything, Your Excellency Tang Zhen. I can guarantee you that, whether now or in the future, Morning Star City will never do anything against Holy Dragon City. Otherwise, may the heavens destroy us. With City Lord Yu Heng's words, this Tang can rest assured. After the two parties exchanged a few words, Tang Zhen seemed to have recalled something and asked Yu Heng, actually, this Tang still has a question. I hope City Lord Yu Heng can help me answer it. And NBSP, Yu Heng smiled. Actually, I also have a matter I would like to trouble you with, but it's not urgent. You should go first. It's like this. I guess your ancestor in Morning Star City was a sector lord, right? Yu Heng was taken aback. He pondered for a moment before nodding his head. You're right. The ancestor of our Morning Star race was indeed a sector lord, and he was the one who built the city. However, due to an accident, our ancestor was seriously injured, and even Morning Star City was affected, unable to operate normally. Tang Zhen nodded and probed, then what happened to your ancestors? Did they leave this mainland because of heavy casualties? Seeing Yu Heng's troubled expression, Tang Zhen smiled and said, if this Tang's question makes it difficult for you, then City Lord Yu Heng can choose not to answer. Shaking his head and chuckling, Yu Heng sighed, there's nothing to hide about this. Since City Lord Tang is interested, there's no harm in telling you. Back then, the injuries my ancestors suffered were already very serious. The small world in his body was destroyed and the residents of Lu City suffered heavy losses. It could be said that less than 1 in 100 survived. After arriving on this continent, my ancestors couldn't bear to see the residents of the city suffer, so they spared no effort to build Morning Star City. Unfortunately, our ancestors were already at the end of their rope. They could only build the framework of the tower and provide a shelter for the surviving residents of the tower, but the cornerstone platform was no longer able to start the engine. Caressing the things around him, Yu Heng's eyes were filled with emotion as he said in a regretful tone, after the ancestor finished this matter and left behind some items, he passed away with a smile, Xuanji. Tang Zhen was also silent when he heard this. The image of a cultivator from Lu Cheng before his death seemed to appear in front of his eyes. He seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life and his eyes were full of calmness. Your ancestor is really an extraordinary figure. He really makes people feel admiration. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Yu Heng said to Tang Zhen, Sir Tang Zhen, you're asking about my ancestor because you want to get information about the sector lord, right? Tang Zhen nodded his head. He indeed had this intention and there was nothing to hide. I can help you with this, but I have a condition. I hope you can agree to it. What condition? Tell me about it. Tang Zhen's brows slightly raised. I've been trying to become a spiritual emperor, but I've never succeeded. So, I hope you can help me. Hearing Yu Heng's request, Tang Zhen was slightly troubled. One must know that he had only managed to advance to the spirit emperor realm by chance. He was confused, so how could he guarantee that he could help someone else advance? It's not that I don't want to help you. In fact, there are several residents in Holy Dragon City who are facing this problem, but they can't find a solution, so I can't do anything about it. Seeing Tang Zhen's awkward expression, Yu Heng smiled and said, I have an idea, but I'll need someone to cooperate with me. If City Lord Tang agrees, I'm willing to share it with you. A glint flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something as he doubtfully asked, City Lord Yu Heng, could it be that this method was left behind by your ancestors? Indeed, the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He no longer had any hesitation in his heart as he said to Yu Heng, "All right, I promise you." Yu Heng had been waiting for Tang Zhen to say this. He burst into laughter and took out an extremely exquisite-looking item from his storage equipment. It was about the size of a fist and was covered in a dense runic array. The storage equipment that Yu Heng used was one of the divine weapons on this continent. Although it was regarded as a treasure by the natives, it was unable to arouse Tang Zhen's interest. At this moment, all of his thoughts were placed on the item in front of him. After a careful observation, Tang Zhen saw hundreds of runic magic circles on it. Almost all of them were related to spatial transmission. If I'm not wrong, this should be a compressed teleportation gate. Tang Zhen shifted his gaze and asked Yu Heng. That's right, it's a folding teleportation portal. It's a one-time thing that can teleport 4 people at the same time. Yu Heng seemed to be looking at a rare treasure as he said to Tang Zhen, this folded teleportation portal is connected to a different world. The treasure left behind by my ancestors is hidden there. As long as you take it out, you can obtain the coordinates of a plane and lead to a high-energy world. As long as you enter the world connected to this plane's channel and find a suitable place, you'll have a chance to advance to the spiritual emperor realm. After hearing Yu Heng's story, Tang Zhen revealed a trace of doubt and said in a deep voice, if it was before Morning Star City was activated, you might not be able to act alone. But now that the cornerstone platform is officially operational, why don't you do it yourself? Yu Heng bitterly laughed when he heard this. He turned to Tang Zhen and said, of course I want to do that, but this teleportation gate can only be activated by 4 kings of laws. There are only 3 in the entire Morning Star City. I can't do it even if I wanted to. 1442 Treasure Hunt in Another World 1 I see. Tang Zhen knew that the Morning Star City Lord would not give out benefits for free. It turned out that he lacked the cooperation of a Law King. Of course, one of the reasons was that the Foundation Stone platform could not operate. Otherwise, how could such a good thing fall into the hands of an outsider? After understanding the cause and effect, Tang Zhen naturally did not have too many concerns. He said to Yu Heng, if that's the case, I can help you, but it can't be for too long, so as not to delay other things. Yu Heng nodded and said in a certain tone, don't worry, Your Excellency. It will be completed in less than a month. A month, Yingluo. Tang Zhen mused for a moment before he nodded and agreed. The importance of the plane's coordinates to the Holy Dragon City was needless to say since it could help a Law King advance to the Spirit Emperor realm. If possible, he would naturally want to raise his clone to the Spirit Emperor realm. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not want to miss this opportunity. After the two reached an agreement, Yu Heng immediately made arrangements. Tang Zhen also called Yu Qianhua and Mirong Ziyu over and explained everything to them in detail. According to Yu Heng, this operation might take about a month. Although it was not a long time, some things had to be properly arranged in such a time of change. Of course, this was only an emergency measure. Currently, Holy Dragon City was filled with talents. Everything could be handled properly. Tang Zhen's main role was only to make decisions. Even if there was something that he couldn't handle, Tang Zhen's main body could take action to solve it. He was a true Spirit Emperor expert, and he was strong enough to crush the entire continent. After everything was ready, Yu Heng also rushed over with 2 helpers. One was called Yu Dao, and the other was called Yu Kun. They were the 2 hidden Law Kings of Morning Star City. Unlike Yu Heng, who deliberately maintained an old appearance and looked like he was about to die, these 2 Law Kings were both young and tall, and they were very handsome. After explaining the things to take note of, the 4 of them headed to the top of Morning Star City and worked together to activate the fist-sized foldable portal. With a flash of light, the ball suddenly bounced open, and an object that looked like a door appeared in front of them. Its surface was covered with dense runic magic circles. Everyone, let's go. Yu Heng was the first to push open the door and step into the dazzling white light. Bang bang bang, pai li pala. A crisp cracking sound was heard. It seemed that the wine bottle had fallen to the ground and rolled a few times. In a dirty basement, an ancient door was pushed open, and 4 men with gloomy faces walked out. Yu Heng, tell me what's going on. Tang Zhen's face carried a trace of anger. He coldly stared at the old man beside him, as though he was waiting for an explanation. Ahem, 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 I don't know what's going on either. The notes left by our ancestors are extremely tattered. They only left the information on how to use it and the treasure, but they didn't mention anything about the suppression of strength after entering. Yu Heng explained with an innocent expression and a dry smile. Tang Zhen glanced at Yu Heng and discovered that he did not seem to be lying. Yu Dao and Yu Kun's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and they looked at Yu Heng with unkind eyes. Tang Zhen involuntarily laughed bitterly after he confirmed this point. Fine, we've all been tricked by your old ancestor. Tang Zhen carefully recalled the array on the foldable teleportation door and shook his head. We're all law cultivators, but our strength is only equivalent to a level 5 cultivator. If a spiritual emperor or a realm lord comes in, will their strength be suppressed? Even if he is suppressed, it will definitely be better than our current situation. Your old ancestor is a sector lord. After suppressing his cultivation he should still have the strength of a law cultivator, enough to deal with any situation. Could it be that he's doing this to add an extra layer of insurance to the treasure to prevent it from being obtained by outsiders? After Tang Zhen said this, he smiled at Yu Heng and the other two. If that's the case, there must be a surprise hidden in the place where your ancestors hid their treasures. You won't be able to get them without some effort. Tang Zhen shook his head as he looked at Yu Heng's group of 3 who were deep in thought. He turned his head and looked at the spot where he was. He was now certain that there was definitely a trap on the folded teleportation gate, and it had deliberately set a limit of 4 law kings. If one was placed in the hands of a sector lord, would it be able to be activated? If this item belonged to the old ancestor of Morning Star City, why would he not explain these things and deliberately lie to his juniors? This meant that the origin of this item was very suspicious. The treasure might not have anything to do with the ancestor of Morning Star City. Otherwise, why would a sector lord like him place his treasure in another world and create such a complicated folded teleportation gate? The most likely possibility was that the folded teleportation gate had been obtained by the Morning Star City Patriarch by accident, but he had not had the chance to take it out, and it had ended up in the hands of Yu Heng. There was no point in thinking about this now. The most important task was to find the hidden treasure and then find a way to leave this world, in case anything happened. Tang Zhen once again sized up the pitch-black basement when he thought of this. Judging from the items piled on the ground, the environment here should be similar to the original world, or perhaps it was another parallel world. If that was the case, things would be much easier. Let's go up first and collect some specific information about this world before we think about what to do. Tang Zhen pointed at the stairs in front and took the lead to walk over. Gently pushing open the door of the basement, a slightly dark corridor appeared in front of everyone. There seemed to be a room at the end of the corridor, and excited roars could be heard from time to time. He glanced at the window at the other end of the corridor and was sure that it was night time. He could occasionally hear the sound of a car. A trace of a smile was revealed on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth after he listened for a few seconds. He then walked toward the open door. It was an extremely messy room. The bed and the floor were in a mess. A fat little man was sitting in front of a computer, talking about something. On the monitor was a scantily dressed woman, who seemed to be video chatting with the fat man. After Tang Zhen walked into the room, the little fatty didn't notice anything at all. He continued to stare at the computer excitedly and occasionally blurted out a sentence or two. Tang Zhen laughed softly. He randomly picked up a book that was thrown on the bed and carefully flipped through it. Through the translation of the mobile application, Tang Zhen didn't feel any pressure reading the text. He finished the entire book in a dozen seconds and had a basic understanding of the world. As he had guessed, this world was similar to the original world, with a time difference of about 10 years. Tang Zhen casually threw the book on the bed. Just as he was about to pick up another book, the woman on the other side of the computer finally noticed him, this uninvited guest. After which, she reminded the little fatty. The little fatty, whose face was filled with excitement, was stunned for a moment. He turned his head around with a stunned expression and coincidentally met Tang Zhen's gaze. "I'm done chatting, come over and sit for a while." Tang Zhen waved his hand at Fatty. At the same time, he gently waved his hand at the computer and shut it down. "Who are you? What do you want?" The little fatty looked at Tang Zhen in horror. He subconsciously picked up the wireless keyboard on the table and shouted with a voice that was tough on the outside but weak on the inside. "If I were you, I'd shut my mouth obediently to avoid getting myself into unnecessary trouble." Tang Zhen casually picked up another book and spoke in a faint tone. "You'd better get out now, or I'll call the police." The little fatty shouted at Zhen Tang as he silently moved towards the door. Then, he suddenly raised the wireless keyboard and threw it at Zhen Tang. He then ran out of the door without looking back. However, just as he reached the door, an old man appeared in front of him and pushed him to the ground. 1443 The terrified fatty one. Looking at the old man standing at the door, the little fatty's heart was in a mess. He was just chatting with a hot girl for a while. How did a stranger come into his house? What did they want to do? Rob and kill, or did they like his fat body? The moment he thought of that indescribable scene, the little fatty subconsciously tightened his butt. Also, why was this old man so strong? He didn't even move when he hit him with his 200-pound weight. Instead, he sent him flying with a slap. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong and the more he felt afraid. After shuddering a few times, the little fatty immediately leaned against the corner of the wall. At the same time, he looked at the two strangers in front of him with a vigilant look, thinking about how to get out of the predicament. It was only then that he realized that the clothes of the two intruders were very strange. Although the material was excellent, it was completely different from the style of normal people. If one had to describe it, it would be that the two's costumes were very similar to the costumes of historical actors, and they gave off a very majestic and luxurious feeling. This is the first time I've seen a robber dressed like this. Although he was full of doubts, the little fatty still obediently leaned against the corner of the wall, not daring to act rashly. Ignoring the little fatty, who appeared to be trembling but was actually rolling his eyes, Tang Zhen looked at Yu Heng and said, "Tell me about the information you have. How can we find your ancestor's treasure?" According to the information left behind by the ancestor, he left a rune sign in each of the 4 locations in this world. As long as we find them and piece them together, we can easily find the specific location of the treasure according to the guidance on them. Tang Zhen was slightly startled. He put down the book in his hand and said with a smile, "Your ancestor is quite a troublemaker. Are you sure he really wants to leave these treasures to you?" Pretending not to hear the teasing in Tang Zhen's tone, Yu Heng smiled and said, "How could the treasures left behind by an expert like our ancestor be so easily found by others?" "I see. Do you have any specific information about these 4 locations?" Yu Heng nodded. There were markings on the locations, but they were too far apart. "We have to look for them one by one." "Oh, then what do you plan to do? Do you want to split up and go to a location each, or do you want to work together?" Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Yu Heng revealed a trace of annoyance. "My original plan was for the 4 of us to split up so that we could find the rune sign in the shortest time possible. But now that the situation has changed, if we act alone, the danger will be multiplied. Once the natives discover our tracks and obstruct us, there's a possibility that we'll die." Tang Zhen nodded. Things were indeed as Yu Heng had said. The strength of a rank 5 cultivator was not enough to guarantee that they could run amok. Once their whereabouts were exposed, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter? This matter had to be taken precautions. Therefore, the wisest thing to do was for the 4 of them to act together. Even if it would waste more time, they could ensure that they could look out for each other in the event of danger. Although he was angry, Tang Zhen understood that this was a good opportunity that had come to his door. If he could establish a connection with the Holy Dragon City while obtaining the treasure, the cultivators in the Tower City could launch an invasion into this world. Wouldn't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Regardless of whether Yu Heng and the others were willing or not, this world had already been reserved by Tang Zhen. This was considered as their compensation to him. Just as this thought emerged in Tang Zhen's heart, he heard Yu Heng say, "This incident was caused by my negligence, so to express my apologies, I will gift this world to you. Please do not delay it." Tang Zhen secretly cursed an old fox in his heart. He smiled and nodded. "Since that's the case, then many thanks to City Lord Yu Heng. You're too polite, this is only natural." With just a few words, he had completed the compensation. Now, it was time to officially start the operation. Yu Heng took out a piece of animal skin, on which a map and 4 marks were drawn. When the eyes of the audience fell on the marks, an image would appear in front of them, looking very lifelike. This was a pattern that was carved using mental energy, and it was exactly the same as what the creator had in mind. Tang Zhen and the others only needed to find it according to the location marked on the map. We have the map now. The next step is to determine our current location and find the nearest location of the treasure. When Tang Zhen said this, he turned his head and looked at the little fatty on the ground. "Buddy, give me your phone." The little fatty hesitated for a moment. He trembled as he took out a black phone from his pocket. Just as he was about to stand up and hand it to Tang Zhen, he saw the phone suddenly float from his hand and fall directly into Tang Zhen's hand. "Oh my God, am I seeing things?" The little fatty cried out madly in his heart. His heart that was originally filled with fear, suddenly had a trace of intense curiosity. Who were these strangers who had suddenly appeared in his house? Why were they able to take things from a distance? This was no longer an ability that ordinary people could possess. Coupled with the strange attire of these two people, it was inevitable that people's imagination would run wild. In this information-advanced world, all kinds of strange information spread wantonly. This was also the reason why little fatty's mind was full of imagination after seeing this abnormal scene. Tang Zhen took the little fatty's phone in his hand and fiddled with it a few times. He confirmed that it was an ordinary smartphone, which was quite different from the original world. He easily unlocked the lock screen and used the positioning function to confirm their current location. Alright, we can now confirm that the third location is the closest to us. If we take ordinary transportation, we can reach it in about a day. Yu Heng's tensed face finally revealed a trace of a smile. He nodded lightly and then turned to look at the little fatty beside him. Seeing Yu Heng's gaze, the little fatty seemed to realize something. He began to tremble involuntarily and prepared to get up and escape. However, it was only now that he realized that his body seemed to be confined by an invisible force, and his head seemed to be stuffed with something that was constantly expanding as if it could explode at any time. Don't be in a hurry to kill him. There are still some things that we need him to deal with. Yu Heng, who was just about to kill the little fatty, retracted the mental power that was surrounding him and turned to walk towards the living room. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to be killed by that old man? After putting the phone into the storage space, Tang Zhen waved at the little fatty and walked out of the bedroom first. After witnessing supernatural abilities that were beyond his imagination and the feeling that everything was under his control, the little fatty realized that he had no chance of escaping. For the sake of his own life, the little fatty only hesitated for a few seconds before he stood up from the ground and followed Tang Zhen into the bedroom. Then, the little fatty saw the other two intruders. One was standing at the door, and the other was watching TV. When he appeared, he only gave him a cold glance and then turned his eyes to the side. After clicking a few times on his arm, a holographic image appeared in front of everyone. It was the world map obtained by the wrist guard computer after copying the data of the little fatty's mobile phone. The map clearly showed the 4 locations and their current location. Guys, let's get started. Fatty, you're in charge of driving. If you don't behave, this will be your end. Tang Zhen grabbed the bronze sculpture on the table. With a slight force, the hard sculpture was flattened and thrown in front of the little fatty. Looking at the completely deformed bronze statue under his feet, the little fatty nodded his head in a hurry and revealed a flattering smile. 1444 The first location, 1 in the speeding car. Zhen Tang retracted his gaze and looked at Yu Heng and the other two behind him. A smile flashed across his eyes. In order to make it easier for them to move, Tang Zhen and the other 3 had changed into the clothes of this world. At this moment, Yu Heng and the other 2 were sitting together, while he sat in the front passenger seat. The clothes naturally came from the fatty beside him. It was fortunate that his clothes were fat enough. Otherwise, Tang Zhen and the others would not be able to wear them. The problem was that after Yu Heng put on the fatty's coat, he was like an old cabbage pretending to be young, making people feel uncomfortable. Yu Heng seemed to have realized this as well. Therefore, when he noticed that Tang Zhen's gaze had landed on him, he unhappily snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Tang Zhen smiled and turned his gaze to the front. Yu Heng and the other 2 continued to look at the scenery outside the window and occasionally asked Tang Zhen a question. Tang Zhen had seen similar worlds more than once, so he wasn't interested at all. On the other hand, Yu Heng and the other 2 had never entered a different world before. Thus, until now, they were still filled with curiosity about the surrounding environment. Of course, in addition to curiosity, the more important reason was that they had to obtain as much information as possible about this world in order to better complete this operation. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose 100 battles. Compared to the nervousness and uneasiness he felt when they first met, the little fatty now appeared much more relaxed. From time to time, he would even chat with Tang Zhen. Ever since he was kidnapped until now, little fatty had already seen too many inconceivable things from Tang Zhen and the others. Every single one of them was enough to make one's jaw drop. It was obvious that he was extremely curious about the background of Tang Zhen's group of 4. However, he was able to control his mouth very well to prevent himself from being killed because of this. The little fatty was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very intelligent. After he realized that he could not escape from the devil's grasp, he took the initiative to cooperate with Tang Zhen and the others in order to obtain a trace of goodwill. Tang Zhen naturally understood little fatty's thoughts. Moreover, he was extremely satisfied with the other party's cooperation. In a situation where their cultivation was restricted, being able to have such a tactful native guide would undoubtedly make their operation much easier. The little fatty's second-hand car was still speeding. Before they knew it, they had left the city and were now in the middle of a wilderness. The scenery outside the car window proved that their environment was very similar to the American Alliance in their original world. On the long and empty road, they were the only ones moving along other than the cars that appeared every few days. The place that Tang Zhen and the others were heading to was a park. The land there was vast but the population was sparse. The number of residents nearby was very small. And NBSP, this environment was very suitable for movement. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't attract the attention of the native factions. After a night's drive, they were now less than half the distance to their destination. Little Fatty's eyes were dazed, and he was obviously very sleepy. The car is out of gas. It's not enough to reach the destination. Should we refuel first? After yawning, the little fatty glanced at the car's workstation and carefully asked Tang Zhen, "You can decide what to do. I just need to reach the destination at the scheduled time. I don't care about anything else." After hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the little fatty nodded and drove towards the nearby gas station. After the car stopped, Tang Zhen and little fatty got out of the car at the same time and quickly filled up the fuel. Tang Zhen entered the store and quickly bought a lot of food, throwing it to everyone. Everyone took a simple bite, and when the car started again, an accident suddenly happened. A police car suddenly appeared and stopped the car of Zhen Tang and the others. Then, two police officers slowly walked over. "Hey, officer, how can I help you?" The chubby boy was extremely nervous. The sudden appearance of the two police officers did not give him a sense of security, but instead made him more dangerous. It turned out that when the two police officers appeared, Tang Zhen, who was sitting on the side, suddenly took out a pistol and shook it in front of the little fatty. "You should know what to do, right?" After saying this with a smile, Tang Zhen quietly sat by the side, waiting to watch the little fatty's performance. The chubby boy, who had originally regarded these police officers as his saviors, secretly complained. He forced a smile and began to deal with the two uninvited police officers. If he was not careful, his little life would be over. The two police officers took out their identification documents as required. After checking them, they turned their eyes to Tang Zhen and the other three. "Who are they? Where are you going?" While he was asking, a police officer had already walked to the back seat and gently knocked on the window. "Open the car door, hurry up." The atmosphere suddenly became tense at this moment. Tang Zhen had already noticed that the police officer had raised his elbow and seemed to be ready to pull out his gun at any time. "Buddy, I think we've been exposed." Tang Zhen helplessly sighed. He suddenly raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the police officer by the window. The police officer who was about to pull out his gun was caught off guard and fell to the ground. At the same time, the back door was kicked open and landed heavily on the police officer's body. Then, Yukun leapt out and killed the police officer. Tang Zhen walked out from the front passenger seat and sized up the surrounding environment. He used a slightly curious tone to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." The little fatty, "Tell me, how did you call the police?" Little fatty shook his head with all his might and denied, "Believe me, this matter really has nothing to do with me. I really didn't call the police. Since it's not you, then it might be your family or friend. Also, your car directly exposed our whereabouts." Tang Zhen sighed as he and Yu Kun changed into the uniforms of the two police officers. After which, they stored the bodies and the original car into their storage equipment and got into the police car not far away. "Alright, guys, let's go quickly. It probably won't take long for us to be wanted by the natives all over the world." Dragging the frightened little fatty, the 5 of them drove the police car and headed towards their destination. This time, they arrived at the scheduled location without any trouble. After putting the police car into their storage equipment, the 5 of them took a speedboat and headed to the location marked on the map. The place where the rune sign was hidden was a swamp with a large number of crocodiles and a terrifying quagmire. Ordinary people would rarely come here. Along the way, there were other speedboats that passed by. The drivers were hunters that were hunting for crocodiles in this area. After seeing Zhen Tang and the others, they kept casting vigilant gazes. The uniforms on Tang Zhen and his partner were effective, preventing the hunters from treating them as poachers and mistakenly thinking that they had other motives. Yu Heng, who was on the speedboat, was constantly sensing the location of the rune sign and constantly adjusting the direction of their advance. However, the water channel was too chaotic, so it was impossible to reach the rune sign directly. After getting used to the movement style of Law Kings, which was like the wind, Tang Zhen and the others inevitably felt that their hands and feet were bound by this kind of low efficiency. Unfortunately, they had no other way. There was a flying device in Tang Zhen's storage space. However, it could only accommodate one pilot. Therefore, it would not be of much help even if he took it out. After going around in circles for half a day, the speedboat finally arrived at a body of water in the depths of the swamp. Tang Zhen had also discovered traces of a runic magic circle here. If one could not understand the operating principles of the runic magic circle, they would never be able to discover the secret of this place. They would only think of it as a forest in the water, with a sparkling surface of water in the middle. This was just a smokescreen. They only needed to go around a few real trees to pass through the illusion and land on the island. However, the moment he passed through the illusion, Tang Zhen suddenly felt danger approaching. At the same time, he saw a huge black shadow crash into the front of the speedboat with the sound of water. 1445 The giant crocodile on the island. 1. The danger came so suddenly that Yu Dao, who was sitting in front, could not react at all. He was sent flying by the black shadow and crashed heavily into a withered tree behind him. Crack! The withered tree was broken and Yu Dao fell into the water, causing a huge wave. Damn it! Tang Zhen and the others, who were close to Yu Dao, flew into the air and launched a series of fierce attacks. Before the speedboat could be destroyed, the blades and fists landed on the black shadow's body one after another. Owu! A series of muffled cries could be heard, followed by the splattering of blood in the air. The attacks of the three of them had clearly injured the monster. In this split second, Tang Zhen also clearly saw the appearance of the monster. It was actually a strange crocodile that was 15 meters long. The scales on its body were black and glowed with a red light, as if it was made of metal. There was a row of jagged dorsal fins on its spine, which were slightly transparent and unusually strong, as if they could cut through anything. Unlike the crocodiles in the swamp, this giant crocodile's abdomen was not particularly bloated. Instead, it was slightly slender, giving people the feeling that it was more like a legendary flood dragon. Judging from its aura alone, this crocodile monster's level had long surpassed that of a Lord-tier monster, and it was only a step away from becoming an Emperor-tier monster. To Tang Zhen's group, this was definitely a threat that could not be underestimated. Although Tang Zhen and the others had caused a certain amount of damage to the giant crocodile, it was not fatal. Therefore, it quickly launched its second attack after letting out a wild roar. Its huge body ran on the water like the wind, and it didn't seem to sink at all. In less than 2 seconds, a terrifying mouth came toward the broken speedboat. A gust of fishy wind blew over, mixed with a rancid smell, making people want to vomit. Tang Zhen's body suddenly leapt up. The soul-devouring blade was accompanied by a black flame as it heavily slashed down on the head of the giant crocodile. The sharp blade was like cutting through butter as it left a deep mark on the monster's body. Yu Heng and the other two shot out sharp arrows condensed from energy one after another. Their targets were the eyes of the giant crocodile. With a furious roar, the eyes of the giant crocodile suddenly became 2 huge bloody holes. The heavily injured giant crocodile writhed its body crazily, causing the water surface to become extremely muddy. However, even in such a situation, it still did not forget to attack Tang Zhen and the others. Its huge tail swept toward the speedboat. There was a muffled clang as the broken speedboat was swept away by the giant crocodile's tail, and it flew far away like a broken ball. Tang Zhen threw the little fatty in his hand onto the tree. His figure once again shot out and his battle blade ruthlessly hacked onto the giant crocodile's head. This blade that used all of his strength broke through the scales and actually forcefully cut off the giant crocodile's head. Plop! The giant crocodile's headless body fell into the water, and its foul blood spread on the muddy river surface, dyeing the water dark red in an instant. Pay! This damned animal! Yu Dao spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that he had suffered some injuries from the collision just now. This was the first time he had been in such a sorry state ever since he had become a Law King. As for the little fatty who was lying on the tree, he was already shaking all over. His eyes were filled with fear as he continuously sized up the monster's corpse. Tang Zhen, and the others, the monster has been dealt with. Let's go to the island now. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the surrounding water. After confirming that there were no monsters, he grabbed the little fatty and leapt towards the surface of the water. After a few rises and falls, they had already arrived at the shore. Yu Heng's group of 3 followed closely behind and landed on this small island that had been sealed off for who knew how many years. They surveyed their surroundings. Perhaps it was because no one had come here, but the natural environment of the island had not been damaged in any way. The trees were lush and green, like a garden built in the middle of the lake. Tang Zhen and the rest were not in the mood to appreciate the scenery here. Instead, they rapidly advanced towards the center of the island. After walking about 700 to 800 meters, a simple stone building appeared in front of them. A greenish-gray rune sign was placed in the middle of the building. It was the item that Tang Zhen and the others were looking for. Yu Heng walked forward and examined the rune sign in his hand. He then nodded to Tang Zhen and the others. That's right, it's the thing we're looking for. Although they had successfully found the first rune sign, there were still 3 more rune signs that needed to be collected. Tang Zhen and the others chatted for a while before they walked out of the small island. They did not want to waste any time. The speedboat they took on the way here had been destroyed. Fortunately, there was a charging boat in Tang Zhen's storage ring. After the 5 of them got on the speedboat, they quickly arrived at the place they came from. The location of the next rune sign should be within the borders of another country. We have to change our transportation, or we won't be able to reach it in a short time. Yu Heng and the other 2 didn't know much about this world, so the entire operation was left to Tang Zhen to complete. They would do whatever he asked them to do. As for you, just forget about these things. Tang Zhen turned around and said to the little fatty. Without waiting for him to recover, he slapped the little fatty's head. Caw caw caw, the little fatty collapsed limply on the side of the road. His recent memories had been completely erased, and he probably couldn't even remember how he came here. This wasn't a bad thing. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life. After taking out the police car, Tang Zhen and the others jumped into it and sped away. Not long after Tang Zhen and the others left, someone discovered the little fatty who had fainted on the side of the road. Not long after, a police car rushed over. They first confirmed the little fatty's identity before they immediately took action and began to chase after the traces of Tang Zhen and the others. It turned out that after the little fatty's family discovered that he was missing, they had already called the police at the first moment. Then, 2 police officers, recording devices simultaneously uploaded the process of questioning Tang Zhen and the others. It could be said that Tang Zhen and the others were listed as dangerous criminals at the same time that 2 police officers were killed. They would be arrested immediately once they appeared. At this moment, with the appearance of the little fatty, the traces of Tang Zhen and the others were once again exposed. Following the route that they were moving forward, countless police officers patrolled the road, not letting go of any suspicious traces. After the little fatty was awakened, he was dumbfounded when he was asked because he couldn't remember anything at all. After the experts confirmed that the little fatty was not in disguise, his recent memories had really been erased. This situation made those experts extremely vexed. The reason why they attached so much importance to this case was firstly because Tang Zhen and the others might have killed 2 police officers. Secondly, they found something unusual in the uploaded video. For example, Tang Zhen's group had strength and speed that exceeded an ordinary person's imagination, and Yu Heng's group had strange physical characteristics. These were all extremely unusual situations. Unable to find any clues from the little fatty, those experts could only analyze the route they took. Very quickly, they discovered that Tang Zhen and the others had entered the marshland. In the following process, they followed the trail and accidentally discovered a hidden island in the depths of the swamp. Looking at the paradise-like scenery and the giant crocodile corpse in the water that looked like a prehistoric monster, all the search personnel present were dumbfounded and did not come back to their senses for a long time. When all the information was put together, it immediately attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the natives. Not only did they strengthen the pursuit, but they also sent a group of special personnel to participate in the operation. With the cooperation of all parties, it didn't take long before news came that Tang Zhen and the others had been found outside the outskirts of M City. With a single order, a large number of troops gathered and vowed to capture Tang Zhen and the others. 1446 The second rune sign. 1. On top of a slightly old building, a sniper was quietly lying on the platform, his muzzle locked on the road ahead. In a few buildings not far from him, there was also more than one sniper lurking, especially in the hidden corners, where many police cars were on standby. Several police officers were standing on the road, making a temporary inspection, but their eyes were looking at the end of the road in the distance from time to time, with a trace of tension in their eyes. In the sky above them, a satellite had already locked onto the road and was looking down at the car that was speeding over. The passengers in the car did not seem to realize the source of danger. They continued to drive at a fast speed and got closer and closer to the ambush site. It didn't take long for the car to appear in front of the crowd. The police officers who had been waiting for a long time immediately waved to stop it and motioned for it to stop for inspection. However, the car did not slow down at all. Instead, it suddenly rushed down the road and went straight to the factory not far away. Hurry up and catch them. They're trying to escape. The police officers on the road pulled out their guns and shot, but it was to no avail. They could only call for backup through their communicators. This scene had long been discovered by the police who were lurking in the distance. As the car rushed down the road, the hidden vehicle personnel appeared in unison. There were cars driving at high speed everywhere, and helicopters even flew up from the factory in the distance, joining in the pursuit. Under the pursuit of numerous vehicles and helicopters, the fleeing car was like a slippery rat, turning left and right but unable to be forced to stop. It didn't take long for the fleeing car to enter the nearby factory. Then, 4 men quickly jumped out of the car and entered the nearby buildings. A few snipers seemed to have opened fire, but the other party's movements were too fast, and they could not lock onto him at all. The helicopter flew over and completely sealed off the building. Then, fully armed special combat personnel quickly approached and gradually completed the encirclement. At his command, all the combat personnel rushed into the building at the same time. However, they did not find any trace of the 4 men at all, as if they had never been there. The people who didn't believe it began to search again, but they still found nothing. Later on, this matter became an unsolved case. No one knew how these 4 men escaped from the airtight encirclement without leaving any clues. Tang Zhen's group of 4 appeared in the forest 3 kilometers away from the factory. They boarded a car that was parked by the roadside one after another. To the 4 Law Kings, even if their strength had been suppressed to below the Lord tier, they could still easily toy with the natives. With just a few small tricks, they had successfully escaped the natives' encirclement. The reason why they had been discovered earlier was due to a moment of carelessness. Moreover, Tang Zhen's group had to take this route. This saved them a lot of time. After getting rid of the aboriginals, the 4 of them went straight to the city's airport. After another half an hour, a plane took off, heading towards the country where the second rune sign was. No one knew that the 4 visitors from the other world were hiding in the corner of the plane and had left the country without anyone knowing. A few hours later, the plane slowly landed. Tang Zhen and the others left the airport and took a taxi to continue their journey. The driver was only focused on chatting with Tang Zhen and did not notice the abnormality of the 3 passengers behind him. Even when Tang Zhen and the other 3 got off the car, they did not realize that their passengers came from another world. The location of the second rune sign is nearby, but this place has become a residential area for ordinary people. I'm afraid it will take more effort to find that rune sign. Tang Zhen said to Yu Heng and the other 2 as he looked down at the chaotic street with a helpless expression. Right now, he was somewhat regretting agreeing to Yu Heng's request. This was because he had been dealing with a lot of miscellaneous matters along the way and had wasted a lot of time for nothing. If he could leave this world, Tang Zhen might have already left. Grumbling aside, the operation had to continue. According to the information that Tang Zhen had previously gathered, the second rune sign was located in a slum area. There were gangs running rampant here, and gunfights would break out from time to time. Although Tang Zhen's group of 4 was not afraid of the dangerous people here, they did not want to provoke unnecessary trouble in order to avoid delaying the progress of searching for the rune signs. Alright, find the location of the rune sign now. Once you've found it, leave this place as soon as possible. After handing the 3 guns to Yu Heng and the others, Tang Zhen also took out a pistol and inserted it into his belt. During the operation, they had to avoid exposing their true identity as much as possible. Therefore, neither their cultivation skills nor swords were suitable to be used. On the other hand, there were not so many scruples about firearms, and it was difficult for others to discover any clues. Tang Zhen and the others once again raised their vigilance as they walked among the crowd and looked at the numb and vigilant eyes around them. With their cultivation suppressed, even a law king could be killed, so they had to pay attention to their surroundings at all times to avoid being hit by a bullet from who knew where. Yu Heng held a map in his hand as he walked in front of the group. After passing through many streets, they finally stopped in front of a large building. The rune sign should be in this building. Should we rush in now or wait until night time to act? Yu Heng looked at the heavily guarded building in front and asked Tang Zhen, who was observing the surroundings, "Don't rush into action. I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Around and then make a plan." The four of them walked into a nearby alley and subdued a local resident. Soon, they got the information they wanted. This manor was the residence of a nearby gang leader. Usually, there were at least 50 guards, and once an accident happened, more reinforcements would come. The reason why the gang leader built a house here was that, according to the legends of the older generation, this was the place where the gods rested. If one was close to it, they would obtain endless good luck. After knocking out the trembling resident, the four of them discussed for a while and decided to act as soon as possible. They would evacuate immediately after finding the rune sign. For some unknown reason, Tang Zhen's heart had a trace of uneasiness. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Using their stealth skills, the four of them quickly sneaked into the building. After avoiding the patrolling guards, they went straight to the backyard of the building. Tang Zhen saw a small pavilion from a great distance away. There was a strange-looking statue inside. The neck of the statue was wearing the rune sign that they were looking for. Obviously, the natives here treated the rune sign and the statue as an item, but they didn't know that the statue was actually there to cover the rune sign. At this moment, some people were even kneeling and worshipping the statue. And NBSP, Yu Heng charged forward and killed a nearby guard, then went straight for the statue. Tang Zhen's group also finished off one guard each. After which, they carefully observed their surroundings to prevent other guards from discovering the abnormality in this place. At this moment, Yu Heng had already arrived in front of the statue. His finger gently tapped on the rune sign and took it off the statue. And NBSP, after putting the rune sign into his storage equipment, Yu Heng was about to call everyone to leave when he heard a cracking sound behind him. The metal statue had actually crumbled. "Something's wrong, let's run." Tang Zhen was stunned for a moment when he saw the shattered statue. After which, he suddenly roared out and ran out of the manor. Yu Heng and the other two had already realized that something was wrong. After hearing the shout, they did not dare to hesitate and jumped over the wall. At this moment, the ground in the backyard trembled violently, and the flat courtyard instantly split into pieces. Then, a thick metal arm stretched out from the ground, and with a casual wave, half of the three-story villa next to it collapsed. The guards in the manor rushed over one after another, and then they were shrouded by a huge shadow. They were all so shocked that they didn't even know that the weapons in their hands had fallen. A metal giant that was over 30 meters tall emerged from the ground. Its appearance was no different from the broken metal statue. At this moment, it was staring in the direction that Tang Zhen and the others had fled in as it let out an angry roar toward the sky. Swish! A series of loud sounds rang out as the metal giant left a deep pit with each step it took. It chased in the direction that Tang Zhen and the others had fled in. Houses collapsed along the way as it screamed continuously. 1447 The pursuit of the metal giant. With the appearance of the metal giant, the entire slum area immediately fell into chaos. People looked at the metal giant in fear. Their weak bodies kept moving, and they talked nonsense, shouting about the god of destruction's arrival. Houses collapsed under the metal giants. Trampling, and the concrete road was filled with huge footprints. Anything that blocked the metal giant's path would be easily destroyed. From time to time, gangsters with rifles appeared on the streets, howling and shooting at the metal giant. In the end, other than causing dense sparks on the metal giant's body, they couldn't cause any damage to it at all. There were even some gang members who took out rocket launchers and exploded large balls of fire on the metal giant's body. Unfortunately, they still couldn't stop the metal giant's footsteps. With a series of violent explosions, the buildings where the attackers were located collapsed one after another. This was clearly the revenge of the metal giant. After realizing that guns were useless against the metal giant, the gang members threw down their weapons in despair and fled madly in the streets, afraid that they would be trampled into meat patties in the next second. Not only did the metal giant have an indestructible shell, but it also had terrifying strength. In terms of strength alone, it was comparable to a king-level cultivator. When it was hit by the rocket, its body still glowed faintly. It was obvious that a special energy shield had been activated in an instant. It could be said that as long as the energy stored in its body was still there, this metal giant could not be defeated. Damn it, what kind of war puppet is this? How can it be so abnormal? Tang Zhen ran quickly on the streets while turning his head to observe the metal giant. He had already cursed Yu Heng over a dozen times in his heart. Damn bastard, if he had known that there would be so many changes in this treasure hunt, he would not have gotten involved even if he was beaten to death. It had to be known that with their current cultivation, they were not the metal giant's opponent at all. Even if they could defeat it, they would have to pay a certain price. The slightest carelessness would cost them their lives. This wasn't a treasure hunt, it was clearly playing with his life. Judging from the metal giant's appearance, it was clear that it was coming straight for them, with the purpose of taking back the rune sign. Hurry up and get in the car. We have to get out of here. Don't bother with this metal giant. Seeing that they were about to rush out of the slums, Tang Zhen immediately shouted at Yu Heng and the other two before jumping into the open-top jeep by the side of the road. In less than 3 seconds, Tang Zhen started the jeep and sped towards the road of the slums. When Yu Heng and the other two saw this, they jumped onto the jeeps one after another and followed Tang Zhen as they charged around on the road. Bang! A car flew over from afar, bringing with it the whistling sound of the wind. Its target was the jeep that Tang Zhen and the others were driving. Sit tight, Tang Zhen roared loudly. The jeep started to twist violently on the road. After that, a loud boom was heard as the car smashed beside Tang Zhen and the others. It was just a little bit away from hitting the jeep. Haha, this is fun. Yu Dao, who was sitting in the back, threw his head back and laughed. Then, he shouted, "Be careful, there are 2 more cars flying over." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion was heard. 2 cars with drivers were smashed over, turning the front of the jeep into a sea of fire. Let's rush over quickly. That guy has torn down a house and is smashing it towards us. Hearing Yu Dao's reminder, Tang Zhen increased his speed and directly passed through the sea of fire, leaving behind 2 burning tracks. As soon as they rushed out of the sea of fire, they heard the whistling sound of the wind. Half of the house directly hit the rear of the jeep. Tang Zhen's group of 4 reacted extremely quickly. A second before they were smashed by the house, they had already jumped down from the jeep. After which, they got into the hover car that Tang Zhen had taken out and drove forward like arrows. At this critical moment, Tang Zhen could no longer care about hiding his origins. If the metal giant caught up to them, it was extremely likely that they would die here. Yu Heng and the other 2 felt much more relaxed as they felt the hovercar's speed. However, when they saw the metal giant that had already rushed out of the town and was chasing them on the road, they couldn't help but feel nervous again. Normally, any one of the 4 of them would be able to easily take down this metal puppet, but at this moment, it was like a stray dog. "Your Excellency, do you need me to kill this guy?" Yu Heng looked at the pursuing metal giant with an eager expression. It was obvious that he had a powerful weapon with him. This was also an extremely normal matter. In fact, he was not the only one who had similar weapons. Tang Zhen and the other 2 had also prepared something in their hands. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. This is just the appetizer. It will only get more and more dangerous later. Tang Zhen stopped Yu Kun and immediately accelerated to his maximum speed. The cars that the metal giant threw at him were dashing left and right, and the distance between them was getting further and further. At this time, a loud roar came from the front, followed by a dozen armored tanks and 2 assault helicopters in the sky. When they were still a long way from the metal giant, the tanks opened fire. The whistling cannonballs flew over their heads and landed on the metal giant from time to time, bursting into balls of flames, but they could not stop its footsteps at all. Obviously, the bombardment of the shells had disturbed the metal giant. He roared and picked up a car, smashing it over and knocking over a moving tank. One of the military helicopters noticed the unusual behavior of Tang Zhen and the others. It actually ignored the approaching metal giant and headed straight for them. "Yu Kun, destroy that helicopter." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's order, Yu Kun took out the rifle Tang Zhen had given him from under his clothes. He aimed at the helicopter and pulled the trigger. Yu Kun and the other two were given standard weapons from the Holy Dragon City. They could easily pierce through the armor of low-level demonic soldiers and the outer shell of the helicopter. Although this was the first time he was using this weapon, for a law-enforcing king, he could definitely shoot with precision that would make even ace snipers blush with shame. Sure enough, with a burst of gunfire, a series of white spots burst out on the surface of the helicopter, and the pilot was cut in two by the whistling bullets. The blood-splattered helicopter spun a few rounds before it suddenly fell onto the road, and flames soared into the sky. Another assault helicopter also locked onto Tang Zhen's group. Dense bullets swept over and whizzed past them. A few tanks also joined the attack. A string of bullets dragged a line of fire that blocked the path of the hover car. Without waiting for Tang Zhen's order, Yu Kun raised his gun and aimed at the helicopter in the sky. After firing a few shots, the helicopter suddenly burst into a fireball and fell to the ground. Well done. Let's charge into the group of tanks and have them delay the metal giant. As soon as he finished speaking, the hover car was already like a fish in water. It quickly passed through the blockade of bullets and headed straight for the tanks that were constantly firing. When they saw the hover car flying in the air, the tank soldiers and the infantrymen following behind had expressions as though they had seen a ghost. They subconsciously shot wildly at Tang Zhen and the others. The clanging sounds of the collision lingered in their ears. Fortunately, the material used to make the hover car was bulletproof. Even after being attacked by the bullets, it was not penetrated by them. Only the surface was covered with dense. Whoosh! The hover car sped past the tanks in the blink of an eye. The metal giant that rushed over was extremely furious. As it ran, it continuously kicked and stomped on the tanks, causing them to explode. At the same time, it grabbed the tanks beside it and ruthlessly smashed them towards Zhen Tang and the others. 1448 The world-shocking metal giant the hover car left in a cloud of dust, leaving behind a series of wild laughter and angry curses. Under the terrified gazes of the tanks and infantry, the metal giants were like moving mountains, crashing into the convoy. Boom! After the violent collision, there was a series of chaos. The entire communication channel was in a mess. Screams, curses, and cries for help were mixed together with all kinds of negative emotions, making it impossible to complete normal communication. I've been destroyed by the monster. I can't move now. Damn it, the Black Widow was caught by that monster and thrown out like a stone. Armor-piercing bullets and high-explosive bullets don't work. We were fucking sent here to die. These bastards. Requesting reinforcements. Seeing another tank being casually thrown out by the undying metal giant, the remaining tanks immediately scattered, afraid that they would suffer the same fate. The military vehicles and infantrymen that were following behind were not so lucky. They were trampled into the soil by the metal giants and turned into a thin pile of soil. Their original appearance could not be seen at all. Looking at the metal giant's shadow that covered the sky, many soldiers felt despair and knelt on the ground to pray. However, they soon realized that after the metal giant passed through the tanks and infantry, it did not stop. Instead, it left a series of deep footprints and wailing soldiers as it continued to run forward. Did you guys notice that the monster's target doesn't seem to be us? I knew it. It's obviously chasing after that aircraft, and we're all being used as shields. Bastards, if I catch those guys, I'll make them wish they were dead. Stop talking nonsense. Let's quickly contact the higher-ups and report our findings. As for how to solve this matter, let's leave it to those officials. Just as the tank soldiers thought, when the metal giant appeared, the country's high officials were all in disbelief. He had been living a good life and had not provoked anyone. Why would there be such a thunderbolt above his head? Although curiosity about supernatural phenomena was a common problem, when it happened in one's own territory and caused quite a lot of damage, and it was beyond one's control, then curiosity would directly turn into fear. Especially when they heard that the tanks and attack helicopters sent by the nearby garrison had been severely damaged, and the metal giant was still driving straight into the country, the high-ranking officials were suddenly in chaos. Arranging for the evacuation of important personnel, setting up new interception means, and requesting for external assistance were also carried out quickly. In the order that the interceptors had received, the metal giant was no longer the only thing that needed to be destroyed. The hover car that Tang Zhen and the others were driving was also included. Once their tracks were discovered, they would destroy it at all costs. It was this shit-stirrer who disturbed everyone's peace. He must die. As for outside help, there was no other way. Although everyone knew that the metal giant was hiding a huge secret, and everyone wanted to keep it in their hands, it was a pity that this country was very weak and could not withstand the destruction of the giant and the coveting of powerful countries. So the best way was to pull them in and use their advanced weapons to kill the metal giant. Then, he could take the opportunity to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for post-disaster assistance, and maybe he could make a big profit. The high-ranking officials' plan was perfect, and they didn't lack people to cooperate with them. As expected, they immediately received a response a few minutes after the distress signal was sent out. Several military bases near the country would immediately send fighter jets to support, and fleets in the nearby waters could also act at any time to ensure that the metal giant could not leave the country. After hearing the response from the foreign aid, the high officials who were in a terrible state finally breathed a sigh of relief. They continued to observe the scene captured by the helicopter. What these high-ranking officials didn't know was that a few minutes after the metal giant appeared, the country where the first rune sign was located received the message and locked onto the slums through spy satellites. When they saw the metal giant that looked like a transformer and exuded black smoke, the entire intelligence center fell into a dead silence. "Oh my God, is this really the world I live in?" After the director shouted in disbelief, the entire intelligence center immediately began to work and collect a series of information. When they discovered the metal giant's powerful defense and extremely agile movements, everyone had the same thought. If he could master the manufacturing method of this metal giant and use it in war, what kind of terrifying destruction would it cause to the enemy? Even if it could not be sent to the battlefield, the metal giant itself was enough to attract the interest of many people. Who knew if it was related to extraterrestrial civilization or prehistoric technology? As long as it could be obtained, it would be equivalent to opening a breakthrough in this aspect. As such, after the collected information was quickly reported, the intelligence center immediately received instructions from the highest level. Obtain it at all costs. At the same time, Tang Zhen and the others, who had started this incident, had also attracted a lot of attention. The intelligence personnel had determined through the video transmitted back from the scene that the metal giant's target was Tang Zhen's group of 4. The metal giant would chase in the direction they fled in. As for the hover car that Tang Zhen and the others were in, the weapons used to shoot down the assault helicopters could be confirmed after analysis that they were all things that had never been seen before. They should all be high-tech items. This discovery once again caused a shock. The intelligence center began to analyze their origins and what kind of connection they had with the metal giant. Very quickly, more information was gathered, proving that Tang Zhen's group of 4 had once appeared in their country. During this period, they had kidnapped a young man and used unknown methods to erase the young man's recent memories. Then, the group of people went to a national park and escaped from the tight encirclement. At the same time, they were also related to the bizarre disappearance of 2 police officers. After that, pictures and videos were posted. Looking at the isolated island and the huge monster's corpse, everyone was shocked. The information contained in this matter was equally sensational, but it turned out that it was done by the same group of people. Who were they, and what were they planning to do? The staff who felt that something was wrong checked their identities again, but there were no records at all, as if they did not belong to this world. In addition to this shocking discovery, the staff found something even more shocking after careful comparison. An emergency meeting was called, and all the elites were present, their faces full of seriousness and curiosity. The director's face was full of fighting spirit. This kind of situation had not occurred for a long time. This meant that this mission was no small matter. According to the video data we collected and after a comparative analysis, we have determined that, except for one of the 4 targets, who is suspected to be human, the other 3 have very different characteristics from normal humans. They are likely to be some kind of intelligent creature similar to humans. One more thing is for sure. The 4 targets are much stronger and faster than ordinary humans. When they were avoiding the metal giant, target number 4 kicked a car away, and it happened to be captured by the camera at the corner of the street. Looking at everyone's shocked eyes, the head of the intelligence center said in a serious tone, "We even suspect that the 4 targets have the ability to become invisible, which is why they were able to avoid being caught without leaving any traces. At the same time, they have a folded space that can store items, and they come from a strange world that we know nothing about." At this point, the eyes of the intelligence director became more and more eager, and he roared, "That's why we have to control them at all costs. We can't let our opponents get them, or it will be a disaster." 1449 The beginning of disaster. More than one country knew of the existence of the metal giant. In just half an hour, the news had spread all over the world. With the participation of advanced communication means, online media, and mobile phones that were popularized to every corner of the world, videos taken from the scene appeared in all corners of the world. The metal giant that was constantly chasing after the black fog shocked every audience. In the beginning, many people thought that it was a movie video. While they marveled at how exciting it was, they also asked what kind of movie it was so that they could watch it when they had the chance. Some people claimed that it was true, which had caused great panic, but they were laughed at by others. They obviously did not believe that such an incredible thing could happen in this world. However, as time passed, more and more related videos appeared. Even some of the more famous media outlets reported on it one after another. Everyone felt as if their heads had been heavily hammered. This was real, it was actually real. The metal giant's existence had been confirmed, and people's emotions erupted like a volcano. They were arguing about this matter. The appearance of the metal giant was like piercing through a layer of white paper. It made the people living behind the white paper suddenly realize that this world was far more dangerous than they had imagined. The thought of the monsters in movies that could destroy the world and make humans pay a heavy price made people feel creeped out. Since the metal giant, something that only existed in his imagination, had appeared, it was not impossible for other supernatural creatures to appear. If the planet really became a paradise for demons, how would the weak humans deal with it? If the existing weapons could not eliminate these monsters, did this mean that this scene was a sign of the end? All kinds of comments were rampant on the internet. Some people thought that this was just an accidental phenomenon and that ordinary people should live as they should. Some people thought that this was a warning from God and that everyone should be prepared as soon as possible to prevent being caught off guard when the disaster came. Some people even claimed that this was a sign of an invasion, and it might not be long before aliens launched an attack on this world. The people who spread this rumor were treated as lunatics, but some people believed it. They even made preparations in silence, storing large amounts of food, medicine, and weapons that could be found. Some people built underground fortresses and entered the deep mountains just to guard against the origin of the disaster. Most people scoffed at this kind of behavior. Unfortunately, they did not expect that this seemingly crazy prophecy was actually the real truth. On a barren land, there were many primitive tribes. The moment the metal giant appeared, an angry roar came from a thatched house. Then, an old priest walked out of the door and knelt in the direction of the sun, his face full of despair. In a remote town, an old man who was drinking tea felt his heart beating wildly. After that, his face revealed a shocked expression. He went straight to the secret room of his family and took out an ancient book. When he flipped to one of the pages, his face suddenly turned ashen, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. In the huge hall, a group of men and women in long robes had solemn expressions. On the high platform at the front, a white-haired old man was praying softly. He turned around and shouted in a heavy tone, "The seal on the evil demon has been broken. This world is in danger. We must stop its arrival. We can't let them gather the items to open the seal. Otherwise, we'll only be dead." Just as the news of the metal giant's appearance spread across the world, a group of men and women of different identities gathered in the country where the third rune sign was located. They looked at the image on the monitor with a serious expression. Ordinary people didn't know that there were actually some secret organizations in this world that no one knew about. They obtained magical powers through special means, and at the same time, they also guarded these secrets, never letting outsiders know. The men and women gathered here were the representatives of the secret organizations, and the thing they were guarding together was the third rune sign. The reason why the rune sign had fallen into the hands of ordinary people was most likely the doing of Yu Heng's ancestor. His purpose was to increase the difficulty of obtaining it. In fact, the Guardians had long known that there was not only one rune sign in their hands, but a total of 4. As long as they gathered all of them, they could open the seal and let disaster befall this world. The first and second runes were missing, but the third and fourth runes were guarded by secret successors. Other than enjoying the benefits of the runes and obtaining unimaginable power, they swore to ensure that no one else could obtain them. The appearance of Tang Zhen's group indicated that the legendary devil had appeared. The test of the protector had finally arrived. Should they passively wait for the enemy to arrive or should they take the initiative to attack and eliminate the enemy? This matter had been debated by the two great guardian groups for a long time. In the end, they had come to a clear answer. They would take the initiative to search for the traces of Tang Zhen's group of 4. After which, they would intercept and kill them. As soon as the order was issued, these guardians immediately took action. They used the various channels they had and tried every possible means to gather information about Tang Zhen's group of 4. The power of these guardians should not be underestimated. Because of their long history, they had far more means than ordinary people, which allowed their tentacles to extend to a wide range. Perhaps a public figure who held great power was one of the outer members that they supported. The selected operation team members also set off quickly. According to the route they had analyzed, they were determined to kill the evil demon that had seized the rune sign. Because of the appearance of the metal giant, the entire world fell into chaos. Some unknown things also began to appear before the eyes of the world. Although Tang Zhen didn't know that the current world was already in chaos, he knew that they would be completely exposed to the natives following the appearance of the metal giant. The process of obtaining the remaining 2 rune signs would become even more difficult. What was Yu Heng's ancestor trying to do? He had gone to such great lengths to create obstacles. What was he trying to hide? Although Tang Zhen really wanted to find Yu Heng and ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him about it, it was clearly not the right time. This was because there was still a metal giant chasing them. Those damn idiots can't even deal with a war puppet. Tang Zhen cursed. He drove the hover car and continued to fly. Behind him was the roaring metal giant. Everywhere he passed, there was a broken wall. Along the way, they had already crossed more than one blockade line. Tang Zhen had even taken the risk of being shot down and deliberately passed through the tanks and aircraft. However, the metal giant had easily broken through each time. Helplessly, he could only try his best to fly towards the sea, hoping that after entering the sea, he would be able to successfully escape the pursuit of the metal giant. If he was still unable to shake off this hateful fellow, Tang Zhen could only use some special methods to make this damn metal giant go to hell. To be honest, this metal giant did not give Tang Zhen much pressure. What he was most concerned about now was what was hidden within the treasure. If it was just the coordinates of a high-energy plane, was it worth going through such great efforts? 1450 The reason for entering the sea. 1. In order to get rid of the metal giant, the interceptors used all kinds of means. Missile planes were deployed, and the artillery on the ground was constantly roaring. It was a spectacular scene of the arrival of war. Under the intense artillery fire, the metal giant's body burst into flames with every step it took. After going through layers of interception, the metal giant's body was already clearly damaged. Its body was full of dense bullet holes, and black smoke was spewing out. At the end of the day, it was just a war puppet. Although it had terrible defense and lethality, it still couldn't face thousands of enemies with modern weapons alone. Even so, it continued to persistently chase after Tang Zhen's group without the slightest hesitation. As for Tang Zhen's group, who had been running in front all this time, they were continuously attacked. Fortunately, the speed and agility of the hover car were extremely outstanding, allowing them to easily avoid the attacks. In addition, Tang Zhen's route would change from time to time. It was impossible for the interceptors to set up defenses everywhere on the vast land. This led to the situation where Tang Zhen's group had already escaped through the gaps in the defensive positions that had just been established. The commander at the back was so angry that he threw his hat and cursed, but he still couldn't solve the problem. He could only drive the car and plane to chase after them. Unknowingly, an ocean with vast blue waves appeared in front of Tang Zhen. A few warships were swimming on the surface of the ocean, trying to make their final interception against Tang Zhen and the others. Tang Zhen gently sighed in relief. If nothing unexpected happened, this super chase that had attracted the attention of the entire world would temporarily come to an end. According to Tang Zhen's analysis, even if this metal giant was able to travel on the seabed, it would definitely be unable to cross the ocean and catch up to them. This was because the energy stored in the metal giant was already running out after being blocked and attacked all the way. Perhaps in the next second, the metal giant would run out of energy and no longer pose a threat to them. Although this war puppet had a very high research value, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to keep it in his hands. After he occupied this world, what would he not be able to obtain? However, after seeing the secrets and dangers that could be hidden in this world, Tang Zhen suddenly had an idea. He wanted to drag Morning Star City into this. No matter how much of a bastard their old ancestor was, he would not go so far as to harm his own descendants. However, if he really did so, Tang Zhen would at least have to drag an unlucky fellow down with him to be struck by lightning. Just as they were about to arrive at the seaside, Tang Zhen and the rest were attacked again as expected. The bullets from the military vehicles kept coming. They even used electromagnetic weapons in an attempt to make the hover car fall from the sky. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon City's technological level was far beyond the imagination of the natives. This kind of method did not have much of an impact on the hover car, and they easily avoided the attack. After successfully passing through the blockade line, the hover car rushed into the sea. After driving for a few kilometers, the hover car was kept by Tang Zhen into his storage equipment, and the four of them dove into the sea. In the distance, a warship had already sent out frigates and speedboats, which were speeding towards the place where they had entered the water. The figures of planes flashed in the sky from time to time. The shore was ablaze, and the metal giant had already taken half a step into the sea, struggling to move forward on the soft sand. As the metal giant gradually entered the depths of the ocean, a large amount of seawater began to pour into its body from the damage. Its movements began to become slower and slower, and every step seemed to be extremely strenuous. Unknowingly, the metal giant's movements became slower and slower, and finally, before the sea swallowed its head, the metal giant finally stopped moving forward. It stared intently at the spot where Tang Zhen and the others had disappeared. Its flame-like eyes gradually dimmed and finally turned gray. The interceptors, who had been chasing the metal giant, cheered in joy. When they saw the metal giant enter the sea, they thought that all their previous efforts had been in vain. They did not expect that at their most disappointing moment, they would welcome such a pleasant turn. Soon, the sea became extremely lively. There were ships and planes everywhere on the sea. Steel cables were tied to the metal giant's body, ready to fish it up to shore. For Tang Zhen's group of 4 who had already dived into the ocean, other than sending warships and submarines to search and capture them, the aircraft and satellites were also monitoring the entire sea region, not letting go of any suspicious targets. However, the hunters had searched the sea more than a dozen times, with divers and all kinds of technological equipment taking turns, and even using trawling nets to salvage it, but they still found no traces. Just like the previous encirclement, Tang Zhen's group of 4 was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. On an ocean-going freighter, Tang Zhen's group of 4 hid in a container and threw their clothes that were soaked in seawater to the side. Yu Heng, tell me in detail, what's going on with this ancestral treasure? Tang Zhen's face was expressionless, but Yu Heng could clearly feel a suppressed anger. It was obvious that Tang Zhen was waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. After the previous series of encounters, if he were to use vague words to brush Tang Zhen off, he would definitely anger this future war zone leader. Although the cultivation of the 4 of them was suppressed to the 5th rank, if they were to really fight, even if Yu Heng and the other 2 were to join forces, they might not be a match for Tang Zhen. To be honest, this treasure was indeed left behind by my ancestor, but it was set up by someone else. In truth, this folded teleportation gate was something my ancestor obtained by chance. To a sector lord, even though it was connected to a treasure trove, but among his collection, it was only one that wasn't eye-catching. In addition, according to the ancestor's analysis, this kind of folded teleportation gate should come to a world-class tower in the super battle zone. It was specially designed to train the younger generation. The ancestor had not taken out the treasures here. Firstly, he did not have the time, and secondly, he did not take a fancy to the treasures. After that, because of a series of unforeseen events, our ancestors were severely injured. In order to let the surviving residents have a place to rely on, they exhausted all their efforts to build Morning Star's city and left the few remaining treasures for the younger generation. This treasure is one of them. As Tang Zhen listened to Yu Heng's story, he appeared expressionless, but he was actually secretly shocked in his heart. Who would have thought that this treasure would be connected to a world tower? If that was the case, would there be something incredible hidden within the treasure? Yu Heng was also an old and experienced man. Without waiting for Tang Zhen to ask, he took the initiative to explain, "You are probably thinking about what is in this treasure, right? Actually, according to my ancestors' analysis, the rewards for training the younger generation of the world-level towers mostly include the resources needed for the construction of the tower to upgrade to a national level. There might also be some war weapons, such as the metal giant that chased us. Once you obtain the reward, you'll have the right to become a subordinate of the world tower and build a tower in a short period of time." What? Tang Zhen frowned and said in a deep voice, although this reward sounds very generous, it's nothing to 4 law kings, right? Hearing this, Yu Heng laughed and shook his head, you're wrong. According to my ancestor, in those super battlefields, the price of a tower foundation stone is not only terrifyingly high, but there's no market for it. Even a law king can't take it as he wishes. Therefore, in the eyes of the trial takers, the building foundations in this treasure are the most valuable things. Firstly, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Secondly, the building foundations produced by these wild buildings in super battlefields are definitely the best of the best. The building foundations in ordinary battlefields could never be compared with them. 1451 Blockade and compromise. According to Yu Heng, this treasure was a reward left for the younger generation, but it had accidentally fallen into the hands of the ancestor of Morning Star City. Therefore, the ancestors of Morning Star City had limited knowledge of the specific situation of this world and had only left behind a simple explanation. Thus, Yu Heng only knew that after obtaining this treasure, Morning Star City would obtain great benefits. It might even be able to activate the top-grade foundation stone in the treasure and build a new city. Due to special reasons, Morning Star City did not have an auxiliary city when it was first built. Now that the Tower City was officially in operation, it was natural to build an auxiliary city. Tang Zhen was a little envious of Yu Heng. If things were really like this, they would definitely be able to live until they had a rich inheritance. The current Holy Dragon City had a lot of assets, but a top-grade building foundation was extremely rare. In addition, that metal giant was quite interesting. If they could create and control it, Holy Dragon City would have another sharp tool for conquering in the future when the plane invaded. Of course, this was all for the future. The most important task now was to find the remaining 2 rune signs and open the treasure as soon as possible. The speed of the cargo ship we're taking now is too slow, so we can't reach the destination in a short time. It's best to switch to another means of transportation. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Yu Heng and the other 2 lightly nodded their heads. They were extremely unfamiliar with this world and similarly lacked the corresponding experience. Hence, they would listen to Tang Zhen's arrangements on this matter. The natives must be searching for us very strictly now, so it's best not to expose our whereabouts, in case our next operation is obstructed. Yu Heng was also in a difficult position when he heard this. Because their cultivation was suppressed, they could not use many of their techniques, which was why they had been restrained all this time. Even though Tang Zhen had some methods that could temporarily make them invisible, there was a time limit. Moreover, this invisibility was not impossible to break. As long as the natives found a suitable method, they would still be able to discover their traces. Under such circumstances, the 4 of them had to find other suitable means to hide their tracks. Do you know any disguising techniques to hide your looks that are completely different from the natives? This way, you can minimize the possibility of being exposed. Yu Heng and the other 2 shook their heads at the same time. For people like them, there was no need to cultivate such a skill. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? Tang Zhen revealed a helpless expression as he said that he had a method to change his appearance and body shape. However, it was ineffective against Yu Heng and the other 2. Even if he had used a simple disguise, it was very likely that he would be seen through. Just as the 4 of them were wondering if there were any other methods, an ear-piercing broadcast suddenly rang out from outside, and the roar of a helicopter could be heard. Tang Zhen's expression changed. He quickly left the container and saw 2 helicopters landing on the deck. A group of fully armed combat personnel jumped off the helicopters and began a comprehensive search on the cargo ship. Not far from the cargo ship, there was a military ship docked and it seemed to be observing the movement here. Tang Zhen's expression sank. This group of people had clearly come for them. Moreover, just by looking at the equipment of these people, one could tell that they were definitely not ordinary combat personnel. Should they fight with the other party or find another way to hide? The 4 of them had to make a choice immediately. In this boundless ocean, if they left the means of transportation, even cultivators could be in danger, not to mention that there was an all-pervasive surveillance in the sky and on the ground. They had to be careful. Someone's on board to search. Everyone, get ready for battle. Yu Heng and the other 2 immediately left the container and found a hidden spot to hide. Under normal circumstances, Tang Zhen, who was hiding from the enemy, would clean up the traces left behind. However, this time, he did not lower the temperature of the place where the 4 people were resting as usual. Yu Heng was the last to leave. After confirming that there were no traces, he left with a peace of mind. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the investigators to arrive at the container they were in and carefully open the door. There was no one in the box, but the infrared equipment of the people searching proved that someone had stayed here before and left no more than a minute ago. After confirming that someone had boarded the cargo ship illegally, the investigators were on high alert. While calling for backup, they also began a more detailed search. When Yu Heng, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene, he immediately frowned. Then, he glanced at Tang Zhen beside him and revealed a pondering expression. As the alarm went off, the warships in the distance began to approach quickly. A few speedboats sailed over quickly, obviously to increase the number of search personnel. If this situation continued to develop, it might not be long before these people would discover the traces of Tang Zhen and the others. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a gunshot to be heard from the cargo ship, followed by even more concentrated gunfire, causing the entire cargo ship to be in chaos. Tang Zhen's group was still discovered in the end. Hence, a gun battle was unavoidable. Relying on their superior strength, they firmly suppressed the people searching for them, causing them to pay a rather heavy loss. However, this did not solve the immediate crisis. As the battle became more and more intense, more and more soldiers came to help. Under the suppression of the double fire from the ground and the air, they could not hold on for long. At this moment, Tang Zhen's group of 4 was fighting against the entire world. It was simply impossible for them to obtain victory by fighting head-on. After dodging the attacks of several people, Tang Zhen fired several shots in succession. After knocking down the pursuers in his field of vision, he moved closer to Yu Heng's group of 3 who were still retaliating. At this moment, Yu Heng's expression was gloomy. It was clear that he was also suppressing the anger in his heart. This group of natives had bullied 3 Law Kings to this extent. It could be considered something to be proud of. When he saw Tang Zhen walking over, Yu Heng gritted his teeth and growled, "Sir Tang Zhen, I know that you still have some hidden techniques that you haven't used. I don't know what you're planning to do, but is this really fun?" Yu Heng would never believe that a spiritual emperor, who was about to establish a war zone, would be flustered by the natives of a low-energy world. Therefore, Yu Heng was certain that Tang Zhen had long guessed that he was hiding something. In a situation where he was dissatisfied with the distribution of benefits, Tang Zhen had deliberately used this method to torment him. Tang Zhen coldly laughed as he looked at Yu Heng and said, "You should be clear that I'm only here to help. The real main force is the 3 of you. Furthermore, I've already done enough so far. Please remember that this is your ancestors' treasure, not mine." Yu Heng revealed a trace of helplessness when he heard this. The truth was just as Tang Zhen had said. Ever since they entered this world, Tang Zhen had always been in charge of leading the operation. As for the 3 of them, they had not even learned the language of this world. Regardless of emotions or reason, Tang Zhen should receive more in return. Although Yu Heng had previously promised to give this world to Tang Zhen, it was nothing compared to the wealth of the treasure. There was another point that they had to pay attention to. This kind of low-energy world with high-tech weapons and a small number of origins was actually not welcomed by the cultivators in Lusheng. Therefore, even if Tang Zhen obtained the plane coordinates, he might not really launch an invasion. Of course, this was under the condition that the plane coordinates were sufficient. If there was no suitable choice, Tang Zhen would also choose to invade this world to avoid delaying the establishment of the war zone. At the same time, Yu Heng was also very clear that the treasure definitely had plane coordinates, and there was more than one. It would be fine if Tang Zhen did not know about it. However, in a situation where the other party already knew most of the information, if he still stubbornly guarded those treasures and was unwilling to give up a portion of the benefits, it was likely that Tang Zhen would definitely be a bystander in the subsequent operations. Cursing in his heart, Yu Heng said in an unwilling tone, "The situation is getting worse and worse. If we don't quickly get out of this unfavorable situation, we are likely to be trapped here. You don't have to hide it anymore. After this is done, I will give you 1/3 of the treasure. This is my bottom line, no more." Tang Zhen glanced at the depressed Yu Heng, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I was waiting for you to say this, deal." As soon as he finished speaking, all the electronic equipment nearby malfunctioned at the same time, and the 3 assault helicopters fell into the sea. 1452 Chapter 1450. Enemies of the whole world. This sudden scene immediately shocked the investigators who were surrounding Tang Zhen's group. Without the assistance of electronic equipment, the combat power of these investigators was greatly reduced. They were quickly suppressed by Tang Zhen and the others until they could not even raise their heads. Let's go. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tang Zhen called out to Yu Heng and the other two before jumping into the deep sea and swimming quickly like a fish. The hunters quickly opened fire and threw grenades into the sea, but they couldn't get up at all. In the waters a few kilometers away from the cargo ship, Tang Zhen's group of 4 gathered together in a bubble that had been expanded by mental energy. Although Yu Heng's group of 3 had not grasped any underwater survival skills, they could still last for more than half an hour. The problem was that their speed underwater was too slow, and they had no way of quickly escaping this place. Tang Zhen was already prepared. He took out 4 underwater breathing devices and put them in his mouth before heading in the predetermined direction. This underwater breathing device was one of the standard equipment of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. It could be mounted on the helmet or used alone. Even at a depth of 100 meters, it would not be affected. For ordinary people, this depth of water was a forbidden place, but it was nothing to the cultivators in Luchang. The 4 of them were like ghosts that were moving under the sea. After moving for several tens of kilometers under the water, Tang Zhen took out his hover car once again and rushed out of the sea like a giant whale emerging from the water. The mobile application was activated again, completely covering the traces of the hover car to ensure that it would not be discovered by the satellite in the sky. What followed next was a long journey. When the energy of the hover car was exhausted, the 4 of them were less than 100 miles away from the mainland. Once again, they dove into the deep sea and continued to move forward. The 4 of them finally arrived at the coast and landed on land from a place full of reefs. My God, if I had a choice, I would never go back into the sea. Yu Dao let out a long sigh of relief, his face as white as a sheet of paper. To morning stars, the ocean was an extremely unfamiliar thing. Moreover, their race was naturally afraid of water. This experience of swimming in the ocean would definitely leave an indelible memory for Yu Heng and the other 2. Tang Zhen still remembered the complicated expressions on the faces of Yu Heng and the other 2 when they first entered the sea. After operating on the wrist guard computer and connecting to the network signal, Tang Zhen chose their destination and marked the best route. On this route, he deliberately avoided a few cities and tried to choose remote roads with few people. This way, he could avoid the interception of the natives to the greatest extent. At the same time, Tang Zhen also gathered information about the metal giant. He discovered that it had already been dragged to the land and was being closely protected. There was information on the 4 of them on the internet, but compared to the metal giant, there was a pitifully small amount. For this to happen, it meant that someone had deliberately cut out the information in this aspect. The purpose was to not let ordinary people know too much about Tang Zhen and the others. There was no need to guess to know that there was already an invisible net slowly spreading out, and the target was the 4 of them. Chuckling, Tang Zhen turned off the wrist guard computer and called Yu Heng and the other 2 to continue moving forward. They temporarily hid in a dense forest by the road. Through the map, it could be confirmed that there was a town nearby. Tang Zhen was prepared to go there to buy some things. After making Yu Heng and the others wait patiently, Tang Zhen changed his clothes and walked towards the road alone. He quickly stopped a car by the roadside. The driver of the car that was stopped poked his head out. His expression was gloomy as he spoke to Tang Zhen in an extremely unhappy tone. Brother, what do you want to do? Earlier, Tang Zhen was standing in the middle of the road and the driver was unable to avoid him. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop the car. Please do me a favor, let's go. Tang Zhen walked to the driver and gently waved his hand. The gloomy-looking driver immediately had a blank expression. Give me a note of the largest denomination, and then go directly to the nearby mall. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's order, the driver with a numb expression nodded. He took out a bill from his pocket and handed it to the back seat. He then drove straight to the nearby town. Ignoring the driver who was already under control, Tang Zhen scanned the money in his hand and started the mobile application to copy it. For the mobile phone application that could use materials to pile up and build planes and warships, making this kind of banknotes was just a piece of cake. From Tang Zhen's angle, he could see banknotes being spat out from the light ball and neatly falling into Tang Zhen's hands. This kind of cash was no different from real cash, and no one would notice anything unusual when it was used. When the amount of cash was enough, Tang Zhen closed the mobile application and turned to look at the town in front of him. The architectural style of the town was similar to the Asian alliance in the original world. People walked to and fro on the streets, and the sound of shops promoting their products echoed on the streets. Tang Zhen constantly looked around while they were moving. Not long after, he got the driver to stop the car by the roadside. This was an outdoor equipment store. Tang Zhen turned on invisibility and entered the store. He found that there were no customers in the store, only a young woman playing with her mobile phone. After turning off the invisibility function, Tang Zhen appeared in the shop and greeted the young woman. After sizing up his surroundings, Tang Zhen began to choose the items he needed and bought a large pile of them. It was rare for a big customer to come, so the young woman quickly helped to pack the goods and then paid the bill. After doing all of this, Tang Zhen snapped his fingers at the young woman. Immediately after, her eyes lost their focus and she was like a puppet on strings, allowing herself to be manipulated. "Come out and stand at the door. Don't let anyone in," he ordered. After walking to the counter and clearing the information from the surveillance system, Tang Zhen put all the items into his storage ring and slowly left the store. A few minutes later, the woman suddenly came back to her senses. She looked around in a daze and her eyes fell on the thick stack of cash. She only remembered someone buying a bunch of things, but she couldn't remember what the person looked like or what he sold. After walking out of the store, Tang Zhen asked the driver to buy 4 mountain motorcycles. After refueling and maintenance, he hired a car to send them to the forest outside the city. After erasing the relevant personnel's memories, Tang Zhen passed the items he had bought to Yu Heng and the other 2 before quickly putting them on. At this moment, Tang Zhen's group of 4 had already undergone a huge change in appearance. With a single glance, one could tell that they were standard bikers. Their hats, scarves, and glasses had completely covered their faces, and outsiders were unable to discover any abnormalities. After explaining the operation method to Yu Heng and the other 2, Tang Zhen took the lead and got on the motorcycle, speeding along the remote road. Although this kind of method of travel could not be considered the best, it could achieve the greatest degree of concealment. Moreover, with the ability of Tang Zhen's group of 4, there was practically no obstacle that they could not cross. With a suitable means of transportation in addition to a reasonable route, the speed of Tang Zhen's group of 4 was greatly increased. They crossed mountains and ridges, passed through provinces and counties, and were getting closer and closer to their destination. At the places that Tang Zhen had passed by, groups belonging to different forces also appeared one after another. They dug 3 feet deep into the ground to search for their traces. As more and more information was gathered, the route that Tang Zhen's group was taking was also calculated. The pursuers also began to prepare for the ambush in advance according to the information they had calculated. When Tang Zhen's group of 4 passed through the fields and passed by a village far from the city, a battle suddenly erupted. 1453 The grim situation. 1. The sun was just right, and the warm wind was slightly tipsy. It was a good time to play. In a green field, 4 motorcycles slowly drove along the narrow village road, attracting the attention of the villagers who were farming. The nearby villagers had long been used to these travel-worn foreigners riding motorcycles around, so they only took a glance and ignored them. The 4 motorcycles did not seem to have any intention of stopping. After crossing the ancient stone bridge in front of the village, they headed toward the nearby mountain. However, just as the motorcycles were about to turn into the road by the cliff, several off-road vehicles suddenly appeared and blocked the road from both front and back. At the same time, a large number of armed figures suddenly appeared on the cliff and in the fields beside it. They surrounded the motorcyclist. The sound of brakes, shouts, and curses suddenly became one. The villagers looked at this scene in a daze. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were about to run over to watch, intense gunfire that sounded like firecrackers came from the road. In the middle of it, there were also violent explosions and billowing smoke. The villagers who had intended to watch the commotion were shocked. They all stopped in their tracks and tried to look for a position with a better view to watch the gunfight on the road from a distance. Although the distance was too far and the villagers could not see the exact situation, they could tell from the gunshots that the 2 sides were fighting in full swing. The battle lasted for a few minutes before it suddenly quieted down, as if nothing had happened. After confirming that the battle was over, the villagers who could not hold back their curiosity carefully moved closer and saw a shocking scene. The burning and dismembered cars and firearms, the wounded lying in blood, the damaged roads, and the dazzling bullet shells everywhere. This kind of scene would only appear in movies in the past, but now it was really happening in front of the villagers. Seeing this shocking scene, the villagers quickly called the police. At the same time, they witnessed the 4 motorcycles cross the mountains and quickly disappear into the dense forest. To the villagers, this might perhaps be a grand scene that they could only witness once in their lifetime. However, to Tang Zhen's group, it was merely the beginning of a new round of battle. It was strange to say that as long as Tang Zhen's group left behind a trace, they would be discovered by the natives and would be followed. Ever since they escaped the ambush outside the village, the 4 of them had been constantly encountering planes, cars, motorcycles, and a large number of interceptors. Sometimes, they would even exchange fire with varying intensity. These natives were like maggots in their bones, chasing after them and unable to get rid of them no matter what. However, Tang Zhen's group did not dare to stop. This was because they would encounter the scene of tens of thousands of people searching together if their movement speed was even the slightest bit slower. When faced with such a tactic of using a sea of people, Tang Zhen and the others might be completely trapped once they fell into the encirclement. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. Tang Zhen and the others had already deeply experienced this kind of helpless feeling during their journey. When a group of natives with strength equivalent to rank 3 cultivators appeared, Tang Zhen finally realized why he had repeatedly exposed his whereabouts. It turned out that this group of people had cooperated with ordinary people and almost caused him to fail miserably in a ditch. Tang Zhen and the others had long realized this point and had not let their guard down. After setting up a trap to lead them into an ambush, they killed more than 10 members of the Guardian family in one go. Without the Guardian's interception, the tracking of ordinary people could basically be ignored. Tang Zhen and the rest would at most waste some time before they could successfully escape. After traveling through the deep mountains and old forests for close to 10 days, and after several fierce battles, Tang Zhen's group of 4 finally arrived at the location of the 3rd rune sign. Ellipsis. This was also a scenic spot. The mountain forest was deep and the ancient temple was hidden in it. Usually, many tourists came here for sightseeing. However, just a few days ago, this place had stopped receiving tourists. Any unrelated people were ordered to go down the mountain, and the nearby area was strictly blocked by the military and police, not allowing anyone to approach easily. Some of the villagers even saw armored vehicles and mortars hidden in the valley. They could only be discovered when they got close. In a corner that no one could see, there were many miniature cameras, snipers, and groups of fully armed patrol members. In the face of a strong enemy like Tang Zhen, the Guardian family finally decided to seek help from the official forces after a fierce debate. They wanted them to participate in the camp of protecting the rune sign. Although they had to pay a certain price and even share the magical power of the rune sign, at the very least, they could ensure that the rune sign would not fall into the hands of the devil. The intervention of the government's forces had greatly increased the strength of the Guardians. They, who possessed supernatural powers, had already become the biggest threat to Tang Zhen's group of 4. From the information that they had gathered earlier, they could confirm that Tang Zhen's group of 4 should have already arrived here. Perhaps, they were secretly observing and looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, all the guards were on high alert, waiting for the battle to begin. On a building not far from the scenic area, Tang Zhen slowly retracted his gaze. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination, but the other party's impenetrable defense made him feel slightly troubled. With the items he had in his storage equipment, he could definitely break through the other party's blockade, but what should he do next? They still had to travel the mountains and waded the seas to snatch the 4th rune sign, search for the unknown treasure, and deal with the Guardian's crazy pursuit. During this process, they were like beasts rolling in a pool of asphalt. The more they struggled, the more they were contaminated and the deeper they sank. This feeling of being the enemy of the whole world was terrible. It was like walking on a tightrope between a cliff with the whistling mountain wind. If you were not careful, you would fall and be smashed into pieces. As for the reason why their cultivation base was suppressed, Tang Zhen had already found the answer. It turned out that during the teleportation process, a trace of powerful force attached itself to their bodies. It was the existence of this force that forcefully suppressed the cultivation base of the 4 people to below the Lord tier. It was said that this kind of power would gradually disappear with the passage of time. However, until now, this trace of power did not show any signs of weakening. On the contrary, it was being continuously stabilized to ensure that it could continue to suppress the cultivation of Tang Zhen and the other 3. This was the evil intent of this world, or perhaps it was the deliberate act of the treasure's owner, to punish these outsiders who had tried to lay their hands on the treasure. This was the reason why invisible world energy was constantly seeping into the four's bodies. Tang Zhen had once tried to remove this kind of suppression. However, with the strength of a rank 5 cultivator, it was simply wishful thinking to break the seal set by at least a sector lord. In order to ensure his own safety and at the same time not to let his previous efforts go to waste, Tang Zhen must think of a way to change this unfavorable situation. In reality, Tang Zhen wasn't the only one thinking about this question. Yu Heng and the other two had already had enough of this series of tortures. One had to know that although they were all law kings, the number of battles they had experienced in their lives could be counted with one's fingers. This kind of situation where one's cultivation base was suppressed after infiltrating the other world and they were chased by countless natives was something they would never have imagined in the past. Sir Tang Zhen, what do you think we should do now? Yu Heng took a deep breath and turned to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen. There was an obvious trace of worry on his face. 1454 Change of plans 1. Before asking Tang Zhen, Yu Heng was also observing the defense deployment of the scenic spot. During this period, he did not say a word. Tang Zhen threw a piece of dried meat into his mouth and glanced at Yu Heng. He was sure that Yu Heng was in a bad mood. Perhaps, this period of fighting and rushing had exhausted him. Including Tang Zhen, the four of them had injuries of varying degrees. Some of the wounds had yet to heal. If it weren't for their superhuman bodies and magical healing medicine, they might not have been able to make it here at all in the face of injuries that were enough to make people lose their ability to move. Every time he thought of this, Yu Heng would feel a little scared. He did not want to lose his life here. Even if it was for the benefit of Morning Star City, he could not sacrifice himself. Comparing the Morning Star Empire to a treasure, Yu Heng knew better than anyone which was more important. Thus, after realizing that the situation was difficult and would only get worse, Yu Heng and the other two decided to think of another way while trying their best to avoid being in danger. Tang Zhen muttered to himself for a moment before speaking to Yu Heng and the other two. In fact, it's very easy to solve the situation in front of us. You don't even need to do anything. I can easily take care of these defenders. But the problem is that I can't guarantee that you'll be able to survive the next operation. When the Aboriginals realize what we are going to do, they will definitely stop the destruction at all costs. If necessary, they will not hesitate even if it means sacrificing a city. Tang Zhen was not exaggerating to scare him. Compared to the destruction of the entire world, this little effort might not even be considered much. Never underestimate the determination and courage of the enemy. If we are careless, we may be the ones to be destroyed. At this point, Tang Zhen looked at Yu Heng and the other two and said in a serious tone, "So, we'd better not rush into action. Instead, we should find a way to connect the tower world, open the dimensional portal, and launch an attack when the reinforcements arrive." Yu Heng and the other two looked at each other and nodded in agreement. However, they couldn't help but feel a little depressed. As a ruler of laws, he had been badly battered by the natives and had to seek help. This was indeed embarrassing. However, Tang Zhen's group of four was not facing a problem of face at this moment. Instead, it was a matter of life and death. The longer they stayed in this world, the more danger they would face. Moreover, in war, there was nothing that could not be done. When one could not complete the task on their own, it was only natural to seek help. Hesitation would only make the situation worse. After a short discussion, the four of them decided to open the plane channel. This place was definitely not the best place to set up the runic magic circle. Therefore, after Tang Zhen connected to the internet and searched for a while, he finally chose a remote and no man's land. There was no one there, only rocks and desert, as well as white bones and remains that could be seen from time to time. It was called the Forbidden Land of Death by the natives. Now that the target location was confirmed, they would definitely have to run around. Fortunately, the area they were heading to was a last-minute decision, so the natives could not discover their movements in time. Silently leaving the building, the four of them passed through the dense surveillance and went straight to the no man's land. The Aboriginals didn't know that Tang Zhen had temporarily changed his plan. The original plan to capture him was still in operation. Some people from different forces had also gathered around the scenic area and were constantly monitoring the movements here. As the identities of Tang Zhen's group of four were really special, they were already involved in supernatural abilities and extraterrestrial civilization. Therefore, almost the entire world's top forces were paying attention to this matter and hoped to capture them for interrogation. The secret of the rune sign had already been known by those forces. When they heard that the rune sign was related to the destruction of the world, many people were shocked. After getting used to the doomsday plots in movies and television works, the sense of crisis in the hearts of the natives had gradually faded. However, the supernatural events that had occurred during this period of time had made those jokes possible. Especially after they confirmed that the rune signs had supernatural powers, the idea of the world's destruction was reluctantly accepted by these forces. This also led to the increase in the intensity of the pursuit of Tang Zhen and the other three. In the face of a terrifying crisis that might exterminate their species, no one would take it lightly. At this moment, there were countless gazes from all over the world paying attention to this place. As long as Tang Zhen's group of 4 appeared, they would face a storm-like attack. However, as time passed, the scenic spot remained quiet, and the expected battle did not happen. This abnormal situation immediately attracted the attention of the observers. After confirming that there were no traces of Tang Zhen's group in the surroundings, they judged that they had either changed their target and were preparing to obtain another rune sign. Either they sensed the danger here and decided to hide and wait for the right time to take action after confirming that the operation was unsuccessful. No matter what the situation was, it was a rather dangerous signal. It meant that the situation had once again gotten out of their control. Hence, while the security was being tightened, the search and capture operation targeting Tang Zhen's group of 4 also began to spread out from this scenic spot to the surrounding area. Other than the military police that were scattered all over the streets and alleys, there were also people who were constantly analyzing the surveillance videos in an attempt to find some clues. The natives who had come into contact with Tang Zhen's group did not have much hope. This was because they would only understand how terrifying Tang Zhen's group was after truly coming into contact with them. If they did not wish for others to discover their tracks, they could always achieve a near-perfect concealment. Those methods that they were used to deal with ordinary people were still possible, but they were basically not very effective when used on Tang Zhen and the others. As expected, after a series of tortures, the natives did not discover anything. Tang Zhen and the other 3 were like raindrops that had fallen into a lake, not leaving behind the slightest trace. When they heard the news, everyone felt a headache. It was as if there was a furnace of boiling molten iron hanging above their heads, and God knew when it would come down to cover their faces. In the desolate no man's land, a car was moving at high speed. Because it was covered with a special electronic camouflage cloth, it was difficult for the car to be discovered. At least for the time being, the natives would not be able to discover their tracks. By the time the Aboriginals discovered the abnormality and listed the no man's land as a search area, Tang Zhen's preparation work had already been completed. At that time, even if the other party used a nuclear bomb to attack, he didn't need to worry at all. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction when the car arrived at a valley with only bits of green and blade-like rocks all over the place. Tang Zhen jumped out of the car and stepped over the antelope bones scattered on the ground. He took a deep breath and activated the terrain transformation plugin that he had not used for a long time. Soon, an image of the land under his feet appeared in front of his eyes. With his mind's control, a deep underground passage quickly formed. When it was 500 meters above the ground, it began to expand, and expand. No one knew that a huge underground city had appeared out of thin air under the no man's land. Because it was underground, even a nuclear bomb would not be able to cause much damage to it. In addition to using the thick earth as a shield, Tang Zhen would also use a fog illusion array, transform monsters, and a series of other methods to turn the no man's land into a real death zone. The purpose of this was to ensure that the natives would not be able to interfere with the operation of the runic magic circle before the plane channel was completed. In order to achieve this, Tang Zhen and the other 3 were destined to be extremely busy in the following period of time. 1455 Building the soul transfer array. Yu Heng and the other 2 stood at the side. They watched Tang Zhen walk for a dozen meters before standing still. However, they were thinking about what he was going to do. Although they had only interacted with each other for a short period of time, Yu Heng and the other 2 had no choice but to admit that Tang Zhen's strength was not just a little stronger than theirs. They were all law kings, and their cultivation bases were all suppressed. However, Tang Zhen had brought the 3 of them to stir up trouble all the way. They arrived in this no man's land after being surrounded by the natives. At the same time, they had also played the natives in circles. If it were the 3 of them, they might not have been able to do it. With only the strength of a level 5 cultivator, he still wanted to be the enemy of the entire world. Why didn't he ascend to heaven? He sighed in his heart. No wonder he could become the master of Holy Dragon City and control many towers. He would even become the boss of a war zone in a short time. Just from Tang Zhen's performance, it could be seen that he did have this strength. The reason why Yu Heng and the other two were willing to accept Tang Zhen's leadership was also related to Tang Zhen's status as the future war zone's leader. If they could be on good terms with him, they would benefit from it, so why not? Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Tang Zhen was going to stir up trouble again. Yu Heng and the other two were very curious. What was he trying to do by standing there? A minute passed by quickly. Tang Zhen opened his eyes and kept the car in his storage equipment. Then, he called Yu Heng and the other two to move forward. Big brother, what is he doing? Yu Dao's face was filled with doubt. He had only seen Zhen Tang close his eyes and stand there for a minute, but nothing seemed to have happened. He did not believe that Tang Zhen did not do anything. However, the problem was that he did not discover anything. Yu Heng pondered for a moment before saying in a low voice, I just felt a slight tremble under my feet. If I'm not wrong, the change should be under this land. Yukun, who was walking at the back, said, there was indeed a slight vibration on the ground. I think it was City Lord Tang's doing, but why didn't I feel any energy fluctuations? Yu Heng nodded. This was also what he was puzzled about. When the Lu Cheng cultivators used their cultivation skills, they could not avoid drawing in heaven and earth energy. No matter how secretive and careful this process was, it would still be noticed. It was also because of this that they were curious about Tang Zhen's actions earlier. At the same time, they were certain in their hearts that Tang Zhen must have mastered a magical technique that they did not know about. The truth was indeed as Yu Heng and the other two had thought. This was all thanks to the mobile application. Most of the time, it was untraceable, and it was also Tang Zhen's biggest secret. Not to mention the doubt and curiosity in the hearts of Yu Heng and the other two, Tang Zhen had already taken the lead and entered the valley. After circling a few times, he finally arrived in front of a bare stone wall. As the four of them got closer, the stone wall suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep cave. Yu Heng and the other two were taken aback. Soon after, they realized that this was Tang Zhen's doing. After exchanging glances with each other, they followed Tang Zhen in. The cave did not lead directly underground. Instead, there were many forks in the path. If it was not for Tang Zhen leading the way, it was very likely that they would be lost within it and would only be able to find the correct path after a long time of bitter searching. This was also one of the means of defense. If the natives entered it, they would have to pay a huge price to successfully reach the deep underground. After traveling east for over 10 minutes, an incomparably huge underground space appeared in front of the four. Looking at the underground world that was several dozen meters tall and supported by huge pillars, Yu Heng and the other two felt their breathing stop. If this was Tang Zhen's method, it was really too heaven-defying. He had actually opened up a huge underground city in such a short time. Even a spiritual emperor who was proficient in the laws of earth wouldn't be able to do this in such a short time, right? Hence, Yu Heng and the other two subconsciously believed that this underground space was found by Tang Zhen using a secret technique. Everything should be attributed to the uncanny workmanship of nature. Even though the three of them had already guessed the truth, they still didn't dare to admit it, because it was too terrifying. While Yu Heng and the other two were still looking around and carefully sizing up the environment of this underground space, Tang Zhen had already walked to the previously planned area. After confirming that there were no major problems, he called Yu Heng and the other two to help. Tang Zhen's goal in opening up this underground city was to build a soul transfer array that could cross planes to connect to Holy Dragon City. As long as both sides established a connection, Holy Dragon City could obtain the plane coordinates of this world and open a plane teleportation channel. This process could be long or short. Even though the technology in this area had matured, it still depended on luck. After hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, Yu Heng and the other two were also very curious. They had more or less done some research on runic magic circles. However, the difference between them and Tang Zhen was not just a little. To have the opportunity to participate in the construction of a runic magic circle that they had never come into contact with before, and to even find Tang Zhen to answer some of the questions in their hearts, this was definitely an extremely rare opportunity. How could Yu Heng and the rest miss it? In the following time, they were constantly busy. Although the cultivation of the four Law Kings had been sealed, they still had their experience and knowledge. After working together, their work efficiency was by no means comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. Many materials were released by Tang Zhen. Many of them were extremely valuable items, but at this moment, they were piled everywhere. The brilliant treasure light made the underground city colorful. Tang Zhen's storage equipment would always store a set of materials for building a soul transfer array. He had to get used to this so that he would not be trapped in the other world and unable to leave. As for the storage equipment in his main body, there were even more good things stored inside. However, out of safety considerations, Tang Zhen did not place them in his avatar to prevent them from being accidentally lost. This was also one of the reasons why the doppelganger could not do as much as it wanted in this world. The main body had many good things that the doppelganger did not have. It was not easy to construct a soul transfer array. Even if Tang Zhen asked for help and had 3 Law Kings as helpers, it was impossible to complete it in a short time. This was because Tang Zhen had already done the preparatory work in advance. Otherwise, just building the framework of the teleportation array would have wasted a lot of time. The 3 of you should take a rest. We can't rush things like this. Tang Zhen called out and took out a chair, tea, and pastries. Not long after, an alluring fragrance assaulted his face. Yu Heng shifted his gaze away from the stone pillar filled with dense circuits and brains. He slowly walked to the table and sat down, then picked up an emerald green teacup. It's a good drink, but it's still not as good as the specialty of my Morning Star City. If there's a chance, I'd like to invite you to have a taste. You mean the Morning Star fruit bar? I've heard of it before. I'll try it when I have the chance. Putting down the teacup, Yu Heng muttered, do you need the help of Morning Star City for this invasion? Putting aside the Holy Dragon City, I now have 10 ninth grade towers and millions of cultivators. Do you think I need them? Yu Heng shook his head and took a deep breath. This is an extremely rare opportunity for Morning Star City. After all, my residents lack experience in this area. If I can learn some from your residents, I'm sure the number of casualties will be greatly reduced. The cost of exploring alone was too great, and Morning Star City could not afford such a loss. So no matter what, I hope that Morning Star City can participate, even if they don't want any spoils of war. 1456 The soap bubble. In the no man's land, Yu Heng placed great importance on this plain invasion. The reason why he opened his mouth to make a request was not because he was afraid that Tang Zhen would take the treasure for himself. If he did that, he would be looking down on Tang Zhen too much. If Tang Zhen had really done such a thing, he would not have ended up in this state today. He needed the experience of the dimensional war and the guidance of Holy Dragon City, which was very important for the future of Morning Star City. If Tang Zhen was willing to make the exchange, he could even give up on the harvest this time. He only needed Tang Zhen to share the coordinates of the high-energy world after the end of this dimensional war. Although Yu Heng had not personally experienced how cruel the world of Lusheng was and how dangerous a plain invasion was, his ancestors' notes had clearly told his juniors that the slightest carelessness would cause the entire Lusheng to be consigned to eternal damnation. His previous experience had given Yu Heng a lot of insight. Although the natives of this technologically advanced world could not cultivate, they had powerful weapons. If they were to fight with real weapons, Morning Star City would not have much of an advantage. Thus, Yu Heng had always been apprehensive. He wanted to fulfill his ancestors' last wish and let Morning Star City go further, but he did not want to become a sinner of the Morning Star clan and let the city be destroyed in his own hands. Hence, he thought of an idea, which was to rely on Holy Dragon City's protection and learn from their experience, so that they could help Morning Star City tide over the initial difficulties. From an outsider's point of view, Tang Zhen should be the one taking advantage of this matter. He absolutely had no reason to refuse. However, that was not the case. In the world of towers, a tower was equivalent to a closed country. Cooperating in battle was equivalent to telling others about one's trump card. How could a nation's weapon be easily shown to others? This was definitely a great taboo for the militarists. Even though Morning Star City was now under the control of Holy Dragon City, it did not mean that their life and death were in the hands of Holy Dragon City. In other war zones, it was not uncommon for towers to fight each other. Even though Tang Zhen would try his best to prevent such a thing from happening, it was impossible for him to completely stop it. Hence, he would naturally try his best to ensure that his secret would not be known by others under such circumstances. Hence, Yu Heng's request was not to let Tang Zhen take advantage of him but was rather excessive and unreasonable. The possibility of him being rejected was extremely high. Being rejected was a matter of course. It would be a pleasant surprise if he agreed. Yu Heng was waiting for that sliver of possibility. Therefore, after making this request, Yu Heng's heart was still hanging in the air. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about what conditions he could use to persuade Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen held the teacup in his hand and swept a glance at Yu Dao and the other man who were currently studying the runic magic circle. These two fellows who seemed to be engrossed in their studies were actually quietly perking up their ears and waiting for Tang Zhen's reply. As the residents of Morning Star City, how could they not be concerned about such a life and death matter? Lightly sighing, Tang Zhen placed the teacup in his hand down and said to Yu Heng, "Normally, I would never agree to such a thing. I believe you should know the reason." Yu Heng nodded. It was precisely because he knew that he was so anxious. But the situation is different now. First, I'm in a hurry to build a new war zone, and the most basic requirement is to have 10 national-level buildings. Your Morning Star City has the foundation, and if it's handled well, it's likely to become one of the 10 national-level buildings. Helping you is the same as helping myself. Yu Heng was overjoyed when he heard this, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. Tang Zhen continued, "Secondly, there's nothing that my Holy Dragon City can hide. There are some trump cards that I don't want you to know. It's impossible for you to have the opportunity to come into contact with them. At most, you'll only learn some tests of invading another world. Even if you don't ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. I will teach you. I don't want to delay the progress of the war zone." At this point, Tang Zhen faintly smiled and looked at Yu Heng, "So I can agree to your request, but only this once." Yu Heng's face was solemn as he slowly stood up and bowed to Tang Zhen. Yu Kun and Yu Heng also stood up and expressed their gratitude and respect to Tang Zhen. On a real battlefield, especially during a dimensional invasion, the death rate of new recruits would always exceed one's imagination. A single word from Tang Zhen would allow many residents of Morning Star City to keep their lives. After a short rest, the four of them continued to work. The general framework of the teleportation array had been completed. Now, only Yu Heng and the other two needed to complete it. Tang Zhen needed to set up the defense outside. Compared to the dimensional teleportation portal, the defense on the ground was not particularly important, but it was also an indispensable part. At least before connecting to the world of towers, the aboriginals must not be allowed to ruin this process. As for how to do it, Tang Zhen already had a plan in his heart. Tang Zhen had once learned some small tricks from those wizards. For example, how to create low-level monsters in batches. Although there were similar cultivator skills in the world of Lusheng, they were far from being as convenient as the wizards. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen wandered around the forks in the passage and casually threw down medicinal pills that emitted a strange smell. Soon, ordinary creatures would smell the pills and swallow them. Then, these ordinary creatures would turn into terrifying monsters and wander around the area where the pills were found. This was a common defensive method used by wizards to protect the land they had surrounded and prevent people from approaching. This method could also be used in the no man's land outside, but the premise was that they needed some cover to prevent these monsters from being exposed in broad daylight and becoming targets for the natives. Tang Zhen slowly walked toward the ground after the defense of the tunnel was completed. Compared to the deep and winding underground tunnel, the defense work on the surface was undoubtedly more troublesome. One had to know that there was no end to this place, and there was almost nothing to be seen except for stones. Fortunately, although the no man's land was known as a forbidden zone for life, there were still many creatures that could be used at any time. First, he scattered the medicinal pills in an area with a radius of tens of kilometers. Then, Tang Zhen returned to the valley where the entrance of the underground city was located. After muttering to himself for a moment, he constructed a runic magic circle on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Zhen wanted to do an experiment. If it was successful, the Holy Dragon City would have an additional defense method when invading the other world. He took out a portion of the world's origin from his storage equipment and placed it in the core of the array. Then, a white light shot up into the sky. As the runic magic circle was activated, the original energy from another world began to change. Like a soap bubble blown by an air pump, it glowed with a seven-colored light and slowly spread to the surroundings. The bubble expanded quickly, and it didn't take long for it to cover the entire valley. It then continued to expand, taking in more and more land. It did not take long for all kinds of plants to burrow out of the ground in the area enveloped by the colorful bubbles. They had a completely different appearance from their ancestors, larger, more colorful, and more aggressive. It was like a fast-forwarded video. The barren desert quickly turned into a dense jungle. From time to time, strange creatures would suddenly appear and then quickly disappear into the flowers and leaves. Wisps of mist rose up, condensed from the overflowing energy of the world's origin. It faintly flickered with a rainbow light and was trapped in a huge soap bubble, blocking the vision from the sky. As time slowly passed, the surface area of the soap bubble became larger and larger. It covered a vast area of land and could be easily seen from far away. 1457 The dangerous rainbow bubble. 1 At the edge of the no man's land, a group of outdoor enthusiasts gathered around the fire, ready to spend their third night here. It was already close to dusk, and they might encounter danger if they continued on their journey, so they chose a suitable place to set up camp. Because the fuel here was extremely scarce, the fire in front of them was not big. Its purpose was only to dispel the discomfort in the heart and let people know that they were not far away from civilization. Hey, who wants to bake a steamed bun? It's fragrant and crunchy. A young man raised the iron stake in his hand and asked the people around him. Trust me, after you pass through the no man's land, you will definitely want to vomit at the mention of manto. It smells really good, give me one. I have some wine here, have a sip to warm your body. As the sun set, everyone's laughter echoed in the desolate no man's land, dispersing the dead silence that had settled here for thousands of years. A female team member took out her phone, wanting to record the scenery here as a memory of her youth. But the moment she raised her phone, she was stunned on the spot, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Her teammates called out to her, but there was no reply. They couldn't help but curiously follow her gaze. He was also stunned. In the direction of the setting sun, a huge colorful bubble was slowly twisting, emitting a charming light. The size of the bubble was extremely huge. It was probably a few kilometers tall and there was dense fog inside. It was like a stream of water that constantly twisted and swam, sometimes forming mysterious symbols. Oh my God, what is this? Is it a mirage or a legendary paradise? Quick, take a picture and find an opportunity to upload it online. It will definitely cause a sensation in the world. The team members looked at the mysterious and huge bubble, their faces full of intoxication and excitement. Two of them even pulled open the car door, ready to get closer to the bubble to take a closer look. Because up until now, they still couldn't determine whether the bubble really existed. They had to get closer to observe. You're crazy. What if you're in danger? When the team leader saw this, he immediately jumped out to stop them, his face very serious. Compared to these rookies, he, who had crossed the no man's land twice, was very clear about how dangerous this desolate land was. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Seeing that their captain had stopped them, the two team members who were trying to drive closer to the rainbow bubble stopped and looked helpless. Brother Song, let's go and take a look. I'm sure it'll be fine. Brother Song shook his head and said coldly, you can go if you want to. If something happens, you'll be responsible for it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The two team members sighed and jumped out of the car. Before they came here, they had already agreed that they had to obey. If they didn't listen to the order and insisted on going, the team members could just stand by and watch when they were in danger. If he wanted to court death, then he couldn't blame others for being merciless. But the problem was that they had no chance to get close to such a strange scene, which was really a very tortuous thing. Why don't we go together and just take a look from afar? The female team member who was the first to find the bubble asked the team leader with a pleading tone. No, it's going to be dark soon. None of you are allowed to go. At this point, the captain walked to the side of the car and pulled out all the car keys and put them in his pocket, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage. Seeing the firm attitude of the head of the caravan, everyone could only sigh and silently watch the sun set. When night fell completely, there was a change in the direction of the bubble. A beautiful aurora-like scenery flowed freely between the heaven and earth, making people feel like they were in a fairyland. Then, the bubble gradually brightened and emitted a white brilliance. It was like a pearl that had fallen into the wilderness, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. If one observed carefully, one could see that there seemed to be a faint shadow inside the bubble, appearing and disappearing from time to time in the clouds. They had never seen such a magical scene before, so they were all fascinated by it. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, there were times when they got tired of it. After a few hours, the exhausted members fell asleep one after another. After all, the seemingly endless trekking was the easiest way to exhaust one's physical and mental strength. Time slowly passed, and just as everyone was in deep sleep, a dull boom suddenly rang out. When he woke up from his sleep, he saw a long line of military vehicles speeding over in the wilderness. More than a dozen helicopters flew past in the sky above him, and the bright lights shone on the colorful bubbles, constantly sweeping them. When they saw this scene, everyone had the same thought. These soldiers were here for the rainbow bubble. Creak, creak, a military off-road vehicle stopped, and a few fully armed soldiers jumped out and surrounded the convoy. "Who are you people?" Looking at the black muzzles, everyone quickly revealed their identities to avoid being accidentally injured. This was not a joke. After obtaining special permission, the soldiers could kill dangerous targets. Anyone with some knowledge would know that acting tough in this situation was courting death. The rainbow bubble's existence completely fulfilled the execution criteria for special circumstances. After revealing his identity, the officer asked a few more questions and then asked them to stay where they were to register their identities. They could only leave after the inspection was completed. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. Then, they noticed something unusual. "Hey, where did Xiaowen and Fei Fei go? She was beside me when I was sleeping, but I haven't seen her since I woke up. Oh no, don't tell me they've secretly run to 7 Bubbles." The captain was so angry that he threw his hat on the ground and scolded, "Sneaking out in the middle of the night in the no man's land is simply courting death. These 2 guys are too willful, why didn't they listen to advice?" When the officer next to him heard that someone had gone missing, and that it was very likely that they were near the mysterious bubble, he immediately informed the troops in front and asked them to pay attention to the traces of the 2 team members. In the end, it didn't take long for news to come in that the female team member had been found. However, she was already dead. The lower half of her body was left in the colorful bubble. When she was dragged out, only her white bones were left, which seemed to be caused by some kind of insect gnawing. The victim's face was still filled with fear and pain. Before his death, he was still desperately crawling forward, leaving deep scratch marks on the ground. The team members were extremely sad and wanted to see their friend's body, but they were told that the body had been sealed and isolated because something unusual had been found on the body. A plan that had been planned for a long time had been ruined. One of their teammates had been confirmed dead, and the fate of another team member was uncertain. The hope of coming back alive was already very slim. This series of encounters made everyone depressed. They gathered in the military tents and were silent for a long time. In a tent not far from the team members, the female team member's body was placed there. It was isolated by a transparent barrier similar to a square tent, and a group of soldiers wearing masks stood around it. From the body that had no flesh below the abdomen, there were vine-like plants growing out of the skin. They grew extremely fast and soon covered the entire body. Then, beautiful flowers bloomed on the vines, swaying left and right in the windless environment. In those tightly closed flowers, jagged teeth were occasionally visible. When someone tried to get closer to observe, the flowers were like cobras that suddenly launched an attack. They suddenly darted forward, and their sharp teeth crisscrossed together, making a crisp, caw-caw sound. Without a doubt, this was an intelligent plant. It grew rapidly, ate meat, and had a strong offensive power. Everyone looked at each other in shock. This carnivorous plant was only a seed that was brought out from the corpse. Who knew how many more terrifying things were inside the huge bubble? 1458 Initial Exploration 1. When the entire world was restless because of the metal giant, the appearance of the rainbow bubble was no doubt adding fuel to the fire, making the already rampant doomsday talk even more popular. If it was just the metal giant, then it could only be considered a coincidence. But if there were other supernatural phenomena that followed, then it couldn't be explained by a coincidence. The panic that followed could very likely cause the entire world to fall into chaos. Therefore, the best way was to completely seal off the news about the rainbow bubble, or complete the exploration before the news spread. Then, use a powerful weapon to destroy it in one go. Only the courage to cut the Gordian knot could completely control the situation. It was easy to say, but it was very difficult to do. Not everyone would agree to destroy the rainbow bubble. Just like the metal giant, although it caused quite a lot of damage and almost destroyed half of the country, it was destined to be the object of competition from the moment it appeared because of the terrifying technology it contained. Whoever wanted to destroy it would definitely become the target of public criticism. It was the same for the rainbow bubble. Even though there might be great danger inside it, and it was very likely to be connected to the metal giant and the crisis of the world's destruction, who could ignore the benefits inside? Putting everything else aside, just the special substance extracted from the carnivorous plant alone had great benefits to the human body. According to the overnight analysis of experts, it was confirmed that if it could be mass-produced, mankind might usher in an opportunity for the evolution of the whole people, and their lifespans would at least double. Who wouldn't be tempted by such benefits? Therefore, after receiving the experts' analysis report, the commander in charge of this operation received an order to figure out the secret of the rainbow bubble at all costs. The sky was already bright, and the cold wind of the wilderness blew past. Even the dazzling white sun could not dispel the chill in their hearts. Around the rainbow bubble, more than 50,000 soldiers surrounded it tightly. From time to time, tanks and rocket cannons could be seen in formation, all pointing at the rainbow bubble. 50 kilometers away, there were even 2 missile vehicles that had entered the attack position. It was said that the combat department was a powerful new type of nuclear bomb. In addition to these weapons, within a radius of 100 kilometers, there were patrol vehicles and fighter jets everywhere. No one was allowed to approach this area. He had already done everything he could. As for the peeking from the sky, it was simply impossible to guard against. In fact, dozens of satellites had already locked onto this place. Many countries had requested to release detailed information about the rainbow bubble and to allow their teams to enter the scene. A wrangle between the officials was inevitable, but one thing was for sure, and that was that it wouldn't be long before the secret here was leaked again. Several assault helicopters passed through layers of blockades and stopped at the periphery of the last quarantine area. More than a dozen scholarly-looking officers alighted, each of them carrying an alloy password-protected box. Looking at the huge rainbow bubble in the distance, everyone's faces were filled with shock and solemnness, as well as a trace of anticipation. After showing their IDs, they got into the car and headed toward the rainbow bubble. They soon arrived at the edge of the bubble. Unlike the defense on the outside, the soldiers here were all wearing white protective suits. Even if no harmful substances were detected in the air, no one dared to take it lightly. After changing into protective clothing and carrying their respective alloy boxes, everyone slowly walked to the colorful bubble. At this moment, the colorful bubble's expansion speed had clearly slowed down. It was swaying gently with the breeze, as if it would shatter with a touch. Of course, this was only an illusion. Someone had conducted a test before and found that this bubble did not actually exist. It was like a layer of reflective energy film that isolated the inside of the bubble from the outside world. At this time, everyone's alloy boxes had been opened, and various instruments were taken out one after another. The relevant tests were also being carried out quickly. The energy reaction is abnormal. No radiation reaction. Get ready to put in the probe and see if we can see the internal situation. The data has been collected. The temperature and humidity are abnormal, and the oxygen concentration is over the limit. Direct breathing may cause poisoning. The image inside the bubble is blurry and full of white fog. It is impossible to get more images with the probe alone. However, we can confirm that the fifth marker has been covered in dense vegetation in the past 12 hours. We have taken samples and sealed them with mechanical hands. A technician walked up to the commander and said in a deep voice, "The air bubble blocks all sorts of signals. Our remote-controlled robots can't be used at all." Looking at the information that he had just received, the commander in camouflage had a serious expression on his face. He said to the technical staff, "If I use wire control, can I obtain more internal information? It should be possible, but it can't exceed 100 meters, and there's a certain difficulty in retrieving it." "That's good. You guys start immediately. I need to see what's inside." A few minutes later, a robot dragging a thin wire drove into the bubble. The scene inside the bubble was also shown to the natives for the first time. When the image appeared, the audience was dumbfounded. After passing through nearly 10 meters of white fog, a scene similar to that of a tropical rainforest appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the exotic flowers and rare plants that were competing for beauty, no one could believe that this place had been a desolate Gobi desert a few days ago. Among these unknown plants, a 30-kilogram golden scorpion crawled past. It was then pressed to the ground by a snow-white feline, torn to pieces, and swallowed. 100 meters away, dozens of green-furred deer with vines and flowers wrapped around their horns were walking on the grass. In the sky, a giant bird with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters swooped down, straight for these strange-looking deer. The deers were extremely alert. The moment the giant bird charged down, they rushed into the forest like lightning. But even so, one of them was still caught by the giant bird. It screamed and lifted it into the sky, flying towards the mountain in the distance. Seeing the strange bird hunting for food, everyone looked at each other because the scene inside the bubble had exceeded their expectations. Just what kind of terrifying power could change the entire desert in such a short time? Oh my god, I feel like I'm watching a science fiction blockbuster. The environment here is too dangerous. Our soldiers might not be safe in there. It's not just the soldiers, equipment that needs to be adjusted. Other equipment needs to be specially made as well. Don't forget that it's a high oxygen environment. I have an idea. Can we build a safety passage similar to a pipe that can be directly inserted into the core area of the bubble? As long as time permits, it's not impossible to solve the problem of defense. The crowd discussed animatedly, expressing their own opinions. None of the countries had a mature way to deal with this kind of thing, so they could only explore and act. Regardless of the specifics, the exploration team had already begun to organize. Among them, there were not only elite veterans but also some young experts. They would walk into the rainbow bubble to collect first-hand data and find the cause of the mutation. According to the images sent back just now, it was certain that this operation was bound to be very dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness could cost them their lives. 1459 Chapter 1457. Danger everywhere outside the rainbow bubble. A group of fully armed search team members stood together, doing the final inspection before entering the bubble. In addition to conventional weapons, they also carried a large number of special equipment in order to deal with any emergencies. The exploration team already had a general understanding of the situation inside the rainbow bubble. Looking at the strange and brutal monsters, the team members understood the dangers of this trip. Therefore, their faces were solemn. Even through the helmets of the protective suit, they could see the serious and determined eyes. But even so, no one chose to back out because they all understood what this matter meant and were willing to pay for it. A true warrior did not mean that he had strong combat power, but that he could give up his personal interests in the face of life and death for the benefit of more ordinary people, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Looking at his watch, the exploration team leader waved his hand, signaling for the operation to begin. The surrounding soldiers in charge of defense saluted at the same time, watching these true warriors enter the rainbow bubble one by one, and secretly said to themselves, "Take care." It didn't take long for all the exploration team members to enter the interior of the bubble. At the same time, the images taken by the team members were transmitted to the outside of the bubble through the wires they released. These looked like metal wires that were extremely tough. As the exploration team went deeper, they were released continuously, and each bundle was a kilometer long. It was the only channel of communication between the exploration team and the outside world. Without it, the communication between the two sides would be completely cut off. The exploration team carried a total of 20 bundles of such wires. If they moved in a straight line, it was enough to ensure that they extended all the way to the central area. At the same time, a 360-degree surveillance camera would be installed at each connecting point to ensure that they could obtain specific information on the retreat route at any time. As the exploration team entered, images were displayed one after another, showing the area that had been explored by the robots. Stepping on the green grass, the members of the exploration team had grave expressions on their faces, and they were very careful with each step they took. In order to avoid being hurt by insects, the team members were sprayed with special agents and turned on equipment similar to ultrasonic insect repellents. Obviously, this method was effective. At this moment, they had entered the bubble hundreds of meters and were not attacked by the mutated creatures. However, the team members did not relax because of this, because they soon encountered a situation that made their scalps numb. In the gaps of the forest ahead, a huge flower with a diameter of several meters bloomed on the ground. It looked magnificent and completely covered the ground. However, if one looked carefully at the soil under the flowers, they would see slender roots like earthworms wriggling in the half-covered soil and gravel. Rotten bones were also faintly visible in the roots and soil. The exploration team had only probed for a moment before the thin roots reacted quickly. They flew up from the ground like snakes and almost tied up the team member. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately thought of the carnivorous plants they had seen before. Obviously, these giant flowers had the same characteristics. The area of this sea of flowers is several hectares. It's impossible for us to pass through here, so I think we should choose to take a detour. After asking for their team members' opinions and seeing that they didn't object, 2 of their team members immediately followed their team leader's instructions and walked into a strange forest. These 2 soldiers were pathfinders. If they encountered danger, they could provide a warning to their teammates behind them, but they were likely to lose their lives. The soldiers who were acting as pathfinders naturally knew this, so the 2 of them were extremely careful. As they moved forward, they constantly looked around and stared at the monitor on their helmets. They were getting closer and closer to the forest. The forest was strange because the outer skin of the trees was similar to snake skin. They were about 10 centimeters in diameter and more than 10 meters tall. The most peculiar thing was that this tree did not have any branches. There was only a colorful coral-like crown at the top, which seemed to be dancing to a certain rhythm. Be extremely careful. Once you discover any danger, attack immediately. The captain of the exploration team reminded his team members. Just as he was about to check a suspicious bush, he suddenly heard a scream from the front. One of the team members walking in front took 2 steps back and opened fire with the rifle in his hand. On the grass in front of him, blood splattered with the sound of gunfire. The other team members who saw the monster also opened fire at the same time. After a series of gunshots, the monster finally stopped struggling. It had obviously been killed by the random gunfire. Upon closer inspection, everyone found that the monster had a flat body, and its body was covered with sharp thorns like weeds. Its lower lip was also covered with green flesh, thorns and tentacles, which looked like real wild grass and vines. There was more than one mouth like this. It spread out in all directions like a starfish. As long as prey stepped on this several-meter-long lower lip, they would be rolled up by the tentacle-covered chin and sent into the monster's mouth. Such a strange monster was simply unheard of. The soldier who had just escaped from death still had a lingering fear on his face. After taking a deep breath, he slowly moved forward again. However, a few minutes later, he encountered another fatal crisis. As soon as he entered the forest, he heard a boom sound. The ground suddenly caved in, and a group of thumb-sized bugs emerged from the ground, crawling all over the soldier's legs. The team member turned pale with fright and quickly retreated while rolling on the ground. His companion beside him also rushed forward, took out the insect repellent can on his waist, and sprayed it wildly. The patrol leader saw that there were still bugs swarming out from the collapsed ground. He took out a white phosphorus grenade without hesitation and threw it directly into the nest. A blinding white light flashed, and the ground was covered in crawling flames. Even under the extremely difficult to extinguish flames, these bugs still struggled for a long time before they died. As for the team member who was attacked by the insects, he was trembling and wailing. He was obviously in great pain. After the team doctor examined him, he found that his lower leg had only been bitten a few times by the insects, but the wound had already festered, and one of his legs had become black and swollen. This insect is highly toxic. We have to deal with it as soon as possible, or he might die. After hearing the team doctor's warning, the exploration team leader immediately sent out a distress signal. Soon, 2 soldiers drove their electric vehicles into the colorful bubble and transported the wounded back along the original route. The injured soldier was considered lucky. If their exploration team had reached the depths of the bubble, they would have most likely lost their lives there. They had encountered monsters one after another, and their team members had been poisoned and injured. Although this situation was expected, everyone's mood was still very heavy. Alright, let's continue forward. The captain of the exploration team did not want his team members to be affected, so he ordered them to continue moving forward. However, this time, the detection instruments were more detailed, and they would not let go of any abnormalities. As if good luck had befallen them, the exploration team managed to avoid a few dangerous areas in the following journey, and they did not encounter any more casualties. According to the data they had collected earlier, they would reach the center of the bubble once they left the forest. However, when the exploration team walked out of the forest, they were once again shocked by the scene in front of them. It turned out that the scenery of this area was completely different from the outside. The vegetation had become sparser, and it looked more like a garden that had been carefully taken care of. Every plant was like a resplendent gem, and one could tell with a single glance that they were not ordinary objects. In the middle of these strange plants, there were many huge and ferocious monsters wandering around. They kept wandering on the spot, and their roars were heard from time to time. After seeing the exploration team, a long-horned lizard that was 7 to 8 meters long hissed and crashed into them like a heavy truck. Even though the team members opened fire continuously, the giant lizard still rushed into the team. At this moment, the colorful bubble finally revealed its ferocity. One by one, the fresh lives were dying rapidly. 1460 The second exploration team won. After an intense battle, the ground was covered with broken corpses. The surviving exploration team members were covered in wounds, and their protective suits were damaged in many places. It was no longer enough to guarantee their safety. At this moment, everyone was huddled together, dealing with each other's wounds, their faces full of confusion. Everyone knew very well that this method could not guarantee absolute safety. Who knew if they had been infected by an unknown bacteria or virus? After the creatures in the rainbow bubble were stimulated by the origin force, they had all begun to evolve rapidly, which naturally included these microorganisms. Moreover, this evolution was still in an uncontrollable state. Perhaps a very ordinary virus could cause the indigenous people to die in batches. Therefore, they could only do this for the sake of peace of mind. If they were really infected and died, they could only blame their own bad luck. Looking at the desolate battlefield, the captain of the exploration team sighed to himself. Although they had been prepared to sacrifice themselves when they entered the bubble, they still felt terrible when they saw their comrades die in front of them. In front of them, the body of the long-horned lizard lay on the ground. Its head had been beaten into a bloody mess, and its body was full of tiny bullet holes. A total of 12 people had died before this monster was killed, but the exploration team had also been completely crippled. Looking at the low morale of his team members, the exploration team leader picked up his communicator and reported the situation here, requesting a temporary retreat. Since they had already lost the possibility of continuing to explore, there was no need to stay here. Everyone had already done their best, and there was no need to lose their lives here. The command center had seen the battle just now, and the casualties had exceeded their expectations. Therefore, after hearing the request of the exploration team leader, the commander immediately agreed to retreat. However, the commander still issued an order, asking them to install the surveillance equipment in designated locations to facilitate the collection of more information. He would use this place as a starting point for his next operation. At the same time, a rescue team was also sent out. They followed the safe route that had been opened up earlier and arrived at the location of the exploration team without any danger. Seeing the tragic state of the scene, the rescue team was silent for a few seconds before immediately taking action. The bodies of the dead members were all collected, the injured were sent to the electric vehicle, and even the long-horned lizard that had been killed was also sealed and taken away. On the way back, the convoy slowly advanced along the safe route. They encountered some monsters along the way, but fortunately, there was no battle. After leaving the rainbow bubble, the patrol members were separated. The military doctor who had been waiting for a long time immediately began the operation, but he was still one step too late. Other than the captain of the exploration team who managed to survive after his amputation and one of his team members who were safe and sound, the other team members all died of wound infections in just 2 hours. The first exploration ended just like that. Although they had made a lot of sacrifices, they had gained a lot. After all the exploration team members had left, a spring-like transparent passage began to be built. It extended into the inside of the bubble like a long transparent snake. There were also metal protective walls on both sides of the passage, with a height of 5 meters, and defensive machine guns and surveillance cameras were set up at a certain distance. Once a monster approached, it would be attacked immediately. The power of the country was reflected at this moment. Even in such a dangerous environment, they still maintained super high work efficiency. As the passage advanced, various animal and plant samples were also captured one after another. After being safely processed, they were sent to the laboratory for research. At the same time, the Aborigines finally reached an agreement. More than a dozen countries sent special operation teams with all kinds of equipment to gather in the no man's land and begin to prepare for the second exploration operation. For a time, there was a constant flow of cars near the no man's land. From time to time, planes would land at the temporary airport, and groups of excited operation members from various countries would get off. Even though they knew that the inside of the rainbow bubble was extremely dangerous, they were still fearless. They only wanted to enter as soon as possible. In addition to these members from various countries, there was also a group of men and women with fierce auras. They were members of the Guardian family. The owner of the fourth rune sign also sent a group of armored masters. These people were like ascetics, and their words and actions were very low-key. The reason why these two groups of forces had appeared here was because they were certain that the changes here were definitely related to the evil demons, so they wanted to take the opportunity to kill them to prevent the prophecy of the end of the world from coming true. Another reason was that the energy in the rainbow bubble was extremely helpful to their cultivation. Some of the mutated plants inside were also valuable treasures that they could not miss. This was the composition of the second exploration team. It was a group of elites with their own thoughts, a motley crew that had temporarily gathered together. Of course, they did not come here rashly. Instead, they had made specific preparations based on the information they had collected during the last exploration. This was especially so for the weapons and equipment used by the operation team. Many of them were displayed to the world for the first time, and the number of anti-material weapons far exceeded the normal firepower equipment. The monsters in the central region were extremely fierce. Ordinary weapons could not even penetrate their scales, so anti-material weapons were essential. But even so, it might not guarantee absolute safety. This was because the closer the monsters were to the central area, the stronger they were, which was beyond the phenomenon of ordinary people. In the process of monitoring, there were more than one giant monster like the Overlord Dragon, as well as a terrifying giant snake that was dozens of meters long. There were also giant existences in the air that were comparable in size to fighter jets. Once the pilot encountered them, it was still unknown who would win. If he wanted to destroy these monsters, he would need more powerful weapons. As a result, some strange-looking equipment appeared in the hands of the operation team members. From the appearance, it seemed to be in the category of energy weapons, or perhaps they were used to deal with those super monsters. During this period, some people suggested using missiles and cannons to attack the monsters from the outside. However, this method was soon proven to be impossible because the coordinates of this space did not match with the outside world. No one knew where the test shots would hit. Due to the excessive oxygen content in the bubble, if they wanted to attack from the inside, they would need to modify the weapon, which was far less convenient than using a portable rocket. These were all things that had to be taken into consideration. Otherwise, the slightest negligence would lead to disastrous consequences. Everything was under intense operation. With the cooperation of all parties, it only took a day for the second exploration team to be ready and enter the rainbow bubble again. Since the exploration this time was a joint operation of many countries, the total number of people added up to 500. With all kinds of special vehicles, it formed a rather large team. Following the route that had just been opened up, the expedition team headed straight for the central region, not afraid of the ordinary monsters on the periphery at all. Amidst the sounds of gunfire from time to time, the exploration team continued to advance into the depths of the bubble. The battle had not stopped since the beginning. They successfully arrived at the central region, and the real battle officially began. In the face of the monsters that had swallowed the magic pills and become stronger under the nourishment of the power of the origin, the exploration team immediately felt the pressure increase. The closer they got to the core area, the stronger the monsters were. Even if the expedition team used powerful weapons, they still could not gain much of an advantage. Even so, the heavily injured exploration team was still steadily advancing, getting closer and closer to the central area. As long as they reached the valley at the core of the rainbow bubble, they would have a chance to find the underground passage. However, the premise was that they could reach the target area alive. Just as the exploration team was getting closer and closer to the core area, Tang Zhen and the others had finally completed the setup of the interdimensional soul teleportation array. After that, they successfully activated it. 1461 Connecting to the world of Lu Cheng. 1. In the underground space, the runic magic circle had already been officially activated. Under the constantly changing light, it seemed like a hidden paradise underground. It was just that this brilliant light did not make people feel intoxicated. On the contrary, there was a faint feeling of fear, as if even the soul was trembling. With the dozens of small stone pillars as a background, the giant stone pillar in the center was glowing, and runes the size of a human head appeared and disappeared in the light, spinning around the stone pillar. Above the ground in the underground space, there were two huge runic magic circles. With the stone pillar in the center as the axis, they rotated while constantly changing colors. When Yu Heng and the other two saw this scene, other than shock, they also felt a trace of pride. From the beginning to the end, the three of them had participated in the construction of the interdimensional soul teleportation portal. They had contributed to the construction, so they naturally felt very close to the place. However, according to what Tang Zhen had said, this was actually just a simplified version of the launch array. It was not even worth mentioning when compared to the real runic magic array. Pointing at the center of the runic magic circle, Tang Zhen said to Yu Heng, "Next, I'll search for the coordinates of Holy Dragon City. Your mission is to protect me from being disturbed. This process can be long or short, but it will not take more than a day." Tang Zhen naturally had his reasons for saying this. This was because the four of them had only used a very short amount of time to complete the teleportation. This indicated that this plane was not far from the Tower World. As for why it was not discovered by the cultivators of Lusheng, either its location was very hidden, or its plane coordinates were hidden, and the latter was the most likely. This was the reason why Tang Zhen was confident that he could connect to the Tower World in a day. It was like an animal hidden in the grass. It was difficult for outsiders to discover its existence, but it could easily see the outside world through the grass. Tang Zhen was currently equivalent to an animal hiding in the grass. As long as he walked out of the grass, what would happen next would naturally follow. The natives should be getting closer by now, but don't worry, my methods aren't as simple as they think, and they won't be able to easily enter the core area. Therefore, all you need to do is to quietly guard the underground. You don't need to worry about anything else. After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen sat cross-legged on the ground. His soul and the runic magic circle were connected. Under the amplification of the enormous energy, his soul turned into countless threads that spread out in all directions. He didn't use the soul transfer cabin, because it was something prepared for ordinary people, and it was far less efficient than the method he used now. Each mental thread could be regarded as a thought of his. As long as any thread discovered the world of the tower, the other thoughts would be instantly retracted, regrouping into a whole and completing the transmission. The plane coordinates that Tang Zhen wanted would also be obtained at the same time. This was a rather boring process, and he couldn't be distracted at all. Otherwise, the mental threads he extended would break, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. When Yu Heng and the other two saw that Tang Zhen was sitting still, they looked at each other and headed to the entrance of the cave to guard it. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already sunk into a state where he had forgotten about everything. This was something that he was forced to do. This was because as long as he thought about it, those mental energy threads that had extended out would entangle with each other. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already lost his sense of time. He could only extend his mental energy threads continuously as he aimlessly searched for his target. This method was somewhat similar to trying one's luck. It would be fine if the target was close, but if the target was too far away, the gap between the spiritual threads would increase, and the target might be missed. A plane world was completely different from the original world's universe. It was more concealed, and many plane coordinates were just inconspicuous light balls in the void. One would not be able to discover their existence until they were in front of them. Although it was much safer, compared to the original world's cosmic environment, its size was limited. It couldn't be as boundless as the universe. Instead, it was confined to a semi-closed box. Although it looked safe, in reality, its potential was limited. If he wanted to achieve greater development, he had to jump out of this box. However, according to the Dream City Master's speculations, the original world's universe was not as easy to go to as one wanted. It also had various restrictions, such as traps, projections, and spatial barriers. Sometimes, the seemingly boundless starry sky was just a high-level phantom. Tang Zhen, who had lost his sense of time, did not know how much time had passed. A spiritual thread finally touched a certain plane. However, it was not the world of buildings that he was familiar with. Instead, it was another unknown world. This might be an unexpected joy, but it was not the goal that Tang Zhen wanted. Therefore, he only inserted this thread of mental energy into it and would try to find it again when he had the opportunity in the future. After an unknown period of time, he finally felt a familiar fluctuation. It was the world of buildings that he had been searching for. His calm state of mind fluctuated. Because of the trace of joy that rose in his heart, those mental threads that extended out suddenly became a mess. However, Tang Zhen didn't care at all. He retracted all the other mental threads and then concentrated on the mental thread that discovered the world of the tower. Swish! The runic magic circle suddenly lit up, and a pillar of light broke through the thick soil. Under the horrified gaze of the native exploration team, it directly rushed into the sky. Lusheng World, Holy Dragon City's back valley. The gigantic soul teleportation portal suddenly started operating, immediately alarming the Holy Dragon City's residents who were on duty. In the control hall, rows of data flashed on the monitor, judging the data of the teleporter's soul and the plane coordinates. The soul fluctuations have been matched. Oh my god, it's the City Lord. The analysis of the dimension coordinates is successful. It's a brand new dimension, and it's so close to us. Hurry up and save the coordinates. Don't make any mistakes. While the staff were busy, a transmission cabin in the transmission hall made a sound. Soon after, Tang Zhen sat up and casually pulled off the data cable connected to his body. Greetings to the City Lord. A row of Holy Dragon City residents stood around the transmission cabin. They greeted him the moment he appeared. A female resident with a sweet smile bowed to Tang Zhen and handed over the clothes in her hand. Thank you. He casually put on his clothes and asked the residents who welcomed him to disperse. Then, Tang Zhen directly headed to the main tower city and gathered everyone to make preparations for the battle. Time waited for no one, so the meeting was very short. After it was confirmed that Tai Seng's fifth tower would launch an invasion, the preparation work also began at the same time. For the cultivators of Lusheng, invading the war was their job, and no one would find it sudden. After arranging a series of matters, Tang Zhen left through the soul teleportation array once again and brought Yu Heng back. Since the two towers were cooperating, Yu Heng, the Morning Star Lord, had to participate. Feeling the unfamiliar body, Yu Heng's heart was filled with shock. Never in his dreams did he think that Holy Dragon City would have such a heaven-defying method. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the two began to discuss how the two towers would cooperate in the war. However, Yu Heng's mind was constantly thinking about the soul transfer array. He felt that the runic array must have some magical power that he did not know about. 1462 The two cities prepare for battle. According to Tang Zhen's plan, the Holy Dragon City would send a mothership to the Morning Star City and transport the Morning Star cultivators to the fifth building. After undergoing short-term training in reorganization, they would cross the plane channel together. With the carrying capacity of the helicarrier, even 1,000,000 cultivators could be transported before the battle began. Although this process was a little troublesome, there was no other way. Morning Star City did not have the ability to deliver such a large-scale item. As an ally, Holy Dragon City could only help. He believed that with this period of time, the two sides would have a better understanding of each other in the upcoming war and reduce many unnecessary casualties. Yu Heng's thoughts were different. After a moment's deliberation, he hoped that Morning Star City could open up a plane channel of its own. Although doing so would waste a lot of the world's origin, it would bring many benefits to Morning Star City. At the very least, with their own tower city as a backing, the cultivators would be more confident. Of course, there was another reason for doing so. It was to have more autonomy in the invasion war and not be subject to Holy Dragon City's control everywhere. Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he agreed to Yu Heng's request. Since Morning Star City was not short of money, he had nothing to say. This saved him a lot of trouble. After the discussion, Yu Heng led the 1,000 military instructors from the Holy Dragon City back to the Morning Star Empire on a small warship. Now that he was confident, Yu Heng was filled with anticipation for this dimensional war. Less than half a day after returning to Morning Star City, he was the first to open the dimensional channel. The fifth tower was unwilling to give up. After receiving the news, it also opened the plane channel. In a short time, the number of troops gathered had already exceeded 1,000,000. This was the foundation of a true tower. As long as the signal of war appeared, it could gather enough combat power in the shortest time possible and be ready to enter the war at any time. Compared to the Holy Dragon City cultivators, anticipation and caution, the Morning Star Empire seemed to be in a panic. After Yu Heng's conscription order was issued in the Morning Star Empire, it immediately caused a huge commotion. The people did not know what had happened and thought that they were going to war with the Holy Dragon City. The Holy Dragon City had long since become famous throughout the world. Its powerful strength intimidated everyone, and the residents of the Morning Star Empire had naturally heard of it. When they thought about fighting against such a powerful opponent, the cultivators of the Morning Star Empire couldn't help but panic. However, news soon came that the Morning Star Empire had cooperated with the Holy Dragon City and was preparing to invade a distant world. Another world? What kind of place was that? The natives of the continent all knew that they lived on a continent sealed off by the Sea of Fog and had never heard of any place outside the continent. Therefore, the cultivators of the Morning Star Empire felt incredulous at the official explanation, followed by faint fear. He didn't expect that not only would they have to fight a war, but they would also have to go to a strange foreign world. Who knew if he would have the chance to return to his hometown? However, few cultivators would choose to escape the Empire's conscription order. This was not only because they would face severe punishment, but also because it concerned the glory of their families and the dignity of cultivators. For Morning Stars, faith was the most important. Thus, after the conscription order was issued, every main road in the Morning Star Empire was filled with armored cultivators and servants, who were advancing towards Morning Star City. As they neared Morning Star City, they gradually formed a huge stream of people, gradually covering the Vine Plain. This was a rare sight in the Morning Star Empire. According to Tang Zhen's estimation, the Morning Star City would have to send at least 1 million cultivators or 3 times the number of ordinary soldiers to prevent the lack of manpower once the war started. To the Morning Star Empire, gathering 1 million cultivators was not a big problem. The only weakness was that the difference in strength between the cultivators was too great. They could not be like Holy Dragon City, where all the cultivators were high level. This was the biggest difference between an ordinary country and a city. One was a government that protected its own interests, while the other was a pure war machine. The gap between the two was obvious, and it couldn't be made up in a short time. However, through reasonable cooperation and training, some shortcomings could still be made up. The Holy Dragon City sent their instructors to the battlefield at the same time, reorganizing and adjusting these scattered soldiers so that they could adapt to the upcoming war. After listening to the Holy Dragon City instructors' account of the war and personally operating the weapons they had never touched before, the Morning Star cultivators were shocked to discover that their way of war was so backward. Many cultivators were secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, their opponent was not the Holy Dragon City. Otherwise, they might have already become corpses. In order to win the first battle, Morning Star City had put in a lot of effort. Batches of weapons and armor were distributed, and the craftsmen were working day and night to create batches of war weapons. In addition, Yu Heng also purchased a large number of weapons from the Holy Dragon City to arm his cultivators. Yu Heng, who had been hunted down by the natives, understood the power of these weapons. Thus, after knowing that the weapons from Holy Dragon City were better, he did not hesitate to purchase them. Although the cost was huge, Yu Heng did not hesitate. He knew that this money was well spent. Even in the future war, it would definitely be useful. Because they were allies, Tang Zhen had also lifted the sales restrictions. Otherwise, Yu Heng would not be able to get a bullet. In the following days, Morning Star cultivators were training everywhere on the Vine Plains. The sounds of gunfire rang out incessantly, and the dimensional portal near Morning Star City expanded at a visible rate. Morning Star City was fully prepared for war, and so was Holy Dragon City. Although the cultivators in Lusheng City had experienced many similar wars, they still did not dare to be careless. City Lord Tai Seng of the 5th Building had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Other than the cultivators of the 5th Building, he also openly recruited mercenaries to join the battle, and the recruitment order was directly distributed to all the buildings of the Holy Dragon City. It could be said that this was a recruitment by the entire continent. It also meant that Holy Dragon City could finally officially mobilize the continent's resources and gradually recover some of the war benefits. Ever since the recruitment order was issued, a large number of cultivators began to gather in the 5th Building. There were cultivators from other buildings, cultivators from the 3 empires, and even a large number of orc cultivators. As the Holy Dragon City's deployment was gradually completed, especially after the Morning Star Empire announced its cooperation with the Holy Dragon City, the Orc Alliance was already on the verge of collapse. Anyone with eyes could see that it was only a matter of time before this alliance was destroyed. As for the Radiant and Eternal Empires, they had already ceased to exist in name after the Orc Alliance occupied half of their territory and there were internal rebellions. In Tang Zhen's eyes, these 2 empires could no longer be considered as enemies. Perhaps, they would fall apart on their own without him even having to make a move. Under such circumstances, the cultivators naturally had to find their own way out. Seeking refuge in the Holy Dragon City, a giant that was destined to unify the continent in the future, became the best choice. For the cultivators of all races, Those Beastman cultivators came from tribes that had left the Beastman alliance and were now considered allies of the Holy Dragon City. Therefore, after learning that the Holy Dragon City was recruiting mercenaries and offering generous rewards, these Beastman cultivators rushed over one after another. And NBSP, Tai Seng, who was originally feeling a headache due to the lack of manpower, was very happy. He sent people to manage these registered mercenaries to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to cause trouble while also gathering as many resources as possible in the hope of getting more support. The 10 subordinate towers were already in a semi-independent state. It was impossible for them to obtain resources from the Holy Dragon City endlessly. Otherwise, the Holy Dragon City would not be able to support them no matter how big their assets were. Therefore, the borrowed resources had to be repaid, and the high-level cultivators had to be paid for. Even if they were his subordinates, he would be treated equally. This was a matter of course, and it was also considered an internal benefit. If others wanted to do this, the Holy Dragon City would not care. Everything was ready, and as time passed, the countdown to the invasion began. 1463 destroyed, the runic magic circle in the underground space operated once again and transmitted Tang Zhen's soul over. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Yu and Kun looking at him with anticipation in their eyes. "Sir Tang Zhen, how is our city lord?" Tang Zhen smiled. He swept a glance at Yu Heng, who was seated beside him, and said, "Don't worry, he's going to wake up soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Heng opened his eyes and slowly stood up. There was still a trace of excitement on his face. After exchanging a few words with Yu Kun, he came to Tang Zhen and said with a slightly excited tone, "City Lord, can you build a soul transfer array in Morning Star City?" Afraid that Tang Zhen would not agree, Yu Heng continued, "No matter what resources you need, I'm willing to pay double." "What do you think?" Tang Zhen glanced at Yu Heng with a smile that was not a smile. He did not say anything, but his rejection was already very obvious. He didn't even need to guess to know that Yu Heng must have discovered the true function of the soul transfer array, which was to gather souls and send them into a host body. As long as one could master this ability, the residents of the city would have a high chance of being reborn after dying in battle. This would not only make the residents more fearless of death, but also increase the cohesion of the city. The cultivators who were reborn would also become more powerful. As for connecting to the world of towers and detecting unknown planes, that was just a side function. No matter what, this soul transfer array had a great use. No wonder Yu Heng showed an impatient expression when he found out its use. However, this guy wanted to get a soul transfer array by paying twice the amount of materials. It was simply wishful thinking. What did he think the soul teleportation array was? A cheap cabbage. Seeing that Tang Zhen was ignoring him, Yu Heng was stunned for a moment before he understood the reason. Although he did not have the chance to observe the Holy Dragon City's interplanar soul teleportation portal, he knew that it was definitely more complicated than the one here. It involved more knowledge and secret arts. In addition to its functions, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. For such a heaven-defying item, it was really shameless for him to want to obtain it by paying double the materials. In the end, he was too excited and did not realize these problems. He even thought that the price he gave was very fair. With a self-deprecating smile, Yu Heng knew that this matter was not as simple as he had thought. If he did not pay a satisfactory price to Tang Zhen, he would definitely not pay any attention to him. Yu and Kun did not know what had happened. Seeing Yu Heng's depressed expression, they did not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Much, but they guessed that their boss must have taken a fancy to the runic magic circle. Could it be that there's something incredible hidden in this soul teleportation array that caused boss to lose his composure? Ignoring Yu Heng and the other two, Tang Zhen slowly walked out of the underground space. He wanted to see if the natives were already near the core area. The two towers opening the plane channel at the same time would definitely cause a great commotion. Fortunately, the coordinates of the channel were located inside the colorful bubble, so the outside world could not see it at all. Otherwise, it would definitely cause greater panic. At this moment, the valley was already covered with all kinds of mutated plants. Fierce monsters could be seen in the trees and the sky from time to time. However, after seeing Tang Zhen, these monsters were all like tamed kittens, lying on the ground obediently. This was the effect of the magic pill. Monsters would obey their creator unconditionally. Tang Zhen casually threw out some witchcraft pills, causing these monsters to become even more ferocious. He stood at the highest point of the valley and stared intently at the exploration team's campsite in the distance. After paying a heavy price, the exploration team had almost broken through the central region and reached the core area near the valley. However, the sudden appearance of the plains channel disrupted their plan. Faced with the huge whirlpools that were constantly circling in the air on both sides of the valley, the exploration team was at a loss for what to do. Therefore, they chose to stop moving forward for the time being. They decided to figure out what the two vortexes were first. After careful analysis, experts came to a shocking conclusion. The two disturbing clouds were likely to be wormholes that had existed for a long time, or the legendary space-time tunnel. The prophecy of a demonic invasion seemed to have been officially confirmed at this moment. This was obviously not good news. When an illusion was reflected in reality, people's fear often outweighed their surprise. It didn't take long for the video of the core area to be sent back to the command center outside. A problem was placed in front of the commander. How should he deal with this emergency? This was a matter of great importance. Without any suggestions, the representatives of these countries immediately gathered together to discuss an appropriate solution. After seeing the video data and expert analysis inside the bubble, no one could remain calm. In the face of such a change that could threaten the entire world, more than half of the representatives believed that nuclear bombs should be used. He believed that under such a terrifying attack, both the rainbow bubble and the plain channel would definitely vanish. After the final decision was made, the natives immediately began to move. The army around the rainbow bubble quickly left the no man's land, and the exploration team also received the order to evacuate. Some people strongly opposed this approach, thinking that the commanders in the rear were too cautious. They should not have destroyed the rainbow bubble so easily and should have observed it carefully for a while. To the aboriginals, every blade of grass and tree here had great value, and it would be a pity to destroy them. Unfortunately, their words carried little weight, and no one cared about these objections at all. The command center repeated again and again that if they did not set a time to evacuate, they would be destroyed together with the rainbow bubble. With endless regret, the exploration team finally chose to retreat. Tang Zhen, who was in the distance, shook his head. This was not the result he wanted. Moreover, he could not let these natives off. Go, bring them back. Tang Zhen's voice had just faded when those monsters that were crawling on the ground suddenly stood up. They rushed towards the area where the exploration team was located like arrows. The ground also kept on shaking because of the running of these monsters. The retreating exploration team members were shocked. Looking at the monsters that covered the mountains and fields, everyone felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. Damn it, what's going on? Run! These monsters are obviously being controlled. We're their targets. Are you kidding me? Can we still run now? We can only fight to the death. The exploration team was in a mess. Many people opened fire in a panic, trying to stop the monster from approaching, but to little effect. Bang! A group of flying monsters rushed down, constantly throwing out horse dung bags of fungus. When they fell to the ground, large puffs of green liquid splashed everywhere. The fungi were thrown down one after another, and the ground was covered in green slime under the feet of the exploration team. This liquid was surprisingly highly corrosive. Upon coming into contact with the protective suits of the exploration team members, the suits immediately turned brittle, gradually cracking as they moved. The exploration team was shocked. Once the protective suit was torn, their safety would be guaranteed. This was something they could not ignore. However, under the siege of the monsters, they had no time to deal with these things. So, after only a minute or so, the protective suits and shoes of the exploration team members were burned through. After only one or two screams, the exploration team members who were touched by the mucus fell to the ground and quickly fell into a coma. 5 minutes later, as the last member of the exploration team fell, the second batch of members was completely annihilated. The monsters walked to the unconscious members of the exploration team and picked them up with their mouths. They then turned around and quickly ran toward the valley. Under Tang Zhen's orders, these exploration team members were all sent into the underground space and placed in rows on the ground. 1464 The invasion method of the super battle zone. Tang Zhen's goal in capturing these natives was to obtain information from their mouths. In an invasion war, the importance of intelligence could not be ignored. It could help the cultivators in Lu Cheng to attack the enemy more efficiently or destroy a plane in other ways. For example, They could destroy the communication and transportation systems of this world, making it impossible for the natives to communicate with each other, and gradually separate them into isolated islands. Without a unified leader, the natives would become a pile of loose sand. At that time, they would be unable to protect themselves, so how would they dare to take the initiative to attack the cultivators in the city? Without the interference of the aboriginals, the cultivators of Lu City could plunder the world's origin without restraint. They would retreat after achieving their goal, and if there were any ignorant guys who dared to provoke them during this period, they would kill them at will. After handing over a translator to Yukun and asking him to interrogate the exploration team, Tang Zhen sat down on a chair and took out an ancient-looking book. On the surface of the book, there was a huge tree with lush branches and leaves. It was the totem of the elf race. Tang Zhen's eyes revealed a trace of solemnness as he looked at the book in his hand. During the few days when the teleportation formation was being built, perhaps it was due to Tang Zhen's patient guidance, Yu Heng had once taken out a set of notes left behind by his ancestor. It was precisely the book in Tang Zhen's hand. Through the notes left behind by the sector lord, Tang Zhen knew how the super battlefields invaded and couldn't help but sigh that there was always someone better. It turned out that the Holy Dragon City's invasion method was one of the most inefficient methods for those super battle zones. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, but the harvest was far less than that of those high-energy worlds. In this abridged version of the notebook, Tang Zhen saw 3 types of invasion methods used by cultivators in super battlefields. The first was for a sector lord to invade through the pathways. As a single person's pathway opened quickly and took a short time, it was hard to attract the attention of the aboriginals. After reaching the invading plane, the sector lord would release the city and directly attack, catching the enemy off guard. This kind of invasion method was well hidden, and the attack was unexpected. It belonged to the type that ran after snatching. By the time the natives reacted and attacked, the sector lord might have already taken Lu Cheng and escaped from this world, or they might have hidden completely and wait for the next ambush. Because this method was impossible to defend against, it was hated by the natives. They called the sector lord cultivators, plain bandits, and once they were discovered, they would definitely gang up and attack. The moment they successfully killed a sector lord, the rewards would be shocking. Hence, in the eyes of these natives, a sector lord was definitely a moving treasure. The ancestors of Morning Star City might have been hunted down by the natives and accidentally entered this ownerless land when they were fleeing. They were all world overlords, yet they ended up in such a miserable state. As for the second method of invasion, it appeared to be very interesting. It even caused Tang Zhen to ponder deeply. In some special high energy, there was an extremely powerful law suppression. Once an external intruder entered, they would be strongly rejected. However, such a world had far more resources than ordinary planes. Once discovered, there was no reason to give up. In order to invade such a world, the cultivators of Lu City would seal their own strength and use a method of reincarnation to occupy the bodies of the natives and disguise themselves as them. As he was afraid that his soul fluctuations would be detected by the original mind, cultivator Lu Cheng had sealed his own memories. Before he reached a certain level of cultivation or was in a life and death situation, he would never remember his true origin. However, as intruders, how could they waste their time like this? Therefore, in order to ensure that their strength would be recognized by the original will, these cultivators would prepare a cheat for themselves. The function of each Goldfinger was different, but the purpose of each Goldfinger was to help the cultivators in the city to grow quickly. In a short time, they would need 10 times or even 100 times more time to achieve the achievements of the natives. Some powerful cultivators in Lusheng could even merge into the river of time and analyze the future. They could provide cultivators with sealed memories with timed missions and help them seize various treasures to make themselves stronger. Unknowingly, the cultivators of Lusheng who had been recognized by the original mind would become stronger. When the time was right, the memory seal of the cultivators of Lusheng would be removed and they would stir up a storm. They would either leave with the treasures condensed from the world's origin or bring their companions in and stir up a storm of blood. It had to be said that any world that required Lu Cheng's cultivators to seal their memories would definitely have extremely powerful native gods. They controlled a part of the world's origin source and even a sector lord cultivator would not be their match. Therefore, even though this world was often invaded by hundreds or thousands of cultivators, it was rarely destroyed. Just listen to how similar this method was to Tang Zhen's experience. If it wasn't for the fact that he was certain that his memories weren't sealed, he would have doubted his own origins. As for the third method, it was much more direct and only sector lord level and above cultivators would use it. A cultivator of this level could set up a super runic magic circle outside the dimension and refine the entire dimension without coming into contact with the natives. Then, they would split the profits with the cornerstone platform. This kind of refining was like mining for gold. Useless impurities would be sifted out, and only the useful things would be kept. The gains were far more than destroying a plane. However, this method was only used by a very small number of cultivators in Lusheng, and Yu Heng's ancestor had only heard of it. After reading the contents of the notebook, Tang Zhen couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Compared to these super towers, the current Holy Dragon City was just a baby who was learning how to walk. In particular, it was important to note that the way these super towers invaded paid more attention to the individual strength of the cultivators, and the role of ordinary residents had been greatly reduced. It wasn't that there weren't wars where tens of millions of cultivators were mobilized to invade, but most of the time, multiple towers would cooperate with each other, and the target was also a more powerful plane world. Although Tang Zhen was amazed and envious of the invasion method of these super battle zones, he also knew that the road had to be taken step by step. If he was too overambitious, it would only affect the plan that he had already made. After reading the notes once more, Tang Zhen got up and walked to the ground, preparing to welcome the attack of the natives. It was time for the natives to realize how laughable and powerless their attacks were to the cultivators in the city. There was no one outside the colorful bubble, only a row of military vehicles and armed helicopters. After the order to retreat was given, the guards had all retreated, but they had lost contact with the exploration team. They waited for several hours, but there was still no news. The command center judged that the exploration team had most likely met with a mishap, or perhaps they had already been completely annihilated. Everyone was well aware of how powerful the monster inside the rainbow bubble was, which was why they made such a guess. Someone proposed to send a search team to rescue them, but they were strongly opposed. They felt that they should not pay any more unnecessary casualties, but destroy the colorful bubble as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. After some discussion, they finally decided to send a search team to rescue them, but they had only 12 hours. After the order was given, the rescue team entered the rainbow bubble in an attempt to find the exploration team members who might have met with mishaps. While everyone was anxiously waiting, there was finally some movement from the rainbow bubble. A rescue team member rushed out in a sorry state. It was obvious that he had experienced an intense battle. A suspicious aircraft appeared inside the bubble. All the exploration team members are missing. The rescue team is attacked by monsters. I'm the only one alive. After saying this, the member of the exploration team fainted, and his breathing became almost non-existent. The soldiers in charge of receiving them didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly carried the unconscious soldiers onto the plane and quickly evacuated to the safe area. The command center at the rear also received the report. Although they were curious about the sudden appearance of the aircraft, they had no time to discuss it. 10 minutes later, a missile shot up into the sky. Under the gaze of the entire world, it rapidly flew toward the rainbow bubble. 1465 Chapter 1463 Helpless. The rocket that was flying toward the rainbow bubble was equipped with a nuclear warhead that could cover the entire rainbow bubble. Once it was successfully detonated, it could completely raze the nearby no man's land to the ground. Although the power of the warhead was beyond doubt, it was attacking a supernatural target. No one could guarantee the expected effect. No matter what the result was, they had to wait until it exploded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the missile was about to reach the sky above the rainbow bubble. However, at this critical moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out and directly hit the high-speed missile. Boom! The attack missile turned into a ball of fire and rapidly fell to the ground, eventually turning into a pile of wreckage. The nuclear bomb did not explode, but it leaked after it was shot down. However, no one cared about this at the moment. No one had expected the rainbow bubble to have the ability to intercept a missile attack. After analyzing the beam, the experts confirmed that it was an energy weapon. Such a situation was obviously not something that could be explained by supernatural phenomena. It was very likely that there were intelligent creatures hidden inside the colorful bubbles, and at the same time, they had mastered some high-tech weapons. Thinking back to the suspicious aircraft mentioned by the rescue team and the deduction that the four demons were hiding in the bubble, the command center determined that they were the ones who intercepted the missile. The situation suddenly became serious. Using a nuclear bomb was the last resort of the natives. If it didn't work, then the natives wouldn't be able to find a way to destroy the rainbow bubble in a short time. A tense atmosphere rose in the command post. The failure of the first attack gave everyone a bad feeling. An emergency meeting was held, and the participants all expressed their opinions. I suggest we launch another attack, and multiple missiles at the same time. As long as one hits the target, it can be destroyed. This kind of attack shouldn't have much of an effect. If the other party can intercept one, he can also intercept 10. Don't think that I'm exaggerating, because the possibility of that is very high. If we can't attack from the air, how about attacking from the ground? He asked. That's right. We can use nuclear bombs or cannons, or send nuclear bombs into the colorful bubbles and set a timer for them to explode. These are all good methods. The problem is that they obviously know our intentions. It's very likely that they're defending on the ground. Maybe our people can't even get close to the rainbow bubble. After a discussion, the command center formulated a new attack plan. First, the fighter planes would carry nuclear bombs to attack. If they were intercepted again, they would attack from the ground. In short, he had to destroy the rainbow bubble at all costs. After the order was given, 3 fighter jets took off from the military base hundreds of kilometers away and headed straight for the no man's land. However, just as the fighter planes were about to enter the attack position, 3 beams of light suddenly shot out from the colorful bubble and instantly tore through the sky. The fighter jet's pilot didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the beam of light, turning into a ball of fire in the air. After receiving the report, the command center was silent. This situation had already confirmed their previous speculation. The devil in the colorful bubble had already noticed their intentions and was intercepting the attack of the natives. The situation was getting more and more serious. The natives didn't know what the weapon of this demon was, but it definitely had long-range attack abilities. If the other party's weapon was really like those in science fiction movies, it meant that they were in a very dangerous situation. Once the demons discovered the location of the command center, would they also launch a counterattack? After realizing this loophole, the command center issued the order to attack on the ground while quickly moving away, trying to find a safer and more hidden location. In the end, just as the order to relocate was given, another beam of light shot out from the rainbow bubble. Its target was where the command post was. With a loud boom, the command center was reduced to ruins. All objects were turned into dust in an instant. There were no survivors within a radius of 50 meters. The Aborigines who witnessed this scene were terrified. They had never seen such a precise and terrifying weapon. There was no shock wave and it was simply destroying the target it wanted to destroy. The command center was attacked, and all the high-level commanders were killed. The Devil's beheading operation was obviously very successful. Although there was a reasonable wartime command procedure, and someone quickly took over the command of the troops, it still caused a lot of chaos. Who knew if the Devil would launch another attack on the base after destroying the headquarters? In the face of such a terrifying energy weapon, they had no ability to intercept it at all. However, if they retreated again, it would be equivalent to completely losing control of this area. It would be impossible to effectively set up defenses in an area of over 1,000 square kilometers in a short time. The officer who accepted the command was also in a difficult position. However, he still followed the previous plan and sent armored vehicles and heavy artillery troops to launch a new round of attacks on the rainbow bubble. He was waiting for the result of this round of attacks. If this still didn't work, then he would really be at his wit's end. In fact, he wasn't the only one waiting. The countries that the dozens of spy satellites in the sky belonged to were also paying close attention to this scene. Everyone knew that the original prediction had become a reality. Just this kind of energy weapon that could attack from a long distance could pose a huge threat to the entire world. If the last probing attack failed, the next thing they had to consider was how to deal with the invasion of the demons and protect themselves as much as possible in the disaster. In the wilderness of the no man's land, 20 tanks were moving at high speed. One of the tanks was equipped with a nuclear warhead and was equipped with a timed detonation system. As long as the time was up, the bullet would explode. Even if the rainbow bubble was more than 10 kilometers away, the violent explosion would be enough to cover it. What they had to do now was to keep getting closer and closer in order to obtain the best attack effect. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they prayed that this attack would succeed. In the end, the most worrying thing happened. When the tank was less than 5 kilometers away from the colorful bubble, 2 silver-white aircraft suddenly rushed out of the bubble and went straight for the tank. The two aircraft had a strange shape and obviously did not belong to any country built by the natives. After they rushed out of the colorful bubble, they immediately flew over the tank at a terrible speed and launched a series of attacks. With a series of loud explosions, the tanks were destroyed one after another, but the aircraft easily dodged the attacks of the tanks and remained unscathed. The aircraft seemed to have guessed the purpose of the tanks, so after destroying the tanks, it launched another wave of corpse whip attacks, turning the wreckage of the tanks into a pile of scrap metal. Seeing this tragic scene, everyone's hearts sank. Things had finally developed to the stage they least wanted to see. Damn it, this is war, this is provocation. We have to meet the enemy head-on, we have to completely destroy these evil demons. More than one country let out such a roar. After the continuous failure of their attacks, they were obviously flustered and exasperated. Even if they could not see the hope of success, they would not give up. Just like their roars, this was a war, and it was either you die or I die. 1466 Chapter 1464 Helpless because of an order, the no man's land directly became a battlefield. In the name of the joint military exercise, the elite soldiers of various countries were gathered here. When all the participants of the war arrived, the natives couldn't wait to start the operation. This was a rare battle. Hundreds of fighter planes attacked at the same time, and the cannonballs smashed into the rainbow bubble as if they were free. A thunderous sound came from the end of the earth, and the ground troops also launched their attack at the same time. Although the last ground attack was intercepted and they suffered heavy losses, there were still more than 20,000 ground troops surrounding the rainbow bubble this time, and they advanced rapidly under the cover of heavy tanks. The steel beasts advanced side by side on the wasteland, approaching the rainbow bubble step by step. The soldiers who participated in the battle were all wearing protective suits. If possible, they would push all the way to the core area of the rainbow bubble and launch close-range attacks on the enemy. With the sky and the ground working together, such a huge offensive formation was enough to destroy an ordinary country in a short time. According to the commander's deduction, although the last probing attack had been intercepted, it could only mean that the demons had high-tech weapons, but they might not be able to deal with a high-intensity war. The advantage of the natives was that they had more people. If they used the human wave tactic, how would they stop them? Many people were optimistic about this operation and believed that the possibility of success was high. However, reality quickly slapped the natives in the face. Just as they launched the attack, the colorful bubble quickly responded. A small warship full of sci-fi colors slowly rose and appeared in front of the world for the first time. Under the gazes of the natives, the small warships shot out beams of light, suppressing the fighter planes that participated in the attack. From time to time, there were glaring fireballs in the air. While blocking the fighter planes, the small warships would also counterattack in the direction of the shells, easily destroying the artillery positions. Upon seeing this, the natives were speechless. It was just a small warship, but it was like a war fortress, blocking the air troops of the natives. However, it was not that the natives had no chance of winning, because they still had a large number of ground troops. It was impossible for the small warships to take care of the sky and the ground. They had just seen a glimmer of hope for victory when something happened on the battlefield. Dozens of drones rushed out of the colorful bubble as if they had entered an uninhabited place. Every time they flew over the battlefield, a moving tank would be destroyed. No weapon could lock onto these drones, and even if they were hit occasionally, they couldn't penetrate their smooth shells. In addition to these drones, there were also armed robots joining the battlefield. They charged out of the colorful bubbles like metal balls, approaching the ground forces at a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. Ordinary bullets and shells could not hurt them at all. With a series of panicked screams, the armed robots rushed into the camp of the natives. When they got up again, they had already retracted their metal shells and turned into ferocious six-clawed robots. Their fierce firepower instantly swept in all directions. A mist of blood rose, and countless corpses lay on the ground. This was a true killing field, cruel and bloody. With the cooperation of the drones and armed robots, the ground forces were like sewage that spread over, being cleaned up piece by piece, leaving only wreckage. The natives who participated in the attack were in despair. Even though the colorful bubble was right in front of them, no one could cross the natural chasm. Boom! The last tank on the ground was destroyed. After the drone circled twice at a low altitude, it suddenly turned into the air and flew toward the colorful bubble. The armed robot also scanned the battlefield once. After confirming that all the dangerous targets had been eliminated, it turned back into a metal ball and slowly rolled toward the colorful bubble. Only the small battleship floating above the colorful bubble was left. After a moment of silence, it directly launched an attack at the sky. Beams of light shot up into the sky. In the space invisible to the naked eye, the reconnaissance satellites exploded one after another, turning into high-speed space trash. The natives who were observing the rainbow bubble from above immediately became blind. They were all furious, but they could do nothing. With the failure of this joint attack, the natives had completely realized that they had no way to deal with the rainbow bubble. In other words, it was impossible to solve the problem by force. They had even used a nuclear bomb, but they didn't even hear a sound. What could be more depressing than this? From this, it could be seen that the so-called nuclear deterrence was actually just a lack of effective counter-weapons. In front of the Holy Dragon City's high-tech weapons, this kind of deterrence could only be regarded as a joke. With deep resentment and worry, the natives began to look for other ways to solve this terrible crisis. After blocking the wave of attacks from the natives, Tang Zhen left the small battleship behind and returned to the underground space. The battle this time around should be able to intimidate the natives. At the very least, they would not dare to use force to attack for a short period of time. This would also give Tang Zhen sufficient buffer time. The energy storage of the small battleship was limited. The previous attacks had already consumed nearly 60% of its energy. If the natives launched another wave of attacks of the same scale, Tang Zhen would not be able to withstand it at all. Until now, Holy Dragon City had been unable to produce such high-density energy blocks. It was not that the technology was not good, but that they did not have the special materials needed to produce them. Even if this was the case, it did not mean that Tang Zhen was helpless. If the natives did not give up, Tang Zhen would still have the means to counter them. However, the gains would not make up for the losses. At this time, the plain channel had been expanded to a certain scale. In another day, the cultivators in the towers would be able to cross over in advance. In another week or so, the two towers would also be able to complete the teleportation. Fortunately, this plane was very close to the tower world. Otherwise, the several months of teleportation time would be enough to give Tang Zhen a headache. This was also one of the drawbacks of a plane channel. Even with the plane coordinates, it would require a powerful force to break the spatial barrier, and the further the distance, the longer the time it would take. When he was in the wilderness war zone, Tang Zhen had heard that there was a rumor that a tower city had opened a plane channel and it took a few decades to successfully build it. It really made people speechless. After returning to the underground space, Tang Zhen saw the natives who were imprisoned in the cave. They were looking at him with complicated gazes that were mixed with confusion and anger. Tang Zhen had seen such a gaze more than once and knew that he would see it more in the future. He had long been accustomed to this, and his state of mind would not be affected in any way. Compared to other worlds that had been invaded, the natives of this world were undoubtedly much luckier. As a new war zone was about to be established, while plundering the natural source of the world, plundering the population was also a rather important part. Although the current population on the continent was quite large, it was simply unable to meet the needs of the many towers, and the cornerstone platform could not help in this aspect at all. Therefore, when each battle zone was first established, they would try their best to plunder as many aboriginals as possible, and they would even be rewarded with rich battle points for this. After the foreign world's indigenous people were brought to the world of towers, they would live and multiply in this strange land, and eventually become the vanguards of the various towers and cities that fought in the foreign world. This was also one of the reasons why there were so many races in the world of Lushang. For the past dozens of generations, they were basically the targets of the invasion of the world of Lushang. 1467 Two choices. Sir, I think we should get to know each other better. We don't have any ill intentions. We're only here to get in touch with you. Anything can be discussed. That's right, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Just as Tang Zhen was thinking about the problem, the imprisoned native suddenly opened his mouth and shouted that he wanted to negotiate with him. Negotiate? That's good. Since he had nothing to do, Tang Zhen did not mind chatting with these natives. If they were willing to cooperate, it would allow Tang Zhen to save a lot of time. The purpose of capturing these exploration team members, other than to interrogate them for information, was to use them to pass on messages to him. Whether it was their original identity or their experience of being captured by him, he would pay attention to letting them come into contact with higher-ranked indigenous people. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the entrance of the prison cell and said indifferently, you can send a representative. If he can convince me, he might be able to save many lives." After saying this, Tang Zhen quietly stood on the spot. With an indifferent expression, the natives looked at each other, turned around, and muttered a few words. Soon, a middle-aged man was elected as the representative. After removing the energy protective net that was blocking the natives, the middle-aged man walked out and bowed to Tang Zhen. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I believe this will be a happy start." Tang Zhen also returned the greeting and invited the middle-aged man to sit. The middle-aged man's expression was firm and his tone was steady and decisive. He said to Tang Zhen, "Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a staff member of the Intelligence Center in V Nation. I've been involved in the operation to track you down. You can call me James." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He did not expect that he would actually meet the opponent he met some time ago. This was an unexpected joy. He had to admit that these natives had caused him quite a bit of trouble. If he didn't have so many trump cards, he might have fallen into their hands. "My name is Tang Zhen. Since you all want to negotiate with me, I will give you a chance. Please speak now." James nodded his head and said to Tang Zhen, "First of all, I want to know, your purpose in coming here, is it to seek peace or to start a war?" This question was also something that the Aboriginals had always wanted to figure out. This was because Tang Zhen had yet to express his position up until now. That's not important. You just need to understand that this world will soon cease to exist. James's heart skipped a beat, but he suppressed the shock in his heart. "Sir Tang Zhen, I don't understand what you mean. Don't tell me you want to destroy this world. What do you gain from this?" Tang Zhen shook his head. "I do want to destroy this world. However, it's not the kind of destruction you think it is. I will also do my best not to bring disaster to the living beings here. If you cooperate, you can head to a new world to live." James laughed coldly and said in a disdainful tone, "To live in a new world? I hope your excellency doesn't want us to be slaves." If the natives accidentally discovered the world of Lusheng, they would probably try to understand and colonize it at all costs. However, if he took the initiative to help them, it would instead be mistaken as having ulterior motives. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. It was reasonable for the natives to doubt Tang Zhen's motives. Tang Zhen gently shook his head. He was unconcerned and only used an indifferent tone to say, "The plane you're in has limited your horizons, so you don't know how wonderful the outside world is. Only by breaking free from the shackles can you have higher development. I'm willing to give you a chance to reach a higher level of life. Perhaps you'll feel resentment now, but when you understand all of this, you'll only be grateful to me." Looking at James' suspicious expression, Tang Zhen gently smiled and said, "I know what you want to talk to me about, but I can tell you that it's just a waste of time. This world is destined to disappear, but you have a choice. You can either follow me to the new world, or you can be destroyed with this world." Ignoring the shocked James, Tang Zhen waved his hand and released the imprisoned exploration team members. He coldly said, "You can leave now and pass on my words to the forces you belong to. I'll only give you 7 days to consider. If you don't give me a clear answer by then the only outcome that awaits you will be destruction and slavery." Chow Yutao gave a look, and the other party immediately understood and nodded, urging the exploration team to head to the surface. During this period, some people had tried to remember the path here, but after a period of time, their brains would inexplicably go into a trance and forget all the memories just now. This was obviously Yu Dao's doing. He didn't want the natives to remember the correct way to the underground space, even if the exploration team didn't cause him any trouble. After passing through the monster-infested core area, Yu Dao left the exploration team behind and returned to the valley. Tang Zhen had already shown mercy by leaving them alive. If it was according to Yu Dao's style, these exploration team members would have no chance of leaving alive. Once Yu Dao left, the exploration team immediately followed the route they had opened up and rushed toward the outer area. After leaving the rainbow bubble safely, the communication system on the exploration team members returned to normal. They immediately sent out a distress signal to inform their companions that they were still alive. Although they had already left the rainbow bubble, the exploration team did not dare to stay for even a moment. They continued to push forward, trying to get as far away from this place as possible. Looking at the wreckage of the destroyed tanks and aircraft along the way, the hearts of the exploration team members were filled with shock. Initially, they were still wondering where Tang Zhen's confidence came from. However, After seeing this disastrous and tragic scene, they finally had a trace of understanding in their hearts. It turned out that during the period of their imprisonment, the two sides had already engaged in a contest. The result was obvious. It was obvious that the indigenous side had lost. When they saw a destroyed nuclear bomb, their shock reached its peak. The exploration team members felt their hearts become heavy. The words that Tang Zhen had said earlier had been lingering in their hearts, like a soul-chasing curse. He wondered if their home would be in ruins like this no man's land when the deadline arrived. In the face of this inevitable disaster, how should he deal with it? Should he comply with the request to head to the other world and start an unknown life, or should he protect his home with his life and do everything he could to repel the invaders? After walking for more than 10 kilometers, the roar of a car came from the distance. After detecting the distress signal sent by the exploration team, the rescue team had quickly arrived. As the car came to a stop, an officer with an ice-cold expression got out of the car. After sizing up the exploration team, he waved his hand gently. Soldiers in protective clothing surrounded the exploration team. They first went through a simple disinfection process, then took them to the protective car and went straight to the base 100 kilometers away. In the following days, the exploration team members would have to undergo a physical examination, psychological test, and a series of interrogations before they could be granted temporary freedom. All of this was nothing. The exploration team members were already mentally prepared. However, what they wanted to do most right now was to spread Tang Zhen's warnings so that those who were still unaware of it could make early preparations. This was a matter that concerned the fate of all the natives. They had the right to make their own choices. If those damn politicians tried to cover up this matter for their own selfish interests, the consequences would be unimaginable. 1468 Chapter 1466 Success. There was no such thing as an impervious wall in this world. Tang Zhen's words were quickly revealed after the members of the exploration team returned. Someone in the exploration team had leaked the information. Although they were investigated afterward, it was already useless. There would always be people who would do something for their own beliefs. Even if they were under the knife and axe, they would still press forward. After the news was leaked, this matter was still known by many people, and then it spread quickly through the internet. The news spread very quickly on the internet, but unfortunately, many people held a skeptical attitude, and even more people thought it was nonsense. Ever since the appearance of the metal giant, similar news had emerged one after another, and the natives had gradually become numb to it. Therefore, even if this news was a real ultimatum that concerned their life and death, no one took it seriously. Ignorance is bliss, and the more one knows, the greater the pressure one has to bear. In ancient times, there were always masters living in seclusion in the mountains so that they would not be disturbed by all sorts of things. Out of sight, out of mind. In fact, it was good that they did not know. Otherwise, the Holy Dragon City would not even need to launch an attack. The natives would be in a mess and the entire world would go out of control. As for the forces that knew the true source of the news, they all felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Many people were in a constant state of anxiety. Unlike the ordinary people, they had more information. They knew very well that in the last battle with the evil demons, the natives had suffered a crushing defeat. Since the other party had issued an ultimatum, it was obvious that they were ready to start a war. Moreover, this war was different from the war that ordinary people understood. The price of failure was the extinction of the entire race. The more special the situation was, the less people were in a hurry to jump out and declare their position, because the slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into a place of eternal damnation, and perhaps never have the possibility of ever turning over. If they accepted Tang Zhen's conditions, they might be seen as traitors by the natives. If they did not accept, they would be the enemy of the Holy Dragon City. If the Holy Dragon City lost, their followers would inevitably be dealt with in the future. If the Holy Dragon City won, they would definitely receive extra care. There was no such thing as having the best of both worlds in this world. If one wanted to protect their own interests from losses, they had to pay a certain price. The whole world was in turmoil, but the no man's land, the source of the chaos, seemed to have been forgotten. This strange situation was actually the calm before the storm. Once this silence was broken, the entire world would welcome a drastic change. Ordinary people had no idea that not long ago, a battle that determined the fate of the world had taken place in this barren land. However, there were many eyes watching this place in the dark. They wanted to see what the others, attitudes were before making a final decision. Tang Zhen didn't have the mood to care about the complicated thoughts of these natives. What he needed to do was to clearly state his conditions, after which, he would carry out the next step of the plan when the stipulated date arrived. Invading and plundering a world was an extremely overbearing act. Tang Zhen didn't expect those natives to understand him and raise flowers to welcome the arrival of the cultivators in Lucheng. Since war was inevitable, there was no need for him to do anything useless. When the army arrived, he would just crush them all the way. The world of Lusheng's path to power had relied on invading countless plains and stepping on mountains of corpses to reach its current state. After sending off the exploration team, Tang Zhen and the others waited quietly for a day. The plain channel was finally built successfully, and a gap that allowed Lucheng's cultivators to pass through appeared. It was like an ant's nest running through a dam. As long as there was a trace of water, the hole would expand at a terrifying speed and eventually destroy the entire dam. It was the same for the construction of a plain channel. As long as this loophole appeared, the next thing would naturally be done. Yu Heng would never miss such a critical moment. He was standing in front of the plain's channel, and his lips were trembling slightly, perhaps due to his excitement. After waiting for 1,000 years, the Morning Star tribe had finally fulfilled their ancestors' wish. How could Yu Heng be at peace? With a flash of light, 2 rows of cultivators from the Morning Star Empire in golden armor walked out. They stepped on the land of the other world, making muffled sounds. In addition to their spears and bows, they were also equipped with weapons purchased from Holy Dragon City. With the strength of a lord and above, they would not be at a disadvantage even if they fought against 100 natives. After the sound of armor clashing, the cultivators stood still in the open space and looked at Yu Heng and the other 2 at the same time. The 100 cultivators used their fists to tap on their chest armors, their movements in unison. This was clearly the etiquette of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Good, good, ha ha ha. Looking at the similarly excited Morning Star cultivators, Yu Heng was so happy that he repeatedly cheered, and his eyes even flickered. You're all good men of our Morning Star clan. Although this is only our first battle, I believe that it won't be long before the name of the Morning Star clan spreads throughout the world. Our ancestors were proud of you, and the entire empire will be proud of you. May our Morning Star race advance courageously and win every battle. Advance courageously, and win 100 battles. The Morning Star cultivators were also enticed by Yu Heng to the point where their blood was boiling. They shouted at the top of their lungs, wanting nothing more than to go into battle and kill the enemy. Tang Zhen quietly watched from the side. However, his eyes were a little disapproving. Compared to a normal city, Morning Star City lacked a foundation. Even with the inheritance of a sector lord, it still couldn't change the fact that they were rookies. Compared to these hot-blooded Morning Star cultivators, the Holy Dragon City cultivators were much more silent. They had experienced too much, and the hot blood in their hearts had long turned into conviction that seeped into their bones. He never needed to say it, but he never doubted it. Just as the Morning Star City's plain channel was completed, there was movement in the plain channel of the 5th building. It was as if a silk curtain had been ruthlessly torn apart, and Holy Dragon City cultivators with astonishing auras walked out one after another. In order to ensure this victory, Tai Seng had used all his strength. Not only did he spend a lot of money to recruit mercenaries, but he also invited 50 king-level cultivators. These king-level cultivators were all residents of the Holy Dragon City. Since they were not on a mission, they naturally would not refuse to help Tai Seng. Seeing Tang Zhen standing in front of the passage, these king-level cultivators saluted at the same time. Although they weren't as orderly as the Morning Star cultivators, their aura was enough to suppress the other party several times. Yu Heng and the others could not help but sigh inwardly. This Holy Dragon City was indeed powerful, to actually send a group of king-level cultivators as vanguards. Although the Morning Star Empire did not lack powerhouses of the same level, each of them held important positions and could not be deployed like the Holy Dragon City. In the end, it was still a difference in strength. The top experts on his side were in groups on the other side, which was nothing at all. 1469 The true origin of the treasure. 1. The cultivators from the 2 towers arrived at the same time. Tang Zhen could finally temporarily unload the heavy burden on his body. He had always been cautious and conscientious, just to establish his own war zone as soon as possible. He had even experienced more than one life and death crisis. In the beginning, perhaps it was because of the benefits or the sense of danger in his heart that he did not dare to relax. However, as time passed, his mentality gradually changed. Unknowingly, he had already invested too much into Holy Dragon City, becoming inseparable from this world. As the original world and the world of Lusheng were officially connected, more and more people from the original world migrated to the world of Lusheng, making it their second home. Tang Zhen felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier. He didn't want to disappoint anyone. After all, he was the one who facilitated the communication between his hometown and the Lusheng world. In order to make his battle zone stronger, Tang Zhen didn't dare to relax at all. Even if many people in the original world called him a butcher and didn't understand his actions, Tang Zhen didn't care. His level of existence had already far surpassed that of ordinary people, so how could he pay attention to those shallow remarks? Ordinary people didn't need to worry about what would happen 100 years later, but for a city, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. How could the two look at the problem with the same perspective? In the end, Tang Zhen could not help himself. He was placed in such a special environment. If he did not become strong and independent, his destruction would only happen sooner or later. The lives of ordinary people were filled with schemes and intrigues, and there were conflicts of interest between countries. However, in a plain, the weak were destined to be enslaved and conquered by the strong. If one hadn't come into contact with this level, one might think that this was a fantasy. However, after coming into contact with it, one would know that this kind of thing was simply too common. Fortunately, his hard work finally bore fruit. The Holy Dragon City had truly grown up and had truly become a legend in the eyes of others. After the start of this dimensional war, Tang Zhen would gradually let go of the matters of Holy Dragon City and let his subordinates fight. He only needed to work hard to improve his strength and act as a strong backing for Holy Dragon City. There was another reason that prompted Tang Zhen to make this decision. He had indirectly come into contact with higher-level cultivators in Lusheng and knew that the Spirit Emperor realm was not the end of the cultivation path. The reverence in Tang Zhen's heart became even deeper with every increase in his cultivation level. This was because he knew that the current him was nothing when compared to those true experts. His current realm could only ensure that the Holy Dragon City could maintain its current situation. If he wanted to climb to a higher realm and advance side by side with those super battle zones, there was still a long way to go. Turning his head to look at the still excited Yu Heng, Tang Zhen smiled and said, "Let them handle the matters here. You and I have more important things to do." Yu Heng nodded his head. He naturally knew what Tang Zhen was talking about. Compared to his own excitement and hesitation, Tang Zhen's face was indifferent from the beginning to the end. It was as if he did not care about this invasion at all. This was one of the differences between the two. Yu Heng had long realized this, but he did not care. Tang Zhen and Yu Heng left the rainbow bubble with 10 king-level cultivators each after leaving Yu Dao and Yu Kun behind. After leaving the no man's land, the small warship sped all the way to the location of the third rune sign. This time, Tang Zhen directly rushed into the core area of the scenic area. Under the protection of 20 king-level cultivators, he killed his way into the cave where the rune sign was placed. There were more than 300 guardians gathered around the rune sign. There were 6 or 7 rank 5 guardians, and they were all glaring at the demon who had charged into the forbidden area. These guardians possessed strength that far exceeded ordinary people. However, they only mastered a few abridged versions of cultivator skills. Although they seemed to be capable of doing so, it was impossible for them to be a match for Tang Zhen and the others. After all, the rune sign could only gather heaven and earth energy for their cultivation. It couldn't be like the cornerstone platform, which had countless resources for them to exchange. But even so, these guardians still fought to the last moment, and not a single one surrendered or retreated. He's a loyal and brave man. Unfortunately, he's our enemy. We can't let him live. And NBSP, Yu Heng sighed. He really admired these protectors, but that was all. As long as they stopped him from obtaining the rune sign, he would not hesitate to attack. With the third rune sign in hand, everyone rushed straight to the location of the fourth rune sign without stopping. Perhaps, Tang Zhen's group knew what had happened to the guardians. Therefore, when they arrived at the location of the fourth rune sign, they were fiercely attacked the moment they appeared. The small battleships propped up their energy shields and blocked these attacks. Then, the group of cultivators spread out in the air and killed all the attackers. After dealing with those troubles, the small battleship landed on the ground, and the group moved forward, arriving at a secret hall of the sect. The rune sign hung high on the golden platform. Hundreds of armored knights pulled out their longswords at the same time and shouted the slogan, "Eliminate the demon." They used their actions to fulfill the oath they had made. The result was obvious. A king-level cultivator killed all the knights in a few seconds. It was as if he was crushing ants, and with a wave of his hand, corpses were strewn all over the ground. Yu Heng excitedly took down the fourth rune sign and aligned them together. The moment the gap closed, a runic magic circle was instantly activated. At the same time, in the distant sea, the calm sea suddenly became turbulent. Under the watchful eyes of the crew nearby, an island slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. A large building stood on it, glistening in the sun. 10 minutes later, the small warship arrived and slowly landed on the island that was not eroded by the sea at all. Yu Heng took in a deep breath and took the lead to enter the hall that was filled with an exotic style. Tang Zhen slowly walked behind and sized up the exterior of these buildings, as if he wanted to figure out which race they belonged to. The accompanying king-level cultivators were lined up in 2 rows, standing guard outside the main hall, waiting to be summoned at any time. After the 2 of them entered the hall, they found that there was only a huge map. It was inlaid with dense gemstones of various colors. At first glance, it looked like an ornament, but if one looked closely, they would find that it was actually a map. Tang Zhen used the mysterious language translator and deciphered the words on it, revealing a shocked expression. Yu Heng had always thought that Tang Zhen was very knowledgeable and was well versed in the languages of many races. Therefore, after seeing his expression, he guessed that Tang Zhen could understand the words on the paper. He couldn't help but ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Curiously, "Sir Tang Zhen, what is written on this?" Tang Zhen looked at Yu Heng when he heard this. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "This is the map of a super battle zone. The golden gemstones on it represent the continent-level towers, while the purple gemstones represent the territory of the world-level towers." Yu Heng was also shocked, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and carefully counted the number of gemstones, and his shock became more and more intense. How is this possible? The super battle zone is this strong. Tang Zhen sighed and softly said, "It seems like we are all frogs in a well. The real super battle zone is much scarier than we thought. Before I saw this map, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. There are thousands of world towers in a super battle zone. And NBSP, Yu Heng's expression was complicated, and he laughed dryly. This war zone is too far away from us. Perhaps we'll never come into contact with it in our entire lives. But that's fine. At least we've obtained the treasure here, right? Tang Zhen's expression was a little strange as he said to Yu Heng, "There are indeed treasures, but I still want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." One thing, are you sure you want the treasures here? Yu Heng's expression changed slightly as the ominous premonition in his heart became more and more intense. He urgently asked Tang Zhen, "Sir Tang Zhen, please tell us the truth. What is written on it?" "I can tell you, but I want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Something. Did your ancestors' notes mention a situation, which is the selection mode of the elite tower? Yu Heng's face turned pale when he heard this. He was stunned for a moment before he shook his head with a bitter smile. 1470 Tang Zhen's choice. Yu Heng felt bitter in his heart. How could he not know about the selection model of the elite tower that Tang Zhen had mentioned? This was because he had indeed mentioned this in his ancestor's notes. According to his ancestor, this was a selection method that had been used for countless years in order to maintain the strength of the super battle zones. It was only open to the castellans of the major battlefields. As long as one reached the level of a law king, they would have the qualifications to participate. Once they were confirmed to participate in this selection, they would receive a generous amount of cultivation resources, and then participate in the selection at a designated time. If one could overcome all obstacles and obtain the recognition of a super battle zone, then one would obtain an exclusive land in the battle zone. The super battle zone allowed members to build super teleportation formations with their original battle zone, and they could travel between each other without any barriers. If certain conditions were met, the entire city could be moved over. However, such a city could only be used as a subsidiary city, and the specific reason was still unknown. To be able to connect with the super battlefields, this was definitely a great opportunity. It was impossible not to rise. Of course, behind the huge benefits, there were also huge risks. It was said that the success rate of this kind of selection was extremely low. Even if one was lucky enough to win the first time, they could be eliminated at any time in the future. In order to obtain the right to participate in the selection, one had to obtain the foldable teleportation portal that was randomly distributed to the 3,000 battlefields. After activating it and passing the preliminary test, one would be able to obtain the final right to participate. However, according to what his ancestor said, the chances of that happening were pitifully small. Hence, he was 90% sure that the plane the folded teleportation door was connected to was a training ground provided by the World Tower for the younger generation. In the end, when the mystery was revealed, it happened to be that almost impossible thing. It was really a joke of fate. Not only was Yu Heng depressed, even his ancestors would not know whether to laugh or cry if they knew about this. He had originally wanted to leave an opportunity for the younger generation, but in the end, it was a bomb wrapped in milk. As for the possibility of Tang Zhen lying to him, Yu Heng felt that it was almost impossible. This was because his ancestor had once said that very few people knew about this matter, and he had only found out about it by chance. Even his ancestor, a world overlord expert, had only found out about it by chance. It was clearly impossible for Tang Zhen to find out about it from other channels. Moreover, the layout of the hall gave Yu Heng a huge blow, because there was nothing here except for a map. If this place was filled with origin stones and rare treasures, causing people to be unable to move their eyes away, that would be in line with the treasure scene described by the ancestors. The purpose was to give the juniors participating in the trial a visual stimulation and obtain a great sense of satisfaction. Therefore, before Tang Zhen asked, Yu Heng had already felt that something was amiss. When he heard about the selection model of the elite tower, his heart had completely turned cold. In the end, Yu Heng was the one who was greedy. If he had given the folded teleportation gate to Tang Zhen to study it carefully before the teleportation, he might have been able to obtain the truth. Unfortunately, he had always been on guard, which led to the current situation. Now that things had come to this, Yu Heng had nothing to say. At the same time, he did not have the courage to accept this treasure. After a minute of silence, Yu Heng raised his head and said to Tang Zhen, "Sir Tang Zhen, I'm willing to give up on this treasure. However, I have a request. If you want it, please bring me along when you head to the high-energy world. Becoming a spiritual emperor has always been my dream. I hope you can fulfill my wish." Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment before saying to Yu Heng, "To me, this is a very difficult choice. There are opportunities, but there are also great risks. You must know that the moment I acquire this treasure, I'll have to reach Sector Lord level within 100 years, and then head to the super battlefields to undergo the following trials. If you can't do this, I and my Lusheng will have to pay back 10 times the amount of resources we have obtained. Otherwise, we will definitely become slaves in the super war zone until we pay back all the resources. The contents of the trial are not clear, but it's definitely full of danger, and it's very likely that you won't be able to return." Yu Heng nodded his head. Tang Zhen was about to become the lord of the war zone and had a bright future ahead of him. There was indeed no need for him to take this risk. "Sir Tang Zhen, are you referring to Wufu? I will accept this qualification, because it was not until today that I realized the real difference between a super battle zone and a normal battle zone. This makes my blood boil, and I want to go to a wider world and enjoy more magnificent scenery. I built Holy Dragon City from nothing, and I will also build a war zone in the future. In comparison, I, Tang Zhen, am not worse than anyone else. Why do they have the right to occupy a place in the super battle zone, while I choose to retreat when such an opportunity is in front of me?" Tang Zhen strode toward the huge map when he said this. He extended his hand and touched it. After waiting for a few seconds, all the gemstones became dull. Only one of the gemstones shone brightly. It slowly floated up from the map and entered between Tang Zhen's eyebrows. At the same time, a voice resounded in the hall. Although the tone was strange, Tang Zhen and Yu Heng heard it clearly. "The Lord of the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen, is willing to accept the Elite Tower's selection. The trial will begin soon. Those who are successful must arrive at the 5th battle area within 100 years. Remember." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall began to shake, and the island seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. "Let's go. There's no point in staying here." Tang Zhen beckoned to the dazed Yu Heng, and everyone boarded the small battleship at the same time, quickly rising into the sky. From a high altitude, One could see that the island that had just appeared was rapidly collapsing and soon disappeared into the deep sea. The moment the island sank, the shackles that bound Tang Zhen's body instantly disappeared. The aura that belonged to a Law King made everyone's heart tremble. In comparison, Yu Heng was much weaker. It was clear that he was still one of the top nomological kings. While the forces in this world were in chaos, not knowing what the devil would do next, the small warship had returned to the colorful bubble and was waiting for the two towers to arrive. After another 2 days, the first representative of a country appeared and requested for negotiations. No one knew what the result of the negotiation was, but soon a second country arrived, followed by a third, and then a fourth. In the face of absolute strength, if he continued to pretend to be an ostrich and pretend that he could not see anything, he could only wait for bullets to lick his ass. The leaders of these forces were not fools. After the invaders had shown their strength again and again and issued the ultimatum, they knew that if they did not make a decision, they would be eliminated in the end. A few days later, the two towers completed their teleportation. The moment they descended, the entire world seemed to tremble violently. The colorful bubble burst, and two mountain-like buildings appeared in front of the natives, announcing the beginning of the conquest. The aircrafts covered the sky and the sun as they swarmed in all directions. The ferocious-looking war chariots and armed robots almost covered the entire land. Millions of fully armed cultivators of Lusheng City stepped out, each of them filled with the desire to fight. When the deadline arrived, the cultivators of Lu Cheng took the initiative to attack. They were like a hot knife through butter as they charged straight towards the native countries that chose to resist. Although the weapons of the natives were powerful, they had no advantage against the powerful cultivators in the city and the weapons and equipment with higher technology. Any force that tried to resist was easily defeated. In just a dozen days, this not-so-big world was completely enveloped in the flames of war. The indigenous people who had once clamored to protect their homeland had disappeared without a trace. Most of them had become captives, and along with the collected materials, they were sent to the plain channel continuously. In the face of absolute power, the natives finally realized that they were no match for these invaders. As the entire world fell into the hands of the cultivators of Lusheng, the aboriginals gradually gave up on resisting. They picked up their bags and headed to the world of Lusheng in groups.